Chapter 51. The place Samuel led the group to was none other than the inn Alex introduced to Sol Jihu. When they climbed past the floor he stayed the night before and went up to the third floor, Sol Jihu got a huge shock after he saw the three individuals waiting for them. Hugo? Ha! Sol? Hugo also showed a similar reaction. Chohong's eyes went round as she spat out a surprised groan herself, and meanwhile, Dylan let off a wry chuckle as he crossed his arms. Oh my god! I had no idea we'd meet each other again less than an hour later. They were searching for a porter when I was in the pub, so I applied right away. A bitter smile floated up on Sol Jihu's face.
He recalled Dylan's advice from earlier on.
What's this? You know the folks from Carpe Diem already?
Well, something like that.
Let's say that we know who each other are.
Huh, this fella.
After hearing Dylan's reply, Samuel took a sweeping look at Sol Jihu with a renewed interest. Nothing we can do but take it as a trick of fate, I guess. Dylan raised his hands up in defeat.
In any case, time is gold. We'd like to hear that delicious deal of yours right away, if possible. Hee. Give me some time to start cooking, will you?
However, I'm sure you can pick up on the delicious scent already, yeah? Samuel joked for a bit and dragged a big table to the middle of the room.
He then spread out a map on it.
While the crowd gathered around it, Sol Jihu stayed in the corner, unmoving. He wondered whether a porter like himself was even allowed to butt in here.
Hey, you!
What are you doing?
Chohong looked at Sol and pointed at the table with her chin.
Hurry up. The meeting's about to get started. She even took a step to her side and opened up a spot, too.
When Sol stood next to her, Hugo began giggling hoarsely.
Whenever she owes someone an apology, she suddenly becomes considerate to that person. It would be simpler to say sorry once, to be honest.
Kook.
The tip of Chohong's nose reddened slightly, but she kept her mouth shut as Samuel began his explanation while pointing at a spot on the map. Since I know how you guys are like, I'll make my explanation as brief as possible. Our starting point will be the South Gate.
From there, we will use carriages to travel along the Ramon River for a day or two.
Samuel's finger traveled along the river as marked on the map. This road is comparably safe, so we'll travel as quickly as we can on this part of the journey. We need to conserve our stamina for what's to come anyway. If we don't run into any unexpected incident, we should safely disembark around here.
We'll then go over the Maple Hill.
His finger stopped by the image of a huge, sprawling forest. The Forest of Denial. This is our destination. Most likely, we will have to go past the entrance and carry on until some sort of an interruption halts our progress. The moment he heard the words, Forest of Denial, Dylan's complexion hardened, but he didn't say anything. Samuel licked his lips and formed a confident smile.
I've heard this information from a very reliable source.
Apparently, there is a pretty sizable tomb within the Forest of Denial. A tomb, you say?
That's right.
And no, it's not your regular tomb, either. There is a very good chance that it's a tomb related to the ruined empire.
Are you suggesting that we raid the tomb and loot the grave goods? Exactly.
If it's true, then we might be able to acquire amazing artifacts for ourselves. Dylan rubbed his chin in contemplation.
I was wondering why we were going so far down south, but I see now.
It's plausible. This place is indeed within the old empire's territory. It's not only that. You know that Cecilia has put up a mission of scouting the Forest of Denial, right?
I'm aware of it, yes. There is also that mission from the royal family to consider too.
If everything goes smoothly as planned, we will be able to receive rewards from 3 sources.
Okay. I see what you're trying to say here, Samuel.
Dylan calmed down Samuel as the latter began jumping up and down in excitement. So, this is how an expedition is arranged. Sol Jihu had been listening in very attentively as he didn't want to miss out on a single thing, but now, he was feeling somewhat confused.
This sounded like a tempting offer.
Unless nobody else accessed to this information, he found it rather suspicious that no one had conquered this forest of denial, seeing that it was no more than 4-5 days of travel from Harem.
In other words, there must have been some kind of a problem to worry about.
Dylan took his time to deliberate before raising his voice. "There are 3 things I want to ask you about, Samuel."
"Go ahead. This information.
Who else knows about this, besides us? Let me be honest here.
I went to speak to Khan's team first before calling you.
They refused though. Still, they will definitely keep it as a secret." Dylan nodded his head.
"Fine.
Then, can you tell me the identity of this reliable source?"
"When are you going to ask me for what my countermeasure for the forest of denial is?" The corner of Samuel's lips arched up.
Dylan was taken aback before a wry smile formed on his face.
"Well, aren't you a surprising one?"
"Ever since Chief Priest Rebecca barely managed to return alive from that place, I was thinking that forest of denial is pretty much impossible to tread. From the get-go, their method of approach was all wrong."
The forest of denial isn't about curses. No, it's magic.
Magic? That's right. You have to counter magic with magic, but Rebecca failed because she relied on divinity.
Well, we should still give her credit for walking out of that place alive.
Samuel spoke up with a certain amount of confidence before taking a cautious look around him. It was as if he was being very careful of making sure that there was no one listening in on them. "Dylan? I'll answer the last 2 questions in one go. The person who told me about the tomb is none other than Master Ian." At this declaration, the trio of Dylan, Cho-hong, and Hugo displayed a bit of shock. "Master Ian?"
"That's right.
Not only that, he's planning to join us on the expedition himself."
Inwardly, Dylan hadn't been too sure of it until then.
But now, he was slowly tapping on the table with his fingertip. Sol Jihu lightly poked the side of Hugo as the big guy's mouth bobbed up and down like a goldfish.
"Hugo. Who is this Ian?"
"What, how do you not know?"
"Oh, wait.
It's your first time here." Hugo began whispering to Sol as if he understood the youth's plight. "Master Ian, a level 4 alchemist. He's a skilled magician who is close to becoming a high ranker."
Only then did the youth more or less understand.
No matter which class it was, reaching level 4 afforded some amount of acclaim. And if that person also had the rarest class of a magician, then it was clear how valued he would be.
Dylan finally opened his mouth to speak.
"So we're not scouting the forest of denial but going on an expedition. But since we're nominally scouting the area, we don't even have to apply for the expedition license. Is that it?"
Foo.
"It's a really delicious deal, don't you think so?"
"I agree.
I'm already salivating at the prospect." Samuel began stamping on the floor with his feet as if he couldn't wait anymore, causing Dylan to form a toothy grin as well.
"Good.
What about the finer details?" "Don't be like that.
You know how I operate. I'll take the lead and guide you forward, but you take over during the battles."
As for the loot, they will first go to the person whose class is most compatible with it. If the suitable classes overlap, then higher level person gets it.
Other than that, the reward will be distributed equally.
Samuel recited everything as if he had memorized already.
"Excellent."
As soon as Dylan agreed, Samuel turned his head to look at the others. "What about you two? Do you even need to ask?"
"The decision's been made already. I agree."
Cho-hong agreed disinterestedly, while Hugo was very energetic. Samuel formed a satisfied grin and shifted his gaze over to Sol Jihu.
"Friend,
I take it that you're also okay with?" "Oh, I'm." Sol Jihu stopped himself from speaking further. Inwardly, he definitely wanted to be a part of this expedition. However, didn't he promise Kim Hannah that he would not go any further south than Harem? Sensing his hesitation, Samuel's eyes opened up wider. "Hey, is there a problem? This isn't an exploration, you know. It's an expedition parading around as an official mission.
I'm sure that you'll earn a crap ton of experience points by accompanying us.
The Forest of Denial is pretty close to the frontier, so won't it be dangerous? Sol Jihu pointed this out, causing Samuel to let off a soft chuckle.
Aha!
That is true. However, you don't have to worry about that one. Technically, you could say that the Forest of Denial is on the border of the human territory, but actually, that place is much closer to a neutral zone more than anything else. The magic cast over the forest is so strong that not only us humans but pretty much all the other species don't even think about getting close to it. Samuel explained it at length, before clenching his fist tightly. However, we're different.
We have Dylan, who is a high ranker, and the magician master Ian.
That ancient magic cast over the forest or whatever?
We're going to break it apart, for sure.
Rather than placing his trust in those words, Sol Jihu activated his 9 eyes instead. Samuel was still devoid of any colors. So, how about it? You're coming, right? A short deliberation later, Sol nodded his head.
Yes, I will. Okay. Samuel slapped the table's surface and stood up.
We depart tomorrow. Let us meet up by the south gate early in the morning.
Asterisk. The morning dawned.
Sol Jihu woke and lightly washed up, before hurriedly putting on his gear. Now that he thought about it, his sense of time had become a bit blurry ever since he started his life in paradise. Since there was no clock here, it couldn't be helped, but still, it was pretty tough to figure out when this early in the morning for their meeting would actually be.
He picked up his bag and left the inn.
He then headed straight to the south gate via the route he memorized yesterday. He was unsure until then, but his fears turned out to be true. 9 people were already waiting for him by the gate. Thinking that he was late, Sol ran with almost everything he had before Samuel noticed him and waved his hand at the youth.
Whoa, whoa. Calm down, calm down.
You are not late, so you don't have to rush like that.
Oh.
That's how it was.
Master Ian hasn't arrived yet, you see.
Samuel lightly tapped on Sol's shoulder before going, oops, and handed over a pretty large bag. This is the luggage you'll be in charge of.
Please look after it.
We might encounter big trouble later on if you somehow misplace it. Is this all?
Yeah. We also hired 2 other porters, you see.
They are local residents, so you don't have to worry too much about them. Sol Jihu nodded his head, easily picked the luggage up, and slung it over his other shoulder. He felt its weight, but it wasn't heavy enough to impede him. Meanwhile, Samuel stared at the youth with a slightly dazed expression. Isn't it heavy?
Not really, no. Ho!
As expected, I was right to trust Alex's judgment. While Samuel was sagely nodding to himself, Sol Jihu took a look around his surroundings. Near the gate, he saw 2 carriages, members of Carpe Diem, as well as Samuel's team. If there were some things different from yesterday, then that would be how they were kitted out today. Sol Jihu had already seen Hugo's large battle axe and the hefty armor during their journey to Harem. Samuel in front of him looked rather cool with a brightly colored studded leather jacket on him, as well as a blue cape extending down to his waistline. Dylan was supposed to be an archer, but he was decked out in a coat-style brigandine that warriors should be wearing. The way it softly reflected silver light under the morning sun's glare, the armor couldn't have been a simple item, either. By the time Sol Jihu noticed the coldly gleaming longsword and the silver buckler as wielded by Grace, he couldn't help but feel that his own equipment looked a lot shoddy in comparison. It was as Chinzia had said before. The gap in quality between the neutral zone and paradise was noticeably wide, without a doubt.
One day, I will.
The youth made up his mind to raise his level, get himself better equipment, and jump in among these amazing individuals as soon as he could.
It was then, Chohong walked over to where he was.
Her outfit was so unique that Sol Jihu couldn't help but do a double take. She wore a white robe similar to Alex's, but there was a layer of chainmail on top of that. Also, her chest, arms, and legs were all covered in layers of metallic protection as well.
It was a somewhat complex arrangement of equipment, to say the least.
Is she a priest or a warrior? Cho-hong didn't even take a second glance at the confused Sol Ji-hoo and tapped on Samuel's shoulder. So, when is that pervert coming?
Ah-ha.
What do you mean, pervert?
You should watch what you say in front of Master Ian.
It doesn't matter, does it? He's not here yet, anyway.
Well, I wonder about that.
Samuel grinned refreshingly and began waving his hand around.
Sol Ji-hoo followed his line of sight and spotted a man walking towards the group from afar.
His height was about average, his physique on the lean side. His hair wasn't completely ash white, but much closer to salt and pepper.
Seeing all those wrinkles near his eyes,
he must have been way past the 40s and well into the 50s. Most importantly though, the long white beard that extended down to his navel reminded the youth of a certain wizard from a famous movie franchise.
Oi tilde e.
The man wearing an ivory white robe waved around his hand carrying a wooden staff with its slightly bent tip. This man was none other than Ian.
You've come, Master Ian.
Samuel greeted the magician with a clean-cut bow.
Sorry.
I got held up slightly. Been a while since I've been in Harem, and the streets felt so refreshingly open, you see.
Well, I hear you.
I've been to the royal palace a few times myself, so I know how stuffy that place can be.
Very true.
If it weren't for the princess's appearance, I'd have died from stuffiness.
Ah tilde.
You mean, that prim princess? Yes.
Ian began chuckling as he chatted to Samuel.
Sol Ji-hoo had formed something of a general impression on the older man from the story he heard yesterday, but today, he couldn't help but think that Ian's easygoing personality came across as slightly more friendlier than expected. In any case, let's depart. If I stay here any longer, the royal family might try to hunt me down. They have been persuading me to change my mind right until this morning, you see.
Oopsie daisy.
That definitely won't do. Shall we get going right away, then?
Should I get on that carriage over there?
Yes. Oh, and by the way. Just as Samuel spotted Sol Ji-hoo and hesitated slightly, Cho-hong grabbed the youth's arm and spoke up.
This kid is riding with us.
Oh, that should be fine. Samuel nodded his head. Ian smiled brightly as soon as finding Cho-hong, though.
Oh tilde, Cho-hong.
It's been too long. You look good as always. Shut up, you perverted geezer. Cho-hong raised her mace and growled in a threatening manner, before spinning on her heels. Sol Ji-hoo was helplessly dragged away by her and ended up climbing aboard the Carpe Diem's carriage. And shortly afterwards,
let's go. Along with Samuel's shout, two carriages slowly departed from the south gate.
It was the beginning of Sol Ji-hoo's first expedition. The inside of the carriage was silent. Dylan said he wanted to feel the passing breeze on his face and climbed up to the roof. Cho-hong only stared outside ever since the trip got on the way. Meanwhile, Hugo was grinning like a fool for some reason on the side. Cho-hong then suddenly spat out a lengthy groan and began rummaging through her inner pockets, before a frown formed on her face. A cuss leaked out from her lips next. Sol Ji-hoo had been watching her quietly until then, and pulled out a packet of cigarettes out before pushing it to her. Here. Cho-hong blinked several times before her head creakily turned towards him.
No. I'm fine. I don't like those flavored cigarettes.
If you don't like the flavor, you can avoid it by not breaking the capsule inside the filter. Really?
Cho-hong faked a cough and took one cigarette out of the pack.
Right away, Hugo covered his eyes and began laughing out loudly. He grasped Sol Ji-hoo's shoulder and spoke. Sol, you gotta be more understanding here. She'd been living a hard life until now, so when she's on the receiving end of a nice treatment, she becomes all shy like that.
Shut up, Hugo.
Cho Hong shot him down and began puffing on the cigarette while complaining.
I'm surprised, though.
You don't look like a smoker.
I'm a chain smoker, actually.
That's nothing to be proud about.
In any case, thanks.
By the way, why did you look like you stepped on shit back then?
I did what?
It kinda felt like that she was trying to change the subject, but still, he shrugged his shoulders and replied. Well, I was just looking at everyone's equipment. They all looked pretty cool to me. But, your own stuff isn't so bad, either. Cho Hong rested her chin and primly narrowed her eyes.
Isn't that boiled leather armor?
That's the best one available among the leather armors, isn't it?
I see that you also wear a chainmail underneath too, although that's rare.
A bit cheap looking, but you got all the important parts covered up, too. And your spear looks good too. Really?
Yeah, really.
Didn't you see Clara? Your equipment is many times better than hers, especially that spear.
I think you can use that right up to level 3 if you maintain it well. Pooh, pa ha ha tilde ha ha ha.
As soon as Cho Hong was done with her speech, Hugo began laughing his head off again.
She began gritting her teeth.
Why are you laughing?
Did you forget your brain or something? Hey, you.
Why don't you just say that you're sorry? It's just one word, but is it that difficult for you? Do you have any idea how funny you look from the side? What are you talking about?
I'm just telling him what I see. My tilde ass.
It must be really tough on you to sound so considerate to someone, right?
What with your personality and all?
Cho Hong's eyes became blurry, and madness began to settle in. There's something I'm curious about, though. It looked like a fight might break out if things were left as it was, so Sol Ji-hoo hurriedly intervened. What is Miss Cho Hong's class?
Kayak. Cho Hong suddenly cried out loudly and stood up from her seat.
She rushed to Sol Ji-hoo and grabbed his shoulders before yanking him closer. The cigarettes in their mouths nearly touched and he flinched from the sudden closeness.
Hey!
I was just gonna to endure it, but I gotta ask you for a favor. Can't you do something about the way you speak? The way I speak?
That's right. It'll be fine if it's just me, okay? Please speak informally, okay?
Calling me Miss Cho Hong?
I'd prefer fucking Cho Hong.
You're creeping me out, you know. Sol Ji-hoo had no idea why she hated it so much, but it wasn't really a difficult favor.
Okay, I will. Cho Hong returned to her seat only after that. She formed an expression that said she'd finally be able to survive now. Phew. Ah, right.
My class? It's Divine Champion.
I'm level 4.
Divine Champion?
Yeah. You start from level 1 Priest, then at level 2, Combat Nun.
Then, at level 3, Holy Warrior. You gave up on the path of a priest? There's a reason for that, though. Hugo suddenly butted in there. You see, this girl's starting mana stat was pretty high.
I hear that she could have been a magician, even.
Sol Ji-hoo was surprised by that revelation. The minimum requirement for becoming a magician was to have the mana stat at high intermediate or higher. Of course, both the personality and the talent had to be there, too. She was far too unrefined to become a magician. Gods were apparently unhappy about the missed opportunity and decided to make her a priest. But even then, the gods have made a big mistake. A mistake? Yup, a mistake. I'm sure you've basically figured it out after seeing her walk the path of a warrior even though she's supposed to be a priest, right?
Hugo, I told you to shut up.
This is your final warning.
Cho Hong began glaring at the big man.
However, Hugo didn't even pay her any mind and simply tapped on his head with his finger. You see, even the gods had no idea that this girl was completely soft in the head.
And with that rough personality of hers, never mind being a magician, you think being a priest suits her?
Ah!
Pa ha 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 ha! Hugo threw his head back and began guffawing again.
It was right at this moment that Cho Hong, with her nails all ready to attack, pounced on him. The carriage rocked hard, So much so that Dylan on the roof enjoying the breeze nearly fell off from there.
Dylan! Dylan!
Dylan could hear someone desperately calling for him from the carriage, but he just quietly gathered his hands together and murmured,
"Sorry, rookie."
Chapter 52. The carriage ride came to an end after 2.5 days of travel from Harem.
According to Samuel, this was where the area of relative safety ended.
If they wanted to continue on carriages, then it was indeed possible to do so, but, going back, would pose a serious problem. Without the protection of the expedition team, the carriage drivers would not be able to escape from the danger zones by themselves. The two drivers knew how precious their own lives were, so as soon as they received the balance of payment, they left the area. Today's goal is to get to Maple Hill. As long as we go past that, we will be at the Forest of Denial.
And, along with Samuel's urging, the group began their march towards their destination.
In Paradise, a Level 1 Earthling would start as a porter almost always, regardless of whether one was a contracted or an invited. It wasn't because they were only good for carrying luggage, but it was actually for them to participate in many different expeditions and adventures in order to learn and experience as much as possible. That was why Sol Jihu paid utmost attention to every little thing occurring around him. The marching formation is arranged like a rhombus.
There was a total of 11 people in the expedition.
Excluding Sol Jihu and 2 other original residents serving as porters, the actual combat force was 8. Right at the front of the pack stood Samuel and Grace. The archer led the way while the warrior acted as his guard.
In the middle were 3 porters, including Sol Jihu, Alex, and Ian. Cho Hong was on the left side of the formation, while Clara was on the right. It was as if these two were positioned there in order to protect the porters. And finally, the rear position had the same arrangement as the front, an archer and a warrior. In other words, Dylan and Hugo were positioned there. Honestly, Sol thought that the pairing of Dylan and Hugo being out in front made more sense, rather than that of Samuel and Grace. Of course, although he was curious about this arrangement, he didn't dare raise his voice carelessly. "I'm sure they have their reasons. Now that I think about it, first time seeing you around these parts." While Sol Jihu was in the middle of thinking to himself, he suddenly heard a smooth voice coming from his side. When he shifted his gaze over to look, he saw Ian with a warm smile slowly stroking his white beard next to him. "It hasn't been long since I came to Harem, actually." "I see. You were also an Earthling, huh? You came to the city to get some first-hand experience?" "That's correct. Do you have any prior experience as a porter?" Sol wondered why someone as important as a magician was asking him all these questions. He was inwardly nervous but still managed to answer honestly. "This is my first time. It hasn't been too long since I left the neutral zone, actually." You say this will be your first time?" "Yes." "Ha-ah. You just came out from the neutral zone, yet you're already participating in such a dangerous expedition." Ian stared at the youth as if he was completely surprised by this revelation, before walking in closer to Sol Jihu. He comfortably took over the spot and leaned in closer to whisper, "My friend, well." He then suddenly lowered his voice. "Why is he doing this?" Sol Jihu tilted his head slightly, but still met the older man's gaze. "By any chance?" When Ian formed a serious expression, even Sol Jihu became serious as well. Could there be something dark and sinister with this expedition, a truth he hadn't figured out yet? Could he have been too rash by joining this expedition? All sorts of thoughts raced by in Sol's mind. Ian studied the youth for a bit longer, before cautiously opening his mouth. "Do you like titties?" Sol Jihu doubted his own hearing just then. Grace sneaked a glance towards her back and began giggling softly. Sol wondered if he was being pranked, but Ian's expression was serious. "I really like them." His expression was not at all serious as he giggled rather slyly. "I mean, that soft feeling when you're fondling them, or when you're busy rubbing your face against them, it's totally the greatest thing in the whole world. Don't you agree?"
Sol?
Let's switch our position for a sec. Pitui.
Cho-hong spat on her hands and gripped her mace tighter.
Seeing this, Ian began laughing in a jovial manner. I made a fool of myself.
Do forgive me and let me live for a while longer, would you? It'd be better to match what you're saying and what your expression looks like, you hear me? At the bare minimum, say those words while looking a little bit surprised or apologetic, okay? A-tilde-ing.
I see that the mood in paradise has worsened lately. I only meant to joke around with a newbie so that his anxiety would be lessened.
Ian began complaining. Cho-hong was about to blow her top, but then, she heard Dylan warn her with, Cho-hong, your temper, from the back. Judging from Dylan's attitude, as well as how Samuel acted earlier on as well, this Ian must have been a highly respected person in Harem arc.
Damn it, fine. Whatever, you stop bothering the kid and leave him alone.
Can't you see that he's busy studying our formation?
Oh ho! Studying, is it?
Ian lightly clapped his hands and formed a content smile. You were a young scholar burning the midnight oils of academic variety, I see. Instead of helping you, I was actually disturbing you, wasn't I?
All right.
Do ask me what you're curious about, and I shall answer. Sol Jihu was slightly apprehensive about the older man spouting some other random nonsense, but there were things he was too curious about. So, while getting mentally ready to switch his position with Cho-hong at any given moment, Sol Jihu asked Ian, "What criteria do you use to assign the positions at the front and at the back?"
Aha! Ian grinned softly with a slight nod.
As there was a chance of offending some people, Sol did his best to beat around the bush, but the older man accurately grasped the actual meaning of the question. First of all, do you know that an archer always takes the lead regardless of whether it's an expedition or a strategic assault mission?
Yes.
As the lead in an expedition, there are two important things you need to do.
The first is leading your comrades down the correct path, and the second is sensing the approaching enemy in time and alerting your team. When considering these 2 points, Samuel is the perfect man for the job. That was what Sol Jihu couldn't understand at all.
Dylan was also an archer, and not only that, he was a level 5 high ranker. Samuel proceeded from level 3 tracer to level 4 pathfinder. His overall combat prowess might fall a little behind those of his peers, but as far as finding the right path, he's among the very best. If we find ourselves in a maze or an area still left unexplored and therefore with no paths to follow, his true value will naturally reveal itself. If Samuel is thinking of advancing to level 5 Grand Pathfinder, his abilities should evolve even further. Master Ian, it seems that you've read my mind already. Samuel turned his head back and showed his astonishment.
When you reach level 5 and become a high ranker, you will be asked to choose which god you wish to serve.
That is the moment when the class path you have chosen becomes critically important. Think of it this way. Your class will either evolve or become even more specialized to suit the powers of the gods you choose.
Sol inexplicably recalled what Agnes told him a while ago. On the other hand, Dylan is a level 5 arch shooter. Simply put, he concentrated on increasing his combat potential.
So, he'd display an overwhelmingly frightening prowess during guerrilla warfare, but compared to Samuel, who's walking the path of trackers, he'd lose out somewhat in his ability to investigate his surroundings. Ian must have been feeling thirsty as he stopped talking there and took a gulp from a water bottle.
Kea.
And, with Dylan behind us, he's able to give a sense of stability to the formation too. If something happens, he should be able to figure out what's going on from there and come up with a plan to deal with it pretty quickly. If my guess is correct, Dylan will be taking the lead as soon as a battle breaks out, am I wrong? But, wouldn't there be a case where the rear is attacked first? That's why we have Hugo there as protection. So, how about it? Has your curiosity been satisfied somewhat? Ian winked at Sol. The youth bowed to show his thanks as his curiosity had indeed been satisfied.
Thank you. Oh ho.
You are a rather courteous fellow, E.H.
Ian began chuckling softly.
If you don't find this old man's ramblings boring, then I'd like to chat with you for a while longer. By any chance, how much do you know about this forest of denial?
Actually, I don't know anything about the place.
It's pretty simple. Any intelligent life form entering the forest suddenly starts to violently deny something's existence. What could he even mean by that? Sol Jihu's eyes gleamed brightly with interest, causing Ian to speak up with lots more energy as well.
No one can predict what you'll end up denying, you see.
It's completely random. But if it's only denying something, that can't be a big enough problem, right? That's too simple a way of looking at things.
Ian shook his head right away.
I told you this, didn't I?
No one can predict what you'll end up denying. For instance, what do you think will happen if you suddenly start denying my existence?
Sol Jihu became speechless, then.
I'm sure you'll try to kill me no matter the cost. Not only that.
What if, in the middle of a battle, you suddenly decide to deny the existence of your own weapon?
What then?
Would that be all? What if you want to deny your own existence?
What then?
The continuing chain of questions succeeded in giving Sol Jihu goosebumps running down his spine. Did something like that really happen before? The number of expeditions that got annihilated like that are far too many to mention, young man. It's to the point that the royal family almost ended up proclaiming the entire area as a forbidden zone for any type of expeditions. If it weren't for Harem, such a decision would have been passed already. It's a scary place, then. It's definitely not a place to fool around, that's for sure.
However, I've been researching the Forest of Denial for a long time.
I've prepared some countermeasures too. If my theory is correct, then the mysteries of the forest should be unraveled by our group soon enough.
Although he was worried about the possibility of this countermeasure not working, Sol Jihu didn't go out of his way to voice them. He thought that he shouldn't become a wet blanket so early on in the expedition.
Perhaps sensing the youth's anxiety, Ian gently patted him on the back. Don't sweat it, my friend. If my countermeasure doesn't work, we simply turn around and go back to Harem. That's all there is to it. You see, I don't want to die just yet.
That made much sense.
Thanks to Ian talking to him in an overtly friendly manner, some part of Sol Jihu's anxiety had been assuaged. Ian might possess a lecherous side to him, but he was also a magician with a bountiful knowledge base. For someone like Sol Jihu, who knew practically nothing about the ongoings of paradise, every word Ian spoke had the potential to become his flesh and blood in the long run. Also, Ian knew how to spin his tales in an entertaining way, so Sol Jihu completely forgot about the boredom of the march and focused deeply into the older man's stories. It felt like he had become a grandson listening to the tales of his grandfather. As they marched on while chatting to one another, the sun slowly crept ever closer to the horizon and the scenery gradually changed. The Raman River, serving as their waypoint until now, branched off into several smaller tributaries, while the earth became rougher and muddier as if it had absorbed way too much moisture.
Samuel stopped his steps just about then.
You don't level up automatically, but gods determine it for you.
You've been to the Chamber of Awakening back in the neutral zone, yes?
You should go and visit a temple as soon as this expedition is. When the march was abruptly halted, Ian stopped talking and took a look. Sol Jihu surveyed his surroundings and his jaw fell to the floor as soon as he saw incredibly tall trees standing here and there. He briefly wondered whether they had arrived at the Forest of Denial already, but it seemed that wasn't the case.
Samuel was on his knee, busy staring straight at the ground.
Samuel? Is something the matter? Dylan's uniquely dignified voice came from the back. Samuel raised his hand to signal that he needed a bit more time, before he smoothly got up with a smirk on his face. How interesting.
We've got ourselves cave ettins.
Cave ettins? But aren't they supposedly cave dwellers? What are they doing here? Maybe they're out to forage for food? Samuel shrugged his shoulders and looked to his left. They divided into two groups 5 minutes before we arrived here.
30 of them are waiting for us up ahead, while 10 of them are to my left, waiting.
Oh, so they see us as food, is that it? If we continue on down this path, we get definitely surrounded, then.
Well, they do possess a crazy sense of smell, after all.
So, what do you want us to do? Dylan fell into deep thought after Samuel asked the big man. Since each of them has 2 heads, taking them by surprise isn't going to work, no?
Most likely, yeah. One of the heads is always used as the lookout, after all.
That doesn't mean we can't hit them first, though.
I'll ask Hugo to accompany you, so go and cut loose for a while. Okay.
Samuel replied confidently and resumed the march. Soul? Now that's the real archer. Do you understand why I went batshit crazy back then?
Sol Jihu ended up agreeing with Hugo as the big guy whispered to him.
To be able to figure out what happened 5 minutes ago simply by staring at the ground for a few seconds, now that sounded like a pure lie, actually. But, Sol Jihu had to acknowledge it as real when a group of cave Edens broke out from the cover and rushed at them while roaring out loudly less than 2 minutes later.
There were exactly 30 of them to boot.
Each cave Eden was slightly shorter than an average human male, but it still looked rather threatening from all those hardy muscles on its arms. More importantly, though, it possessed 2 wrinkly heads on a single neck and it looked properly bizarre, to say the least. They are nothing much to fret about. Just as Sol Jihu grasped his spear, Chohong lightly patted him on the shoulder. You just wait here and watch.
They'll be taken care of soon. She pointed to the front.
Samuel was jumping into the middle of the cave Eden pack without hesitation.
Actually, that was incorrect. Hey! Hey! Over here!
It looked as if that was his original intention, but then, he bounced up like a flying tiger as soon as his feet touched the ground and landed swiftly on a tree's branch up above.
He crossed his hands and reached into his inner pockets. Eat this!
The moment he extended his hands out, the cave Edens, now looking more like dogs that failed to catch the chicken, fell down to the ground in great agony.
Swish! Swish!
Sharp noises split the air apart.
Only after spotting small throwing daggers buried deep in the shoulder of a cave Eden did Sol Jihu realize what Samuel had been throwing just now.
Yay tilde ho! When 3, 4 of them also resorted to throwing their weapons at him, Samuel suddenly transformed into Tarzan and leapt away to land on the tree in front. Ian showed his admiration as Samuel continued to pepper the cave Edens below with the throwing daggers. Very admirable. He made sure that all 30 are focused only on him. The older man spoke those words after he saw Hugo and Grace rush out to seize this opportunity they had been waiting for. Hugo pounced like a panther and swung his battle axe in a surprise attack at the backs of the cave Edens, who were currently preoccupied by Samuel's antics from up above.
3 pairs of heads separated from the bodies of 3 creatures.
The monsters hastily turned around to look behind, but all they could see now was a huge, bloodied axe closing in rapidly to crack their skulls. The group of monsters was already confused about what to do next, yet when the level 4 barbarian warrior arrived in their midst and proceeded to ruthlessly step on them, they fell even deeper in confusion. Every now and then, 1 or 2 tried to attack from the side. However, Grace stuck very close to Hugo's blind spot and protected him with her shield or lent timely support with her sword, making it impossible to get close to the duo. Eventually, even Samuel had climbed down from the tree and along with Clara, they began firing arrows from the front and back. The group of cave Edens got fragmented in an instant. It happened then. Here they come. Dylan spoke with a calm voice and pulled his bowstring back as he aimed towards the rear of the formation, towards 10 cave Edens rushing in. They were hastily rushing over here after their main force was getting annihilated in the proverbial blink of an eye. How many are you going to leave me with? You should ask them that.
Doom.
Dylan's shoulders quivered slightly as he let go of the string. Then, a loud explosion similar to a gun being fired could be heard. Sol Ji-hoo felt his eardrums become numb from the shockwave and hurriedly covered his ears, and then boom, boom, boom. He became utterly flabbergasted by the sight of the ground exploding several times. It was as if landmines were going off in succession where the arrows had landed. Cave Edens had been mindlessly rushing forward, so when that happened, they all flew in the air, their arms flailing about quite helplessly, before crashing head first to the solid ground.
They began convulsing as the shower of debris and earth covered them up.
Ah phew tilde.
Cleaning up afterwards isn't my style, though. I'll leave them to you, Cho-hong.
Yeah, sure thing. While looking somewhat wistful, Cho-hong made her move while dragging the mace along. So this is the arch-shooter, a high ranker. It wasn't as if they were twisting the arms of unruly children, yet the supposed battle ended in such an anticlimactic fashion. Of course, this wasn't a bad thing. Easily beating back the enemy would result in far less casualties than when fighting tooth and nail to barely grasp the victory, after all.
Indeed, Sol Ji-hoo knew this, yet.
So? How was it?
Why?
Yes. Pardon? Sol Ji-hoo had been dazedly looking at Cho-hong checking and killing any survivors until then. He flinched a little and hurriedly looked to his side. Ian was there with a bright smile on his face. Your first impression, having witnessed the battle of an expedition team? Sol Ji-hoo closed his mouth. He didn't need to be reminded of it to fully appreciate the reality with his entire being. The impression left behind by the strength displayed by the individual combatants ran deep, of course, but the things that etched most deeply in his memory were the way they all matched each other's timing as if they had made a prior arrangement, as well as how they controlled the direction of the battle and made it go the way they wanted it to. This isn't their first time cooperating together. They've been through a lot together, and that's why they can trust each other wholeheartedly. Sol Ji-hoo nodded his head and closed his eyes. Faces of several people he knew fleeted in and out of his head just then.
Someday, I'll form my own expedition team.
For the first time ever since his arrival in paradise, such a thought entered his mind.
Asterisk.
As soon as the battle ended, the expedition team collected their spoils of war. Well, they were nothing more than weapons and equipment the dead Cave Edens had dropped, but every one of them was worth something.
Also, since these creatures used stuff taken from their human victims, sometimes it was possible for a pretty good windfall to show up, too.
Chapter 53.
The expedition team smoothly climbed over the hill.
Samuel was leading the group with great haste, saying that they needed to go past the hill before the end of the day. However, he suddenly came to an abrupt halt. Sol Ji-hoo immediately went on alert, wondering if they were being attacked again, but he soon realized that they had arrived at the hill's summit. Standing in the front of the group, Samuel pointed to the other side. The Forest of Denial. Sol Ji-hoo also arrived at the summit and dazedly cast his gaze down below. The dense forest below him boasted a colorful cacophony of many different shades of green as it spanned across a massive area that went as far as eyes could see. It was so big that the sea of green seemed to stretch on forever and ever, well beyond the horizon. We're going in there? Something certainly set the Forest of Denial apart from every other forest they've been through until now.
Could this be down to the fact that no human set foot inside there in ages?
The forest that did not permit anyone to set foot inside for many years possessed this indescribable pressure that caused the onlookers to feel just a bit nervous. Ian caught up, his breathing in total disarray. He wiped the sweat away and tried to regulate his breaths. Apparently, as long as we go past this forest, we can go anywhere we want. That's including the Federation and the Parasites' territories. Now that you mention it, I hear that the conflict between those two are intensifying lately. Sol Ji-hoo chimed in offhandedly while nodding his head before he sensed the gazes focusing on him and blinked his eyes in confusion.
Ian's eyes opened wider still,
while Samuel was staring at him with a face that said, just what the hell could be this guy's real identity? Even Dylan was displaying a similar type of reaction too.
Well, he only muttered out what he heard from Kim Hannah, that was all.
A bit of awkward silence later, Ian began guffawing out.
Well, I'll be.
You continue to surprise me, young friend.
You're right.
Not too long ago, the Federation announced that they were getting in bed with the cave fairies. Without a doubt, they now have one more ally with a great deal of power. With 5 races combining their resources, even the Parasite Queen will be unable to overlook this matter at all.
Federation?
Parasites?
Even though he was flustered, questions still arose in his head.
Just how strong was the race of parasites that 5 different races had to combine their powers? Thanks to his dream, he was more or less aware of the truth, but it was a blurred memory now, and he couldn't be too sure of it.
Seriously, man. I've never seen a guy hiding his level to become a porter before.
I've seen the opposite plenty of times before, though.
It was as if Samuel became even more sure of his thoughts being correct now.
Sol Jihu found it too much of a hard job to correct his misunderstandings and simply issued a long sigh as a reply instead.
Shortly afterwards, the expedition climbed down the hill.
However, isn't that surprising? They might share a common ancestry, but for the 2 hostile races of sky fairies and the cave fairies to become partners? But that just goes to show how desperate they have become.
And it's not just the fairies, either.
They only managed to survive until now because that species started this Federation thing.
Otherwise, they'd have been thoroughly destroyed already. Whatever the case might be, at the end of the day, it's not all bad news for the humans, no.
If you're thinking of pitting the 2 sides against each other, then I should tell you that you're being too pragmatic. Sooner or later, the time for humans to make that important decision will arrive. Sol Jihu watched Dylan and Ian chat with each other and got next to Alex. Alex? Did I make a mistake just now?
No, you didn't.
It's not a secret, anyways.
Then why? That.
The information on the ongoings of other races are something only shared among high rankers.
Well, you might hear a wind of it if you're level 4. I mean, it's something meaningless for a lower-leveled person to learn anyway, right?
Sol Jihu displayed an expression that seemed to ask, why? So Alex hurriedly continued on. Think about it for a sec. A newbie freshly ejected from the neutral zone is going around saying, "This is what's happening with the politics tilde. The current situation with war is like this tilde," and even relays accurate information. Then how would you feel? He's showing off? Gimme a break.
No, it'd be more like amazement.
Also, they'll be curious who his backer is. Alex glanced at the youth with a meaningful gaze, before he lightly tapped on Sol Jihu's side in a joking manner. That's why you should start telling us the truth, you know. Just what is your level, really? Why did you decide to participate in this expedition? Why don't you just show us your status window? Sol Jihu turned his head upwards and glared at the heavens above. The sun was gradually sinking lower to the western horizon and the dying light of the sunset colored the world orange.
Actually, I'm level 10. As I thought. I knew it.
So, what's your class title?
The Spear God. Kea.
A god, is it?
I'm no longer scared of the Parasite Queen now. Alex's raucous laughter reverberated around the hill. Asterisk.
The expedition stopped their march just short of Maple Hill's end, in other words, right in front of the Forest of Denial. Before they set foot inside, Ian requested some time to investigate the forest first. Now that their march had come to a stop, the group prepared to spend the night here. While Ian went around the perimeters of the forest accompanied by Dylan and Chohong, Sol Jihu got around to performing small tasks such as setting up tents and getting the sleeping bags ready.
Of course, it wasn't as if other members of the expedition were taking it easy. For instance, Samuel was walking around the outer perimeter of the campsite and busy planting something that looked like black stones on the ground.
Sol Jihu had finished with his work by then, so he stood there and observed, prompting Samuel to break out in a chuckle.
He beckoned the youth to come closer.
This is a mana stone. You can think of it as a rock that has properties of preserving mana. Sol Jihu received the smooth black stone Samuel handed over and toyed around with it.
It's one of the must-have items when you're planning to camp outdoors.
If you leave it lying around here and there, then these can prevent the monsters that hate mana from approaching the campsite. Since it emits a strange aura, monsters should not poke their noses in unless they are really desperate.
It must be expensive.
Of course. Well, it's still cheaper than your life, though. The ends of Samuel's sentence blurred as he stared at the forest of denial. But, if I think about all the expeditions that failed halfway up until now, then I do think it's a bit of waste using this thing, really. Keep what I said just now a secret, okay?
I do understand where you're coming from, though.
The cost of an expedition must be really enormous, I'd imagine. It's not just the cost alone, you know? Don't forget the time invested, as well as all the effort put in. You calculate all that, then the actual expense at the end of the day would be astronomical. Not every expedition proves to be a success, you see. Many times I returned with nothing to show for all our near-death experience, and I lost count the number of times I had to give up near the end because we weren't strong enough. Sol Jihu then realized that Samuel was really anxious at the moment. They may have arrived at their destination just fine, but it was now up to Ian if they wanted to continue on. If Ian said it'd be difficult, then they would have to head back to Harem the first thing tomorrow.
You should remember this, if you wish to form your own expedition someday. You should go on one only when you have the financial leeway. An expedition isn't something on which you bet everything you have.
Samuel spoke with a bitter tone of voice and went back to the job of setting up the mana stones. Plan an expedition only if you had the financial wherewithal to survive the potential failure of one. Sol Jihu engraved those words to his heart.
Asterisk.
Ian and company returned around the time dinner was coming to an end. Samuel stopped eating and ran towards the elder sorcerer, and they chatted for a really long time. Ian's complexion wasn't so good, and even Samuel formed a grave expression, so Sol Jihu assumed that the expedition would come to an end here. If there was one distinct advantage to being a porter, then that would be him not needing to stay as the night watch. He was told that it was not practical to entrust a level 1 with the most crucial job of guarding the camp, which would become even more important when camping near a high danger zone like the Forest of Denial. He did experience being a night watch while walking to Harem, but Sol Jihu was still glad that he didn't need to do it again. He entered his tent and climbed inside the sleeping bag. The night deepened, but sleep didn't come to visit him. He found it hard to close his eyes as there were many things filling up his head. He squeezed his eyes shut and tried to force himself to sleep, but then, someone suddenly entered his tent while muttering out lots of complaints. "Who's there?" "It's me." It was Cho-hong.
She chucked a pillow and a blanket on the floor and plopped down right next to him.
"That goddamn old man."
And he was speaking in such a serious voice too when trying to cop a feel.
I should have broken his wrist right there and then. "What about your sleeping bag?"
"I don't use one.
I can't sleep if I'm feeling stuffy and the like." When Cho-hong laid down next to him, Sol Jihu couldn't help but get this weird feeling, but he decided not to mind her presence. The frequent sleeping together with the opposite sex was one of the things he had to get used to in paradise, after all. The stillness continued on for some time before Cho-hong suddenly lied down on her side and faced Sol Jihu. Her eyes gleamed slightly in the darkness.
"Looks like we might continue on."
Her words sobered him up instantly. The geezer's guesses were on the money. The Forest of Denial isn't about curses, but magic. Really? But, I thought the mood back then was pretty serious.
Right.
He said that a really powerful ancient spell is cast here. An ancient spell, is it? It's a type of magic only a few were capable of using even back in the days of the Empire. It's all lost now after the parasite swallowed them up, though. Although he was inwardly surprised by the scope of Cho-hong's knowledge, he still continued on with his questions regardless. "So, What did Master Ian say?
Nothing much, really.
It's just that, this magic will interfere with a human's thought process and end up polluting their mind or something.
Aw. Arg, darn it, Cho Hong muttered out and roughly scratched her head.
In any case, the point of this story is, we can use the prepared countermeasures the geezer had made. But, he also said that it'll be tough to stop the pollution at the fundamental level. We gotta suppress our emotions as much as possible inside the forest, apparently. Cho Hong muttered softly, before cackling in a sinister manner. You should have seen Hugo's face back then.
Well, think about it for a sec.
With that personality of his, you think it's possible for him to control himself? It's not like you're any different. Wanna die?
Her voice suddenly turned cold.
Sol Jihu decided to immediately change the subject. In any case, the countermeasure against the magic itself is imperfect. That's what you're saying. What can we do? It's already pretty impressive to resist against mind manipulation magic, to begin with. By the way, aren't you going to sleep?
Perhaps she got tired of answering him. Cho Hong began complaining once more.
I've got lots on my mind and can't sleep.
And why would you have lots on your mind, level 1 brat?
Why did the royal family issue an order to scout this dangerous forest, for instance? That was a simple but logical question to ask. This expedition was formed in order to loot the grave goods within the tomb. But still, the pretext was the scouting mission issued by the royal family, after all. You're worried about some strange things. Those guys always act like that. Their eyes all bloodshot and the like, impatiently waiting and trying to reclaim their land as soon as possible. Cho Hong spoke with a rough tone of voice and didn't think too much about it. But for Sol Jihu, he simply couldn't overlook this matter. He couldn't be certain, but there must have been a deeper reason.
The reason for issuing a mission to scout the Forest of Denial. I should start sleeping soon, too.
Cho Hong energetically yawned and stretched her limbs before extending her rather healthy thigh and placing it over Sol Jihu's chest.
Take it down. Cho Hong began giggling. I don't wanna.
This lady has personally come to your tent for your protection and even kindly explained things to you. So shouldn't you tolerate this little thing, no? Sol Jihu tilted his head slightly. But, I thought you came here because of Master Ian? He then felt the leg perched on his chest tremble ever so imperceptibly. Was I wrong? Z's. You aren't that good at pretending to be asleep, you know. Quote. Sol Jihu giggled loudly.
Okay, I get it. Keep looking after me even in the future.
That prompted a grunt of kook to leak out from her, and then, bastard! Can't you just let it slide? Cho Hong pounced on him with a reddened face.
That night, Sol Jihu was able to fall asleep pretty quickly from the fatigue of fiercely wrestling with Cho Hong in the tent. Asterisk. The morning sun rose up.
After breakfast, the expedition quickly disbanded the overnight camp and finally stood ready in front of the Forest of Denial.
Since they decided to continue on, there was no need to wait around anymore.
Remember it well. My potions aren't the cure-all, and there are only a limited number of spells that can purify your corrupted state of mind. Before they entered the forest, Sol Jihu drank from a small vial handed out by Ian. This was one of the countermeasures the old magician had prepared. Well, he was an alchemist after all, and he was famous for his potion crafting as well. Emotions are highly contagious. The moment of one revealing one's emotions would serve as the perfect pretext for the effects to activate. And whether the people around you like it or not, they would be affected as well. The potion's taste wasn't so good. It felt like blocks of ice were filling him up from the tip of his toes all the way to his brain as soon as he drank it. Would this be how one might feel after forcibly stabilizing one's mind and body? His head felt a bit numb, but moving around wasn't affected, it seemed. I don't expect you to be completely emotionless or thinking of nothing all the time, but whatever happens in there, you must maintain a calm state of mind.
Along with the warnings of Ian, the expedition entered the forest while maintaining the previous formation. Although the sun was blazing overhead, the interior of the forest was dark and dim.
Trees tall enough to block out the sky did exactly that, blocking out the sunlight, and they cast a thick shade all over the greenery extending from the hill behind them. Sol Jihu focused only on the march. As soon as entering the forest, hot and stuffy air came in contact with his skin. The sensation of muddy ground beneath his feet got on his nerves for some reason, as the tall grasses and intertwining thickets continuously brushed past him. However, since he had no idea when the effects of the forest would attack him, he did his best to clear his mind. Others must have thought the same, since none of them bothered to say anything and continued to follow after Samuel's lead. The only sounds they heard were the calls of the birds, cries of unknown beasts from the distance, and the unseen flowing water. Suddenly, Samuel's steps came to a halt. Surprisingly, he wasn't looking down on the ground but at the sky.
More specifically, at one of the lush trees found within the forest. Dylan spoke up first.
"Samuel? What is it?" "It's a corpse." "What?" "There's a corpse hanging on the tree." Just as he said, there was something that resembled a huge plastic bag dangling on a tree. And it was a corpse missing its lower torso, its arms barely slung over the branch of a tree. The lower torso could not be found nearby, and 3-4 ropes coming out from the body turned out to be its entrails.
"I gotta investigate this. Anyone who can't handle it, look away." Samuel climbed up and cautiously retrieved the corpse. It was in the middle of decomposition, so the rotting stench was overpowering. Looks like its lower body was ripped apart by brute force. It's meaningless to loot the body at this rate. Closing parenthesis. Samuel studied the blackened and bloated face for a few moments before his expression crumpled unsightly. "Dylan.
Isn't this Khan?" "Khan? What do you mean?"
Dylan stopped surveying the vicinity and hurriedly ran over there.
And he spat out a groan after confirming it with his own eyes.
"Oh my gosh.
It is Khan. But why is Khan here?" Samuel was tilting his head this way and that, but then, his brows arched up quite suddenly.
Seeing this, Dylan went crap, inwardly.
There could be only one reason why Khan was out here. Let me be honest here.
I went to speak to Khan's team first before calling you.
They refused though. Still, they will definitely keep it as a secret.
This son of a bitch.
Samuel kicked the half-corpse and angrily roared out. "You fucking bastard! You try to pull a fast one like this?"
Whoa, man. Chill.
He's already dead. How could I calm down under the circumstances? This bastard, It was then.
Samuel, calm down.
Ian's call caused Samuel to flinch. Dylan quickly took several steps back and readied his crossbow. A short while later, Samuel raised his head fast and surveyed his surroundings, before his burning eyes landed squarely on Sol Jihu.
"Dylan. Punch him hard. It's fine to knock him out, too." Pow! Samuel flew away after being punched by a fist as big as a pot.
However, he was also an accomplished archer and thus didn't lose his consciousness.
Yuck. Although his expression crumpled in pain. "Calm down.
Do you wish to die?
Please, do what you can to stabilize your mind. I understand that you're angry, but Khan is already dead."
Dylan and Ian took turns to calm Samuel down. Samuel slowly rubbed his aching cheek before sucking in lots of air.
He repeated that 6 more times, before nodding his head.
"Are you all right now?"
"Yeah. I'm fine now."
"I showed you something uncool, didn't I?"
Samuel grabbed Dylan's hand and pulled himself up with a groan.
His eyes as he looked at Sol seemed a bit complicated for some reason. "It's a good thing that we didn't have to use the magic spell." "So, what did you want to deny just now?" Ian asked. Samuel hesitated for a bit, before replying in a small voice.
"I think I was denying my sexual orientation."
What was that?" "I can't be sure. This was my first time too, so."
"When I looked at that friend over there, I
suddenly got this desire to.
Samuel couldn't finish what he wanted to say.
Sol Ji-hoo swallowed down his saliva and sneakily took several steps back.
Meanwhile, Ian lightly patted Samuel's shoulder. Fine, fine. It wasn't anything bad.
If you've calmed down sufficiently, let's get back to what we're supposed to do, okay?
Samuel regained his calm bearing and quietly walked around the vicinity.
He stared at the ground for 1-2 minutes, before spitting out a lengthy groan. Chapter 54. The overall atmosphere wasn't so good. Quite some time had passed since the expedition had come to a stop, yet Dylan was maintaining his silence. An expression of unhappiness was writ large on Samuel's face.
Both of them were simply glaring at the blameless ground.
Since two archers acknowledged by the others as experienced and excellent were displaying roughly the same expressions, it was quite likely that something had gone terribly wrong. When the waiting time extended even further, Ian had no choice but to step up, although he didn't want to do so originally. Is there a problem? We found the traces of footprints that are definitely not human, but we can't figure out who they belong to yet.
Dylan replied in a straightforward manner.
Samuel too slowly shook his head. Now that the worst situation had come true, Ian was also displaying a crumpled expression. If both of you are not sure, would you mind telling me if there is something of note? I can't give you any guarantees, but because I've been virtually living inside the Royal Library for a long time, I ended up memorizing the unique characteristics of most monster species. Samuel found Ian's suggestion reasonable, so he shifted his gaze back to the ground. First of all, the length and the width of each footprint are quite large. The smallest is around 1.2 times bigger than an average human male's, and the biggest is around 1.5 times. A good chance it's a species with big physique, then. Anything else? The depths of each print are also substantial. It's not like the surface here is soft as it was back by the entrance of the forest, either.
And we can also see several strands of earth-colored fur as well.
Earth-colored, you say? Ian's brows quivered unsteadily. Are they light in color? Or are they dark? Light. Samuel swiped the ground with his index finger and nodded his head as if he was sure of it. And then? By any chance, are there 6 toes? No, I mean, 6 claw marks as well? Ian's question sounded rather urgent. The person who told them to stay calm couldn't keep his anxiety down at all. Pardon?
Yes, that's correct. I was about to tell you that just now.
Also, are there small but deep grooves somewhere in the prints? Like, a sharp object pierced the ground then pulled out, something like that? Samuel dazedly stared back at the magician. His face seemed to say, "Well, how did you know that?" Ian began biting his lips. Damn it, they are lioners. Excuse me? Quite unlike him, Dylan grandly flinched after hearing that. Lioners. The lioners? Samuel belatedly began frowning as well. But, that doesn't make sense. Why would lioners be here at the Forest of Denial? I also know that lioners don't live in the Forest of Denial, but call the mountain range on the other side their home. But that's not what's important, is it not? All the clues you found match the description of a lioner. And you actually discovered their trace right here. Looks like this expedition is now over. Dylan turned around as if to indicate that there was no point in going further forward, but Samuel remained hesitant. Samuel, let it go. Those bastards are well known for their wily smarts as hunters, never mind their expertise on cloaking their presence. Trying to fight them inside the Forest of Denial is complete madness. Even when Ian urged him with a desperate voice, Samuel continued to hesitate. Sol Ji-hoo wondered why he was wasting time like that when there was a clear danger waiting for them up ahead. Then, the youth recalled the conversation of the night before and that bitter smile on Samuel's face at the end of it, too. Sol Ji-hoo was about to activate 9 Eyes, but stopped himself. He needed to regulate his emotions, after all. He was not confident of maintaining his calm if he saw deep red or jet black color. Since Ian was doing his best to persuade Samuel, Sol Ji-hoo decided to wait for a bit longer.
But
we're almost there.
We've definitely gone past the entrance of the forest. Give me 1 hour. No, 30 minutes. I am confident in locating the tomb.
And besides, we should be able to handle 3 or 4 lioners if it comes down to that. Samuel couldn't simply let it go. Ian was frustrated, but he kept his cool and continued on with his words.
My friend.
Indeed, there are a few occasions where a lioner might act on its own, but most of the time they hunt in large packs. More importantly, an adult male lioner is capable of overwhelming a level 3 warrior, and it can fight on even ground against a level 4 warrior. That's not all. The pack's most important priority, the female lioner, might not necessarily participate in the battle, but, even then, it easily exceeds a level 4 warrior in strength. Additionally, the leader of the pack is a true, bona fide monster that can fight on equal footing against a level 5 warrior. Khan most likely died because of that thing. As soon as Khan was mentioned, Samuel sobered up. His inner conflict lasted only for a brief second. Samuel gritted his teeth and made an announcement. This expedition is officially over.
We are leaving the Forest of Denial right away, everyone. Ian nodded his head in relief after hearing Samuel's decision.
Sol Ji-hoo also let off a sigh of relief as well. Now that the decision had been made, their movements were swift.
We increase our pace. We will maintain this pace until we leave the forest, so do not fall behind.
His expression was dark but still, Samuel shouted out energetically and turned around. But, it happened then.
Thud! A weighty noise entered everyone's ears. Shortly after that, the sounds of the tall grasses rustling around, too.
Everyone in the expedition froze on the spot. They were already waiting for us? Ian spat out a rueful groan after realizing that it was already too late.
Sol Ji-hoo instinctively activated his 9 eyes. Red.
Immediate retreat recommended. Something that had been lying flat on the ground out in front slowly raised its body up.
Sol Ji-hoo's line of sight rose upwards to match the creature even before he realized it. The giant that silently rose up was a monster boasting the eyes of a predatory beast and the wild set of lion-like manes. Its height easily exceeded 3 meters with light earth-colored fur covering its entire frame. The muscles on the upper torso was developed evenly like that of a human being, but the lower torso resembled more of an animal, lean, but taut and firm. One eye-catching detail was a long scar extending from its chest all the way down to its belly. It was more or less fully healed now, but still, it seemed fresh.
It's the leader of the lioners. Ian spat out a long sigh.
The first lioner to reveal itself kicked the ground.
It ran as if it was flying and closed the distance in an instant, landing in front of the expedition with a loud boom. One could sense that the lioner in front of them was on a different level altogether from all the other monsters they had fought until now, simply from the aura it exuded. Shortly after that, HRRRRR. The lioner's vividly yellow eyes gleamed in a dangerous light before its chest expanded and its mouth opened up wide.
Roar!
A powerful roar so shrill that a specter could have made it reverberated throughout the forest.
Awk!
Sol Ji-hoo fell down on his knees after his senses were assaulted by the roar that tried to rip his flesh into pieces.
It wasn't only him.
There was no need to mention the 2 porters, as even Clara, Grace, and Alex fell down as well. Not only that, even Samuel and Chohong faltered.
And, no. His eardrums were numb.
His sight blurred and his consciousness became muddled.
What drove him even crazier was the fact that he so desperately wanted to deny something. Motus stabilitatum.
It was then, along with Ian's shouts, Sol's blurred sights cleared up in an instant. His mind felt more comfortable, and his consciousness sharpened as well. That was Sol Jihu muttered to himself and raised both of his hands. Some kind of shining powder strewn from above landed on his palms and seeped under his skin.
Tisk. I should have memorized at least one attack spell.
Ian lowered his staff and without a warning, got down on his knees. He then unfurled a scroll on the ground and opened his gown before pulling out a small potion bottle.
He quickly poured blue salt-like powder on the paper.
Alex too had recovered his wits and rapidly pulled out his crucifix and began mouthing a chant. "Hey, isn't that Khan's weapon?" Dylan spoke as he pointed with his crossbow loaded with a bolt. Just as he said, the Lioner leader was holding a black halberd in one hand. As it was held by a giant of a monster, it looked a little like a toy, but from a human's perspective, it looked plenty threatening still.
Ta-tang! Along with the sound of an explosion, the Lioner leader retreated while raising its arm.
There were 2 bolts stuck in its forearm, but none of them had penetrated too deeply. The black pupils contained within the narrowly opened eyes lowered slightly. The Lioner leader was staring deeply at the magician kneeling on the ground, not Dylan in front. Because it was a creature that didn't possess a high enough intelligence and thus remained faithful to its instincts, it was able to sense that the one responsible for reviving the prey on the verge of collapsing was that human. HRRRRRR. As soon as it spat out growling noises, other Lioners hiding left and right revealed themselves one by one. 3 on the left, and 4 on the right. They all carried humans' weapons and slowly trudged closer to the expedition. They were all smaller than the leader, but none of them were shorter than 2 meters in height.
Fick me.
9 Lioners, huh? Just what the hell is wrong with this damn forest? The lamentation was kept to a minimum. Sol Jihu realized that the combatants of the expedition had circled around him already.
I'll take on the one in front.
Hugo, Clara, take the left. Samuel and Grace, the right. We need to hold on until Master Ian is done with his spell. Dylan issued simple instructions and slowly stepped forward. And as soon as the other 4 also pounced forward, the team's counterattack had begun for good. With loud battle cries, humans and monsters clashed. Dylan fired his crossbow, and the leader of Lioners used an explosive turn of speed to close the gap and swung the black halberd down. It looked as if it had cleaved Dylan in 2, but in the end, it simply slammed down on the ground instead. Meanwhile, he had circled to the rear of the Lioner, pulled out a dagger sheathed in his belt, and slashed at the monster's muscular thigh. HRRRRRR. The surprised monster angrily tried to swat him away. However, Dylan again vanished from the spot and reappeared to the creature's side.
Ta-tang! Ta-ta-tang!
He rapidly fired 5 bolts in quick succession. All of them were accurately aimed at the vital spots of the monster, but the Lioner reflexively crouched and protected itself.
Of course, it still couldn't avoid getting hit on the arms and the legs.
As if it got pissed off, the Lioner leader began swinging the halberd indiscriminately. Quang! 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 Each of the hit was heavy enough to rock the ground, but none of them found the mark. Dylan easily evaded them all, took some distance, and continued to fire his bolts.
Maybe we can.
Sol Jihu grew hopeful.
Although Dylan was unable to damage the Lioner critically, he thought the group might win if the battle persisted in this fashion.
However, in the next moment, he wound up flinching. He noticed the Lioner leader stealing glances in his direction.
It was as if it was being mindful of something.
Hang on a minute.
What if that monster ignored Dylan and rushed over here?
As if to do exactly that, the Lioner leader turned its body towards Sol Jihu. However, its expression crumpled after Chohong stood in its way. Sol Jihu spat out a sigh of relief.
He was wondering why Chohong hadn't entered the fray, but as it turned out, she was their keeper.
Dylan could concentrate freely only because she was protecting this area.
Hey!
Chohong suddenly talked to him. Don't be scared and stick close by me. This Nuna will definitely protect you. Sol Jihu thought about arguing the logic behind that statement but shifted his gaze away after noticing Cho-hong quickly alternating her gaze to her right and left.
Hugo was swinging that battle axe of his with everything he had. He was madly attacking the lioners, but as he was surrounded by 4 of them, his wounds kept on piling up.
Clara was continuously firing her arrows, but none of them could penetrate the thick hide of her targets and simply bounced away, meaning she was not much of a help at all. The situation on the right was even worse than left. The battle hadn't been long, yet Grace's shield lay on the ground, broken. She was precariously hanging on with a single longsword. If it weren't for Samuel crazily throwing whatever throwing daggers he had on him, she would have turned into a tenderized slab of meat a while ago. The flow of the battle looked very unfavorable at the moment. Dylan was holding the upper hand somehow, but the situation on either side was not so good. If one side collapsed, then the ensuing situation would be pretty obvious for anyone to see.
Auk!
A sudden scream from the side caused Sol Jihu to reflexively circulate his mana. A crisis finally happened. Grace inexplicably tossed her longsword away, grasped her head, and screamed. It would be hard to control one's emotions during a serious life-or-death battle. And because of that, the effects of the forest of denial had taken over her mind.
On the flip side, this was the perfect opportunity for the lioners.
Just as they extended their weapons towards Grace rolling around on the ground, Alex shouted something out and reached out with his left hand.
Wuong!
A thin, semi-transparent barrier formed around Grace.
It truly had appeared at the right time.
All the attacking weapons got reflected away. God damn it! Why don't you help me out here too? Hugo cried out in a dissatisfied voice. Alex calmly reached out with his left hand again.
Lushu, Lu, Luxuria. The 4 lioners attacking Hugo suddenly stopped moving.
Seizing upon this chance, Hugo swung his axe at the neck of one of his enemies, and a long line of blood flew in the air. Finally, one had been felled, but Hugo was already full of wounds. His once shiny armor was dented and crushed, while blood continued to stream down from his numerous wounds. For a short while, the light of indecision flickered within Alex's eyes. He chanted another spell, and Hugo's body began emitting a bright light, as his sluggish movements regained some speed. However, his crucifix turned into dust right away. Alex didn't even have enough time to feel the pain of losing his precious item and shifted his gaze to the right. The protective barrier was about to shatter.
Cho-hong!
Dylan called out to Cho-hong and stood in between the lioner leader and the expedition team. The bastard resembled a hedgehog with all the bolts poking out from its body, but it still looked pretty much fine.
Meanwhile, Cho-hong was already on the move. Her long hair whipped about as she ran to the right. She ran like a streak of lightning and swung her mace at the back of the monster's head as it concentrated on breaking the barrier. Pow! A fountain of blood exploded and one more lioner keeled over. The remaining 3 spun around to face her, and as if they had a prior arrangement, began attacking her simultaneously. She got into a defensive position and raised her empty left arm. Thud! 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 A longsword, an axe and a spear were all deflected away in that order. In the empty air, on her left arm, a white shield could be seen. A divine spell? Cho-hong's feet left a pair of long grooves on the ground as she was pushed back, but she was not wounded at all. Samuel! Throw them off and get back here. She displayed swift footwork and approached her enemies in a zigzag pattern, before spinning in a half-moon orbit and swung her mace. She didn't just jump into their midst but made sure to circle around them and bought as much time as possible. While Cho-hong attracted the aggro of all 3 monsters, Samuel dragged Grace away. The flow of the battle that could have tilted the wrong way stabilized once more with Cho-hong's participation. What am I supposed to do now? After circulating for dozens of times, both of Sol Jihu's mana and circuit had been warmed up properly now, and they felt boiling hot. His 9 eyes still returned the color red. He wanted to fight together with them. He didn't want to be protected all the time.
However, he was not in a position to make a move carelessly. Didn't he agree not to mindlessly jump into the battle before coming here? It wasn't only that, either. With Cho-hong taking over for Grace, there was no keeper anymore. She didn't have a choice in the matter, but at this rate, both the magician and the priest wouldn't even be able to put up a resistance and die if there happened to be a sneak attack.
For the time being,
Sol Jihu made up his mind.
He put the heavy bag down and pulled out his spear.
Both Dylan, still busy contending against the Lioner leader, and Alex, still desperately chanting out the next spell, glanced at Sol Jihu. They didn't say anything. After all, the current situation was dangerous enough to ask even a level 1 to do something. It was then
Ian finished what he was doing and finally stood up from his spot.
His entire face was soaked in sweat, so much so that even his lengthy beard was dripping wet.
On the ground, there were 5 unfurled scrolls.
There were intricate geometric shapes drawn on them with a blue salt-like powder.
Haweep!
Ian's eyes opened up wide.
All 5 scrolls suddenly burned away and blue grains emitted bright light beams.
They then rose up to the air in a helix starting from the left side, before the rotation picked up speed and shapes formed from the 5 spirals. Their final forms were 5 spears made of ice. Resembling a stalactite found in a limestone cave or some such, the sharp blue spears began spinning crazily like a power drill. Ian raised his staff up and loudly cried out,
Arc Ce Acedia. Ice spears exploded forward as if they were catapulted off from a rubber band pulled back to the limit. 2 spears to the right, 2 to the left, and the last one, to the front.
As soon as those ice spears flew off to their targets, pathetic cries resounded out from here and there.
The monster with its head pierced through died instantly.
There was one that managed to cover its vital spots, but still, its arms and the lower torso had been penetrated. Unfortunately for them, the penetration was not the end but just the beginning of their troubles. The ice spears penetrating the flesh gradually disappeared as if they were getting absorbed by their hosts. As they got smaller and smaller, layers of ice covered more and more of the Lioner's flesh. In the end, even the Lioner leader fell down on one knee. It was not spared either, as one of its shins with the ice spear lodged in it was gradually being taken over by the blue ice at the moment. It had been paying close attention to the magician, but it couldn't shake off the archer and ended up getting hit like this. The flow of the battle had changed drastically now. 2 monsters had died in an instant, while 3 of them had received mortal wounds as well. That was including the Lioner leader, as well. Dylan would never miss a chance like this one. Don't give them a chance to rest.
Kill them all. He quickly took a greater distance away while taking off the crossbow attached to his arm.
He then pulled out his massive longbow. His main class was the arch shooter, a sniper.
So, this is a magician.
Sol Jihu had been watching anxiously, but after seeing this new development, he inwardly let out a cry of admiration. With good timing, Alex also completed his divine spell, and that allowed the dangerously tottering Hugo to regain his balance. Sol Jihu clenched his fist tightly.
We can do this.
The best proof of this was the color of his 9 eyes changing from red to orange.
Who are?
What? Sol Jihu's eyes opened widely. The moment that Lioner leader roared, the forest that briefly changed back to orange reverted back to crimson red. But why? Sure, their situation hadn't become truly advantageous yet, but compared to before, it was definitely for the better. Both Cho-hong and Samuel worked together to suppress the enemies, and with Alex's support, Hugo should be able to endure until the end of the battle, too. More importantly, Dylan had pulled the string of his longbow to the absolute max and was aiming at the Lioner leader. Simply taking one look at all the arcs of electricity buzzing around the arrowhead told how dangerous this attack would be. If struck, the best one could hope for would be a mortal injury. However, the eyes of the lioner leader, even as it stared at this arrow, was drawing a confident, mocking grin. "It's laughing?" Just as Dylan let loose the string, Sol Jihu formed a frown.
The lioner leader crouched and bared its fangs.
At the same time, the youth felt a creepy, chilly air tickle by his neck.
Peetst.
Sol Jihu witnessed the arrow of electricity penetrate the lioner leader and hurriedly spun around to look behind him. Right then, he spotted yet another lioner without a set of manes leaping up from its hiding place and rapidly closing the distance. The pack's most important priority, the female lioner, might not necessarily participate in the battle, but Ian's words rapidly popped up in his mind. "Above you!" Sol Jihu cried out as if he lost his mind. Dylan shifted his head slightly, only for his jaw to drop. Hugo, who was enduring with all his might, started frowning even deeper. Samuel and Chohong, who managed to kill one more lioner through their combined efforts, began freaking out too. Despair filled the faces of Ian and Alex. As if it had been aiming precisely for this moment, the eyes of the lioner crossing the air gleamed coldly. As the monster pulled back the axe held in its hands, getting ready to chop down, Sol Jihu suddenly found himself trapped in this strange sensation. During this short period of time, everything he took in had slowed down to a crawl. "What am I doing?" He felt dizzy now as if he was drunk.
"I should be dodging."
His gut lurched painfully. "I do? Really?" All sorts of emotion swept past in his heart. The front locks of his hair danced in the air. Only then did Sol Jihu realize that he was running to the front.
He knew he shouldn't have done that.
Yet, his body moved on its own.
"Sol!" The voice of shocked Alex grew further away.
The boiling hot mana inside him circulated fiercely. It crashed all over his body with the force of violent storm waves. Quote! Quote.
The slow-moving world suddenly reverted back to normal.
And in that moment, his breathing stopped from the powerful fear.
"I want to live." Sweat seeped into his eyes and it stung. "I don't want to die."
His muscles were freezing up from the blades of winds slicing into his flesh. This was the terror of death he was feeling for the second time in his life. Sol Jihu grasped the spear shaft tightly.
He gritted his teeth and glared at the descending monster.
He had been simulating thousands of times and practiced tens of thousands of times more back in the neutral zone.
"I can. All of those, exactly for moments like this." "Do it."
In the next moment,
"You-wah!" Sol Jihu finally succeeded in straightening his arms that wanted to shrink back instead.
And so, the axe falling fast and hard as if to split apart the world and the spear smoothly gliding upwards collided in the middle of the way. Chapter 55.
Sol Jihu saw the blade of the axe.
That was the end. The moment they collided, a terrible mixture of disorienting noise rang around his ear canals, and his vision rapidly blackened. The back of his nose felt stingy and hot for some reason. The other sensations he perceived simply disappeared. The metallic screech could no longer be heard.
He couldn't sense being cut, either.
It was as if the time had been cut off.
But that only lasted for a brief moment.
Quote. The horrendous pain came knocking belatedly.
Hoo-wak.
If he could, he would have screamed loud enough to tear his vocal cords. However, the serious, crippling pain did not permit him to open his mouth. Could this be described as the pain felt from his blood flowing in reverse? It sure felt like all his bones had shattered and his flesh had exploded into bits. The sensation of his shoulder muscles being shredded and torn into pieces was a pain on another dimension, a torture that could not be put into mere words. What made him feel even more despair was the fact that he could not feel anything in both of his arms. Not like he couldn't move his arms. No. It was more like, they didn't even exist in the first place. He even ended up thinking that his arms must have been ripped off from the force of the collision. I shouldn't have stepped up. Regrets rushed in belatedly. If he was hired as a porter, he should have quietly stayed back. Why did he have to step up here? Did I die?
He only now noticed that the surroundings had become silent as well.
Everything was deafening, as if he was listening underwater.
Was he going deaf, or did he die?
Sol Ji-hoo was thinking as such, but then, he realized something was amiss. If he was really dead, then he shouldn't be feeling pain. Since he was feeling it, then quote exclamation mark.
His mind sobered up in an instant. His eyes shot open wide.
The first thing he saw was a huge axe. It was so close that it nearly touched his eyeballs. As a matter of fact, he could even pick up on the subtle tremor of the blade. His two arms, the ones he figured would have been broken at the bare minimum, were still attached to his shoulders. The shaft of the spear he held with both of his hands was pressed against the axe and stopped it from falling any further.
Sol Ji-hoo's expression became dazed. Even though he was the one doing this, his expression indicated his own disbelief.
Even though his shoulders felt like they'd shatter any time soon, and his arms trembled as if he'd drop the spear even at the merest hint of a prod. But if there was something no one could take away from him today, then that would be that he was still standing up resolutely and resisting bitterly. This was a critical moment where a single mistake could lead to the annihilation of the expedition. However, Sol Ji-hoo succeeded in defending against a rather complacent attack that nevertheless came at him without a warning. HRRRR? It hadn't ended yet, though. The distance between him and the monster was close enough. It was taken by surprise from his sudden intrusion, but the female lioner knew that the human in front was no match to it. Indeed, he was so weak that if it increased its strength by a bit more, he'd be trampled underfoot. And so, the hands grabbing the axe issued a squeezing noise as the monster increased its strength.
Just a little bit more, trample on the human, and then…
Ooh! Sol Ji-hoo spat out a groan as the pressure increased by another level. The joy of survival he felt lasted only for a split second. The sensation of the cold blade pressing against his forehead could be felt now. Blood trickled down and pooled around his eyes. As his sights reddened, thoughts of surrendering entered his mind. The thoughts whispered that it was a miracle that he had endured until now, that resisting any more was impossible, that he'd die for real this time. The moment those thoughts entered his mind, the emotions that had been quietly submerged below suddenly and violently lashed back. He felt like he was yanked out and placed back on the solid ground after he was descending ever deeper beneath the bottomless sea. But why? Did he jump to conclusions and give up already? It wasn't as if he had pulled out everything he could just yet. Kook! He grasped the spear shaft with even more strength. His palms must have been torn because they hurt like crazy, but he didn't care about them. His glare landing at the enemy sharpened by a notch. The acceptance of the end he felt changed to determination of not wanting to end things just yet. The thoughts of giving up, telling him any more of this was impossible, changed to an ardent wish telling him not to give up. And finally, the despair telling him he couldn't do it changed to hope of him actually doing it. Sol Ji-hoo's eyes, once trapped in blurriness and uncertainty, regained their shine the moment he began denying all the negative thoughts in his head.
Kaya. He took in a deep, deep breath, and Kayak. He summoned every little bit of strength and circulated every drop of mana throughout his body.
The hidden power he had never felt before gushed up from deep within himself.
The overwhelming and boiling hot energy rushing out like the tidal waves concentrated on his arms.
The spear began buzzing with strange humming. His face reddened. All his muscles ballooned up, and his veins bulged taut almost to the point of bursting apart.
Grit!
Sol Ji-hoo gritted his teeth and slowly raised his arms higher. It was at this moment that others around him could see it, the scene that completely defied all common sense. If one were to get more specific, then
Ki-yua?
It was the scene of Sol Ji-hoo's spear slowly forcing up the female lioner's axe. The axe that touched his face was pushed up above his head. Then ever so slowly, it rose up higher and higher in the air. The female lioner too was giving everything it had, the proof being its arms holding the axe trembling violently. However, even then, the weapon was rising up agonizingly slowly as if he was lifting heavy weights. Facing against the never-before-seen power that continued to grow stronger, the female lioner's eyes began showing signs of panic for the first time ever. It was then, Sol Jihu's body tilted out of balance for a moment. The reason for that was simple. It was because the female lioner could not withstand anymore and took several steps back. That was right, it had retreated. And the result from that were the looks of disbelief etched on the faces of the members of the expedition, as well as on the leader lioner as it fell with an arrow penetrating through it. This was an event that shouldn't have happened, and the sight they witnessed completely broke their common sense. Although it was only for a short moment, a level 1 warrior not only managed to pressure a monster that was reputedly stronger than a level 4 warrior, but he even forced it away as well.
I need to stab it.
As soon as he lost his goal, his target, all of his strength abandoned him.
His legs gave up on him, and his knees fell to the floor.
A sense of enervation had overtaken his entire body.
All he could do was endure like this without collapsing to the ground.
The female lioner instinctively raised the axe up high the moment it saw Sol Jihu on the ground, his breath in disarray. It knew that it had to kill the magician, but the fear it felt just now rang alarm bells in its head, saying that this human male had to die first.
Peetst.
In that next moment, a single line of electricity closed in like a blade of light and sliced off the female lioner's right hand. The axe fell helplessly to the ground, and the female lioner cried out in a sorrowful, pained whimper. Sol Jihu watched on with a dazed face but felt a huge hand slapping him in the back out of the blue.
Kook. Good boy. Good, very good.
When did he come? The always calm Dylan was grinning very happily and very toothily.
Ah ha ha ha.
After that, he felt someone lightly rub the top of his head. Cho-hung walked past him and looked at him for a moment or two before she laughed out jovially as well.
You-ha, ah ha ha ha. Samuel roared in laughter like a madman and slapped Sol Jihu's shoulder as he went past the youth.
These guys?
He was already half dead from his aching body here.
Why do you walk? Sol Jihu was about to shout out, "Why do you keep hitting me?" But then, Hugo cried out first.
You walk.
Hugo cried out again as if the emotions he couldn't control rushed in, and his face showed a mixture of excitement, pure joy, and extreme happiness. Sol Jihu stared like an idiot at Hugo as the big guy energetically grasped his axe that had been hanging on precariously until now. The youth then suddenly felt someone tightly hugging his neck next. It was Alex.
Well done. Really well done.
Alex shouted with a highly elated voice, and at the rate he was going, he might even start kissing the youth as well. Sol put his life on the line and created this opportunity for us. Dylan spoke, failing to disguise his own excitement. There are only a few of them left.
Kill them all. Woo!
Sol Jihu's good fight encouraged the members of the expedition, and they all pounced forward with renewed fighting spirit. Soon enough, the forest of denial was filled with the sounds of weapons clashing and the cries of the lioners.
The battle had come to an end pretty soon after that.
It was correct to say that the outcome of the battle had been decided the moment the female lioner's sneak attack had failed. The lioner leader schemed to have both the magician and the priest killed and thus turn the battle in their favor. However, the interference from Sol Jihu was not within its calculations.
Although none had died, the expedition didn't have any time to enjoy the well-earned rest.
As soon as the battle came to an end, Ian used yet another, motus stabilitatum, spell he had memorized, and then, they all had to drink one more bottle of that unknown medicine as well. Only after they got to calm themselves down from the excitement of the battle did the members of the expedition find some time to organize themselves properly. Alex basically stayed next to Hugo, who had received the most injuries out of all of them, and continued to chant divine magic. Meanwhile, the others simply made do with healing potions. While Dylan, Samuel, and Ian exchanged opinions with grave faces, others went around retrieving the armaments Lioners had dropped.
Lioners tended to never leave the area they designated as their homes.
So, the incident of a pack containing a leader class and a female to boot making their way this far into the Forest of Denial was not something they could overlook. Of course, the problem was that they couldn't figure out the reason why these creatures that usually lived at the mountain range beyond the forest decided to come this far in the first place. Ian thought for a while before slowly opening his mouth. It's like reading about the barbarian invasion during the migration period back on Earth. Pardon me? Dylan replied in confusion at the sudden mention of European history.
Ian just shook his head. No, don't mind me. It's nothing but speculation at this point anyway.
Right, I'll take full responsibility and report this matter to the royal family as soon as we get back. It was unwise to delay a problem they couldn't solve. Ian thought like that and shifted his gaze over to Samuel.
And, as for the expedition, I'd like to continue on if it's okay with you.
Samuel spoke as if he was waiting for this moment. It's definitely nearby. As it's not a tomb shrouded in secrecy, the chance of it being hidden is really low. If I fail to find it in 1 hour, no, 30 minutes, then we'll stop right away and go back. Rather than him being blinded by greed, he sounded far more desperate than anything else. Ian sighed out softly and looked at Dylan. What are your thoughts? Dylan organized his thoughts first and spoke. How many times can you cast that spell?
2 more times. I still have enough potions though. In that case, maybe 1 hour is doable.
Since we have taken care of the Lioners, there are no immediate dangers facing us, too.
And more importantly, no one died today.
But, with Alex having lost his artifact and Soul's main weapon now broken, we have to consider our weakened overall fighting force as well. That friend's weapon did what? That's what I heard. Dylan shifted his gaze to Soul Jihu, who was dispiritedly picking up the shards of his shattered spear from the ground.
Cho Hong was doing her best to console him while following him around.
As soon as the fight ended and he withdrew his mana, cracks formed on the spear shaft and it shattered into hundreds of small pieces. Well, it did receive some serious impact back then, didn't it? Ian muttered to himself and then tilted his head slightly. Something felt odd here. If it snapped in half, sure, but for the spear to shatter apart like that? But, when he thought about it, it was already beyond the realm of common sense for the spear and its wielder to defend against and overwhelm the female Lioner, albeit only for a brief moment. If it wasn't for that friend over there, I would be dead meat by now. My apologies.
I didn't expect another one to appear from behind us.
Samuel hurriedly offered his apology, prompting Ian to chuckle out in a jovial manner. It's fine, even I didn't expect the female to jump into the fray. Even you, Master Ian?
The ratio of sexes among Lioners greatly favors males.
That is why the pack would protect every female born among their midst with everything they have. They may be born with amazing combat prowess, but they rarely participate in battles. Well, in any case. Ian rubbed his beard before forming a refreshing smile. If you agree to do me a favor, I will agree to continue on as well. A favor, you say? Ian lowered his voice and whispered. Samuel smiled brightly and nodded his head.
All right, let's do that.
I was actually thinking the same thing.
Well, then.
Let's go. The 3 men approached Soul Jihu. Ian bent down and picked up a piece of the shattered spear on the way, and a flash of understanding flickered in his eyes.
Oh ho!
This spear was loaded with magic, huh?
Soul Jihu looked behind him.
He was trying his best to look not too dejected, but he still failed to fully disguise his disappointment. Did you buy this back in the neutral zone? It wasn't an outstanding magic or anything, but looks like it can reduce the impact force by a bit.
Was that the reason why you were able to withstand the attack?
In truth, it was more correct to say that the spear was damaged from the inside after being unable to withstand Sol Jihu's mana. Of course, Ian made an incorrect assumption because he did not know of Sol Jihu's mana stat being at an absurd level of high intermediate. After all, Sol Jihu was only a level 1.
Whatever the case may have been,
it was a big matter to Sol Jihu. He had purchased the most expensive spear available in the neutral zone after giving it much consideration, yet it had broken before he had the chance to properly use it. He was doing his best to suppress his emotions because of the forest of denial, but seriously speaking, he was feeling really embittered at the moment. As Sol Jihu's shoulders drooped further on, Ian coughed to clear his throat and signaled with his eyes.
Samuel took a step closer and lightly patted the youth on his back.
"Don't be too depressed, okay?
I brought you 2 pieces of good news."
For now, we decided to carry on with the expedition. If my thoughts are correct, then we should find the tomb pretty soon.
Okay. And well, there might be an excellent spear waiting to be found inside that tomb.
No, it doesn't matter even if that's not the case. If we sell a couple of grave goods we find inside, you'd be able to buy several great spears.
Sol Jihu nodded his head while stewing in great confusion.
A porter had no right to demand the rights to possess any artifact found during an expedition.
In other words, from his perspective, there was not much difference whether the expedition went ahead or not.
So, what could be the good news?
And also,
Samuel picked up the bag next to the youth and called out to the local residents. He was already feeling rather unhappy at the two of them not doing anything and dumping all the luggage on Sol Jihu's shoulders anyway. Samuel entrusted the bag to the 2 porters and looked back at Sol Jihu with a wink. Sol Jihu stared at this with a dazed expression before his complexion brightened noticeably. He finally figured out the reason behind Samuel's actions.
For real? Of course. Not only me, but both Master Ian and Dylan also agree.
More importantly, if we don't acknowledge the warrior who managed to defend against a female lioner as one of the members of the expedition, then how can we even think about acknowledging anyone else? He wasn't just saying those things. He actually meant them. What Sol Jihu had achieved was something even Grace, a level 3, would not be able to do.
But you gotta prepare yourself, fella.
Samuel wrapped his arm around Sol Jihu's shoulders and formed a teasing smile. Since we're still in the middle of an expedition, we're holding ourselves back, but as soon as we get out of this place, you'll definitely be bombarded by our questions. There are so many things we're curious about. Sol Jihu didn't mind stuff like that. For the time being, he was just really happy about being recognized as a member of the expedition, something he so wished for since this whole thing started.
Of course, he couldn't express that happiness, as they were still inside the forest of denial.
Shortly afterwards, Samuel announced the level 1 warrior as the new participant to the expedition and came up with a new formation. However, nothing major had changed. The only difference being, Sol Jihu's position now had been shifted to the left, right next to Chohong. Once they were done with preparations, the expedition resumed their march. And around 20 minutes later, Samuel found the spot where the tomb was, as he promised. Chapter 56. Just as Samuel had suspected it, the tomb was not hidden. In fact, they almost ended up walking past what looked like a large hill, but the experienced eyes of the Pathfinder still managed to accurately grasp the parts added by the human hands. A long time had passed by and the tomb had almost become one with nature. However, the 4 passageways and rusted steel doors they eventually found hidden around this hill clearly proved that this was not a simple mound of dirt but an actual tomb. Now that I think about it, this whole area is rather strange. As soon as Ian said those words, the attentions of everyone immediately fell on him. As one of the main actors who enabled this expedition to the Forest of Denial, every word he said carried heavy weight. Also, when recalling the fact that he dissuaded Samuel when the younger man wished to continue on with the expedition just before the battle against the Lioners broke out, it was obvious that he wished to save as many lives as he could.
Ah.
I wasn't saying that in a bad way, so relax yourselves. Ian lightly waved his hand about, and the relief came washing over the members of the expedition.
Well, it's like… what should I say here, I wonder?
I can't be too sure, and that was why I haven't said anything until now, but… Ian carefully reorganized his thoughts and only then did he speak up. Actually, I've been feeling more comfortable in my chest and my head starting from a short while ago. The closer we get to this tomb, the effects of this forest seem to soften more and more.
No.
It feels as if the magic itself is surrounding the tomb, with it in the dead center. Paradise was a world where one's gut feelings held very little value. If there was an end result, then there should be a cause for it. Thus, people preferred truth formed from actual, tangible pieces of information rather than simple feelings and baseless assumptions. This was especially so for archers. It was utterly forbidden for them to speak up about their gut feelings at all. However, Ian was a magician. Of course, magicians also tried to keep the attitude of searching for the logical explanations in everything, but unlike archers, they weren't really forbidden from speaking their minds most of the time. Not to forget, Ian was an earthling famed for his scope of knowledge. There would be a reason for him choosing to open his mouth here, even if it was an unimportant matter. After I discovered the existence of a tomb inside the Forest of Denial, I began theorizing that this burial site could be the source of all the disasters taking place in this area. I thought that a powerful, horrifying resentment of the dead had become a curse enveloping this land. But, you said it's not a curse, but a magic spell.
That's right, Samuel.
By any chance, do you know who is buried in this tomb? Samuel shook his head.
According to the written history found in the royal library, it's supposedly a beautiful last-born daughter of a noble family, who used to enjoy great acclaim once upon a time before their influences waned a great deal.
And she was even chosen as a saintess after her death, too. A saintess, you say? Let me correct you on one thing first. The meaning of a saintess from that era is rather different from what we are familiar with. How should I say this? It's more of a symbolic gesture than anything else. Ian lightly coughed to clear his throat and slowly carried on with the tale. This is a tale from several centuries ago. The owner of this tomb suffered a tragic fate of being sacrificed in a politically arranged marriage. Of course, such marriages were a common practice back then, but the issue was with her husband-to-be. Did he hit her and abuse her or something?
When Hugo asked, Ian shook his head.
There was no record of him being violent. Only that, he was struck by a deadly illness and was on the brink of passing on. Now, why would anyone send off their daughter to marry a guy like that? Why? Because they had reached upon a mutual understanding.
Isn't it rather obvious why a ruined noble household would marry off their last-born daughter as if they were selling her off?
Hugo's expression showed how confused he was.
On the flip side, the noble family of husband to be located in this remote backwoods would have schemed to earn big from this marriage.
Even if they had been in decline, the past glories would still remain as glories, after all.
And, also,
by any chance, was that husband the only child? Sol Jihu asked after quietly listening to the tale. Ian's eyes opened up wider, before a smile formed on his lips. That's correct. When their only son was on the brink of death, they would have been in a great hurry for a new heir to appear. That would have been the only way to ensure that the bloodline would continue on.
And so, they bulldozed ahead with the wedding ceremony, but…
Ian seemed rather sorrowful as he spoke. Somewhat coincidentally, the husband ended up dying as soon as the wedding ceremony had been concluded. Indeed, he died even before the important goal of continuing on the bloodline had been met.
That's a bit cruel for a coincidence.
That lady's fate had been unlucky, you could say. However, from there on, The tale diverges quite noticeably between the official records and the unofficial one. Ian continued on. The official history is actually quite short. Even though they could not share their wedding night together, the lady volunteered to follow after her husband to the grave. And the empire applauded her desire to keep her chastity and integrity, and thus made her saintess so that she could serve on as an ideal example to others. Hugo's expression crumpled unsightly. What the hell? Did they bury her alive? Technically speaking, indeed they have. What a bunch of crazy fuckers. Why would they do something like that? You shouldn't try to understand the culture of that era with our thought process. The title of saintess must have been used in that kind of meaning back then.
Even then. Hugo, I agree that such a thing is inhumane.
However, our own history back on Earth is just as ripe with such cruelty. What would the people of paradise think when they learn about the ancient Earth's custom of offering human sacrifices? When Ian spoke with a serious tone of voice, Hugo had no choice but to close his mouth shut. Now, the tale found in the unofficial history is completely different. It's the exact opposite, actually. The lady refused to be entombed, but the noble family of the husband utilized oppressive means to bury her in here. Right until the moment she was placed in the casket, she violently resisted and hurled insults and all sorts of curses, her words filled with resentment and hatred. Sol Jihu frowned and asked,
"Did the woman's family not do anything? Looks that way."
Although it was nothing more than a symbolic gesture, having a saintess in your family would have been a huge honor back then. Ian continued on, sounding more assured now. As I've said earlier, I assumed that the ill effects of this forest were due to that lady's curses. However, only half of my thoughts proved to be correct. Without a doubt, the lady's resentment lingers, but the noble families also acted in a very careful manner as well. A careful manner, as in. The official history doesn't have any more records concerning this event, but the unofficial one does have one more additional paragraph. 3 months later, the empire's renowned sage, who also happened to be a magician, came to visit the forest where the husband and wife were lying together, at the behest of the two noble families. Sol Jihu in his quick head figured it out right away and he leaked out a soft gasp. My tale has become drawn out somewhat, but I can finally give my answer. I now believe that the effects of the Forest of Denial is actually from the defensive magic that Sage had come up with. An everlasting spell that would protect the two families from the resentment of the lady. Ian shrugged his shoulders. If that sage was aiming to deny the lady's resentments and help her attain the state of nirvana, so to speak, then I have to acknowledge how well thought out this magic is.
Of course, I can't be 100% sure of it. It'll always remain as a theory until fully proven, after all. Still.
Ian suddenly lowered his voice. Don't forget this.
If even half of my theory turns out to be spot on, then.
His expression turned grave as he stared at the tomb. The most dangerous place in the entire Forest of Denial should be inside of that tomb. Sol Jihu rubbed his arms after hearing that chilling announcement.
I guess we should find out.
Dylan opened his mouth after listening to the tale without saying a word.
I'm not going to suppress my emotions here.
If the effects of the forest don't manifest after a while, then one of your theories should be proven correct, Master Ian.
Ian nodded his head.
Let us try it. However, be careful.
Asterisk.
They spent some time near the tomb, but the effects of the Forest of Denial did not manifest. If it were only one person, sure, it could be chalked down to coincidence, but when several people also stopped suppressing their emotions and no strange thoughts entered their head, it ended up strengthening Ian's suppositions greatly. Of course, the fact that the effects of the forest no longer threatening them was a good thing, but from what Ian said, it was not exactly something to celebrate yet, either. If this expansive magic was indeed protection, then just how strong could be the resentment gathering and festering inside that tomb?
Nothing's easy, huh?
Sol Jihu could only lament inwardly. He had been thinking that, even though it was called an expedition, it should not be too different from what he had experienced so far. He'd just go a bit further away, fighting some monsters, find some sort of historical ruins, achieve results and get the heck out of there. That's what he thought. However, the gap between his thoughts and the actual reality proved to be enormous. Did this situation qualify to be called a misfortune on top of another? Right after they scaled the mountain called Lioners, they had to face an even bigger danger.
Of course, nothing had happened so far, but still.
Sol Jihu activated his 9 eyes, and began chewing on his lips ferociously. Out of everything around him, only the tomb was in the shade of pitch black. After he had regained his ability, this would be the second time seeing that color. The escape immediately, warning. This can't be right.
Samuel frowned slightly after walking around the entrance to the tomb.
Chohong approached him. And what can't be right?
The entrance. What about the entrance? I see some traces.
Seriously? What kind of traces?
When Chohong expressed her irritation, Samuel smacked his lips. He seemed a bit dumbfounded at the moment. Looks like Khan's team also discovered this tomb. I'm sure of it.
The traces match what I found while coming here.
Wait a second. Wait. Chohong quickly summoned the rest of the expedition over.
As soon as everyone had gathered, Samuel began his explanation.
The traces entering and leaving are still visible to the eye.
But there is a noticeable difference between the two, and that would be the ones leaving were in a great hurry.
It's as if they were being chased out. Looks like they escaped while risking their lives and split up to everywhere. That is strange.
Dylan reconfirmed as well, and the uncertainty was written large on his expression. If I haven't seen it wrong, the leader of the Lioners was carrying around Khan's weapon, was it not? He didn't see wrong there. All the armaments collected after the battle were nestling quietly inside the bags carried by the porters, after all. However, Khan's team found the tomb, entered it, got chased out and split up to everywhere in order to escape. They were not killed by the Lioners then?
I don't know. It's possible that they were hunted down one by one, but I can't figure it out.
Something is wrong. Something isn't adding up here. Feeling conflicted now, Samuel massaged his forehead. He spat out a groan and muttered as if he couldn't help it. We aren't going to find out anything by staying here wrecking our brains. Let's just go inside and find out first. Dylan didn't seem entirely convinced but didn't disagree with the idea. Since there was only a limited amount of information, the only remaining way was to face it head-on and find out.
Looks like we'll have to change the formation.
Chohong and Hugo should be in front.
Hold on a minute.
Sol Jihu raised his hand up. Samuel's opinion was to enter the tomb first and figure out the rest later, but that definitely could not happen. Although his words were interrupted, Samuel didn't seem dissatisfied. Sol? Is something the matter? We shouldn't go in like this. We shouldn't?
Sol Jihu quickly opened his mouth after receiving the gazes demanding answers landed on him.
This tomb is where the ancient dead is resting, right?
Sure, that's the case.
Not only that, it's a tomb that a woman full of resentment had been buried alive, too. However, if we enter just like this and try to steal the grave goods, wouldn't she get really mad at us?
His words made sense, but that was just about it. What you're saying is, we shouldn't raid this tomb simply out of our moral obligations? Sol Jihu was at a loss as to what he could add here.
He wanted to stop them from entering, but even from his perspective, his reasoning sounded flimsy at best. Didn't this expedition form just for the express purpose of raiding this tomb? If he was unhappy about it, then he shouldn't even have participated in the first place. That's not what I'm saying. However, that didn't mean he could reveal the existence of his 9 eyes, either. It isn't? It's fine, so please speak your mind. You're also a member of this expedition, too. The only reason they had been listening to his words was that he had earned big merit during the battle against the Lioners. But, if he wanted to change the opinion of the header of the expedition, then he needed a very good reason to do so. What should I do?
He pondered for a while.
Then the existence of a certain item in his possession entered his brain. Give me 10 minutes.
No, 5.
There's something I'd like to experiment first.
5 minutes shouldn't be too hard.
However, what are you planning to do? Instead of an answer, Sol Jihu opened the mouth of his bag slung around his shoulder. The luggage had been handed over to the porters, but he always carried around his bag. Master Ian, may I have a spare piece of paper you are not going to use? Here it is. When Sol Jihu asked while rummaging through his bag, Ian quickly pulled out a paper. He then quietly stared on at the youth. His whole expression was filled with curiosity, as if wanting to find out what this level 1 warrior might do next.
I found it.
Shortly afterwards, Sol Jihu pulled out a lengthy quill pen. Ha! Grace pointed at the pen and cried out. That thing. Hey, did you get that back in the tutorial?
I have.
How did you know?
I also got that during the treasure hunt, you see.
It's a special item, right? That's correct. Wow, it's been such a long time since I last saw that. When Grace sounded mystified, Chohong couldn't help but ask her. What is that thing, then?
Oh, that.
It's called the quill pen of the flowing consciousness.
You get that from that item draw machine or whatever if you're lucky.
It cost like 300 coins back then. What kind of effect does it have?
Tilde.
In short, it converts the flow of the target's consciousness into words.
And how did you use it, then?
Chohong's face showed how confused she was still.
Grace cackled ominously. I used it after entering the neutral zone.
There was this guy we went around since the tutorial, and I got real curious why he kept on looking after me. So, what happened? It was as I expected, you know?
What a revelation that was. A killer figure. Wanna slap that ass. Wanna push her down real bad. Should I force myself on her, etc., etc.
When Grace boldly spoke those words, Samuel began coughing out loudly once for some reason.
Chohong smiled brightly in the meantime. Pooh-ha.
What a relief, then. You found out before he did something to you, which is good. Grace then tilted her head. Nope, not really? What? You didn't go your separate ways even after seeing those things?
I just let him take advantage of me instead.
Grace spoke as if it was the most natural thing in the world. Not only Chohong, but even Hugo stared at her in disbelief, causing Grace to mutter out a complaint. Why are you looking at me like that? It's my preference, okay? Please respect it. Stop lying. Suddenly, Samuel yelled out in anger. You were the one who took advantage of me, not the other way around. I was asleep, but you crept up like a cat and climbed on top of my bed, and then… Keck. But weren't those things written by the quill pen the truth? Kook. Samuel continued to shudder while Grace giggled softly. What an idiot, Tilda, that's why you should have jumped on me when I gave you the chance. I gave you plenty of hints yet you were so indecisive, you know? That's why this Nuna had to. Okay. That's enough. We're in the middle of an expedition, okay? Continue on with your lover's quarrel after we return home, and for the time being, don't forget where we are. Dylan jumped in the middle and changed the atmosphere. Samuel turned his head away, while Grace stuck her tongue out. How did you use this quill pen back then? When Sol Jihu asked her, Grace rested her index finger on her chin and rolled her eyes around.
Maybe Tilda. I wrapped Samuel's hair around the pen.
I think? His hair was long even back then, so getting a strand or two wasn't that difficult, you see. A strand of hair, is it? Sol Jihu took a look around himself. He then spotted tall grasses growing on the tomb itself. Can I think of those as a part of the tomb, I wonder? He decided to find out. Sol Jihu reached out and tugged a stalk loose, then he wrapped it tightly around the pen. When he carefully placed it on top of Ian's paper, the quill pen mysteriously started to vibrate all by itself. Using the quill pen of the flowing consciousness to find out what the tomb is thinking about.
Hoo-ha! What an interesting fellow.
Ian expressed his admiration and stared at the paper below him. It wasn't just him, but every one of the expedition's members was focusing on the quill pen and the paper. It was then. No one touched the pen, yet it stood upright quite abruptly.
And then, like a crazed madman, it began swishing around to jot down many letters. The heads of everyone gathered closer to the paper. Let's see.
A short while later, Sol Ji-hoo's complexion froze very stiffly after he read the first paragraph. Kurt, KRRT, KRRRT, KRRT, 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 KRRT.
More came, kill them all, kill he must kill, wanna kill, he.
It's unfair, I'm angry, why am I bothersome, hateful, detestable, blame everyone, I curse you. Wanna rip you to shreds, wanna pull out your eyes and squeeze until they pop, kill. Yes, enter here and I kill kakeke, kill he. Kurt, KRRT, KRRRT, KRRT, 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 KRRT. Chapter 57.
Plop.
The quill pen weakly fell after placing the last dot on the paper.
The feathers on the quill scattered and fell.
The only things remaining were a featherless quill pen and a piece of paper with all sorts of resentment and anger roughly scribbled on it. Hick! Grace jumped up and hugged Samuel's neck, her complexion completely pale.
Even he looked completely speechless at the moment.
Everyone present quietly stared at the paper for a while. A bout of somber silence later, Ian opened his mouth.
We would have been in big trouble if we just entered.
Samuel began chewing his lips, hard.
He thought this was a waste.
It might not have been a royal tomb, but still, its size was several dozen times bigger than your average tombs. Not only was the woman buried here the last-born daughter of a famed household, but she was even canonized as a saintess. The value of burial goods found within would be quite considerable. However, Sol Ji-hoo had used the quill pen of flowing consciousness to create evidence to back up his claim that it was dangerous inside the tomb. Of course, it wasn't as if there were no holes in that argument he could pick on, but the real issue here was that Ian's hypothesis, which was based on nothing more than the magician's intuition, had taken one step closer to becoming a reality.
Hiya tilde.
And I heard that when a girl bears a grudge, even snow will fall in the middle of a summer.
Samuel deliberately spoke up in a loud voice and picked the paper up off the ground.
He then shook it around as if it meant nothing. Don't be too scared. It's nothing more than just an angry spirit, no? It can't possibly be stronger than a lioner, right?
I mean, one spell from Alex could end this.
He wasn't wrong about that. What Sol Ji-hoo had proved now was nothing more than the existence of an enemy inside the tomb. Before fighting it, they had no clue how dangerous it could be. It'd be a damn funny joke if they backed off scared when the enemy turned out to be a weakling. No, I don't think that's the case. Sol Ji-hoo immediately disagreed. Samuel let out a sigh. Can you tell us your reason? Before that, can I ask you a question?
Sure. Dylan, Samuel.
By any chance, did you see traces of other lifeforms besides our team and that of Khan's near this tomb? For example, monsters or wild animals. That's. Samuel blurred the ends of his sentence. When he went around the hill-like tomb, he didn't find anything of note.
Indeed, you can certainly look at it that way.
Dylan agreed, perhaps realizing what Sol Ji-hoo was trying to say. It's not only that. Sol Ji-hoo continued on.
According to what Master Ian has told us, a famous sage had apparently come to this place as well.
Oh ho! An inverse calculation, is it? Indeed, we can deduct the strength of the vengeful spirit from the sheer scale of the defensive magic cast here. Ian too nodded his head as if he could see the logic. Samuel was at a loss as two of the core members of the expedition began showing signs of being swayed. Seriously, just who is this guy? If it was the issue of morality and all that, Samuel might have understood it. After all, the youth was only level 1. The kid wouldn't have known much about how paradise operated yet. His baseless, ridiculous claim could easily be laughed out of the room. However, each one of the youth's words carried an undeniably sharp point. It was as if Samuel was looking at a seasoned earthling who had participated in dozen-plus expeditions.
I get what you're saying. Samuel licked his lips and opened his mouth.
Soul, I admit that your claim makes some sense. However, it's just an opinion based on an unproven hypothesis, isn't it?
Samuel.
What we know for certain right now is that this tomb is where a woman of high status from the empire is buried, and that there is an enemy inside. As long as we eliminate that enemy, we can take away all the burial goods found inside and return triumphantly to Harem. We're talking about valuables from the ancient empire here.
Of course, you could be right. However, I still wish to enter the tomb even after considering that.
This is my opinion as the leader of this expedition. An expedition would always be accompanied by danger. Sol Jihu was now left speechless after this well-known fact was brought up.
Only his innards were burning up, instead.
Once the youth shut his mouth, Ian sneakily took a step forward. So he says, "But, what do you think?" Pardon? Samuel's stance is that we should take the risk and defeat the vengeful spirit. However, if you're thinking of a different solution, then I'd like to hear it. Is he trying to give me a chance?
For some reason, it was as if Ian was agreeing with his opinion.
Just that, he was doing it in a roundabout way in consideration of Samuel, who had invoked the authority of the leader. Damn it, it's still black. If we enter it, we'll all die right away. Sol had experienced the escape immediately, color only once, back in the neutral zone. Thinking about how close he was to dying back then still gave him a nasty case of chills. If he stood around like this doing nothing, then without a doubt, he'd have to enter the tomb. No, hang on, entering the tomb was already set in stone. Now that Samuel had strongly expressed his determination to enter, Sol had no right to stop him anymore.
What do you want from me?
As a last-ditch attempt, he alone could resolutely refuse to enter, but then,
thinking about the aftermath, that also wasn't a very smart idea, either.
What should he do here, then? The best thing would be them taking away the burial goods without incurring the wrath of the vengeful spirit. However, he couldn't think of a good way to achieve this. A different solution, a solution.
You see, women are creatures of emotions.
They are different from us males. What the hell? Why am I suddenly recalling what Hao Win said? It was here that a certain possibility popped up in his head. I'd like to approach this problem in a different direction. Sol Jihu's once tumultuous eyes became calm once more. Seeing this, Ian's own eyes began sparkling. This is a woman who was sold off to a political marriage and got buried alive when she didn't do anything wrong. This is no longer on the level of us saying we're sympathetic or it's unfair. Sure, most likely so. Since she's been trapped in there for hundreds of years, I can't even begin to imagine how strong her unresolved resentment is by now. If we enter the tomb like this, that resentment would all be directed to us. It'd be like her trying to kill everyone, including herself. Ho! So? Sol Jihu swallowed his saliva. Even he knew this was a laughable notion, a nonsensical thought. But, without it, he had nothing. He couldn't think of any other way. However, his life was precious, and in order to survive, he'd clutch a straw if he must. Now determined, Sol Jihu carried on. So, rather than trying to fight the spirit, how about appeasing it, instead? What? What? Samuel emitted a high-pitched shriek. Ian raised his hand and signaled him to be quiet. You want to appease the spirit? In other words, you want to obtain its consent, is that it? Something like that, yes.
From the perspective of the woman, we're the grave robbers and trespassers, after all. I wonder.
Not sure the house owner would be so understanding when a bunch of thieves tries to obtain her consent.
Well, the woman is already dead, anyway. What I'm saying is, let us at least show her a minimum of sincerity.
Ian slowly stroked his beard.
It looked like he needed a bit of time to organize his thoughts regarding this strange concept.
Appeasing the spirit, is it? Master Ian, I have heard of a similar story before. Surprisingly, Dylan came out in support of Sol Jihu.
I think Sol is referring to an exorcism here.
I've heard that, in reality, exorcists don't exterminate the soul during the exorcism ceremony, but most of the time, converse with the dead and resolve any lingering attachment they have with the world.
Right. I've heard of something like that too. Hugo suddenly butted in as well. One of my friends specialize in robbing graves, you see. Cho Hong sniggered. You should be so proud of yourself there, buddy.
Hey, come on now, listen till the end, will ya? In any case, before he digs into a grave, he always holds a little ceremony first. A ceremony?
Yup.
He offers up a couple of plates of food and some booze and asks the owners of the graves to not get too angry and stuff.
He tells the owners he'd use the burial goods well.
And once he's done, he even makes sure to put the burial mounds and whatever back to how they were. He says that's the only way the dead don't get angry or something. With Hugo following up after Dylan, Ian now displayed signs of being convinced. Sol Jihu seized this opportunity.
The quill pen can be used one more time.
So let's try to appease the soul first and then find out what the woman's consciousness has to say.
Samuel stood there licking his lips for a while before opening his mouth.
How long will this appeasing of the soul take? If we perform a simple ceremony, 10 minutes should be sufficient.
Okay.
We'll do it this way. Samuel continued on. Let's do what you have proposed.
10 minutes, well, that's nothing at all.
But, even if the end result isn't so good, then, I'd like you to follow my idea. That was how far Samuel would concede. Sol Jihu didn't say anything else and stood back up. Okay, so, how do we do this ceremony? We're going to hold an ancestral rite ceremony. An ancestral rite ceremony?
Yes.
Alex? Can I borrow your altar for a little while?
And if you have any offerings on you, those as well.
Well, I do have an altar, but… Alex began mumbling something to himself. Actually, he was rather skeptical about this soul-appeasing thing. From his point of view, it'd be a terrible waste of offerings for something that wouldn't even work anyway.
Of course, since I'm walking on the path to becoming a high priest, I make sure to be ready all the time. But, how should I say this? I'm still only an investigative priest. Alex, just give it up.
Once the expedition is over, I'll pay you back. God damn it.
Fine.
Alex complained bitterly and took his bag from one of the porters before opening it. Do we really have to go this far? Clara shot a pointed question, her voice full of dissatisfaction. What the hell are we doing? Resolving attachments? Are you kidding me?
Clara, please keep quiet.
Let me be.
I've still gotta say what needs to be said here. Hey, you.
Do you know that once you use up the offerings, they lose all their value? Don't you have any sympathy for Alex?
He even lost his important artifact too, you know? Clara.
Samuel's voice became louder. If you come out that way, then Sol also lost his magic weapon. He even resorted to using that quill pen too.
But that.
Stop whining like a baby.
I already gave my consent.
Samuel spoke decisively and turned to look at Sol Jihu.
My bad.
Let me apologize on her behalf. At a casual glance, it might look like Samuel was taking Seo Jihu's side, but actually, there was an ulterior motive for doing so. By conceding properly on things he had to concede, he'd get the other party to do the same as well. If the ceremony worked, great. If not, Samuel would be able to silence the youth for good.
I only have to wait 10 more minutes, anyway.
That wasn't all, either. Both Cho-hong and Hugo were glaring with sharp eyes at the breathless Clara as she tried to calm herself down. If Samuel didn't intervene, those two might have stepped forward instead. As the leader of this expedition, he had to stay alert to division forming within his team. And so, under Sol Jihu's guidance, the preparation for this ancestral rite ceremony got underway. The altar was set before the tomb, and various offerings were placed on top. Not only that, food was placed neatly on top of each plate, and Hugo even pulled out the bottle of booze he had been saving for a rainy day. If there was a silver lining among the dark clouds, it'd be the fact that Sol Jihu possessed a somewhat okay level of knowledge on performing an ancestral rite ceremony. The experience was supposedly the best teacher there was. He had been participating in one 3 times a year, so he was more or less familiar with the whole thing. After all, Korean tradition dictated ancestral rite ceremonies.
Once the preparation was over, Ian approached the youth and asked him,
"Is there anything we should keep in mind during the ceremony?" Sol Jihu thought for a little while before opening his mouth. "There's something my father used to tell me all the time. He said that one's sincere heart is half of the ceremony itself."
One's sincere heart is half the ceremony. Those are meaningful words. Thank you.
I know it's kind of annoying, but please, do your utmost to wholeheartedly participate in the ceremony. The ceremony itself isn't difficult, anyway. It's fine if you console her in your mind or beg for her forgiveness out loud. Just make sure you don't do it half-heartedly.
In all honesty, even Sol Jihu wasn't confident of this thing working.
However, since they were going to do it anyway, he wanted them to do it properly.
Well, then. I shall start the ceremony with Chohan.
Chohan? It means calling for the soul of the departed. Well, just think of it as a part of the ceremony.
Sol Jihu smiled wryly and stood before the altar.
The ancestral rite ceremony finally went underway. It wasn't such an uncommon sight as there were high priests and chief priests in paradise. But considering the fact that the opponent this time was a vengeful spirit, this event would surely qualify as somewhat bizarre and uncommon even in this world. Just as Sol Jihu said, the shortened ancestral rite ceremony didn't last that long.
Next up was Seinen.
Sol Jihu washed the cup with alcohol, kowtowed before the tomb, and moved the utensils to different dishes of food on the altar. After that was Yushik, followed by Sashin. The final step in the ceremony, Bunchuk, had to be satisfied with the burning of the paper with the woman's consciousness written on it. I never thought I'd do something like this. When the ceremony was over, Cho-hong softly muttered to herself.
Hey, Sol.
Can I eat those?
Hugo spoke while pointing at the food on the altar.
Now that he mentioned it, the lunch hour had flown past them a long time ago.
Yes.
With the ceremony over, you can. Oh, so that's how it was. I hope the ceremony worked, though.
Hugo spoke as if in passing, and reached out towards the altar.
Now that the whole thing was over, the pressure Sol Jihu felt increased by 100-fold. What should I do if it doesn't work?
Would the kings of the past have felt this way after performing the rain-calling rituals? While trying to calm his palpitating heart, Sol Jihu activated his 9 eyes. Ah! The tomb remained jet black. Nothing had changed.
But it happened then.
Arg, ptooi. Ptitui. Hugo frowned deeply and spat to the ground.
Cho-hong had been standing next to him and freaked out immediately.
Hey, you dumbass. Watch it.
What the hell is going on here? Why do they taste like shit?
Hugo looked at the dried meat in his hand and angrily spat out.
What's wrong with the taste? Well, how should I say this, it's like chewing sand, you know. What? With a somewhat unconvinced expression, Cho-hong lightly bit into the same dried meat and began grandly frowning as well.
P2E.
What the fuck is this? What's going on? After hearing this commotion, Dylan and the rest of the expedition team got closer, and they put various food items in their mouths as well.
And all of their reactions were roughly the same.
The food was not spoiled at all, yet they had lost all flavor, so much so that it was impossible to eat any of them now. Sol Jihu stared at the unfolding situation with a pair of dazed eyes, before hurriedly shifting them back to the tomb. And then, almost out of reflex, he held his breath. The color of the tomb began to change slowly. From pitch black to red, from red to orange, and finally, from orange to yellow. Attention required. Sol Jihu clenched his fist real tightly and shouted out, "Master Ian!" Ian had already pulled out a paper and was in waiting. Dylan was also quick on the uptake, so he hurriedly yanked out a blade of weed growing on the tomb and brought it to Sol. The youth tightly wrapped the weed around the quill pen and placed it on the blank paper. A short while after, the quill pen suddenly stood upright. Was it being confused? It seemed to hesitate for a long time before it began inscribing words rather cautiously. If there was one noticeable difference from before, the pen didn't swish around like a madman and, instead, it moved slowly and carefully. It was as if the writer was hesitant over something. Not too long after, the pen fell down. Even then, the quill pen continued to scratch at the paper as if it wanted to write something else. However, it suddenly stopped moving and turned to a handful of dust. "Please." Sol Jihu had confirmed with his 9 eyes, but he couldn't rest easy just because it was the yellow color. As his throat dried up, Sol Jihu swallowed his saliva and began reading the words written on the paper. "The first time in a long time I ate food, my stomach is full." Really? You understand me? Really? 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 Write those bastards, they are bad, I'm angry, I resent them, I want to be consoled, it's totally unfair. Thanks for understanding me, thank you black-haired man, thank you really. You can come inside, it's fine, take things I don't need anyway. Oh, and don't touch the keepsakes around my coffin, keepsakes please. The paper had nearly illegible letters scribbled on it. It was like reading the rambling of a drunk. However, they still did their job and conveyed the underlying message. What the? Samuel's jaw dropped to the floor. I really can't believe it. This whole thing only had a 50-50 shot. Even for someone like Ian who had experienced all sorts of hardships and crazy events, the current situation was something he hadn't run into yet. An event like this is worthy of making a report to the Magic Tower. Just who are you really? Ian gazed at the youth with eyes that had gone past being marveled and straight into sheer respect. Sol, there is something I'm really curious about. Hugo chuckled and stared at Sol Jihu. Just who were you back on Earth? Sol Jihu pretended to not hear anything. Obviously, he couldn't tell them anything at all. This expedition is full of surprises, one after the other. I'm learning a lot here. Dylan shook his head wryly. Sol Jihu looked at the tomb with sympathetic eyes. After the method he didn't hold much hope for actually worked. He was feeling rather happy, but at the same time, he also felt sorry for the spirit. Just how lonely and scared was she? For her anger to soften so much with nothing but a simple little appeasement ceremony? It was her circumstances, her surroundings that forced her fragile young soul into darkness. Could it be that her personality before her untimely death had been gentle and kind? If I ever find an opportunity. He even thought about coming here once or twice every year to perform a ceremony if he could. Thinking like this, Sol Jihu began to slowly put away the altar. The owner had consented. So the only remaining thing was to enter. Creek. After opening the front gate, the expedition carefully entered the interior of the tomb. Although it was dark inside, Ian used light magic to illuminate the area. Unexpectedly, the interior layout wasn't complicated. They continued down a corridor and encountered another door, and beyond that, there was a large room resembling a cavity. Samuel cautiously entered first, before his steps came to an abrupt halt, a loud exclamation escaping from his mouth. Wow! What now? What? Alex also formed a shocked expression.
The room was dome-shaped with a diameter of around 20 meters.
At the highest point of the arched ceiling, it was at least 4 to 5 meters high. But what shocked the expedition most were all the valuables displayed on the walls. Many decorative items were hanging on the circular wall, and every single one of them was adorned with priceless jewels. Some of them even shone in the distinct dull red luster of gold too. However, the highlight was the 2 sarcophagi located on top of the altar in the middle of the room. The one on the right didn't have any distinguishing features, but the one on the left was truly eye-catching and incredulous. Not only was it made out of top-quality marble that could accept intricate, metaphysical carvings, but it was also draped with a red fabric with gold embroidery.
And on top of all these, a beautiful longsword and a sleek shield rested there, too.
That wasn't all. Many accessories that emitted an attractive luster even from a casual glance were arranged neatly all around the sarcophagus as well as on top of it. They were earrings, rings, some things that looked like coins or tokens, and some others that no one had seen before. All of them boasted the most beautiful appearance imaginable, yet they also emitted rather strong magical energy as well. Those had to be the artifacts from the ancient empire that Samuel had been dearly wishing for.
This is incredible. Hey man.
Just how much do you think this will sell for?
Samuel asked while picking up a flower from the wall.
At a deeper inspection, it was a small sculpture fashioned out of several jewels that emitted a 5-colored glow.
It's really rare to find a jewel sculpture carved with such precision nowadays.
Hell, I can name any price I want to an enthusiast, probably. Dylan smiled in satisfaction and replied,
That is.
Ever since entering this chamber, Alex couldn't take his eyes off from the left sarcophagus. To be more precise, he was staring with wide-open eyes at a palm-sized item that was on top of the lid. Alex?
When Sol Jihu lightly tapped Alex, the latter's neck trembled as he opened his mouth.
Sol. Can you see that? What's the matter? Why, that thing? If that thing's what I think is. It's an unbelievably rare and unbelievably expensive item. That's the equipment of dreams for a priest. He even closed his eyes and began shuddering in excitement.
Foo. You're rather knowledgeable for a priest, Alex.
Ian grinned and came closer. You'll most likely be correct. Most of the items on the left sarcophagus are probably related to the priest profession. As I thought. The burial goods found in tombs are usually things the dead used during their lifetime. This lady was not only the daughter of a famed household, but she had also been canonized as a saintess. So it'd only make sense that they prepare the goods accordingly. That is the reason why there is a noticeable difference between the 2 sarcophagi here. While listening to Ian's explanation, Alex nodded his head like a madman. It was as if nothing else could hold his interest at the moment. The way he avariciously stared at them, there was little doubt they were amazing items. But regrettably, they were just pies in the sky. The spirit of the woman said it was fine to take the others but asked them not to touch those found around her coffin. They had appeased her somehow, so they shouldn't do anything to betray her. It'll be more than enough to take the things on the walls. Sol Jihu spotted Cho Hong and Hugo checking out things on the right sarcophagus, but he didn't stop them. At the moment, he had left 9 eyes on. With the exception of items on the left coffin, everything else was in varying shades of green. Sol Jihu gathered his hands and offered a prayer towards the sarcophagus containing the woman before turning around to head towards one of the walls. Other expedition members were too busy packing in the burial goods at the moment. And so, some amount of time had passed by, and most of the goods on the walls had been taken away. That's when it happened. Chapter 58. It really happened without any warning. At the very least, it felt like the whole thing happened like a bolt of lightning to Sol Jihu, who had been checking out his teammates cautiously packing the burial goods until then. The chamber that had been a mixture of green and yellow suddenly changed to a subtle shade of red. Then, as if the owner of the tomb was getting angrier, the whole space began to get dyed in a deeper shade of red. Utterly shocked by this occurrence, Sol Jihu turned around and found Alex and Clara in the midst of touching burial goods found on the left sarcophagus. To be more precise, Alex was reaching out to that very same keepsake as if he had been bewitched, while Clara was busy stroking a brilliant necklace with blue gemstones engraved within with an enraptured face.
There was no time to even think about anything.
"What are you two doing?" The two people flinched grandly. Alex quickly pulled his hand back, but Clara looked back at the youth with an unimpressed expression on her face and picked the necklace up without further hesitation.
Immediately, the chamber became washed in the color of blood. Clara. Arg, what?
"Can't I just take a look?" When Alex belatedly tried to stop her, Clara displayed her annoyance before her expression became dazed by what happened next.
Sol Jihu wordlessly sprinted towards her and snatched the necklace away.
He quickly placed the necklace back on the lid, prompting Clara to spit out a grunt. She then began chuckling in disbelief. "What the hell do you think you're doing? That's what I want to ask you." Sol Jihu's tone of voice was not friendly at all. Sure, he still spoke in a courteous manner as before, but his voice definitely contained a trace of anger. "Did you not see the contents of that paper just now?"
"I did."
"So what? Then why?" "I saw it, and what about it?"
Clara retorted back.
Sol Jihu's eyes narrowed to a slit. "Hey, you! Don't you think you're getting too full of yourself?"
Clara crossed her arms and a mocking grin formed on her lips. "Looks like you're mistaken about something here.
Samuel said that, even if the result of the ceremony wasn't good, you should follow his suggestion."
He said nothing about following what's on the paper even if the results were good. Same story for me, as well for the others.
"You want to die that badly, huh? Get the fuck out of here. How can you be so sure? How the fuck do you know whether the bitch buried below that lid is strong or not?" Clara's sharp tone of voice caused Sol Jihu to glare back at her. "So you aren't satisfied with what's on the walls? Is that it?"
"Right. I'm not."
"If you got nothing else to say, get out of my way. Oh, and here's an advice for you.
Knowing your place will be good for your health in the future."
She too didn't lose and shot a glare back before taking large strides towards him.
She shoved him away and walked right past.
"What a loser. Do you have any idea how much you can make by selling that thing?"
"An item from the Empire will fetch."
Just as she reached her right hand out towards the necklace again, Sol Jihu grabbed and yanked her wrist away. "You better let me go."
Clara's greed-filled eyes turned towards him.
"You want to have a go? Is that it? Do not touch it." Sol Jihu's own voice became icy. "HMPH," Clara snorted and her left hand reached out to the necklace. In that moment, Sol Jihu's eyes began to gleam quite dangerously.
"I said, don't touch it."
His angry roar reverberated in the burial chamber, and at the same time, "Awk!"
Clara was flung away with force, and she crash-landed on the ground.
"You!"
Clara's shoulder and lower back clattered hard against the ground and she frowned deeply, but then, she shot back up right away in indignation. "What are you two doing? Stop, Sol, Clara." Alex panicked grandly and tried to intervene. "What's going on here?" Other members of the expedition turned their focus here now. But, regardless of all that, did you lose your damn mind? How dare you touch me? Shut your mouth. What? You really want to have a go at me? Fine. Clara spat those words out in pure anger, then reached behind her back to pull her bow out and nocked an arrow. "Calm down, Clara." Freaking out now, Alex helplessly flailed his arms about.
And, just as Clara took aim at Sol Jihu and pulled the string back, rumble! The burial chamber that remained still suddenly began trembling noisily. The surrounding view as seen through 9 eyes, began flickering in 4 colors of yellow, orange, red and black. There had never been a time like this before where several colors showed up at once. What's this? Where is this sound coming from? Dylan was about to intervene between the two people, but he stopped in his tracks to take a cautious look around. Sol Jihu looked behind him, and he paled from fright right away. He could see that the left sarcophagus was vibrating like a smartphone. At that moment, for some inexplicable reason, Sol Jihu gently placed his hand on the lid unconsciously.
I'm sorry. Perhaps, he was sympathizing with this woman's circumstances. Of course, the experiences the two went through, the experiences they had to be subjected to, were completely different. However, they still shared a similar fate, and that would be them being cast out by their respective families, whether through one's own actions or through others. Sol Jihu had felt that he no longer had a place to stay back on Earth, and perhaps because of that, he could empathize with this woman's state of mind, even if it was just a little. More importantly, she had calmed her anger and showed her goodwill just because he held a pathetic little excuse of an appeasement ceremony, so there was no way he would betray her expectations. I won't let anyone touch it.
It was then that something mysterious happened. Perhaps Sol Jihu's thoughts had been heard because the vibrating coffin lid gradually came to a stop. He quietly stared at the sarcophagus for a little while longer before turning around. Clara and her somewhat surprised face had been aiming at the sarcophagus until then, but she quickly changed her target back to him.
What a good timing this is.
Hey, kid, stop showing off and get the hell away from there. Don't you have any respect for the dead? Gimme a break. You've been running your slick mouth on and on, but in the end, that was your true reason?
Clara smirked derisively before her expressions became serious.
Keep your high and mighty morals away from paradise. Now get the hell away from there if you don't want to get hit. And what if I don't? In that case, it can't be helped. You started this, so don't blame me if you die. As her speech and conduct became worse, Sol Jihu let off a hollow chuckle.
Fine.
His magic spear might be broken, but he still had another one. If you really want it, then try to take it over my dead body. He pulled his spear out and took aim at Clara as well. His mana began to surge within him. When the youth slightly lowered his posture as he got ready to really fight her, Clara began gritting her teeth. It was then.
That's enough.
Samuel quickly jumped in between the two and tried to defuse the volatile situation.
Clara, lower your bow.
Samuel? But, that bastard started it.
It was you and Alex who acted like idiots first.
You know now that there is a vengeful spirit here, so who told you to touch whatever you felt like? How are you planning to take care of the aftermath? Clara chewed on her lower lip. Shortly afterwards, she lowered her bow, but it was clear to see how indignant she was. Sol, please lower your spear as well. After confirming that she had lowered her weapon, Samuel asked Sol next. Sol Jihu also lowered his spear but didn't step away from the sarcophagus. Samuel placed his hands on his waist.
Phoo!
He let out a big groan and softly opened his mouth.
I'll be straight with you.
Actually, I agree with Clara.
Samuel.
Yes. I know what that lady had to go through was terrible. But, that is all. At the end of the day, we are Earthlings. And she was a Paradisian.
Samuel quietly studied the coldly replying youth.
Now that I think about it, how long did you say you've been in paradise for? That has nothing to do with this. Do you by any chance know why this place is called paradise? That was a sudden and unexpected question. Sol Jihu shook his head. It's simple. Only a few chosen can come here, and opportunities can be found awaiting pretty much everywhere.
Opportunities, is it? I'm talking about the burial goods behind you, the ones on the coffin.
If my eyes aren't deceiving me, then they are from the Empire. Just as Sol Jihu tried to open his mouth, Samuel raised his hand slightly first.
I'm sure you wanted to ask me this, if those things are that incredible. Indeed, they are incredible. No, they are beyond incredible.
The empire might have fallen at the hands of the parasites, but still, the level of magic science they boasted was greatest in all of paradise. Stuff from the kingdoms can't even compare to them.
Even still, Sol Jihu didn't show any signs of moving.
Don't you understand? Let me be straight with you once more. Just one item from there, and we all can become incredibly rich. Don't you think your greed is getting excessive? Samuel thought for a brief second, before a bitter smile formed on his lips.
Greed,
is it? If you meant to ask whether I wasn't scared of dying or not, then yes, I am prepared to risk it.
I'm not kidding. Forget about bronze or silver, we can get gold coins here.
Do you know how much of Earth's currency you can get from a single gold coin?
No, I don't.
I'm not interested in knowing, either. Samuel smacked his lips after realizing that Sol Jihu wasn't going to be convinced like this.
Honestly speaking, I'd like to heed your wish if it were any other circumstances.
Sure, the things on the walls are very good, but the items on the coffin exceed their value greatly.
Meaning, you will take them away no matter what. Listen till the end, please.
What you're trying to say here is that, while I'm willing to take the risk and take those items, you don't want to risk it and leave with only what we are allowed to take.
I believe we both are not wrong in this situation.
What was he trying to get at? Sol Jihu didn't let his vigilance down and stared at Samuel. So, I propose we do it like this.
Let's decide with a vote.
A vote?
Right.
Since neither of us are really wrong, we let the majority decide. And what if I don't want to follow the result of the vote? That won't be allowed.
Samuel gravely shook his head.
As long as you remain a part of this expedition, we must act as one whether you like it or not. There are times when you'll have to do things that you don't want to, and you'll also have to back down regardless of your principles. If you continue to insist on doing whatever you want, then I can no longer recognize you as a member of the expedition. Samuel shifted his gaze away from the youth as if to indicate that he'd not hear Sol's opinions anymore and scanned around him. Sol is obviously against, and well, Clara, you are definitely voting for, am I right?
Of course.
Clara's complexion had brightened considerably by now, and she leaned her head back as if she wanted to gloat. One vote yes, and one vote against.
Let's get started.
I'm for it. Samuel immediately voted for yes.
I'm voting for yes, too.
Alex raised his hand and hurriedly avoided meeting Sol's gaze while mumbling timidly.
Sorry about this, Sol. But,
He then opened and closed his lips a couple of times before lowering his gaze altogether.
Well, since Samuel wants to, I'm also voting yes.
Grace shrugged her shoulders nonchalantly. 4 votes yes, and 1 vote against. Just one more vote for yes would determine the end result of this situation. Samuel looked at the 4 people who hadn't cast their votes yet. Sol Jihu closed his eyes as the situation barreled towards the inevitable conclusion.
All sorts of thoughts fleeted in and out of his mind. Should he fight, or escape alone?
Should he reveal the truth of 9 eyes, and try changing their minds? Whatever the case may be, he needed to decide quickly. I'm against it. It was then, a manly voice resounded out. It was Hugo. Against it? I don't want to touch that woman's coffin if I can help it. That's all. When Clara asked him with a disbelieving tone of voice, Hugo replied curtly. It was a short enough answer that perfectly suited his personality. Dylan stroked his chin for a bit before quietly voicing his opinion. Against. Samuel's brows quivered slightly. Dylan, you are against it? I understand where you're coming from, but I agree with Sol's deduction he came up with on the outside. When I think about the fate of Khan's team, it's the right idea not to touch the coffin. When Dylan clearly stated his case, Chohong helplessly scratched her head. Oh. This is so screwed up.
Seriously now. Her unwilling eyes lingered on the coffin for a bit,
before meeting Sol Jihu's.
She licked her lips for a while, before grunting out her vote. Damn it. I vote against, too. And so, 4 votes, yes, and 4 votes, against. All the members of Carpe Diem had sided with Sol Jihu.
Having not anticipated this result, the members of Samuel's team got visibly flustered.
There was only one remaining vote. Ian remained silent until then,
before slowly opening his mouth.
On the outside, this friend talked about inverse calculation. I can empathize with it to a degree,
but it's still based on my hypothesis and thus, it can't be thought of as a confirmed fact. Then, he stared at Samuel. However, Samuel.
Yes?
Were you aware of the fact that several times during this expedition, you revealed how much of a rush you were in?
Me? Samuel blinked his eyes several times.
Once, before the battle with the Lioners, and right after.
And when the quill pen of the flowing consciousness was used, and finally, when you were having a heated discussion with this young friend. No, I was just.
Rather than you judging yourself, others judging you can be far more accurate more often than not.
He spoke of truth.
Ian's serious, grave tone of voice continued on.
I pondered a long while, wondering whether I should mention this or not.
The reason I kept my mouth shut until now was, firstly, I respected the authority of the leader of the expedition. Secondly, I didn't want to snatch that authority from you, and finally, because I knew of your circumstances.
When circumstances were mentioned, Samuel became completely lost for words.
Indeed, what happened was truly a lamentable matter.
I do sympathize with your efforts to revitalize your team as it's going through very rough waters.
However, from where I stand, it looks like you have not learned anything from her death and are trying to repeat the mistake of the past.
I won't bore you any longer. I believe that we can return with what he have managed to achieve so far and be thoroughly pleased with the rewards waiting for us back home. There is no reason to take on any further risk. And therefore, my answer is against.
Master Ian.
There will be other expeditions in the future. I pray that you don't bet everything on this one.
That was something Sol Jihu heard Samuel say a little while ago. Samuel clenched his fist tightly and slowly turned around.
Clara looked utterly dismayed, while deep pain was etched on Alex's face.
However, Grace didn't seem to care either way.
Samuel held their gazes for a little while before slowly lowering his head. I understand. Only then did Ian form a refreshing grin.
A trustworthy leader is a leader who knows when to retreat.
You made the right choice. A weak smile struggled to form on Samuel's lips. Let's get out of here. We've collected all the burial goods on the walls, after all.
Samuel and Ian headed towards the exit with quick steps. Other members of the expedition all turned around one by one to leave, but Sol Jihu remained until the end and guarded his position. Well, he couldn't be sure that someone might have another idea.
He was thinking of leaving last after confirming that everyone had left first. You must be really happy now. Clara gritted her teeth and sneered at him.
Sol Jihu couldn't understand why she was being this angry and this embittered. Yeah, you must be really fucking happy now that you can keep that petty principle of yours. Oi! That's enough from you. When a mace suddenly came flying at her face, Clara freaked out and quickly took several steps back. Cho-hong? Even you?
The decision's been made already. Stop arguing.
Why are you only picking on me? 'Cause you keep making problems.
Cho-hong began emitting that uniquely cold glare of hers.
Sol Jihu slowly opened his mouth.
Cho-hong. Please stop. No, hang on.
I was just.
I know, but she's not worth your effort.
After hearing something rather unexpected coming from the youth, Cho-hong's eyes widened. What did you just say?
Huh, you think you won't become like me later?
Being on the receiving end of a biting remark, Clara's expression crumpled unsightly and she began to growl in anger. You just wait and see.
2 years, no, 1 year, and you will definitely be regretting this day bitterly.
Mark my words. If you're making predictions, then I'll make one as well.
Sol Ji-hoo formed a mocking grin.
If you continue to act in this idiotic manner, not knowing what's what, you will die sooner than you think. What? You should thank Samuel when you have the chance. Right now, I can't really figure out why a guy like that lets a loose cannon like you hang around him. After listening to deeply insulting words, Clara began stuttering as if she was greatly shaken to the core. Stop making me laugh. What the hell do you know? You're just a level 1 newbie.
I wonder about that.
I thought that I contributed far more than you in this expedition. Sol Ji-hoo's words remained frigid. So much so that even Cho-hong was taken aback as well. She always thought that the youth was a kind-hearted and well-behaved kid. This was her first time seeing such an expression from Sol.
Kook! Almost instantly, Clara's eyes became moist and she angrily ran out of the exit.
Sol Ji-hoo slowly let a sigh escape from his mouth.
Hey, you! Cho-hong.
Ah. Thanks. Well,
Cho-hong went, HMPH, at the youth's thanks, and turned around.
While slowly walking away, she sneaked a glance and saw his back as he stared at the sarcophagus. He had that kind of side to him too? Cho-hong tilted her head this way and that, before wrapping her hands around her neck area. For some reason, that area felt unusually warmer than before. It's done. With this, he had kept his promise with the woman's spirit. Sol Ji-hoo corrected the necklace that had been misplaced slightly when he had to return it in haste. He even proceeded to carefully pat away the layer of accumulated dust on the lid and turned around to leave.
I'm sorry about all the commotion.
If I find another chance in the future, I'll come to visit again. He left with those parting words. He began smiling softly as he sensed that a weight had been lifted off his shoulders. It wasn't as if he couldn't understand what Samuel was saying. But, apart from the assurance given by the color of the chamber as seen through 9 eyes, ending things this way certainly felt much better to him. Money and fame?
Of course, they sounded nice.
However, none of them compared to his own self-worth he had regained after such a struggle. Plop. The sound of something falling came from behind him, but Sol didn't hear it and just closed the exit door. Chapter 59. An expedition was an entity sharing one fate. This assertion from Samuel was something pretty much all Earthlings would readily agree with. It didn't matter whether one's relationship was bad or not, or if there was some bad blood. As long as they belonged to the same expedition, every member had to cooperate with one another.
Otherwise, there was a high chance the expedition would spiral into an uncontrollable mess during a march or a battle.
This would obviously put everyone's lives at risk. In that regard, both Sol Ji-hoo and Clara lacked the educational aspect of what made Earthlings the Earthlings. Blinded by greed, Clara provided pretext with her foolish actions, and when she was criticized for it, she got angry. Sol Ji-hoo was triggered by her and relentlessly pushed her to a corner afterwards. The result was the atmosphere of the expedition becoming icy. Everyone felt like they were walking on thin ice. Clara continued to wipe at the edges of her eyes, her breathing heavy and rough as if she couldn't get over her anger. Sol Ji-hoo deliberately ignored her altogether. Eventually, Samuel stopped leading the team only 10 minutes after leaving the tomb. Master Ian, I apologize for this, but can we return to the vicinity of the tomb? Why? It seems that we have left too quickly. What do you mean by that? I think we should take a short break first. I thought that, from what you told us before, the vicinity of the tomb should be the safest. Samuel glanced at the still sobbing Clara, the ends of his sentence drifting away. Apologies. She hasn't been in the team for long. She's only a level 2, and thus is a bit lacking in some areas. He revealed the reason for the break with an embarrassed tone of voice.
Ian scanned his surroundings, not really minding it.
Now that I think about it, we haven't taken a single break since we entered the forest in the morning.
Even the mealtime has flown by us.
Right, shall we take a break here? You mean, right here?
But it'll be fine.
If you're worried about the effects of the forest of denial, then I believe we'll be fine. Is that true?
Ian nodded his head. A magician is more sensitive to the flow of magical energy.
If my hypothesis is correct, then the boundary for the activation of that defense spell will be just beyond where we are right now. Is that so?
For a brief moment there, a strange light flickered within Samuel's eyes. It was truly for an infinitesimally short time, though.
It is hard to believe, isn't it? A magic spell that encompasses this massive forest.
Well, he was called a sage even by the people of the ancient empire.
You shouldn't even compare him to a fake like me. Oh, it's just my supposition, so don't get too hung up on it.
Ian waved his hand around and settled down with a bit of groan.
Everyone, we take a short break. Eat something, if you're hungry. Samuel shouted out loudly and then silently stared at Clara for a while. He stood there staring at her as if he was caught in a dilemma. Next, he called out to Alex, who was still unable to calm down even now. Alex, let's talk for a bit. Samuel dragged Alex away to a distance and they spoke softly to each other for a while. Alex formed a troubled expression and shifted his gaze towards Clara, now in the middle of being pacified by Grace. Next up, Samuel walked over to Clara. His expression seemed determined, as if he had made his mind up over something. Clara.
We need to talk.
Hick. That bastard. Stop. You are not a little kid anymore. Don't you understand that your actions are negatively impacting the atmosphere of this expedition?
Clara continued to sniff away in bitterness.
I hear you. I hear you, so lower your voice. I'll listen to whatever you want to say, so come with me. Samuel spat out in irritation, grabbed her arm, and dragged her deeper into the forest. Grace wordlessly followed after the two and disappeared from the view as well. What a dumb bitch.
Seriously now. Cho-hong spat out some mocking words while chewing on a dried jerky.
Cho-hong. Dylan quickly warned her since Alex had joined them again. But the latter simply waved his hand about with a weak smile on his face.
No.
It's fine.
Honestly, even I don't have anything to say in her defense.
Tisk. While looking at Alex clicking his tongue, Hugo opened his mouth.
Will it be fine for you to not chase after them?
Hugo raised his pinky. I mean, she's your gal, right? Didn't Samuel ask you just now to pacify her somehow?
Well, that.
Alex's shoulders drooped real low before he messily tousled his hair.
Arg, damn it.
I don't know anymore. I won't help you if you get into trouble later, Tilda. Hugo giggled loudly. Alex spat out a long sigh and pulled the altar out from his bag. He carelessly placed a couple of plates on it, before throwing on some food there. Seeing this, Cho-hong couldn't help but ask. What are you doing? What are you doing with the food?
I want to at least get her to eat something. Also, I should let the others grab a bite too.
Alex spoke while not even turning to face her. Why doesn't she just come over here and eat? With her personality, she's not going to calm down anytime soon.
All I can do is feed her and hope for the best. Well, sure thing.
Come back after doing what you think is best. However, if she comes back here and continues on with that bitchy attitude of hers, I ain't gonna take it lying down. Okay?
Che.
I hear you. But still, aren't you too openly favoring someone here?
Alex carefully picked the altar up and began walking towards where the rest of his teammates had gone off to.
Meanwhile, Cho-hong glanced to her side after her sore spot was accurately pointed out. Sol Ji-hoo was sitting a bit further away, busy sucking on a cigarette. Hugo stopped gulping down on food and sneakily approached the youth, before reaching out with his cupped hands. Sol chuckled and pulled out a new cigarette for him.
Kia.
As expected, Sol, you really are quick on the uptake, you know.
Hugo grinned brightly and lightly tapped the youth's shoulder.
You aren't feeling down from that fight, right?
No way.
That's right. You haven't done anything wrong.
Even I didn't want to touch that coffin, you know.
Really?
Yup.
It's like, I was kinda tempted back there, but my instinct stopped me from doing anything.
I kept getting this feeling that I should not touch that coffin. Sol Jihu looked at Hugo with renewed interest.
The big man was supposed to be a barbarian warrior, so the youth couldn't help but wonder if he possessed some sort of animalistic wild instinct or something of the sort. Anyways, you were pretty damn cool back then. Quote. With a cigarette still stuck between his lips, Hugo stood back up. He then assumed the position of aiming something to his front and formed a grave, intense expression. If you really want it, then try to take it over my dead body. Chohong burst out in a boisterous laughter.
Even Dylan began chuckling quietly as well.
Sol Jihu's cheeks reddened instantly. Did I really say that? That's right, you did. Wow. I thought I'd wet my pants.
Well, I just couldn't understand it. I still can't tell if that thing was worth all that greed. It was definitely enough to rouse that sort of greed.
Sol Jihu said what came to his mind so he could change the topic, but a reply did come anyway.
I don't know much about the necklace itself, but I know well enough what that keepsake, the token, was. Ian lightly massaged the back of his neck and carried on. If my memory serves me correctly, then that thing was most likely the proof of castitas. Proof of what? When Hugo asked back, Ian clarified.
It's the proof of one's chastity. It's one of the artifacts given to a saintess.
But wasn't her becoming a saintess only a symbolic gesture?
Well, it's not only chaste women who get canonized as saints.
Also, since you're a symbolic existence, you'd be asked to appear publicly every now and then, don't you think so?
Ian lightly winked back and looked at Sol Jihu next. Have you heard of a magic system called Memorize? Yes, I've heard of it.
Well, that should make explaining it a bit easier.
Now originally, Memorize was supposed to be unique only to the magician class. As one's level increases, the number of spells that one can store goes up by 1.
For instance, I can store up to 4 magic spells.
Is it impossible for a priest to store spells?
Normally,
yes. That's because priests are most closely associated with the gods. Many of the important spells that require borrowing of God's powers can only be activated via the principle of equivalent exchange. It's not for nothing that priests lug around altars and offerings all the time. Sol Jihu nodded his head.
For some reason, he recalled Maria's face all of a sudden.
The honest truth is, many priests find this point rather annoying. However, there is an item that can make up for that shortcoming. By any chance, was the crucifix Alex carried around one of those?
Correct.
There are artifacts that let you store spells as well as allow you to perform holy magic without the need for offerings. Sure, there is a limit to the number of times it can be used, but then again, just those 2 points alone make such artifacts very valuable to priests. During emergency situations or when the spells you've prepared ran out, such items would become indispensable. Only now could Sol Jihu understand why Alex desired that item so much. Now that he had lost his artifact, Alex was no different than an average priest. I guess that proof of chastity is a far better item than the one Alex lost. No need to even mention that. I'm actually feeling rather embarrassed for even thinking of comparing the two. You can store 6 holy spells for as long as you want at no cost, which is the same thing as possessing the power of a level 6 magician. On top of that, there is no limit to the number of times you can use the artifact, so can you imagine how amazing that thing is? Ian spoke passionately, but it still didn't fully register with Sol Jihu. He could only guess that the item they were talking about was an incredible thing, judging from how wide open Chohong's mouth was. Had we walked out of there with that artifact, I'm sure every single priest in paradise would have come looking for us.
To that extent. I'm not exaggerating. And then,
the other accessories, the longsword and that shield too. Every single one of them should match the proof of chastity and value. With his explanation now over, Ian gazed at the youth with warm eyes.
Well, that's that.
I have answered a question of yours, so I'd like you to answer one of mine. Sol Jihu tilted his head. As long as it's something I can answer.
Well then, let me ask you this. What would you have done if I voted yes back there?
This was yet another question with no easy answers.
Wasn't he deliberating on his choices right until the end?
What should he say here? Sol Jihu pondered for a little while, before deciding to come clean.
I'm not sure.
Should I convince others, should I fight, or should I just give up and leave?
Before Hugo voted against, I was in a dilemma.
I can't be sure of what my choice would have been. He tried to read Ian's possible reason for asking this question, but the old magician remained expressionless.
And here he was, thinking that the older man was a bit of a character the first time they met.
Seeing those deep, thoughtful eyes, Ian now came off as a different person altogether. Regardless of what the result was, you had no thoughts of ever touching the items found on the sarcophagus, is that it? That's correct.
Ian silently stared at Sol Jihu as if he was trying to judge the youth.
You are a righteous man. A righteous man? No way that's true.
Ha ha ha.
Sol Jihu broke out in a loud laughter. I'm righteous? Even a passing mutt would laugh non-stop at the notion. However, Ian's brows rose up and down quickly for a moment there after seeing the youth deny that suggestion without a shred of hesitation. Being modest is a good thing, indeed.
Still, you do look like a righteous man from where I'm sitting.
Otherwise, you wouldn't have gone that far to defend a woman who was already dead. Am I wrong?
I won't deny that I sympathized with her.
But if you believe that I acted only because of her, then well. Opening parenthesis. Are you saying you didn't? If that's the case, then why did you desperately stop Clara back then? If I were to put it into words, I'd say it was for me, as well.
For yourself?
Yes. That wasn't a lie, though.
He didn't want to die, after all. Also, he didn't want any sour feelings to linger in his heart, too.
Ian quietly closed his eyes.
As if he was mulling over what Sol Jihu had told him, he stood still and didn't move from the spot.
Sol Jihu tilted his head in confusion and shifted his glance over to Chohan, but she raised her hands in the air with a shrug, her face saying, I dunno either. After some time had passed, Ian's beard began to quiver.
Foo-foo. Foo-foo-foo-foo. He grinned softly, rubbed his forehead and opened his eyes.
So, that's how it was.
I wondered why there was this certain incongruency whenever I looked at you, but now I think I can understand you just a little bit better.
You are an interesting fellow, that's for sure. Your words and actions are unusual, but your thought processes are quite unusual, as well. Hey, isn't that the same thing?
Hugo asked, but since Ian was talking to himself anyway, there was no reply to that question.
Soon, the magician smiled warmly and stroked his beard. Sol, let me introduce myself properly.
I am Ian Denzel, a level 4 alchemist, currently employed by the Royal Magic Corps.
I'm from Area 4.
Suddenly, he introduced himself.
From what I hear, it had not been long since you came to Harem. Have you found a suitable team to join, yet?
Shake. Very good.
Actually, I was planning to resign from the Royal Magic Corps. Seriously? Surprisingly, Dylan asked a question, which was rare.
I've already informed them of my decision. I told them the scouting of the Forest of Denial will be my last assignment for them.
Well, it's true that I was comfortable there, but things could get rather stuffy and boring too. And I believe that I've repaid their kindness by now. Ian grinned brightly.
In any case, I'll soon be unemployed, and no team is asking me to join them, so.
How about it?
Would you like us two with similar circumstances to partner up?
After hearing the older man's suggestion, Sol Ji-hoo became utterly dazed.
Pardon me? What I'm saying here is, don't you want to go on the next expedition alongside this old man?
After two of us form a team, that is. A walk?
Hey, Dylan! Hugo yelped out and hurriedly got down to the ground in a kowtowing position.
Dang it, what are you doing? Hurry up and get down.
Sol Nim.
We're sorry for turning you away the last time.
Hearing that, Ian's eyes opened wider.
What are you talking about?
My God.
Dylan began to chuckle wryly, and Ian pieced together what had happened quickly enough.
Ha-ah.
But, why? I've always thought that you possessed pretty discerning eyes.
In all honesty, I was tempted, yes. However, I was not confident at all.
If the old man was here with us, then, well. Ah, that fellow? Wait, now that I think about it, I haven't heard anything from him recently. He's preparing to retire soon. The forest became noisier as several people began raising their voices. Hugo continued to plead with Dylan, but the latter didn't say anything. Meanwhile, Ian told Sol Ji-hoo that the youth didn't have to answer right away, that he should carefully think it over, and ended the conversation there. Sol Ji-hoo remained flustered even then, but still, happiness welled up rapidly in his heart. The expedition was coming to a successful conclusion, and it seemed like he'd be able to earn additional rewards, as well.
On top of that, a magician even tried to scout him with the words of, "Let us form a team."
He was thinking that everything would work out well as long as they managed to return to Harem safely.
It happened then. Awk!
From afar, a desperate scream resounded out.
The flowing conversation came to an abrupt end. Two people reacted first before anyone else could. Dylan. Cho-hong grabbed her mace and shouted out, prompting Dylan to grit his teeth.
That was Alex. It came from the direction of the tomb. What was that? Sol Ji-hoo's expression hardened. What was going on here? Didn't Samuel and his team change their location to quietly pacify Clara?
Those dumb fuckers. Cho-hong angrily spat out and rushed forward first. The cordial atmosphere was broken up in an instant. Even as he reflexively joined others and rushed forward, Sol Ji-hoo continued to pray in his heart.
That his thoughts were wrong.
Asterisk.
The remaining expedition members hurriedly ran to the tomb, but their steps came to an abrupt halt as soon as they saw Samuel in front of it.
There was around 50 meters or so to the tomb from where they were.
However, they realized something was off about Samuel's movements. His face was dyed in the colors of pure terror, and tears were streaming down non-stop from his eyes.
And most importantly, his long hair was in a yanked back position in the air behind him.
It was as if someone, or something, was pulling at them. Save M. Samuel tearfully tried to say something, before he suddenly crashed to the ground on his back. As he flailed about, something fell out of his hand.
You-wah!
Just as everyone had finally regained their senses, Samuel was sucked into the tomb and disappeared from their view.
Slam!
The iron door slammed shut violently after that.
Koo-wah!
And then, an ear-piercing scream followed. The remaining 5 people belatedly ran forward, now utterly speechless. The front of the tomb was in a chaotic mess. The altar Alex took away while saying it was for eating lay upside down, the food scattered about everywhere. Those dumb idiots. For the first time ever since the expedition began, Ian flew into rage. Dylan looked at Ian angrily stomping on the ground for a second before raising his crossbow.
Cho-hong, Hugo. I'll cover you. Cho-hong and Hugo stuck to either side of the tomb's entrance.
They stared at each other and mouthed the words 1, 2, 3 before Cho-hong kicked the door, hard.
And, just as she was about to enter,
Get o-o-o-o-o-o-o-u-u-u-u-u-u-t-t-t-t-t. Incomprehensibly thick murderous intent, sharp enough to render flesh apart, slammed and dug into everyone's brains.
You-you-wah?
Cho-hong, who always behaved like a female version of man's man, began to falter, her face full of fear.
The roar of the lion leader was a joke compared to the enormous evil aura pouring out from the interior of the tomb.
Never mind Cho-hong and Hugo, even Dylan and Ian had collapsed to the ground, gasping urgently for air. The only one standing unaffected was Sol Ji-hoo. Before anyone present had the chance to recover their wits, Sol Ji-hoo instinctively activated 9 eyes, and couldn't help but question his own eyes. "It's yellow?" Meaning, he had to pay attention? But, why?
Even Dylan, a high ranker, couldn't fight against whatever force was affecting him.
Sol was unable to figure it out, but the situation was rapidly getting worse. The corrupted, indistinct, and blurry miasma leaked out from the tomb and began to envelop his teammates one by one.
Sol Ji-hoo looked around in helplessness, only for an object glittering on the ground to catch his attention.
It was a small tiara boasting a brilliant silver hue. Sol Ji-hoo hurriedly picked the tiara up, and his trembling eyes shifted back to the tomb itself. The attention required could not be seen as absolutely safe, but when he saw Cho-hong grasping at her neck with her eyes wide open, Sol Ji-hoo stopped hesitating and ran inside the tomb. Kwang!
As soon as he entered, the door slammed shut by itself.
Sol Ji-hoo flinched, but he never stopped moving.
And so, he entered through the doorway and managed to make his way past the lone corridor.
What awaited him by the entrance of the burial chamber was a man sprawled on the floor. Samuel was staring at the ground with dull eyes, with his head and body separated. No, would the description of his head being yanked out from the body be more fitting here?
Samuel.
He wasn't the only one.
Alex,
who had been holding that keepsake he desired so much, lay there with his neck twisted around like a twisted donut. Grace. Meanwhile, Grace's head was cracked open like a watermelon. And, finally, Sol Ji-hoo's jaw opened vacantly after spotting Clara, now literally ripped in half from the top of her head right down to her groin.
Her remains showed the most amount of damage compared to others.
As if something had dug her eyes out while she was still alive, her eye sockets were empty now.
Her limbs were twisted into bizarre angles.
That wasn't all. Her neck flesh was crumpled inward as if something had squeezed it too tightly. And she must have been flung against the walls dozens of times, because her body now resembled finely ground meat paste. His comrades who were alive and well only a few minutes ago had now all met horrifying deaths. Realizing this chilling truth, Sol Ji-hoo froze up like a statue on the spot. Why? Why? Everything would have been fine if they just chose to quietly return home.
Less than, greater than run away.
Suddenly, this thought popped up in his head.
However, he couldn't do that. Sol Ji-hoo looked behind him and gritted his teeth.
This wasn't "do not approach," since it was attention required. There had to be some kind of a solution to what was happening outside. At the bare minimum, a broader range of options should be available to him, compared to something like escape immediately. But he could think of only one way out of this predicament. Sol Ji-hoo reached out to the bodies with his trembling hands. He retrieved the token from Alex, took the earrings from Grace, and finally, found the necklace emitting a blue luster near Clara and picked it up. He then looked at the sarcophagus, only for his breathing to come to a choking halt.
The left sarcophagus was completely disarranged.
Not only that, the lid was half open, and chilly, pale blue aura was slowly permeating out from the opening to fill up the burial chamber.
Could Samuel and his team have tried to open the sarcophagus, too?
As Sol Ji-hoo stood there frozen in shock, he realized that the burial chamber had suddenly become a level darker.
His surroundings became eerily silent. For some reason, his instincts loudly screamed at him not to move from the spot.
All of a sudden,
Sol Ji-hoo could feel it.
A glare, staring at his back.
Someone, or something, standing behind him. And then,
a disgusting, acrid odor of blood stinging his nose.
The fog that darkened the burial chamber slowly enveloped him, too.
The evil aura he sensed on the outside of the tomb brushed past his skin, and he thought that every cell in his body had woken up and was screaming. The only other time he trembled this hard must have been back in the days of going through cold weather winter training when he was still in the military. Even though he tried to control the tremor, his body still trembled like crazy. Not just because of the chilly aura leaking out of the sarcophagus, but also from something else grasping at him. His brain continued to ring alarm bells. It told him to never look back. That he must not look back. Subconsciously, Sol Jihu's neck creaked like a piece of rusted machinery and slowly turned towards his back, but he managed to squeeze his eyes shut in time.
He also somehow managed to extend his shaking arms out as well.
This was all he could do under the circumstances. After 5 minutes that felt like an eternity had passed, he sensed the necklace slowly leaving his hands. A keepsake from my mom. He nearly opened his eyes after a certain will entered his mind. This, a gift from someone dear. Next up, the slick and cool to the touch tiara was gone.
And then, I warned them.
Suddenly, the words got colder, sharper. I hate those people. I told them not to enter. But they entered anyway.
I was going to endure, but then, these two.
I'm sorry. Sol Jihu dropped his head. I thought we'd be going home, but I didn't know they would.
I know.
When he desperately spoke in his mind, her will that sounded like a reply entered his mind. These people, they secretly schemed. They lied. That man said it. That I won't be able to chase them once they pass the boundary. What Sol Jihu feared the most turned out to be true. Samuel and his team couldn't throw their greed away in the end.
Really? Really? I was seeing you off but felt something was wrong, so followed them.
Seeing me off?
You promised to come and see me again.
Before he had noticed it, he was no longer shaking.
The evil aura was still just thick and heavy as before.
However, Sol Jihu had finally realized that it was not directed at him. He even began to think that she sounded like a sulking, pouting child, busy whining about this whole thing being not her fault. Just how much time went by like this? The token and the earrings remained in his hands, yet he could hear the footsteps shuffling away. Regaining some calmness, Sol Jihu breathed in deeply and opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was a pair of feet. He expected to see rotting, withered feet of a mummy, but hell, they were small and beautiful instead. She should have been dead for a long time, right? Sol Jihu summoned up some courage and raised his head a bit higher. And he saw her back. What he saw was the rear of a woman, her long, gently waving silver hair reaching down to her ankles. Wearing a white gown with icicles adorning it, she readily entered the sarcophagus and laid down. SSSSSs. When the sound of the lid closing resounded out, Sol Jihu finally regained his wits. His mind was now silent, her will no longer sounding within. Did she just spare me? He half expected to be killed off. Currently, he felt like 10 years were shaved off his lifespan. Sol Jihu turned around hurriedly to leave, but then he noticed the chaotic state of the burial chamber.
And then, for some reason, he began to tidy up the burial goods. He closed the lid properly and unfurled the red cloth before laying it back on the sarcophagus. He also correctly placed the longsword and the shield back to where they used to be. The problem only occurred when he was just about done with tidying up. Plop. Something weird happened. When he tried to place the earrings and the proof of castitas to their original positions, they kept falling down. No matter what he tried, they resolutely refused to stay in their original positions. What's going on here? He only wanted to finish tidying up quickly and leave, so this was one hell of an exasperating event. Arg. Opening square bracket question mark closing square bracket.
Sol Ji-hoo tilted his head this way and that before cautiously thinking to himself. By any chance, are you doing this deliberately? You can take them. Pardon? Thanks. It was the first time. A person protecting me.
Come again. No, hang on.
I was. Sol Ji-hoo was about to say something inwardly, but then he saw the sarcophagus suddenly grow distant from him.
His body was actually being pushed out.
No, it was more like someone or something was dragging him away, and before he could do anything about it, he slid past the corridor. Soon, he heard the sound of the door opening up, and the darkened world brightened up once more. As the door closed shut with a resounding slam, Sol Ji-hoo looked behind him. Dylan, Cho-hong, Hugo, and Ian were patiently waiting for him. Just before Sol Ji-hoo opened his mouth. As soon as you entered inside, the miasma dissipated. Ian spoke up in a soft voice.
We heard what happened. Listening to the will of the vengeful spirit.
That was truly an unexpected phenomenon. Ian sounded lonely and wistful as he closed his eyes. It seemed that the vengeful spirit relayed her will to the 4 people outside the tomb, as well. It's my fault that Samuel's team decided to act separately like this. If only I didn't speak of my hypothesis so carelessly, then. No, that is not true. Dylan spoke in a formal tone of voice.
We all were given the same opportunity. And it was them who ignored it.
They could not control their greed and paid the price for it. Is that so? Ian sounded resigned. He shifted his gaze over to the accessories in Sol Ji-hoo's hands, the proof of castitas and a pair of nameless earrings. From a certain point in time, the fate of Sol and Samuel's team had become clearly divided. The old man chuckled wryly and gazed up at the sky, looking somewhat helpless. Goodwill with goodwill, and malice with malice.
I've learned a lot during this expedition. I agree.
After all, humans aren't the only race who possess intelligence. Dylan smiled ruefully before turning around. Their pathfinder might have died, but he was also an archer. Let's go back. Soon, the remaining members of the expedition assumed a new formation according to Dylan's orders and silently left the tomb's vicinity. 11 had entered, but only 7 were leaving the forest. Asterisk. The return trip proved to be uneventful. With the sole exception of Ian performing another one of his mind-calming magic spell, nothing of note happened. The mood of the expedition remained quiet. Sure, they had experienced the annihilation of a friend's team, but also, each of them had a lot to think about. It was a rather common event for a person to die in battles against monsters or other enemies. However, today's circumstance was slightly different. It was Samuel's fault for making the vengeful spirit their enemy in the first place. Endless questions still swimming inside his head, Sol Ji-hoo remained confused. He didn't know whether to feel happy or sad about this expedition. But, if he were to be honest, he was more regretful than anything else. More importantly, if we don't acknowledge the warrior who managed to defend against a female lioner as one of the members of the expedition, then how can we even think about acknowledging anyone else? Samuel. Name's Alex. I'm a level 3 investigative priest. From Area 4. Alex. Sol Ji-hoo never once thought of them as bad people. Samuel could be a bit hard-headed at times, but still, he was a good leader who paid attention to the opinions of his teammates. And Alex was a good-natured young man with a bright smile on his face most of the time. And that was precisely the reason Sol Ji-hoo found it so much harder to understand. Why did they try to take on the risk, when the situation was anything but certain? As he walked while submerged deeply in his thoughts, the sky that had been hidden away by the trees began to show up. He could even see the distant Maple Hill too, as well as the previous night's campsite. How much do you know about death? Soon after they finally managed to escape from the forest of denial, Ian initiated a conversation with Sol Ji-hoo. All I know is that you lose all memories of paradise and it becomes impossible to re-enter.
Looks like you have some understanding of it.
If I were to correct one thing, then there actually is a way to re-enter paradise.
Now that was the first time Sol Jihu heard about that.
It's not easy, of course.
First of all, you need to revive the dead being.
And secondly, you must find a way to bring the person back here, the person who had utterly forgotten about paradise. If you meet these two conditions, then you're given one last opportunity to re-enter. Revival? Well, rather than calling it revival, it'd be more like you praying to the gods for your wish to be granted.
Will you please revive that person, or something like that?
The moment he heard that, Sol Jihu felt like a hammer had struck him in the head.
A wish.
That was a rather familiar word to him.
You have honored your side of the deal, so I shall honor mine.
What is it that you wish? So, do you wish to be revived?
Indeed, back in his dream.
Of course, the act of praying for that wish itself is the difficult one. You need to either achieve great military merit in the battlefield, get a promise from a god, or get yourself truly ridiculous, unbelievable offerings. It's not an exaggeration to say that the whole thing is practically impossible. Master Ian, do you think Samuel was trying to revive Vanessa?
I do.
Vanessa?
Sol Jihu shifted his gaze over to Cho Hong after hearing an unfamiliar name. She quickly whispered to him.
A level 5 Blade Runner.
She's the AUG leader of Samuel's team. I was worried about that, so I tried to warn him, but in the end, he couldn't let go, could he? I can understand, just a little, where he was coming from.
They had been teammates for a very long time, and while she was still alive, they were one of the best teams in Harem.
I'm sure that the weight on Samuel's shoulders was heavy.
In any case, I'm deeply worried. Samuel was a capable enough archer to enter the ranks of level 5. And now, both Vanessa and Khan.
What a shame, when every single high ranker is important.
Ian abruptly stopped talking and began rummaging through his robe. He then pulled out a round crystal. Sol Jihu remembered seeing something similar in Carpe Diem's office, but this crystal was several times clearer. Is it from the royal family? Looks like it. Sorry about this, but can you give me some privacy?
Of course. Sol Jihu followed Dylan and the rest to distance himself away from Ian.
Is it possible to communicate with Haramark from here? Well, he works for the royals, right?
I mean,
they are still a royalty, so they should at least possess good quality crystals, no? Cho Hong replied and lightly clicked her tongue. I hope that's just a friendly call. Unfortunately, doesn't look like it. Dylan seemed to get a little tense after seeing Ian's surprised reaction.
Wait, it's not a war breaking out, is it? I wonder. Surely, the parasites wouldn't have the necessary manpower to focus on us right now. In that case, is it the Federation?
That makes even less sense. While they chatted among themselves, Ian's communication came to an end. As the older magician slowly walked over, his complexion was definitely not so good. What happened? They say that all communications with the Arden Fortress have been cut off. Hearing that, Cho Hong's expression crumpled immediately.
Damn it. I knew that would happen. Let me continue.
The last communication was 2 days ago. The royal family of Haramark has issued an emergency bounty and has recruited level 3 and 4 Earthlings. They have issued draft notices for high rankers as well. Draft notice? Gimme a fucking break. Cho Hong angrily shouted out. Dylan calmed her down and asked. How many answered the notice? Not even one.
I thought as much.
It can't be helped. The Arden Fortress was a strategy the royal family forced. In any case, they are in the midst of marching towards the fortress as we speak, along with a small contingent of Earthlings accompanying their own armed forces.
Things just got complicated as they were about to return. Ian helplessly stroked his beard.
After a short bout of silence later, Dylan asked,
Will you be heading there, as well?
You know it.
I'm still employed by the royal family, after all.
I've received quite a few benefits from them, so I must comply.
Arg, don't go.
You're supposed to quit after scouting the Forest of Denial is done, right?
Seeing Cho Hong so vehemently react like this, Sol Ji-hoo became quite curious.
He could tell that a war had broken out, yet he failed to understand why everyone was so openly vocal about it.
Dylan finished organizing his thoughts and asked once more.
What did they want from us?
The mission to scout the Forest Denial is to be put on hold immediately.
Escort me to the previously agreed rendezvous point. As for the rest, they will discuss it with you. They also added that you'll be paid suitable compensation, so you should rest easy. Sounds like the royal family is in a serious bind.
Dylan slowly shook his head. I will have to discuss this with my team first.
Can you give us a bit of time?
Well,
I don't have a say in that to begin with.
And also, I'm sorry about this.
This isn't something you should apologize for, Master Ian.
Well, then.
Dylan was about to gather his teammates around, but he thought of something before that and asked quickly.
By the way,
who is the commander of the forces?
Teresa.
Pardon?
Dylan frowned deeply.
Teresa Hussey is personally participating?
Foo. I see that you're reacting exactly the same as I did.
Ian chuckled loudly and nodded his head. That's right. The princess of the Haremark's royal family is personally going to war. Chapter 60. After the discussion with his teammates, Dylan decided to escort Ian to the rendezvous point.
The Forest of Denial was located on the southernmost border of human territory. It was also an area where the territories of mankind, the Federation, and parasites overlapped with one another. So perhaps unsurprisingly, the rendezvous point lay somewhere in the way back home to Haremark. And quite obviously, they couldn't let Ian return all on his own when he didn't possess a lick of close-quarter combat skills to speak of. There was the slight inconvenience having to take a bit of a detour, but regardless, an escort mission was a still mission, just like any other. Since they were promised suitable compensation, the members of Carpe Diem didn't complain much.
Sol Ji-hoo also decided to accompany them on this trip to escort Ian, precisely because of those reasons.
While Dylan was negotiating with the two porters, Sol Ji-hoo went to speak to Cho Hong. She was still in the midst of trying to cool her head, but her crumpled facial expression displayed how incensed she still was. She even intermittently spat out several choice words like, fuck this, bullshit, etc., etc.
And then, upon sensing Sol Ji-hoo's gaze on her, she spun her head towards him abruptly and formed a tearful face. You were planning to ask me something again, weren't you? How is it possible for a guy to be this curious about everything?
Okay, fine.
I will never ask you a question ever again.
While feigning a look of dejection, Sol Ji-hoo turned around to leave. But, when he did that, no, White! Cho Hong hurriedly ran up to him and grabbed his arms. Hey!
That's not what I'm trying to say.
No, I know. It's my fault for being so tactless. Hey, will you just listen till the end?
Whenever you are curious about something, you always ask me.
But, compared to me, Dylan is.
Cho Hong was about to point at Dylan, but then, stopped midway. He was still busy with negotiating a new contract with the porters.
Well, there's Master Ian too.
Ian had his eyes closed, his expression one of pain and deep contemplation.
And then,
after spotting Hugo rolling around on the grass field for fun like the thoughtless idiot he was, Cho Hong's head slowly dropped to the ground.
Go ahead.
It's fine. It wasn't that important anyway. Wait, are you sulking right now? A man is sulking like a little girl? Cho Hong glared at him in exasperation, but Sol Ji-hoo was smiling to himself.
I knew it. She's still a big softy in her heart. Of course, he made sure that the smile would not be noticed by her. Just what is this Arden Fortress? Cho Hong slowly face-bombed as if she knew he'd ask about that.
It's a fortress located in a certain canyon, on the border against the parasites.
It's still under construction, I think.
Why were you so incensed back then, though?
Well, that.
Cho-hong looked a bit troubled, then. Well, it's complicated. Is it related to the rebellion? Oh. Where did you hear about that? He just threw that out there hoping, but Cho-hong's complexion brightened up considerably.
Okay, come and take a seat over here.
He came to ask her a question, but instead, he ended up getting caught by her.
Even before anyone had time to notice it, she was no longer annoyed by his questions anymore.
Cho-hong began unfolding her tale with some relish.
Remember what you said earlier?
The one about the war between the Federation and the parasites intensifying?
Yeah. Okay, now.
Think about it for a sec. Those two are preoccupied with ripping each other apart, so is there a reason for us to jump in the fray?
I mean, we're the weakest of the lot too.
Guess so?
Damn right it is. I mean, it's not even enough for us to keep our heads down and shore up our strengths.
Yet, we're busy building a fortress in the border, so what would the parasites take that as? They would take that as a provocation. Cho-hong slapped her knee.
Exactly.
That's why, I'm like, why are they poking a bitch that is minding her own business? When the royals announced this plan, the majority of the high-rankers active in Harem all objected, but they went ahead with it anyway, saying it's something that must be done or some crap like that. Cho-hong began to properly explode in dissatisfaction now. They did whatever the fuck they pleased, and now they want our help? Did they really think no one's gonna attack them? Did they expect that hostile as hell parasite queen to sit quietly and wait until the fortress was finished? Gimme a freaking break.
What a bunch of morons.
After Cho-hong added, that's why I'm really pissed off. Wouldn't you be, too?
Sol Ji-hoo began contemplating quietly. He could understand many parts of her complaints.
If he looked at the situation using Kim Hana's analogy of paradise being a game, then it would be like the Earthlings being forced to take on a quest they didn't want to do. However, paradise was without a doubt reality.
One had to listen to both sides of the story first.
There had to be a reason for the Harem royal family to pursue the construction of the fortress. Sol Ji-hoo became curious about how he should think of this princess named Teresa Hussey. Cho-hong had complained to her heart's content, but when Sol Ji-hoo didn't side with her immediately, she began pouting a bit.
Well, I know.
As long as we are in paradise, we have duties to fulfill and all that. But there is a limit to being loyal, you know. They want to go to war whenever there's a chance. They keep creating troubles for us all the time, and every day they go, do this. Or, do that. Don't you think it's just too much? Only after Sol Ji-hoo quietly nodded his head did Cho-hong form a satisfied expression.
Asterisk. The rendezvous point was where the roads merged into one and led to the canyon.
It was about 2 days' travel away from the Forest of Denial, but the expedition decided to increase their pace after receiving the request to arrive there as soon as possible. The expedition marched for the whole day, and when the sun dipped below the horizon, they set up camp for the night. Dylan was quite satisfied with their progress, saying that they should arrive at the rendezvous point tomorrow morning, what with them having covered so much ground today. After dinner, Ian asked if Sol Ji-hoo would let him appraise the earring. The youth was curious about its effects too, so he handed it over without saying anything.
When Ian told him that the appraisal process might take a bit of time, Sol Ji-hoo chose to take a smoke break and walk to the edge of the camp. He was still feeling a bit restless. While he sat on the ground sucking on the cigarette, he suddenly felt a warm air tickle his cheek. Dylan was pushing a teacup at him. "Thank you." Rather than words, it's the physical things that convey your meaning better. Sol Ji-hoo chuckled and pulled out an extra cigarette before handing it over. Dylan lit up and inhaled deeply, a look of rejuvenation forming on his face. He settled down next to the youth. "What were you thinking about?" "I was just thinking about Samuel and Alex." Sol Ji-hoo answered frankly. Dylan stopped tilting the teacup to his mouth. "Oh my gosh. I was wrong again.
I thought you were thinking about the war.
Ah. That. Well, that's something I'm bound to experience sooner or later anyway.
Sol Jihu smiled weakly and spoke in a dispirited voice. It's just that.
I still can't wrap my head around what happened.
First time seeing someone die? That wasn't the case. But from Sol Jihu's perspective, both Samuel and Alex were not some random strangers.
The life in paradise is like that.
The guy you had a nice chat in the morning would return as a corpse in the evening.
You seem fine, Dylan. Master Ian, too. Same for Cho-hong, Hugo. For some reason, Dylan seemed to be at unease, unable to open his mouth.
Sol Jihu wondered if he said something he shouldn't have and decided to change the topic. By the way, what will you do when we get there?
Ah. That.
We are thinking of joining the war as long as the royals don't ask for something ridiculous. And, although he hasn't said anything, it looks like Master Ian also wishes for that, too. Won't Cho-hong go crazy?
Nope.
She may look like that, but she still knows how to separate her duties and her feelings.
Of course, I'll have to convince her first, but a chance to have a magician in your debt isn't easy to come by.
It's all worth it. Sol Jihu wasn't sure, but by the look of things, Dylan made his choice in consideration of Ian.
Was he trying to buy a magician's favor? Although Dylan sounded like he was coldly calculating profits and losses here, Sol Jihu wasn't put off by that.
Once that discussion came to an end, a moment of silence drifted in between the two men. The only sounds to break it was the tea being gulped down, as well as cigarette smoke being puffed out. A short while later, Dylan opened his mouth. Sol. Yes?
I don't know if this is too early for you, but… It was then, a voice came calling from behind, looking for the youth.
It seemed that Ian was done with the appraisal.
Oh.
Should we go and take a look?
Even though he was interrupted, Dylan didn't mind it and stood up from the spot.
What was he trying to say to me, I wonder? It didn't sound like he was trying to recruit Sol Jihu. It was as if Dylan had something else in mind.
Sol Jihu carried his unsolved curiosity with him and walked back to the tents. Inside the tent, the smiling Ian was waiting for the youth's arrival. Meanwhile, both Cho-hong and Hugo were staring at the earring with their eyes sparkling brightly. Congratulations.
As soon as Ian saw Sol Jihu, he congratulated the youth. As expected of the empire.
I still can't understand how a nation capable of producing such goods were destroyed so easily. Ian chuckled jovially and handed the earring back.
The name of this item is Festina earring. That saintess has gifted you with something truly wonderful. Is it a good item?
Of course. Now, let's see. First of all, this Festina earring will become bound to the very first person putting it on.
So, you gotta think about it carefully. The moment you put it on and activate it, the earring will become utterly worthless. When Cho-hong quickly followed up, Hugo snorted loudly. What is there to even think about?
Of course, Sol should use it.
That accessory's been designed for archers and warriors, anyway.
Now. Let's put aside the unnecessary side broadcasts for the time being. Ian cleared his throat and continued on.
When you infuse your mana into Festina earring, the boost function imbued within it will activate. Meaning, it will increase the speed of the person wearing it.
According to the result of my appraisal magic, your overall speed should be enhanced by about 1.5 times the normal, and the effect will last for around 1 minute. Kia. On top of this, you can use the boost up to 3 times. Whenever you activate the effect, it automatically charges back to full again. The time needed for a full charge is around 6 hours. Kaya?
Sol Jihu remained quiet, but it was Hugo who was making all the sound effects. Ian then spoke with an expression that said, "You will definitely react to what I have to say next." But, most importantly, both the number of usages, as well as the activation time, can be stacked on top of one another.
Oh. Sol Jihu let out a soft gasp.
So, if I use the boost 3 times in a row, your speed will be boosted by up to 3.375 times, lasting for 3 minutes. Meaning, you will be maintaining the speed fast enough to clear 100 meters in 3-4 seconds for 3 minutes straight. Ian spoke triumphantly, even though the earring didn't even belong to him. As long as the wearer can utilize it properly, he will be able to display fearsome combat prowess. Sol Jihu looked down at the earring in his hand. Crafted out of silver material and shaped like the Star of David, there was an ivory-colored jewel stuck in the middle that scattered gentle light. How much would this go for?
Hey, you! Hugo cried out in alarm.
Ian grinned brightly.
As much as you want it to be.
However, will you really sell it?
Not at all. I mean, I got this during the expedition, so. That's nonsense. Ian waved his hand around.
Both the proof of castitas and the festina earring are rewards you earned through your independent actions. You won't find any sons of bitches among us who'd even think about taking a share of your achievements.
Hugo barked out loudly like a dog.
When Ian glared at him as if he was a helpless idiot, Hugo whimpered and quickly backed down.
In my personal opinion, it'd be for the best if you used it. That earring is far too valuable to sell.
Sol Jihu cautiously equipped the earring. He initially thought that he needed to pierce his ear, but when he brought the earring close to his left earlobe, it just attached itself there like sticky glue.
Very good. Now, infuse some of your mana into it. This earring would become his the moment he used it. Although he was momentarily taken by indecision, Sol Jihu quickly made his mind up. It's not like I'm in need for money, anyway. And so, it happened when he closed his eyes and roused his sleeping mana. Pow!
His hair suddenly danced around, and at the same time, quote, exclamation mark, quote. A powerful gust of wind swept past him before disappearing in the blink of an eye. Sol Jihu quickly scanned his body, utterly mystified. It felt like a certain formless aura had wrapped around him.
Would you like to run and see for yourself? Running was Sol Jihu's specialty. So, he began running with everything he had.
Soon enough, Sol Jihu had run out of the campsite and found himself running on the grassy plains, completely failing to hide his shock. Holy shit! He could definitely feel the difference once he started running with all his might. When he sneaked a glance behind him, he spotted the campsite rapidly getting further away.
He even thought that this couldn't have been his own body.
I can stack the effect, right?
While circling around the plains, he roused his mana once more. Pow!
Sol Jihu freaked out at the sudden feeling of his entire being entering a strange state. The surrounding objects brushed past him in a streak of a blur. The headwinds felt sharp enough to slice his flesh. His chaotic thought process was cleared up in an instant, and indeed, it felt like he had entered a brand new world. Ian was right. Depending on how it was used, this earring would exhibit truly unimaginable effects, be that in the middle of battles, while trying to rush forward, or even when running away. If he could control it properly, then it'd be the same thing as holding an absurdly powerful weapon.
He gradually got closer to the campsite.
Sol Jihu thought that now would be a good time to slow down, so that's what he did.
No, that's what he tried to do. Ah. 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 His legs didn't want to listen.
As if he was a circus performer, his legs got all tangled up, and eventually, he couldn't win against the inertia and his limbs began performing a bizarre dance routine. You.
Tumble. Crash. Smash.
In the end, as soon as entering the campsite, Sol Jihu fell hard and tumbled on the ground.
He rolled forward for a long time before finally coming to a stop. Arg, ouch, ouch, ouch.
Chohong and Hugo were watching on dazedly until then, but they exploded in a fit of laughter and nearly toppled over.
Even Dylan and Ian were laughing out loud as well.
As the night deepened, the campsite was coming alive with the sounds of laughter.
Next morning.
The expedition arrived at the rendezvous point even before the sun reached halfway mark in the sky. Ian contacted the royal family and then conveyed the message to the rest of the team that the army should be arriving soon.
Sol Jihu suppressed his pounding heart and scanned his surroundings.
The surrounding topography wasn't that interesting to look at. The road to the canyon itself was rather rugged, though. Boulders could sparsely be seen here and there, but their numbers gradually increased the further his sight shifted towards northeast.
Even further away, one could see an imposing mountain range, well beyond the boulders the size of houses. So, we're going into that mountain range, huh? No, going there hadn't been decided yet. Although he had half a mind to return home immediately, but surely, his 9 eyes would help him choose the right option. This must be your first time meeting a royalty. Perhaps finding all that waiting around boring, Ian initiated a conversation.
Sol Jihu nodded his head while fidgeting with a Festina earring. Not sure what you're thinking of here, but it'll be better to lower your expectations. Quote.
Even if one's a royalty, you're still a human being, no?
There's no need to be tense.
Are you implying that the royals have lost their power?
Ian smiled brightly. If you were to ask the very same question to either Chohong or Hugo, they would just form an expression that said, "What are you talking about?" But this young man in front of his eyes seemed to make his reply always after giving it some thought first. What comes to your mind when you think of Harem? A castle? A city?
Indeed. Most of the Earthlings would answer in a similar fashion.
Ian spat out a sigh. Rather than as an actual kingdom, everyone now sees Harem as just another city. The extent of the current Harem royal family's influence is only around their current address. That's about it. The side effects of the rebellion must have been great.
Indeed, you'd be a fool to deny that.
However, after the rebellion itself, the king of Harem willingly cast away the authority of the ruler. The king did that? He didn't have much of a choice. He learned that neither the king's authority or the forceful approach worked with us, the Earthlings. He had no choice but to change his stance.
In order to survive, that is.
The mention of one trying to survive sounded a bit desperate.
Sol Jihu had been quietly mulling over what Ian said, before opening his mouth.
What kind of a person is the princess, the one coming here?
Teresa Hussey.
She's one hell of a woman. Ian grinned deeply. His eyes lit up warmly like a grandfather proudly boasting about his own granddaughter.
She grew up watching the invasion of foreign races.
Well, she's a rather special case among the Paradisians. Special? How? The paradise system we know and use is actually the providence bestowed onto the Earthlings only. However, she is one of the very few original residents who has been blessed with the same providence. That was his first time hearing about such a thing. So, that's how it was. Paradisians can also. From what I hear, they invoked something called the royal family's promise, and received the providence in return.
I understand where she's coming from, though.
As a woman in this world, you'd need great power if you wanted to safeguard your remaining family, especially when there are only 2 of you left. What's the level of Princess Teresa Hussey? Ho! Now that I take another look at you, I see that you're quite interested in that lady. Ian suddenly formed a lewd expression and then lightly poked Sol Jihu on the side.
Very good.
Of course, I'll tell you. First of all, she's 32D around her chest, and her waistline is like
Master Ian. Ha ha, I'm kidding. Just kidding.
She's also a high ranker.
Level 5 Princess Knight.
Princess Knight? Sol Jihu tilted his head after hearing a term he had never heard of before. Yes, the name of her class is kind of funny. However, do not be mistaken. You need to discard the preconceived notion of princess knights being held hostage by the orcs.
Looks like they are here.
Just before Sol Jihu could ask for the clarification from Ian, Dylan opened his mouth first. The youth reflexively shifted his gaze to look, and his sight caught onto something running towards the group while kicking up a mighty dust storm from afar. Chapter 61. Sol Jihu stared at the march of hundreds of beasts as they kicked up a mighty dust storm on the rugged terrain.
Oh!" Ian raised his hand and waved it while shouting out.
Someone from the march also raised a hand as if to reply back. When that happened, the cavalry slowly decreased their ground-shaking march.
A beast boasting the greatest size among them approached the location where the expedition team was.
Shortly thereafter, the beast stopped in front of Ian.
When the rider pulled on the reins hard, the horse-like creature growled and reared on its hind legs. "I didn't expect you to arrive before us, Ian."
A voice that sounded light and energetic but also refined rang out from the top of the beast. Ian replied with a short bow and a smile. What gentleman would dare to be tardy when invited by Princess Teresa Hussey? Thank you for your kind words.
I was worried that you might ignore the invitation.
Teresa smiled before turning her shapely chin away to shout at her men. We will take a short break here. With the exception of the soldiers entering the Arden Valley, the rest will immediately prepare to return to Harem with the carriages and the horses. Instantly, lots of activity broke out behind her. Ian slowly rubbed his beard.
But isn't there a road leading to the fortress?
By riding on horses, we should get there much faster compared to running on foot. Well, the communication with the sentries posted on the road to the fortress has been cut off as well.
Teresa replied in a clear voice and elegantly dismounted from her horse.
When her feet landed on the ground, a loud metallic clank resounded out.
Which means?
It's obvious. The sentry posts have been lost already.
And we don't know if there's an ambush lying in wait for us.
Rather than taking on the risk, it'll be better to climb up the Dawn Peak to survey the situation first.
Ian nodded his head as if he understood her intention.
With a fatigued look on her face, Teresa Hussey scanned her surroundings, and upon finding the team of Carpe Diems silently standing to the side, she winked at them.
Been a while, Dylan, Chohong, Hugo.
Dylan bowed slightly to greet her, while Hugo raised his hand and waved it. A cold aura was oozing out of Chohong as she deliberately avoided the princess's gaze. Next up, Teresa's disinterested gaze shifted over to an unknown young man staring back at her. He kind of looked dazed at the moment. And this gentleman here is?
He's an Earthling that graduated from the neutral zone during March this year. He's a comrade who participated in the scouting of the Forest of Denial with us.
Oh. Wait a minute? Hold on. If you're talking about this year, then he's only level 1? Without realizing it himself, Dylan took a look at Sol Jihu.
And then, didn't open his mouth anymore.
The youth was simply staring, utterly dumbstruck, at the beautiful woman in her pale smooth skin that seemed to have shunned sunlight until now.
Suddenly, there was a gust of wind.
As she was not wearing a helm, Teresa's hair flowing down to her shoulders like a waterfall danced in the air. Her pale pink-colored hair playfully wavered about, scattering reddish-golden sparkles around at the same time. When Sol Jihu gazed into her deep, profound eyes that were seemingly carved out from the pink star diamond and emitted the same golden hue like her hair, he was finally able to regain his senses. Sunlight reflected off her marvelous silvery platinum armor, making it hard to keep his eyes open. Sol Jihu placed his hand on his chest. Thump, thump. His heart was beating wildly. But why? He failed to hide his flustered state. The moment he saw her, he was captured by an unexplainable emotion. Although it didn't violently rampage about in his head, he was overcome with this inexplicable sense of déjà vu.
Right. Must be. Arg. Let's chat after we sit down first. I haven't caught a wink of sleep for the past 2 days, so.
Ouch, even my butt hurts. Teresa tore her gaze away from him with, oops, and as if she was performing a light exercise routine, she began to turn and loosen her lower half. Then, after finding a boulder with the right size, she strode there and plopped down on it.
She even beckoned others to come and join her.
Ian opened his mouth first. "It is truly praiseworthy that you have set off as soon as possible with a contingent of elite troops, but the parasites have been making a mockery out of our expectations every time. If they are using radio wave interference to block the communication, then we do need to hurry, but you must consider the possibility that the fortress has already fallen."
"I know that.
That's why we're climbing up the Dawn Peak first."
"In that case, I shall follow."
"However, what are your plans if it's the latter situation?" "You mean, if the fortress has fallen already?" "Just thinking about such a dogshit situation."
Cough, cough. Arg, goddammit. Cock, ptooi.
Teresa's rather beautiful eyes suddenly narrowed to a slit. She roughly spat on the ground before taking several large gulps of water from a bottle.
"Oops, excuse me. My throat was hurting a little, what with riding hard and fast on this dry desert sand." Teresa covered her mouth, primly, and grinned brightly.
Others didn't mind that at all, but Sol Jihu's face looked as if he was struck dumb by a huge culture shock.
The hell?
Her outer appearance of a dignified knight was straight out of an old-school fantasy epic, yet the way she acted was straight out of those backstreet hooligans. Is this what he meant? Sol Jihu recalled what Ian had said not too long ago and told himself that he should try to be more understanding. Well, going by the examples of both Maria and Chohong, he should be able to get used to this too.
In that case, we go back home.
What else can we do? However, I think the possibility of the fortress falling to their hands is very low. The Arden Fortress is a heaven-defying defensive structure. Simply by utilizing the surrounding topography well, the fortress's personnel can defend against an army several times bigger in size. Che, it's not even finished, you know. Well, it's almost finished, you know.
When Chohong spoke up in an icy voice, Teresa eloquently returned the volley.
Then, she crossed her arms and frowned slightly. However, something just doesn't add up.
I definitely had lots of sentries stationed all over the place, so how did the enemy manage to ambush us? I have something to report in that regard.
Ian informed her in a swift but well-organized fashion on the result of the scouting of the Forest of Denial.
Teresa's eyes narrowed to a fine slit when they got to the part about the ambush of lioners.
That's impossible. How could the bastards calling the mountains on the other side their home enter there? If I were to offer up an opinion, then I believe they were chased away. Chased away?
Teresa quickly let out, "Ah," after that.
That certainly does make sense. Sensing the presence of the scouts, the parasites traversed through the mountainside next to the forest, and the lioners ended up running away towards the Forest of Denial after sensing the approaching danger.
Damn it. I should have commissioned the scouting of that damn forest sooner. And also,
closing parenthesis. Ian then made a short report regarding the demise of Samuel's and Khan's teams. Teresa hid her face while sounding deeply unhappy. Screw this.
Losing Vanessa already hurt like hell, but now, Khan's and Samuel's teams are all annihilated.
Now of all when every high ranker is important?
I understand your concern, but the current situation is far too urgent.
Right now, the soldiers of the Arden Fortress could be locked in a bitter battle of attrition, believing only in the timely arrival of the kingdom's support.
Teresa wordlessly nodded her head. She let out a soft groan and rubbed her cheeks before shifting her gaze over to Dylan.
One of the reasons the army decided to stop here, even though the situation was urgent, was to take a short break. But there was also another much more important reason as well.
Phew.
Dylan, what are your thoughts?
Dylan quietly waited for her to finish. I'm well aware that you're tired from the scouting of the Forest of Denial.
However, I'd feel a lot more reassured with a trustworthy arch shooter and 2 experienced warriors watching my back.
She extended an invitation while sneakily raising the evaluation of the other party. However, Dylan remained impassive as he opened his mouth.
How many Earthlings heeded the recruitment call?
Not even 100. Surely, you should know the exact number of them.
It's 68.
12 level 4s, 56 level 3s.
Ian is the sole magician, while we have 4 priests. That's far too few. As soon as Dylan displayed signs of doubt, Teresa squeezed her eyes shut. Cho Hong snorted loudly.
Of course there are only a few.
Aren't these the consequences of your actions? Consequences? Cho Hong had been waiting for this moment, so when Teresa curtly replied back, she went on a full-on snide attack. You know what I'm talking about. You forcibly got this thing off the ground, so we all thought you had the confidence to take care of stuff by yourselves. From what I hear, not one answered your draft notice, right? If you really thought like that, I'm disappointed.
Teresa shot back in a tone of voice that said,
How can you even say such things? How many times do we need to say it before you finally understand? This is something we simply had to do. Once completed, we'll have ourselves a sturdy fortress that will encompass the entire mountain range. Give me a break. You honestly thought the parasites would sit by and let that happen?
Look, they came invading already.
Why did you have to poke it? But that's not such a bad thing.
Teresa cut Cho Hong off there.
What? At a bare minimum, we'd be helping indirectly. And we'd be helping who now? Who do you think it is?
The Federation, obviously.
Cho Hong formed a dumbfounded expression. I can't even bring myself to call you a thick-headed idiot. Have you forgotten the fact that the core of the Federation is actually made up of those foreign races that invaded Paradise in the first place?
Of course I remember. I fought them off several times myself. Teresa nonchalantly replied and began her explanation.
Currently, the warfare between the Federation and the parasites are getting far more intense.
I know that. I acknowledge my oversight in failing to consider the possibility of the parasites traversing through the rugged, hostile terrain of the neighboring mountain range. However, it is undeniable that we managed to draw their attention away by building a fortress there. And they even attacked us, too. Oh, so you want to split their focus, is it? That's right.
The Federation has been expending all of their military might to fight the parasites, but with us doing this, they should be feeling less pressured now.
Of course, it'd be no more than splashing a couple of cups of water on the bonfire, though.
Oh boy, Tilda. You must be feeling pretty comfy with your life now?
Worrying about the folks over at the Federation and all.
You shouldn't take this issue so lightly like that. Ian cautiously offered his opinion, having been quietly listening to the tit-for-tat between the two ladies. I don't know what your thoughts are, but I wholeheartedly agree with the princess's opinion. Ian slowly stroked his salt and pepper beard and continued on. Once upon a time, the Beastmen Alliance boasted the second greatest power in this land, but eventually, they couldn't withstand the parasites' offensive and ended up being destroyed.
Meanwhile, we humans stood by the side and did nothing.
The end result was that only a few remnants of the formerly glorious Beastmen survived and they had to enter the Federation in order to survive. And a result of that, the battlefront we have to deal with doubled. Not to mention, the parasite army grew even stronger after preying on the corpses of the Beastmen.
Teresa wrapped the strand of her attractive hair around her index finger while muttering out helplessly.
Ian, too, looked rather bitter about that. You all heard about the cave fairies joining the Federation recently. To be more specific, they have entered the Federation that the sky fairies have entered first. Now that Sol Jihu thought about it, he could just about recall Dylan and Ian discussing that very matter earlier.
Those two might have come from the same ancestors, sure.
The important point here is that these two opposing forces that had been at constant loggerheads with each other for centuries, nay, millenniums, are joining hands. I want you to think carefully about how pressed and desperate the Federation must have been for such a situation to occur. Sol Jihu listened to those words and quietly agreed with them. It was just like the proverb, without lips the teeth will feel cold. Right now, the humans and the Federation were in a similar relationship of interdependence.
It makes sense. It was a simple enough story.
What if they stood by the sidelines once more sucking on thumbs and doing nothing as the Federation fell? Listen to me. If us royals really wished to do whatever we wanted, then we would have tried to invade the parasites' territory. After all, that would make it clear whose side we are in. But that's not what we did.
We're simply building a fortress.
As long as that is completed, we'd have ourselves a trustworthy fortress to rely on.
Teresa suddenly began pleading with the group, sounding rather earnest now.
Cho-hong hmphed and turned her head away, but she kept her mouth shut as if she couldn't think of anything clever to say. That's why, please aid us. You already know this.
Even though I'm a high ranker, Earthlings don't respond well to directives issued by the royal families.
Dylan, not only are you a high ranker, but you're also the leader of the famed Carpe Diem.
I believe you'll be able to control them. I must think about my comrades first. We were supposed to be returning to Harem, but this. Moreover, this friend here is still only a level 1.
When Dylan pointed at Sol Jihu, Teresa shook her head.
I'm not that much of a shameless and brazen bitch. I'll have him return alongside the carriages and Horaces.
Dylan you can earn experience points from the battles, and you'll also earn lots of achievement points by participating in the war. Since the royal family will also give out suitable rewards, it will be like killing 3 birds with 1 stone. What is there to even think about? We've never shortchanged you when it came to rewards, haven't we?
Teresa spoke while folding her thumb, index, and middle finger one at a time. Even then, Dylan didn't show a single trace of being convinced.
She let out a long sigh and raised her head to the sky. It was a bit out of nowhere, but Sol Jihu found her deer-like neckline quite pretty and rather pale to the view. A short while later, Teresa spoke in a powerless voice.
I understand. I won't ask you for anything excessive. I promise. I won't rashly order you to start fighting, so please, safeguard Ian if nothing else. We can do that. Finally, Dylan agreed.
As if everyone was waiting for that. Hugo's mouth opened and closed several times, and as for Cho-hong, she did look wholly unsatisfied but still, didn't say anything. It seemed that Dylan did indeed have a chat with those 2 earlier.
Thank you.
As if she was relieved by this, Teresa expressed her gratitude in a soft voice and eventually pushed herself up rather lethargically.
We'll set off again in 5 minutes. I wish we could rest for a bit longer, but the situation remains too urgent, you see. Please forgive me.
She then walked away.
Sol Jihu watched her departing back as she strode forward, and activated 9 eyes.
Sol, now that the situation has come down to this, I'd like to ask you for an important favor.
Dylan suddenly spoke to the youth.
A favor?
We'd be grateful if you returned to Haramark and safely guarded our loot. Until we return, of course.
Ian revealed a toothy grin.
It was a clear sign that Dylan was looking after the youth.
But then, Sol Jihu looked behind him again at the distant back of the princess. Sol?
I'd like to go with you. Nope.
Dylan refused right away. If you are thinking of your loyalty to the team or about your feelings, then let me tell you this, you've done more than enough already.
You're a level 1. There's no need for you to participate in a war yet.
Am I going to be a hindrance by going there with you?
Was that an unexpected question for them?
Dylan quickly waved his hand.
Not at all.
You even managed to stand your ground against a female lioner whose strength should have exceeded a level 4 warrior. Never mind your skills, that kind of balls means that you'll be helpful in any situation.
That's a relief. In that case, let me go with you. Look at this kid.
Hey, are you saying that for real? At Cho-hong's question, Sol Jihu simply nodded his head. Whether I want to or not, I'm bound to get involved in the war anyway.
I figured that it wouldn't be so bad to experience it firsthand here.
Of course, that was just the surface explanation. There was another reason Sol Jihu wanted to participate in the war. Teresa Hussey, the person he felt an unknown but powerful attraction from the moment he saw her.
He was curious about the reason for this.
He even thought that, Were he to let her slip through his fingers here, then he'd never find another opportunity to see her again.
In other words, he was moving according to his emotions.
If that's what you want, I won't try to stop you.
Looks like we'll have to add one more person to the list of those we protect.
You know, you shouldn't be acting like this already. Dylan shrugged his shoulders and spoke, while Cho-hong massaged her forehead as if she had given up now.
I'm grateful about you guys wanting to protect me,
but doesn't that mean I gotta pay you guys something?
Not at all.
We still haven't even paid you back for the rest of the change, yet. Dylan chuckled gently. Whatever the case may be, this youth was an earthling that saved their lives a few times already back in the forest of denial.
For some reason, he made others hold high expectations of him.
This is why I like you so much, Sol. Hugo suddenly pounced on him. Sol Ji-hoo did his best to push the bald and muscular black dude away from him and looked back at Teresa once more.
His 9 eyes did not see a color on her.
The expedition joined up with the reinforcements led by Teresa Hussey and immediately set off towards the Arden Valley. Although it was already expected to some degree, the path leading to the Dawn Peak was an arduous one to take, with boulders and jutting rocks of varying sizes strewn about everywhere. Not to forget, they were marching forward at a breakneck pace, so cases of priests falling behind occurred as well. Of course, that didn't mean the army would abandon them and continue on, so the warriors had to go back and give them a piggyback ride. Before long, the sun was about to dip below the horizon. The fading twilight drew shadows, big and small, on several places of the steep ridge. While being carried on Hugo's back, Ian was tirelessly manipulating the communication crystal to get in touch with the fortress. For a time, these communication crystals played the strategically important role of swiftly transmitting the unfolding situation to elsewhere. But that was only until the parasite queen developed an ability to emit the communication-disrupting interference. With that, the parasites also changed the way they attacked. In the beginning stages of the conflict, they pushed forward with absolutely overwhelming numbers, but nowadays, the parasites began performing sneak attacks after interfering with communication first. From the perspective of the human alliance, this was a truly maddening development, but still, they couldn't stop using the crystals to communicate with each other. When the distance between two crystals shortened, the strength of mana being sent between the two, not to mention the amount of time the two stayed connected, would improve greatly. Which meant that it was possible to break through the interference. That was precisely why Ian tried his best to communicate with the fortress, even now. As long as they had not fallen, then the closer the reinforcement army got, the greater the odds of getting through to the fortress.
Peetst. Ian's once worried eyes opened wider. A noisy discharge of energy came from the crystal. Yes! It worked!
Ian shouted loudly. His shout was so loud that it even took Sol Ji-hoo by surprise as the youth was breathlessly running up the steep slope. This reinforcement effort wasn't in vain. At the very least, it's not the worst-case scenario. Ian declared so, and hurriedly poured more mana into the crystal. Almost right away, it began emitting an ear-splitting mess of noises that contained all sorts of buzzes and crackles. Dylan opened his mouth. Master Ian. Should I speak to the princess and stop the march? No. It's fine. I'll continue to connect to them while we're on the move. Ian brought his face closer to the crystal. Can you hear me? This is the magician Ian in the direct employ of the Haremarch's royal family. Ian? TZZZT, TZZZT. Perhaps because he hadn't completely gotten through the interference, the cracking noise was still quite severe, but still, one could hear the urgent voice coming through. Hell, the listeners could even sense desperation in the voice, too. Wait a second. If you're coming, then. As soon as all communications with the Arden fortress had been cut off, we summoned Earthlings and set off from Haremarch with elite troops. We're on our way to the fortress. But, the interference. When hearing that disbelieving voice, Ian began to carefully explain the situation.
We already entered the Arden Valley earlier in the afternoon.
Truly?
Did the Harem royal family really figure out the situation on this side and dispatch reinforcements?
This quickly? Yes, they have. Her Majesty Teresa Hussey is personally leading the troops. The princess is personally leading the troops?
It was then, a loud cheer could be heard coming from the crystal.
Wah! That couldn't have been made by just one or two people. They must have been elated because there were a couple of tearful voices mixed in there as well. The sounds of thing exploding intermittently, as well as strange beastly roars in the background, were simply an added bonus. How does the situation look? We're giving everything we have to defend against the enemy horde, but their number is far too overwhelming. The defensive line will fall at any second now. Just wait a little bit longer.
We'll arrive at the Dawn Peak soon. Reaching the fortress will only be a matter of time. Thank you.
I beg of you, please hurry. The guy on the other side of the line shouted out in an elated, emotional voice. The moment they realized that the royal family had not forsaken the Arden fortress, the fighting spirit that was running dangerously low had been reignited. Can you tell us the enemy's size?
Understood.
The invading parasites are
Peetst.
Another wave of interference abruptly ended the communication. Ian clicked his tongue, poured more mana into the crystal, and shouted out.
Dylan. Please go inform the princess.
Dylan ran forward hard as if he had developed a pair of wings. Meanwhile, Sol Jihu swallowed down his saliva nervously. During this rushed march forward, the whole thing felt intolerably tough, and he only wished that they could get there sooner. But, now that he heard the communication, his tension was shooting up through the roof. Those people, just how much of a desperate struggle were they in right now? Sol Jihu's eyes drifted upwards. They were about to arrive at the Dawn Peak. Chapter 62. The Arden fortress had not fallen yet.
No, it was still bitterly defending itself.
After receiving that message from Dylan, Teresa Hussey whipped her soldiers even more and increased the marching speed. As they mounted the steep slope, they were soon greeted by the part of the mountain standing tall all by itself.
It was the peak of the mountain, dyed crimson by the setting sun.
It was the Dawn Peak. Suddenly, the atmosphere had changed. Sol Jihu had been running forward in silence until then, and when he ran past a certain, intangible, border, he sensed the air becoming much hotter than before. It was a bit difficult to put it into words, but he found it harder to breathe and his body felt lethargic, as well. It was as if he was subconsciously sensing the presence of something just past the peak. He stopped momentarily and that delayed him just for a second or so. When he got to the peak, he found Dylan shaking his head while looking over the edge.
It's a sea of bugs.
Cockroaches are flying everywhere, and even a Medusa is present, I see. A Medusa?
Chohong's face crumpled in an instant.
Sol Jihu sneaked to the peak and peeked over the edge, only to freeze up stiff in place. His jaw fell to the floor from the sheer astonishment. Oh, my God! What in the world? That was someone's gasp of lamentation that also happened to perfectly capture the feelings of everyone present. The fortress was built along the undulating bedrock and was an enormous structure that boasted the walls as tall as 8 meters high. But right now, its current status had fallen to the sorry, devastated shell of its former glory. The once smooth, pristine walls were now destroyed in several places, and most noticeably, the front gate, or what remained of it, was scorched jet black and had been split into countless pieces, making it hard to tell what just happened to it. Although it was blurry, the black dot-like things were in the middle of trying to rush past the now wide-open gateway. Besides those, one could also see countless large flying creatures spread around to every part of the fortress to hasten its destruction or to simply fly around in confusion. Within this confused maelstrom, the soldiers of the fortress were desperately defending that gateway with everything they had. Every second mattered at this point.
I'm telling you.
You can't." It was then, Teresa Hussey's sudden shout entered Sol Jihu's ears. She was the first one to arrive at the peak, and now, she was in the middle of trying to convince the Earthlings. The fortress hasn't fallen to the enemy's hands yet. They are still defending it. We can definitely save them.
No, even if you say that. A man blurred the end of his sentence and sneakily avoided her gaze. Teresa's face reddened even further.
She did her very best to suppress her rising anger and continued on with a relatively calm voice. "We did our best to come here as soon as we could, yet the fortress walls have been destroyed. They are in the middle of a battle, so there is no guarantee that we will be able to enter the fortress safely." "You're right, but that is why we should sneak attack the Medusa from the back. Because the enemy is focused on this all-out attack, you can see that there aren't that many guarding it." "But that's—" The man displayed an unwilling expression. "Looks like your highness isn't aware of it, but well, both the bugs and cockroaches are born from the mother body of the Medusa. Not to mention, a Medusa is the final evolved form within the medium class. That is why I'm saying. Most importantly, parasites have the characteristic of absolutely obeying the higher-ranking entity. How will they react when their mother is attacked? Every single one of those bastards would be pouncing on us, their eyes hungry for blood." Teresa glared at the man, her facial expression clearly implying, "You think I don't know that already? There is only one high-ranking entity present here. As long as we sneak attack and quickly finish off the Medusa, we should be able to emerge victorious in no time at all. But that doesn't mean the Medusa is completely unguarded. A single mistake will lead to failure. In other words, everyone will end up dying." Even though Teresa desperately pleaded, the man still resolutely rejected her idea. "So, how about doing things this way, Princess? You form a detached force out of your army and sneak attack the Medusa. Meanwhile, the remaining forces secure an escape path and evacuate the folks from inside the fortress." This crazy bastard? Curses crawled all the way up to the top of her throat, but Teresa managed to swallow them back down, just like how she gulped down her saliva. Did these bastards come here to spectate or fight a war? She just couldn't understand it at all. What you're suggesting is basically to abandon the fort. Let's just call it a tactical retreat, Princess. You can gather a bigger force to reclaim it at a later date or, well, now that things have turned out this way, it doesn't seem like such a bad idea to just cut your losses." It was precisely at this point that Teresa gave up on talking to this man. Even as they were wasting time like this, her precious soldiers were dying down there. There was no meaning in dragging out this unproductive strategy meeting anymore. She shifted her gaze to Dylan with hope, but even he chose to remain quiet. Teresa bit her lower lip and spoke up with some determination. "That, we will not do. We will simply continue on with the strategy as discussed previously." The man immediately displayed signs of dissatisfaction. "Are you disregarding our opinions again? Trying to do whatever you want, is it?" Teresa looked back at her silently waiting soldiers. Although there were only a few hundreds of them, every single one was an experienced, wizened veteran who had fought and survived several years of constant warfare. She gazed at them with apologetic eyes, her voice sounding powerless. "My soldiers and I will stand in front to carve out a path. In the meantime, concentrate your firepower on the Medusa." "Well, we can certainly do that much, supporting you from the rear." "Wow. I'm so grateful that I might break down and start crying." Teresa finally voiced her own dissatisfaction and turned around. Cho Hong had been staring at her with narrowed eyes until then, but she suddenly searched around for someone. Sol Jihu was still staring at the fortress while kneeling down on one knee. Sol? When she looked a bit closer, his condition didn't seem so good. He was sweating buckets, and his breathing was labored, too. Not only that, his brows were raised up high as well. Could it be? Every now and then, you'd find some people like him. War was fundamentally on a different realm compared to explorations or expeditions. No, It was a bloody, messy battle to the finish, where different races holding different views put their lives on the line just to kill the other side. However, there were those who failed to realize this fact and take part, only to get scared shitless by the brutality of it all and display some unsettling psychological reactions. "So, why did you even follow us here, then?"
Cho-hong hurriedly trod to where he was and cautiously placed her hand on his shoulder. "Hey, Sol." Even though someone spoke to him, Sol Ji-hoo couldn't tear his eyes off from the battlefield.
Jet black smoke rose up to the sky. He wasn't even close, yet the smells of burning and metallic odor of blood seemed to fill up the air.
Again.
Sol Ji-hoo watched on as if he had been bewitched before gently placing his hand on his chest. His heart that he worked so hard to calm down was pounding incredibly hard again, even harder and faster than when he met Teresa Hussey for the first time.
"Are you feeling okay?"
"This can't go on." "What? What can't go on?" Cho-hong had spoken out of worry, but she flinched slightly and backed away. Sol Ji-hoo abruptly pushed himself up. The fortress must not fall. He didn't know why, but this was the feeling he got. Just like the time he met Kim Hannah for the first time as she was trying to sucker him in, his emotions were violently opposing this. They were telling him to do something. Anything.
He could almost, just barely, remember something.
His eyelids trembled. His breathing quickened, and the nearly forgotten déjà vu began gripping him a bit by bit again.
He spun his head around, but he wasn't looking at Cho-hong.
A short while later, as he stared at Teresa's utterly forlorn looking back, the feelings that were on the precipice of his reach suddenly came crashing in and caused his chest to tumble. His body physically quaked hard, just as much as his emotions. He instinctively activated his 9 eyes, and cast his glance down below once more. The ruined Arden fortress was glowing in the color of gold. The Golden Commandment.
He now understood it.
Once, before he was facing the Gaekgui in the assembly hall.
Another, when breaking past the second floor of the school. And finally,
your innate ability, future vision, has been activated. Sol Ji-hoo's eyes began sparkling brilliantly.
"Hold on, please."
Teresa's steps came to a halt. Her sorrowful face turned to greet the youth. Sol Ji-hoo sighed past the gathering eyes and hurried with his steps. "That tactic is too dangerous." Teresa's expression crumpled as if to imply, "No, not this again."
"Damn it. I know that, too.
But we can't afford to waste any more time."
"I understand that you're feeling urgent, but—"
Sol Ji-hoo calmly carried on. "Even if you succeed, your combat force will suffer significant losses. It'll be the same with you as well, princess." "What did you say?" Teresa's forehead creased up. Rather than getting angry, it was more like she couldn't really believe what she was hearing. The man who was chuckling in secret angrily opened his mouth at the sudden intrusion of this hindrance. "Who the hell are you again?"
"Stop."
Ian raised his hand. He may not be a high ranker, but still, he was a level 4 magician. Not only that, he was also someone who could exercise some authority within the groups of both Earthlings and the Paradisians. "Sol, from the way you say it, you must have thought up of a better plan."
"I have thought of something, yes."
"In that case, allow me to ask you a question." Ian asked quietly.
"Warfare is quite a different beast from expeditions.
You see, as a strategist, you're risking hundreds and thousands of lives if we're talking about a small scale, and hundreds of thousands, even millions, in a greater scale conflict. Are you aware of this fact before trying to offer up your strategy?"
"Yes."
Ian's expression dimmed slightly. After a moment of silence lasting for 4, maybe 5 seconds, he continued on.
"I've witnessed your capabilities with my own eyes, but I still need to ask you again.
Do you truly believe that your plan is worth a shot? Before answering that, I'd like to ask you one thing as well. Master Ian, by any chance, are you able to use this spell?" "Spell?" When Sol Ji-hoo asked back, Ian slowly nodded his head.
I should be able to perform it.
If you can give me enough time to memorize it, as well as to prepare the potions, then, well.
Wait a minute. Suddenly, he began blinking non-stop.
Friend, could you be thinking of?
That's a relief.
If you can indeed use it, then we will be able to decimate over half of the enemy's forces without sacrificing anyone from our side. As long as everything unfolds according to plan, that is.
Ian let out a soft gasp. I'd like to hear this plan of yours now.
Princess, do you have the map of the valley? At the youth's sudden question, Teresa hesitated slightly. She only now recognized this young man as the level 1 warrior she met at the crossroad earlier on. Right now, every second and every minute was precious to her, but Ian's reaction spoke volumes. Even Dylan, who had been maintaining a neutral stance until now, was approaching closer with some interest in his face. Just who was this earthling? If it's a map, yes, I obviously have it.
Teresa was stuck in a dilemma, but in the end, she pulled out the map.
If there was a way to not sacrifice any of her men, but still shade the enemy's forces by half, then she'd not ask for anything more. However, could there really be a method as wonderful as that?
Teresa unfurled the map and spread it out. Meanwhile,
Sol Jihu quickly scanned the land around him. The surrounding topography was filled with several precipitous inclines that truly deserved the label valley. On the ground below, many narrow alleys could be seen, with countless smaller roads spreading out from them like spider's web. How many paths are there from the Dawn Peak to the fortress? That's.
Teresa pointed to several spots on the map.
Sol Jihu nodded his head and hurriedly explained his plan. When he was finished, everyone stared at him in a daze.
Ha. That's bullshit. The earthling man guffawed out in ridicule.
And here I was, wondering what kind of tactic you might come up with, but if that qualifies as a plan, then I… Excuse me, fella.
Do you know what an egg of Columbus is?
Ian's question caused the noisy man to falter. Excuse me? Well, if you don't know what it is, then just stop. Ian easily silenced the man and shifted his gaze over to Teresa and Dylan.
Teresa was deeply pondering something, while Dylan was tilting his head this way and that.
The plan itself is pretty simple, I see. Since the parasites don't know that we're here already, we should use that fact as a weapon. I get that. However, even then, the odds of success is near zero. But I believe it's worth trying.
Teresa hurriedly raised her voice. Dylan.
If it's you, will it be still impossible?
Yes, totally.
If you're talking about a high-ranker archer who raised his agility to the limit, then it might be doable. But in all honesty, not only is the terrain of the valley too rugged, the cockroaches can fly as well.
You will be caught in no time.
Dylan's immediate refusal was about to bring Teresa to despair. But then…
I'll do it.
Sol Jihu raised his hand up. What did you say? Chohong's eyes opened super wide as she freaked out.
Hey, you! You can't do that. Hugo also displayed a similar reaction.
Sol, bravery and foolhardiness is… Ian spoke as if he was sighing out, but his words came to a stop, because Sol Jihu was pointing at the single earring attached to his left earlobe with his thumb. However, you still can't control it properly. If it's running in a straight line, it's possible. You saw me last night.
Hey!
As if she couldn't bear to listen to this nonsense anymore, Chohong roughly grabbed his collars.
Are you really, seriously trying to kill yourself here?
Huh?
Chohong.
What? Why are you even… Let me go.
Chohong flinched, then.
There was a clear hint of annoyance in Sol Jihu's eyes. It was as if he was telling her not to get in his way.
You.
Right at that moment, Chohong realized the shocking fact that this youth felt like a total stranger to her. No, it was as if he had become someone else entirely different. His deeply calm eyes were quite similar to when he was confronting Clara inside the tomb. A rush of unexplainable bitterness filled her up.
Do whatever the hell you want. You damn son of a bitch. In the end, Cho-hong flew into rage and threw his collar down before turning around.
As an added bonus, she even spat out, "Die or survive, I don't care." Seemingly not caring either way, Sol Ji-hoo shifted his gaze back to Teresa Hussey.
Her face showed how flustered she was.
She found it unbelievable that an Earthling had volunteered to take on such a dangerous assignment, but she also couldn't believe that this young man was capable of performing the role that even a high-ranker archer said was nearly impossible to pull off.
In the end, she decided to leave it to Ian's judgment. She thought that these two men knew each other well enough. If you stack the boost up to 3 times, then… Ian licked his lips for a bit before opening them with a bit of hesitation. There's certainly a chance of success.
Truly? But… Ian's complicated eyes landed on Sol Ji-hoo. He wondered to himself, what if something goes wrong? No, the odds of something going wrong was much greater than anything else. When that happened, he'd beat the ground in lamentation for sure. The youth's actions in the Forest of Denial left that much impression on the magician, and the potential displayed by the boy back then was also something else, too. On the other hand, he couldn't help but feel his anticipation rising up. "Princess, we don't have much time left," Sol Ji-hoo urged her.
Indeed, that is true, but… Teresa remained at a loss, but eventually, she spoke in a serious voice as if she had finally made up her mind. "May I?
May I truly entrust it to you?"
"Of course."
Sol Ji-hoo grinned refreshingly. She was supposed to be a complete stranger to him, but for some reason, she didn't feel unfamiliar to him. Hearing her ask if she could believe in him inexplicably lifted some kind of unseen weight off his chest. He had no idea why. The decision's been made. "I'll get ready, then." Ian unsteadily pushed himself up. He still didn't seem too convinced, though. "Princess, we must remain undetected."
"Yes, I know." Teresa nodded her head.
"Sol, I'm well aware of that artifact being amazing, but don't you want to reconsider?" Both Dylan and Hugo were trying their best to dissuade the youth, and surprisingly enough, Sol Ji-hoo agreed with them.
"Somewhat."
"Yes, I know that it will be far too difficult for me alone."
"Right. So?"
"That is why I'd like to give Dylan an opportunity to pay back the rest of the change." Sol Ji-hoo's crafty suggestion caused Dylan's expression to harden instantly. "Oh, my gosh.
I'd like to decline the chance to die with you."
"That's not it. Just provide me with cover fire from a suitable vantage point. And also, with Dylan helping me out, the odds of the operation succeeding and me walking out of there alive will increase substantially, don't you agree?" If it was the princess asking him, Dylan would have refused right away. However, the youth in front of his eyes was a different story altogether. The youth had saved his life twice already. For a little while there, Dylan lightly tapped the top of his head before a helpless sigh escaped from his mouth.
"Okay. Tell me. I'll decide after hearing you out."
The operation began. After climbing down from the peak, Dylan and Sol Ji-hoo hid themselves behind a hill.
"My fate's in your hands, Dylan."
"Don't worry about it.
When you're ready, go ahead. I'll match your timing."
Sol Ji-hoo smiled at those confidence-boosting words and rechecked his spell balls as well as the bow and arrow he received from Teresa's soldiers. Realizing that there was not a single trace of the youth being tense no matter how hard he looked, Dylan could only chuckle wryly. It couldn't be helped since he didn't know about future vision. No wonder he found the youth rather mystifying. To be able to think about the direction, too. It's a lot more intricate plan than meets the eye.
"I'm just doing everything that I can."
"Is that so?"
"Well, I'm off now."
Dylan was about to pull out a lengthy arrow but stopped and asked the departing Sol Ji-hoo.
"Hey, Sol.
This could be the last time we meet again, so is it okay if I ask you about something?" Hearing Dylan's playful tone of voice, Sol Ji-hoo nodded his head. I think Hugo asked you this before.
But well.
Just what did you do back on Earth before coming here? Sol Jihu scratched his cheek, looking troubled a bit, before a bitter smile formed on his lips.
I was a gambler.
Dylan chuckled without making a sound.
Okay. I think I now understand what kind of a guy you are. I quit, though. I believe you.
I shall pray for your success. Dylan extended his fist out. Sol Jihu bumped fists with him, and while keeping himself very low, he climbed down from the hill. With every passing second, he got closer to the fortress. The acrid odor and deafening noises grew ever louder. The remaining distance was nothing more than the proverbial leap away.
And eventually, he arrived at his destination. Bugs.
The first thing he saw was a crustacean-type bug creature about half the size of a grown man featuring an alligator-like maw and 8 legs, busy rushing inside the crumbled ruins of the fortress's front entrance. However, Sol Jihu's concentration was solely focused on one single creature.
Medusa.
When he first saw it, he thought it was an over 4 meters long battering ram. But when he took a much closer look at it, beastly legs were mixed in among the limbs of humans sprouting out of its main body. Spotting a thick green hue, they tangled messily with one another to form a mishmash shape coiling upwards, and the upper torso of a female was located on top.
And surrounding this bizarre creature were several bugs roaming around that resembled supersized cockroaches.
He wanted to take an even closer look, but there was no more time left. He could be discovered at any moment, and more importantly, the desperate resistance of the soldiers trapped inside the fortress was nearing their end, too. However, it was a strange thing. Indeed, he didn't feel afraid at all.
No, he was excited, instead.
If he managed to save this fortress, what kind of ramification would that have in the future? When he thought about it, things were always like this. Future vision caused him to be led by his emotions, not logic. It was as if that supposed skill was pushing him from behind, telling him to just do it. If he were to be honest with himself, then this so-called skill only seemed to boost his baseless confidence, but the important thing here was that he still managed to accomplish everything in the end.
Maybe
your innate ability, future vision, is responding to the awakening of the new ability.
Could it be that my 2 innate abilities are connected to one another?
Like a compass guiding him to change the future. Sol Jihu shook his head, having recalled the messages he saw back in the assembly hall when his 9 eyes awakened.
He knew that the answer he was looking for would only become clear after he unlocked the remaining direction of 9 eyes first.
In order for that to happen, though, he simply had to save this fortress and return to Harem alive.
Sol Jihu breathed out deeply and quickly raised his body up.
And then, chucked one of the 2 spell balls held in his hands. Sol Jihu silently stared at that ball containing a magic spell as it flew towards its intended target. Kiruk? Perhaps sensing that something was wrong, the Medusa's head snapped to the sky above. The spell ball spinning in the air suddenly emitted bright light, then it transformed into a large pillar of liquid that crashed to the earth below.
Splash!
The Medusa became soaked in an instant, and the moment it reflexively took a look around its vicinity.
Peetst!
A strand of electricity streaking in like a ray of light pierced the chest of the female portion of the creature. Chapter 63.
Kaya! The pained scream reverberated thunderously throughout the valley.
It was so loud, in fact, the creatures busy rushing towards the fortress walls had to stop their advance and take a look back. The electricity danced and crackled like a fish meeting water for the first time, causing a spectacular electrocution effect. Electrical sparks arced up from the entire body of the Medusa, scorching the creature black, so much so that its flesh even melted and bodily fluids began leaking out.
The Medusa writhed around in agony.
One of the bugs even forgot to finish chewing on a human that had been bitterly resisting the horde until now and dropped its jaw open. A corpse with clear fang marks fell to the ground. Yet another spell ball flew and hit the head of the painfully shrieking Medusa. Dozens of arrows of light rained down and evenly pounded on the creature's torso. The second scream from this attack caused the ground to quake even further. Normally, this monster would have shaken off tens of such weak, simple magic attacks. However, it was already gravely wounded and there was the small matter of the flames from the electricity burning it up.
Kya-hook! Kya-wook!
Enraged beyond control, the trembling Medusa turned its head in the direction of where that strand of electricity had come from. In that spot, a lone human was taking aim at it with a bow and arrow.
The Medusa flinched in surprise and hurriedly raised its hand to point at that offending human. Ki!
It exploded in fury, and fittingly enough, spat out a huge ball of flames. Sol Jihu hurriedly discarded the bow and reflexively fell down to the ground.
Boom!
The ball of flames missed its target and managed to blow away over half of the strange cliff formation behind him, instead. The falling debris caught on fire and rained down on the valley below like burning hailstones.
I'll just throw this, and…
Sol Jihu was pulling out the last spell ball, but then, he abruptly raised his head. The air touching his face suddenly felt hot. Black smoke blowing up furiously from almost everywhere blocked his view.
And past that, Tadadek! He could hear the noises of countless legs running on the ground.
Not to mention, buzzing noises of furiously beating wings resounded at the same time as well, making him feel dizzy. Just as he internally yelled, "Shit!" a certain leg suddenly parted the smoke and popped into his view.
Almost instantly after that, dozens of bugs jumped out of the smoke and flames simultaneously. Son of a… He didn't have the time to finish the rest of his sentence.
Startled silly now, Sol Jihu simply chucked the last spell ball at the rushing horde and out of pure instinct, he turned around and ran as fast as he could. He heard a cacophony of explosions and loud roars coming from behind him.
He sneaked a glance behind him, but nearly lost his balance and tripped over from the sight.
The fury of the Medusa must have been rather great, because the number of creatures chasing after him was not in the dozens, but had ballooned to several hundreds. The chasing horde managing to blacken the land behind him. Their direction was, without a doubt, towards him. Having confirmed their speedy and rather energetic pace, Sol Jihu shifted his focus back to his front. The distance between him and them didn't decrease, but neither did it increase, not even when he was going around a massive boulder, or when he was going up a hill. The reason he was able to prevent his speed from dropping too much was all thanks to his abundant mana. Just as he began thinking that the plan might succeed with less pain than he expected, the sounds of beating wings scratching at his ears froze up his thought process. A disgusting odor suddenly wafted in and his neck felt itchy. There was no time for him to think. He just lowered his head as fast as he could. Swish! A revolting sensation diagonally swept past the back of his head.
The thing grazing past him didn't crash to the ground below.
As if it was performing a drift, it drew a sharp curve in the air and stormed in again. The flying insectoid creature with 3-4 pairs of wide beating wings was a cockroach.
There was no time to feel horrified.
The horde of flying cockroaches easily scooted past him and soared high up in the air, their aerial maneuvers resembling a person's disheveled hair somehow. On top of that, what's in front just so happened to be the middle point of the distance he had to cover, which also happened to be one of the most rugged and rather steep hilly terrains. As he began running on the rising slope, Sol Jihu had to concede that he had underestimated the enemy's capability to fly. Unfortunately, just because he had recognized the problem, that didn't mean his situation would improve on its own. Soon enough, the cockroaches stopped soaring higher before descending rapidly, all at the same time. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Sol Jihu had been frantically running up the hill until then. The enemy's organized actions left him utterly breathless. They were like eagles taking aim at their prey. He could definitely sense their strong desire to kill him from the decisive manner they were rushing at him. What surprised him even more was the fact that they were not ramming straight into the location of where he was but, While maintaining their frightening rate of descent, they were actually landing on the steep slope at an angle.
Front, rear, left, and to his right. Cockroaches landed everywhere and rushed towards his position as if they were gliding on smooth surfaces.
The distance he thought he could maintain disappeared in an instant.
Growl!
The sight of these creatures speeding towards him while scattering sparks and pebbles all around was terrifying enough to be mistaken for a nightmare. Their noisy, beastly bellows were more like a frenzied declaration of their desire to catch him and rip him to pieces.
Sol Jihu nearly freaked out at their intense suicidal attacks and gritted his teeth.
These things had chosen to smash into him, rather than pouncing on him. Each cockroach was several times larger than regular bugs. Just their momentum alone would be similar to a giant speeding truck with no brakes.
A little graze and he'd be sent flying or die outright.
Originally, he was planning to use that once he ran past the summit of this hill. But now that his life was on the line, he was left with no choice.
I'll trust him.
Sol Jihu decided to trust Ian and without hesitation, poured his mana into the Festina earring. Immediately, storm winds enveloped him. And right away, he spun on his heels to avoid the large black creatures trying to crash into him from his sides. Quang! Cockroaches crashed into one another. Their bodies crumpled, momentarily floating up in the air.
Meanwhile, he roused more of his mana and kicked the ground.
With barely a hair's breadth, he slipped past the cockroaches. These massive creatures never imagined that a human's speed would suddenly increase so greatly. He was able to leave behind some of them with this sudden burst of speed, but he knew he couldn't relax just yet. A silver lining here was the fact that the enemy failed to change or divert his escape route at all. Sol Jihu ran like the wind in a zigzag pattern in between the cockroaches that were trying to ram him from the front. While displaying remarkable on-the-limit evasive maneuvers, he managed to break past the cockroaches' attempts to crash into him. But then, his face was drained of all color. The summit of the hill was almost there, but he still could see more cockroaches flying overhead.
Not only that, each of them carrying bugs, too.
The cockroaches trying to take him down with the suicidal attacks had done their jobs by making their human target take several steps more than necessary. Perhaps these things figured out that he was far quicker than their initial estimate because they gathered in close proximity to eliminate all visible gaps.
And then, they began dropping their loads. God damn it! Seeing the bugs raining down from above, Sol Jihu clenched his teeth. If he wanted to avoid the falling bugs, then he had to go around them, but that would definitely result in him getting caught. But, for him to run blindly ahead, their descent was just too impeccably timed. It was almost enough to make him blurt out some choice words. The only remaining option was to increase his speed even further. However, if he were to stack the boost one more time, he had no confidence in dealing with the potential rate of descent once he got to the downhill part. Unfortunately, the current situation demanded him to make a quick decision. Preparing himself, Sol Jihu roused up his mana once more. With one more boost stacked on top of the initial buff, his entire body suddenly began vibrating. He shuddered like an automobile failing to endure the excessive speeding. Sol Jihu ran like a cheetah towards the summit in that state. And just as he was close enough to look straight into the eyes of one of the falling bugs, he leaned his body back. If he ran upright, he'd have collided with that bug without a doubt. There was only a gap of less than 80 centimeters between the falling creatures and the ground below, yet Sol Jihu successfully got through by sliding on the ground. Right after that, his sliding body became airborne. He was then assaulted by the sensation of his lower torso being sucked down towards the ground. He had run past the summit in this fashion, and as if he was plunging down to earth, he began sliding down the hill almost out of control. Kew!
His body parts rubbing hard against the solid rock surface below was burning up. The danger hadn't ended yet, though. The bottom of this steep hill was getting ever closer. If he continued on this rate of descent, it would not end with just a couple of bones breaking. As for what would happen after that, well, That would be as clear as the midday sun.
Please. Even though the pain shooting up from his back was crippling, he still desperately managed to press down on the ground with both of his hands.
He somehow forced himself up, but his body tottered unsteadily, and his legs couldn't quickly adapt to the current speed. Just as his body lost balance again and teetered on the edge, his leg extended out with great difficulty and met the ground.
Bang!
The sensation of his foot almost breaking under the impact nearly made him faint. He stopped breathing for a moment there, and that led to his chest feeling like it was burning up from the lack of oxygen. However, the sole reason he didn't tumble down but used the inertia to continue running was that he had already experienced something like this before.
He recalled the days he spent running over and over again on the track, and Kua.
Ellipsis. He gritted his teeth and finally managed to regain his balance by taking one step, then another, forward. And then, he began raising his speed again. From the perspective of the parasites, such a scene was unbelievable. They must have found the human managing to evade their attempts like a slippery eel completely detestable, because they all began emitting loud roars of anguish. Cockroaches driven mad with rage chased after him like crazy, and the bugs rolled themselves into a ball and began rolling down the hill. Sol Jihu could only marvel at their dogged pursuit, but still, he didn't let go of his focus. Having overcome several close brushes in a very short amount of time, his situation finally changed for the better. The rest of the way was on a piece of land that looked utterly flat and peaceful when compared to the dangerous terrain he had been running on until then. More importantly, he could see it now, a pair of tall, imposing cliffs facing each other as if something had split them into two. And then, a deep ravine running in between the two. His goal wasn't far away now. Sensing that the successful completion of his mission was just around the corner, Sol Jihu activated the final stack of the boost.
Pang! 3 stacks of explosive burst of speed. As fast as the storm winds, Sol Jihu disappeared into the ravine. Asterisk. He did it.
Ian clenched his fists tightly. The anxiety the magician felt when the youth broke past the encirclement of parasites on top of the hill's summit with near miraculous dexterity quickly changed to half-belief when the boy slid down the hill, and finally, to joy when Sol Jihu managed to regain his balance and continue running. If it were up to him, Ian might have broken into a dance routine right there and then. Unfortunately, he had no leeway to do that. Below the tall cliffs that might cause one to faint when peering over the edge, the parasite horde was chasing down the youth in an arrow-like formation that made them look a lot like a deadly sharp drill. If Sol Jihu was seen as the most important person in his plan, then the second most important person would be Ian. The youth had exceeded all expectations and carried out his part of the plan. As for the rest, all Ian had to do was pretty similar to enjoying a nice, luxurious meal provided free of charge. Ian's current location was on top of a massive triangular rock formation jutting out of one of the cliffs. On the surface below his feet, some kind of white powder had been thickly laid down to form a straight line over 8 meters in length. Ian vigorously swung his staff. Liquefaction! Something amazing happened, then. The white powder suddenly transformed into liquid and soaked the ground. Tzzzzt, tzzzzt. The liquid then began boiling over and rapidly melted the rocks below to seep deeper into the cliff. Soon, a thin, lengthy fissure formed on the ground. Crack! Ian immediately slammed his staff down on the ground. From the fissure that continued to cut deeper into the bedrock, visible fractures began spreading out. Crack! Ian chanted out the same spell once more. The fissure visible on the surface widened faster and faster, and it spread out rapidly like the webbing of a spider. By this time, Sol Jihu had entered the ravine. Right then, Ian pulled out an envelope and poured its contents out in the air. Yellowish-green powder scattered in the wind before disappearing from the view as if they had become one with the sky. And the magician activated his 4th memorized magic. Ventus Gladio. Sharp, ear-screeching blades of winds gathered around the tip of his staff.
From here onwards, Ian could not afford to make a single mistake.
White smoke rose up from the newly formed cracks and blocked his vision, but they failed to blind a magician who had raised his concentration to the extreme. Sweat trickled down his face, but he still continued to look on with slightly bloodshot eyes as rapid calculations took place in his head. And when he confirmed that Sol Jihu had run past the entrance of the ravine to enter the midway point, he didn't hesitate and slammed his staff down once more. The blades of winds continuously condensing near his staff suddenly lashed out to below.
More specifically, they disappeared into the deep cracks formed by the liquid on the ground.
And then, slice! The noise of something being cut came out from the gap.
Keek, keek!
Next up, the giant triangular rock formation spat out huge chunks of dust and it began gliding downwards at a diagonal angle. It was cleanly separated from the rest of the cliff, revealing a smooth cutting plane as it got ready to gently slide down. But then,
smash, crash, rumble, boom, crock!
The triangular formation smashed into the cliff walls 3-4 times before it broke up into several tens of massive pieces. The sharp, pointy rocks plunged to the ground. Each and every one was as big as falling meteors, and they proceeded to crash land on top of the parasite horde chasing after Sol Jihu in a bloody frenzy. This was a precise attack performed after many calculations later. The parasites had been driven into the berserk state after the youth made an utter fool out of them, and so, they could not evade in time and had to receive the falling boulders in full. A short while later,
boom! Boom! Boom!
The ravine quaked violently with frightening explosions as the boulders hit their targets. The boulders crashed down on the bugs, crushed past their carapaces, and slammed into the hard ground below. The gravity-assisted momentum caused the boulders to explode into countless shards like a hand grenade as soon as colliding with the earth. Those parasites that luckily evaded the initial fall were all swept away by the stormy whirlwinds of the shrapnel-like rock shards. And so, after the first crash, the ravine had transformed into a living hell. Those that got killed in the initial crash were the fortunate ones. As for the rest, some simply exploded after being crushed by the bouncing pieces of the boulders, or their bodies were torn asunder by the shrapnel. The jutting rocks spread around the greenish bodily fluids and chunks of their victims in the air. Sol Jihu had managed to escape out of the ravine in the nick of time, but he still continued to run non-stop. He couldn't hear anything at all anymore. Tinnitus caused by the incredible impact force behind him rang loudly in his ear.
He could only use his intuition to roughly guess.
Suddenly, he realized that time had slowed down. His vision began shaking abruptly, and his entire body felt like it weighed a ton. Only then did he figure out that time hadn't actually slowed down, but it was his speed that had returned to normal, instead. The effect of boost had run its course. And then, the familiar sense of alienation came crashing down. Ah! Ah! Sol Jihu faltered about in confusion and took a look behind him before his eyes shot up wide. Nobody could tell how it managed to escape, but a single cockroach was rushing towards him like a fired arrow. Reflexively, Sol Jihu's hand searched for his spear, but he belatedly remembered not bringing it with him. But at the same time, a spear flying in from out of nowhere skewered the wayward cockroach into the ground. Sol Jihu was stunned out of his skull and finally tumbled down on his rear, only to sense something hard and metallic supporting him from his back, as well as someone gently embracing him. Rose-colored strands of hair tickled his face. When Sol Jihu's eyes met a pair of deep rose-gold irises, all he could do was to blink several times in a daze. It was Teresa. She was staring at him with passionate eyes of a young maiden falling in love for the first time.
Quote ellipsis exclamation mark ellipsis exclamation mark quote.
Her lips moved rapidly, so she must have been saying something, but Sol Jihu couldn't hear her, as his ears were still ringing loudly. The Princess Knight saw his dazed expression, closed her lips and quietly stared at him. However, she still couldn't disguise the pure happiness burning brightly in her eyes.
She then suddenly pressed her face close enough to touch his.
Their noses pressed tight, and he could even feel her rough breathing, too.
She swept back her waterfall-like hair and spoke again.
"Did you know?"
Her voice sounded rather flushed just then.
I said, "Did you know?"
In the next moment, Sol Ji-hoo felt a pair of hands tightly grasping the back of his head.
You're so fucking hot and sexy right now."
Teresa yelled out and pressed her face to his. Sol Ji-hoo formed a stupid expression. Only after about 5 seconds went by did he realize that soft and moist sensation rubbing against his lips happened to be her lips. Woo,
wuup.
Mew, mup.
Smooch. Teresa swallowed saliva as if she was trying to suck his lips in, and after that she let his face go.
She snorted in satisfaction and even licked her lips slightly too.
She carefully put the dumbstruck youth on the ground in the sitting position, and then, with a still excited face, she shifted her gaze towards the ravine. The triangular rock formation crashed into the front and the middle of the enemy horde, and as a result, the parasites making up the rear fell into a state of pure chaos. However, they were no better than rats stuck in a trap.
Around Teresa, a dozen or so Earthlings and 100-plus soldiers stood by, waiting.
The important thing was, though, this wasn't the only place where the army was waiting.
"Looks like a feast has been prepared for us,"
from Dylan, who quickly came here after successfully sniping the Medusa.
"I wonder. Isn't it more like someone else's leftover?" Even from Cho-hong.
"Who cares if it's leftovers?
I'm always up for any type of tasty treats, you know."
Even Hugo, too. From the countless side paths leading out of the ravine, the concealed Earthlings and elite soldiers revealed themselves one by one. Once the net had been cast, bugs and cockroaches faltering around in confusion in the rear belatedly began looking around. By then, it was well beyond too late.
Clang! Teresa pulled out her beautiful longsword and raised it to the sky.
And staring from above the cliff, Ian was filled with admiration.
From the very beginning till this moment, everything played out according to Sol Ji-hoo's plan.
He really has managed to create this miracle.
Charge!
In that moment, Teresa's spirited roar resounded throughout the ravine.
You wa! Ho!
Ian's eyes sparkled brightly. The army that had been separated into 10 groups and lay in ambush.
Attack!
Began their simultaneous attack on the lured enemy. Chapter 64. The ensuing battle was so one-sided that one could easily describe it as utterly overwhelming. 2/3 of the parasite horde that entered the ravine were either crushed or gravely wounded by the rock fall. As for the remaining creatures at the rear of the horde, not only were they trapped in a net, they couldn't even put up a proper resistance at the assault coming in from 10 different directions and were systematically massacred. Originally, Sol Ji-hoo thought that his plan would be a success if he managed to drag about half of the invading army's numbers. However, he ended up luring nearly 80% of the total horde instead. Once the Medusa determined that the grave injury it suffered was not something to be ignored, it ordered the majority of its army to pursue him while leaving behind only the bare minimum number necessary to conquer the fortress. Of course, some of the blame for that decision lay with its enraged state stopping the creature from properly deciphering the situation, and Sol Ji-hoo pretending to shoot the damaging arrow worked wonders as well. Furthermore, him slipping through their encirclement like an eel played a big part too. All thanks to that, every single cockroach was now dead. As for the remaining horde, only bugs managed to survive, but that didn't last for long, either. Sensing that this was the perfect heaven-gifted opportunity, Teresa Hussey led the army from the front and immediately rushed to the fortress. The commanding Medusa suffered tremendously under Dylan's precise sniping, as well as the continued barrage of ranged attacks from the archers, before falling to Ian's magic. The confused, lost bugs became nothing more than tasty treats the moment their mother died. And so, the Battle of the Ardent Fortress had ended, with the human coalition emerging as clear victors.
Wah! A loud cheer resounded out in the valley. Teresa raised her longsword high up in the air to meet their cheers. She even forgot about saving face to cutely cry out, "Kayak!"
Just how long had it been since she tasted a victory this sweet and this refreshing? She had been thirsting for a victory so much that she celebrated with all of her might.
She was truly happy, not as a princess of a nation, but as a resident of paradise.
Of course, it was still a bit excessive given her position. In the end, she still failed to completely vent out her happiness, and so, with a flushed face, she began searching for the hero of this operation. However, for some reason, Sol Jihu flinched grandly when their eyes met.
He then covered his mouth and hurriedly ran away. Teresa broke out in a fit of giggles and chased after him. Sol Jihu doggedly ran away from her, and eventually, sought shelter behind Chohong.
Such joyous events happened here and there, but in any case, the fact that they were able to win without too much sacrifice from their side did not change. Later that day, Teresa Hussey conveyed the results to the Harem royal family with two simple communiques.
Parasites, annihilated.
Defense of Arden Fortress, successful. Casualties from the reinforcement army, nil. A message of victory had been sent out for what felt like the first time in ages.
Asterisk. Even though the battle was over, the reinforcement army didn't leave the Arden Fortress right away. They still had to take care of the aftermath.
The battle may have been won, but it was only the reinforcement that suffered no casualties. The situation of the Arden Fortress was truly dire. The structure that was supposed to be nearly finished was now half in ruins. As for the forces that resided here, not even 200 managed to survive. It was pretty much a total annihilation. While priests hurriedly went around here and there to perform their roles, Teresa was making requests for various supplies to be sent over via communication crystal.
Skills laborers and materials to reconstruct the fortress, carriages that would transport the injured back to the city, relief and medical supplies, etc.
Sol Jihu wasn't lounging around either. He spent his time either getting rid of the parasite corpses or helped out with the initial preparation to get the fortress's reconstruction started. Also, not only he stood as a lookout in his spare time, he went on patrols with Dylan every now and then. Although the odds were low, they still had to consider the follow-up attack from the parasites. Perhaps preparing for this and that took more time than expected. The requested supplies only arrived 8 days later. Earthlings got ready for the return trip back to Haramark only then. Before he left, Sol Jihu took one last look at the Arden Fortress with his 9 eyes active. And it was still glowing in the same golden color. "You gotta pay me back in the future, okay?" He grinned slightly, and just as he was about to climb into the carriage along with the rest of Carpe Diem, his steps came to a halt. From the open door of the carriage right at the front, a certain someone's hand was slowly gesturing at him, as if to order him to come closer. The owner of the hand peeking her head out of the doorway was none other than the grinning Teresa Hussey.
Asterisk. On their way back to Haramark.
As soon as the group left the valley, the road became comparatively smooth.
There wasn't anything worth mentioning about the princess's carriage.
Well, Ian was riding in it too, but that was about it. "I can only apologize to you, friend."
And no, it's fine.
Ian's voice conveyed how apologetic he was, prompting Sol Jihu to quickly wave his hands about.
Even then, I don't feel good knowing that it was I who first made the suggestion, only to back out on you like this.
After a lengthy period of rethink, Ian decided to remain as the royal family's magician for a little while longer. There were a few reasons for this decision, but the biggest one had to do with the royal family making more concessions. Also, Teresa begged him to, so there was that as well. On top of that, the royal family also promised to wholeheartedly support him, so it had become a step easier for Ian to break into the ranks of high rankers. He said that once they returned to Haramark, he'd sign the revamped contract with them. Well, it wasn't as if we made a definite promise or anything. And I also delayed giving you a definite answer.
So, Master Ian, please don't mind it. Thank you for saying that.
That certainly eases a load off my shoulders. Ian slowly stroked his beard and formed a relaxed smile.
Please wait a while longer.
You see, there's a substantial difference between a high-ranker magician and a regular one. Pardon? The royal family has made some concessions. They promised not to interfere with my external activities, such as going on expeditions or explorations. Ian winked playfully. Although things worked out this way because this old man couldn't forsake the loyalty and bonds I've formed with them throughout the years, I was being honest when I said I'd like to form a team with you.
I've learned a few things from this exped. Ahem. I mean, our mission this time, as well as the battles we fought together.
Still trying to pretty up a swine, huh? Teresa took a look at the two men with a dumbfounded expression. Loyalty? Bonds?
Let's be real.
You said yes reluctantly because we promised to raise your research budget and let you roam around freely whenever you feel like.
Oh,
my.
Looks like she saw right through me.
Ian stopped smiling like a wizened old man and formed a playful expression of someone pretending to not know anything.
Teresa shook her head helplessly before seeing Sol Jihu's face and going, oops.
I'm sorry. From the way I hear it, I guess you two were about to form a partnership.
Indeed, Sol Jihu did regret it a bit.
There was still a ton of things he didn't know, so if an experienced, street-smart veteran magician accompanied him, that would certainly give him a lot of confidence. However, it wasn't as if they had agreed to the partnership in the first place, and he was in no position to demand one either. So, Sol Jihu decided to be satisfied with getting acquainted with these people only.
No, it's fine.
It seems that Master Ian is a really important person from the royal family's perspective. That's indeed the case.
Also, he's essential if I want to make my dream come true.
Your dream? Yup.
Teresa's eyes gleamed brightly.
The Arden Fortress is only the first step in my dream becoming a reality. May I hear about this dream?
Of course.
It's pretty simple, actually. The Arden Valley is an imposing mountain range, and it also serves as the border region that's holding back the parasites.
Plus, it's also the shortest route to Harem for them.
Sol Jihu also knew that much already. So, I plan to turn the entirety of the Arden Valley into a fortress. One large and impregnable enough to make the parasite queen voluntarily give up on the notion of invading us. Sol Jihu tilted his head slightly. Wait, it feels like I can remember something here. A considerable time had passed since he had that dream, but if some part of it still remained in a blurry, indistinct form like this, then it must have been an incredibly shocking incident.
The Arden Valley. Harem.
Not just a small portion, but fortifying the entire mountain range. All I can hear is your naked desire to overwork this old man to death. While Sol Jihu was thinking to himself, Ian grumbled softly under his breath.
The royal family will always reward you accordingly.
I am happy with the rewards, but this old man would like to hear a generous helping of your encouragement every now and then, as well.
Well, it won't be hard doing that for you, but you're just going to ask me to say things like, kook. Kill me instead. Or, that will not make me submit to you.
How does that qualify as encouragement? Those are the perfect encouragements for this old man's body. I don't want to. I don't know why, but whenever I say those words, I feel strange. Hearing Teresa's refusal, Ian could only tut in disappointment. Sol Jihu did his best to suppress his laughter. Still, he quietly gazed at Teresa with curiosity. Things have worked out well in the end, but his personal questions hadn't been addressed yet. Why did he feel such a powerful attraction the first time he met this woman? He gave it a lot of thought, but couldn't figure it out at all. Hold on. Feeling way too curious now, Sol Jihu activated his 9 eyes again.
Teresa remained colorless, but he wasn't looking for that.
Green is the general observation, right?
Teresa Hussey's status window.
1.
General information. Sum and date, N.A. Marks grade, N.A. Sex, age, female, 24. Height, weight, 168.5 cm, 54.6 kilograms. Current condition, good.
Class, LV.
5. Princess Knight. Nationality, Haremark. Affiliation, the Haremark royal family. Alias, Haremark's princess. 2. Traits. 1. Temperament. Stout.
Both her mindset and actions are sharp and substantial. Responsible. Places importance on the duties or obligations she's been tasked with. Heroic. Possesses vigorous spirit and does not hesitate to do minor matters if it needs to be.
2. Aptitude. Sagacious.
Has a gift in quickly judging the situation correctly and to respond accordingly. Breaking through, regardless of the difficulty of the situation, she will search for a way to survive and overcome the current adversity. 3. Physical level.
Strength, high intermediate +1. Endurance, low intermediate.
Agility, high intermediate.
Stamina, intermediate. Magic, intermediate +1. Luck, high low. Remaining ability points, 0. 4.
Abilities. 1. Innate abilities, 1.
2. Class abilities, 6.
3.
Other abilities, 4. 5. Level of cognition. Hard to please, tenacious and persistent, curious, melancholic. Feels hopeless and is frustrated in her heart.
That was someone else's status window, something he hadn't seen in a long, long time. He actually found it weird that he could also see the status window of a paradisian. Did he stare at her too much? He didn't get to read past the first couple of lines before Teresa suddenly swiveled her head towards him. She must have sensed his gaze. As soon as their eyes met, Sol Jihu flinched and hurriedly turned his head away, pretending to not notice anything. Was I found out? Just like a little kid who was busted for doing something naughty, Sol Jihu was inwardly feeling nervous. Excuse me. He pretended to not hear her. X tilde cu tilde say tilde me tilde tilde. When he didn't reply, Teresa just got up from her spot and sat back down right next to him. Even then, he showed no response, so she brought herself even closer. Close enough for their butts to touch.
Sol Jihu flinched again and looked at her.
A satisfied smile then formed on her face. Well, there's this thing. I'm curious about it, so can you help me understand it better? Pardon me? Back when we first met? Why were you staring at me so intently? You were doing the same thing just now. It was finally here. Sol Jihu fixed his expression and opened his mouth. If you were offended, I'd like to apologize. No? I wasn't offended or anything like that.
Teresa raised her hands. Well, let's be honest, I know I'm quite pretty.
She shrugged her shoulders nonchalantly. So, were you staring at me because of how pretty I am, Tilda? Was that it? Her absolutely forthright attitude left Sol Jihu utterly lost for words. It took some effort on his part to say something.
Ah, that.
Both your eyes' color and your hair are quite beautiful, yes.
From where I come from, pink color is very rare, you see. Sol Jihu smiled awkwardly, all the while subconsciously trying to distance himself from her.
He didn't feel like letting her steal his lips again anytime soon. Oh, really?
I don't feel much of anything, though. I see. Yes. I don't particularly feel anything about them since I grew up with them.
As the conversation unfolded, Sol Jihu managed to create a bit of a gap between them.
Teresa tilted her head, but when she saw him covering his lips with his hand. Ah! She let off a soft gasp.
H-ing. She then let out a strange moan as a clear as day playfulness filled up her expression. Well, I mean, you know. Her subtle but dangerous smile reminded Sol Jihu of a carnivorous predator taking aim at a herbivore.
I've had these pink eyes and pink hair since birth. She suddenly lowered her gaze and scanned her body for a second, and then. And, also.
She grinned brightly and leaned closer to Sol Jihu's ear, and whispered.
I'm pink in the other place, too.
After whispering, Teresa winked at him. Sol Jihu hurriedly and rather painfully coughed and wheezed. The traveling army arrived at Harem on the fourth morning. Time spent away was one thing, but perhaps because so many incidents had happened since the initial departure from the city, Sol Jihu couldn't help but welcome the sight of civilization. Both Teresa and Ian were busy people. As a departing gesture, she requested for a firm handshake. She also told him to wait a little bit for his promised rewards. Ian bade goodbye with these meaningful words, "Let us meet again soon." After saying goodbyes to those two, Sol Jihu climbed out of their carriage, all the while reorganizing his thoughts. He needed to receive the rewards and had to stop by a temple, too. He also had to worry about selling off his share of the loot, as well. He thought that, for a little while, he'd be kept somewhat busy. Even still. In the end, nothing much had changed. Ian decided to remain as the royal family's magician. Once the splitting of loot was done, he'd have to go his separate way from Carpe Diem too. Sure, they had gone through a lot together, so some amount of friendship and trust had been built between them, but it'd still be hard to go on another assignment with them again out of sheer coincidence like this time. It'd be nice if I could level up. Although being in another expedition would be tough, wouldn't he still be able to weasel himself into an exploration party if he was at least a level 2? If it doesn't work out, I'll just have to tough it out as a porter for a little while longer. Hey! While Sol Jihu stood there moistening his lower lip, a familiar voice suddenly pricked him in the ears. The trio of Dylan, Chohong, and Hugo were waiting for him by the city's gate. Sorry about that. Were you guys waiting for me for long? Nope, not really. Chohong sneakily averted her gaze. Sol Jihu wondered if something was up because Hugo was grinning brightly like a fool and Dylan was quietly observing the situation with his arms firmly across his chest. Chohong coughed to clear her throat and quietly spoke up. So, what's your plan from now? Huh? His rather nonchalant reply prompted Chohong to roughly scratch her head. As if she couldn't figure out what to say or how to say it, her lips restlessly parted and closed. Arg, damn it. You know, like. Okay? Wanna come? She said something that had neither the beginning nor the end. Seeing Sol Jihu's confused expression, Hugo began clapping his hands as huge laughter exploded out of his mouth. Chohong loudly yelled out, "So why did you ask me to do it in the first place?" After the commotion died down, Dylan opened his mouth. Sol, are you planning to stay in Harem? Yes, I am. Dylan advised him to leave Harem, but Sol Jihu wasn't planning on doing that. Him being right or wrong was beside the point. He just wanted to remain in this city for just a little while longer. I see. Okay, in that case. Dylan uncrossed his arms and placed his hands on the heads of Chohong and Hugo. Listen. I am technically the leader of Carpe Diem, but even I find it pretty rough trying to control these two idiots. Sol Jihu was about to agree with that, but after seeing the scary glare shot from Chohong's eyes, he stopped right away. So I want to know, would you like to lend me a hand doing that? Sol Jihu blinked his eyes. As your compensation, I'll let you use a training facility that's not too shabby from now on, free of charge. Only then did the youth realize the meaning of those words, and his jaw dropped slightly. Dylan. Dylan grinned, baring his teeth. Well, how about hashing out the small details while we eat, drink, and enjoy? Sol Jihu also smiled brightly. Sounds good to me. Chapter 65. When Sol Jihu woke up, the sun had climbed up to the middle of the sky. Even though he was nominally awake, he didn't open his eyes. For one, he had a headache from his hangover painfully poking his forehead, and two, dreamy drowsiness was still lingering about him. Several thoughts fleeted in and out of his mind. Back when he volunteered as a porter in the pub, the events of the Forest of Denial, and the vengeful spirit of the tomb, the deaths of Samuel, Alex, and their team, the fortress tucked within the Arden Valley, Princess Teresa Hussey, and Ian. And then, feeling like he had just woken up from a long, long dream, Sol Jihu let a soft sigh escape from his lips. He opened his eyes to see the warm sunlight filling up this unfamiliar room. Everything was foreign, including the white walls with cracks here and there, as well as the bed he was lying on. Oh, right. His confusion gradually settled down. Sol Jihu and the members of Carpe Diem were celebrating last night, and they made him chug down one tall glass after another, and that's where his memories ended. Someone must have carried him into this room. The important thing was that he was now a member of Carpe Diem. They were the only team in Harem marked by the Golden Commandment, so understandably, he was quite pleased with this result. Sol Jihu jumped up from the bed and threw the windows open. He was thinking of catching some refreshing breeze while looking at the scenery provided by the city of Harem, but he could only frown deeply at the steadily permeating stench of acrid body odor. His current state was nothing to laugh about. He was stuck in the wilderness for almost 3 weeks and hadn't had the chance to properly wash up, not even once. Thankfully, he discovered a shower in the bathroom attached to this particular room, so he promptly stripped down. After scrubbing every part of his body with cold water, Sol Jihu now felt quite refreshed. Putting on regular clothes, he emerged from the bedroom only to realize that there was no one else on the 3rd floor. He went down to the 1st floor, just in case, and finally spotted a familiar face there. Cho-hong, kitted out in a sleeveless tee and a pair of hot pants just like the first time he saw her, was busy exercising as sweat poured down from her body. When he cautiously entered the gym, Cho-hong turned her ponytailed head slightly towards him while still hanging on the steel bar.
"Oh, you're up." "Yeah, just now."
"What about you?"
"Woke up in the morning. I was thinking of getting rid of the hangover together, but you were in a deep sleep, so I left without waking you."
Now that he thought about it, there was an extra bed in the room. That must have belonged to Cho-hong. "If it was breakfast, you should have woken me up, though."
"Breakfast, my foot."
"Exercise is the best cure for a hangover, you know? Besides all that, aren't you too weak against alcohol? You got code way too quickly." "Don't worry. You didn't throw a drunken rampage. You just slept quietly like a baby." Cho-hong smirked and resumed her pull-up regime. Every time the steel bar touched her chest, her finely crafted muscles flexed for all to see on her sweat-soaked back. Sol Jihu's stare was held captive by that mesmerizing sight. He heard somewhere that a woman's body was supposedly much harder to develop muscles, especially to that degree. So, it went without saying that she must have worked very hard to get to where she was. The longer he watched, the more impressed he got. At the same time, he even thought it looked quite beautiful to behold, as well. Cho-hong carried on and did 50 more pull-ups, and her posture didn't stray once. After letting the bar go, she lightly landed back down on the floor and began controlling her breathing. Sol Jihu took a closer look at his surroundings with a trembling heart. He had no idea who created this gym, but well, everything here was top class. From what he heard, not only the entirety of the 1st floor but even the back of the building as well as the basement had been converted into the team's training facility. What should I start with? Hey, let's go back upstairs. It's almost time, too. Hearing those words coming out of the blue, Sol Jihu could only look around himself with an unwilling expression. Cho-hong, meanwhile, emptied out a whole bottle of water in one go and exhaled deeply. Dylan said he'd be back by lunch at the latest. I didn't see him upstairs though. He'll be here. Dylan's like a devil, you see.
Cho Hong wiped the sweat off her neck with a towel as she opened the exit door.
Sol Ji-hoo could only take one last look at the gym with a wistful expression, before turning around to leave as well.
Asterisk.
Just as Cho Hong said, two boys of Carpe Diem returned to the office while she was taking a shower. Dylan was carrying a huge bag on his back, and Hugo was carrying a lengthy item wrapped in blue fabric, a wide grin seemingly perma-glued to his face. Dylan spoke to Sol Ji-hoo as the latter stood up from the couch.
"Oh. Hey, Sol. You're up." "Ah. Yes. Just now."
"Where are you guys coming from?" "If I were to use Master Ian's analogy, I went to fetch our quail eggs." "Quail eggs?" Dylan didn't say anything else, and after putting the bag down, plopped down on the couch himself. He rummaged through his pockets, only to stare at Sol Ji-hoo with a somewhat dazed face.
The youth chuckled and handed over the packet of cigarettes.
"DMN it. Thanks. When I go back to Earth next time, I'm going to buy a truck full of this crap and bring it over."
He.
"I'm really beginning to enjoy this brand, you know?"
Hugo butted in and shamelessly stole a cigarette. "Oh. Hey.
You guys came back."
Cho Hong emerged from the shower then, with a wet towel covering her hair.
She then plopped next to Sol Ji-hoo. "You guys are late."
"I thought you'd be quick about it." There was no helping it.
"We had to stop by two different places, after all."
"I get it, so take them out already."
"Stop building the suspense, will you?" Cho Hong giggled and rubbed her hands gleefully. Only then did Sol Ji-hoo realize that it was now the time to split the rewards.
"All right. First of all." Clang.
Dylan placed a substantial-looking pouch on the coffee table and it issued a nice-sounding metallic clank. As the reward for going on the recon of the Forest of Denial, as well as participating in the defense of the fortress, we got 850 silver coins. Samuel and his team are gone, so their share is excluded. Including Master Ian's share, it's 170 silver coins per head.
"Wow." Cho Hong jumped up in surprise before squatting down on the couch. She began raising a great fuss.
"For real? Is this for real?" The Harem royal family is known for being generous with their rewards, but they added a little bit extra this time.
"Kia.
That princess sure knows how to treat others."
And, also."
Dylan pulled out another pouch, this time smaller than the previous one. "This is the reward from Cecilia. Just as the contract stipulated, nice and clean 100 silver coins per head. 270 silver coins." Cho Hong clenched both of her fists and celebrated. On the other hand, Sol Ji-hoo was a little bit unimpressed. Kim Hannah gave him 100 silver coins to begin with, so it was a bit hard for him to truly grasp the actual value of these 270 silver coins. Right, the main forms of currency in circulation are supposed to be copper and silver coins. Now it made a bit more sense. There was no way Kim Hannah would have given him only a tiny amount when she gave out hundreds of millions of won as pocket money as if it was a small change to her. In any case, 270 silver coins converted to 270,000 copper coins. Thinking that he'd ask later how much value a single silver coin possessed, Sol Ji-hoo quietly took the coin pouch Dylan handed over. "So, shall we get to the main topic, then?" Dylan cautiously pulled out the burial goods one by one from the large bag. There were a total of 10 items they managed to bring out from the tomb. Cho Hong drooled avariciously, before going oops. "What about that geezer?" "Master Ian said that we can go ahead and take our pick first. He said he will take whatever two that's been left behind." "Hey Tilda. A magician is actually yielding like that? What a surprise." "Well, he's employed by the royal family. I'm sure he's not exactly hurting for money." Dylan picked up one of the burial goods. It was a decorative item shaped like a tree and fashioned out of several precious jewels. Brown, red, and green colors harmonized with each other beautifully and displayed a brilliant splendor. Most importantly, though, there was a fruit, about half the size of an adult's pinky on top of the item itself that stole everyone's attention. It was emitting a rather attractive golden luster. We can pick 2 items each for ourselves, but personally, I'd like Sol to have this one. Dylan looked to his sides as if to ask for the consent from his teammates.
Cho-hong let out a soft groan. Oh, well. Sure. The kid worked hardest, after all.
Agreed.
Yup, me too.
Hugo agreed quickly, as well. As if it was the most obvious thing in the world, Dylan separated the gold bit and the jewel tree before handing them both over to Sol Jihu.
Congratulations. Although he received them because they were being handed over, Sol Jihu still felt a bit bewildered here.
Maybe he read the youth's expression. Dylan lightly waved his hand about. Don't worry about it and just take them. Whether it was the expedition or the battle at the fortress, we'd all be dead meat if it wasn't for you.
Oh. Sure. Thank you.
Oh, right.
I did it out of habit, but still.
Let me give you an advice for the future.
No matter what, it's better to sell the gold and jewels separately. No, wait.
If you can help it, it'd be better to hold on to the gold. That thing. You should at least get half a gold coin. Hugo stared at the treasure with envious eyes. Sol Jihu tilted his head and took a look at the golden fruit decoration. Now that he took another look, even he could tell that the gold bit was the most expensive part of the treasure. But, if gold was so valuable, then why didn't anyone bring some from Earth?
I'm sure there's a reason.
Sol Jihu told himself to ask about that later, and for now, he focused on the splitting of the loot.
It didn't take long to split the burial goods.
Besides the one he got in the beginning, Sol Jihu got another treasure. It was a small sculpture shaped like a flower out of a jewel that boasted 5 different hues. Besides that, everyone agreed Hugo would be the new owner of Khan's halberd, while Dylan and Cho-hong took half of the remaining articles of the deceased for themselves. The expressions of both Cho-hong and Hugo looked so satisfied that the smiles on their faces didn't want to fade away for a long time afterwards.
Looks like it's time to hand over the final item.
Sol Jihu thought it was the end, but Dylan brought one last thing out. It was none other than the mystery item wrapped in the blue fabric, the one Hugo was carrying not too long ago.
Sol, it's yours.
Quote. Princess Teresa Hussey tasked us with delivering it, saying it's for the hero who helped her defend the Arden fortress.
So, please Tilda, accept it.
That crazy bitch.
Cho-hong rubbed her arms as if goosebumps were breaking out there.
Sol Jihu unwrapped the blue fabric as if he was under some sort of a spell, and soon, he was greeted by the sight of a 2-meter-long spear. His dazed eyes scanned the entirety of the weapon. The long, smooth spear shaft glowed in a faint blue hue, and from the sharply refined blades on the tip, he could physically see the ice-white cold air swirling about.
Overall, it was not flashy and pleasingly simple, but he actually liked that the most.
It was as if he was looking at a spear expertly carved out of a solid block of ice. When he gently grasped the shaft, the cold sensation assaulted his hand, but that lasted only for a moment. He already felt familiar with the weapon, and the cool, refreshing aura immediately rushed into his body. Even his brain felt refreshed then.
Wow!
Dylan gave him a piece of paper, saying that it was the certificate of authenticity, but Sol Jihu couldn't really pay any mind to that. What the heck?
Isn't this a magic spear? Cho-hong's brows shot up real high after she read the certificate for herself. I hear that it's got freezing magic imbued to it.
Also, something to purify the wielder's mind. Although, the effect is a bit on the minor side. What's gotten into that princess?
No, before that.
Isn't this way too over the top?
She must have found Sol really to her liking. She even complained to me, asking me why I didn't bring him along. Even then. A weapon with 2 separate magics. Cho-hong pulled her chin back and muttered helplessly, but Dylan simply shrugged his shoulders.
Well, thanks to Sol, the kingdom's elite soldiers were completely unscathed, so there's that.
I'm sure she's grateful. I'm so envious, Tilda.
This kid now won't have to worry about getting a weapon until he's at least level 4. Stop drooling over someone else's stuff and focus on your own loot, Chohong. Are you going to sell them?
Of course.
Opening parenthesis. Chohong regained her spirit in a matter of seconds and proclaimed loudly,
I'ma sell them at a really, really high price.
Hugo was also brimming with vigorous spirit, as well. In that case, we should head to Scheherazade. The auction venue is over there, after all. Dylan chuckled as if he expected such a reaction from the two of them, before shifting his gaze to the youth. Sol Jihu was still dazedly staring at the spear. Sol? Sol. Why yes. Finally regaining his senses, Sol Jihu blinked his eyes and looked at Dylan. What will you do? Regarding your share of the burial goods, and you also have that proof of castitas to think about.
Ah, right. Sol Jihu quickly organized his thoughts and pointed at the tree-shaped jewel sculpture.
I'll sell only this one.
I'll hold on to the rest for the time being.
You made the right call. Dylan nodded his head. The proof of chastity might be a piece of artifact designed for priests, but even then, Dylan was thinking of strongly dissuading Sol if the youth chose to sell it. Why? Because it was too good of an item to sell to someone else.
All right, then. Are there any other items you need to store away? Besides the ones here.
Well, I do have a couple.
He still had the divine elixirs and the divine stigmata.
He wasn't planning to use either of them now, and without a doubt, they were top treasures in his possession that he needed to guard with his life.
Good. Chohong, Hugo, you two get ready. Meanwhile, Sol, bring them out.
You want me to bring them out? Dylan replied simply to Sol Jihu's question.
We have a place we gotta visit first. Asterisk. The place Dylan wanted to take the youth to was, of course, a temple.
Haremark's nickname was the City of Crime. One never knew what might happen here, said Dylan, so it was far, far safer to leave valuable items in the safekeeping of the temples. Sol Jihu thought that argument was quite logical, so he didn't say anything else and brought his luggage along.
Also, he wasn't just going there to use the storage service, either.
How do you level up? Dylan shook his head side to side at Sol Jihu's question. We don't raise our levels.
A god determines that.
A god determines it. Like when you get your class?
Right, like that.
What kind of an experience you had, how great your achievements are, they play an important role in your leveling up process.
Dylan continued on as they walked the streets.
That's why you see such a disparity between people's speed of leveling up, but…
Well, I can't tell what's gonna happen with you. You're such an irregular, after all. It'd be nice if my level jumps up to 3 in one go.
You shouldn't get your hopes up too much. Most people won't reach level 2 even if they work as a porter for over 20 different expeditions. Dylan chuckled to himself before his steps suddenly came to a halt. Now that I think about it, where should we go? You mean, which temple? To be honest, it doesn't matter which one you go to until you're level 4. Can we go to Gyula's temple?
Sol Jihu quickly made his suggestion as if he was waiting for the chance. Gyula, huh?
Since that's one of the gods that look after the warriors, I guess it's fine.
Alright, let's go.
Sounds like there are other gods beside Gyula if you're a warrior.
Yup.
Ira is another god in charge of the warriors.
Once you become a high ranker, you'll have to choose between Gyula and Ira. Who did you choose, Dylan? Superbia. Unfortunately, archers don't have a choice.
While chatting about this and that, they arrived at Gyula's temple. As soon as entering the building, he entrusted his items in the storage there. He even felt a bit regretful that he didn't come here sooner to utilize the services since it was free of charge for all level ones. When he was going back to Earth, he had to return the storage key back to reception and get a receipt, but this time around, it simply ended with him registering his name only.
I'll wait for you outside.
Do your thing. Dylan walked out of the front entrance, and Sol Jihu headed directly towards the main hall. As his steps led him down the darkened hallway, he sensed his nervousness spiking up higher. His mind may have changed now, but way back in the beginning, the reason he chose to enter paradise was because of that dream.
And the one thing that was clearly etched itself in his memory was the god named Gyula.
Just like how it was with the Temple of Luxuria, the main hall here was dark and quiet. Soon enough, Sol Jihu spotted a massive ash-gray stone statue and stopped walking not too far from it. There were around dozen or so earthlings near the statue, and every single one had their heads lowered and their eyes firmly shut. As for the statue, it was of a woman wearing a thin gown, and a deep hood was covering her face. Sol Jihu quietly studied the statue for a little while longer, before closing his eyes and slowly lowered his head.
It happened, then.
"Come closer, my child." Out of the blue, a warm voice resounded within his head. He experienced something like this before, yet he couldn't help but let his eyes shoot open. He stared at the statue in a slight daze, but eventually, walked closer. For some reason, he thought he could hear Gyula's gentle chuckle. You don't have to speak physically.
I can read your thoughts."
Thinking that he too had heard of those words from somewhere, Sol Jihu closed his eyes again. The ensuing silence lasted for quite a bit of time. Was he too nervous right now? He had a ton of stuff he wanted to ask, but his lips didn't want to open up at all.
Foo. She must have found something rather humorous because Gyula gently chuckled for a while. You've been doing well, I see.
Thanks to your actions, my interests have been rekindled. Her praise came out of nowhere. Stopping the human named Kong Sok and saving the Arden fortress were the right decision to make.
Even though they may seem like small actions, the resulting ripples will not be seen as insignificant in the long run. Was she talking about the butterfly effect?
Sol Jihu began thinking that the god named Gyula knew about pretty much everything he had done so far. However, it's still not enough. Pardon me? My child, the future cannot be changed that easily. A salmon might be able to swim against the flow of a river, but it can't reverse the ocean itself. What was she even talking about? Sol Jihu felt confused here, but still, decided to focus on what he could. There's something I'm curious about.
I'm sure you do.
Gyula quietly acquiesced. However, I can't answer most of them at this point in time. But, why not? The reasons are simple.
Firstly, your qualification falls far too short. And secondly,
the ends of Gyula's sentence blurred, which was rather uncharacteristic of her. The things I've said, there is no need to tell the present you.
She then quietly carried on.
It looked as if this Q&A session was drawing to a close, so Sol Jihu quickly thought of some things to say. Gyula Nim, may I ask you a question? If it's related to your dream, then I won't allow it.
As if she knew what was coming, Gyula decisively said no.
Sol Jihu formed a tearful expression. But, that's unfair. I've said this to you before.
He suddenly felt a sensation of something soft gently stroking his head. I understand you're curious.
However, that knowledge can't be given to you, and just as importantly, you don't have to know them. Not yet, at least. If I meet the sufficient qualifications, will you tell me everything? If that is your wish. May I know what that qualification is?
It will be when the star shines again.
Gyula clearly stated the requirement. For a star of fate that lost its luster to regain its brightness, it will not be achieved by simply working hard. You must put in double the effort. Sol Jihu still couldn't understand a single thing.
I don't get it.
Then, can you at least tell me something about the gold stamp? Just a little bit. Gyula answered more willingly this time. The reason you were able to receive the gold stamp was that there had been a few remnants left behind from the deal made when the royal oath had been invoked. The royal oath? That is as far as I can tell you.
I do not wish to burden you with more baggage than this.
Gyula stopped talking there. Sol Jihu inwardly complained. It was like he was being spoken to in Greek, or as if he was trying to catch the distant floating clouds. However, he thought that he'd get scolded if he insisted for more clarity, so he was unsure of what to do next.
Let us stop grumbling now and commence with determining what your new level will be. Okay. Let's see.
Certainly, it is incorrect to think of your current abilities as a level 1 warrior.
Sol Jihu's ears perked up.
Now normally, it would be possible for you to leapfrog level 2 and become a level 3 lancer straight away. Really? He was hoping against hoping, but could he really leap up to level 3 in one breath? If that's what you want, I can change your class right now.
ID.
However, even before he had the chance to finish saying, I do want it, thank you, Gyula cut him off.
I am thinking of giving you 2 other paths to choose from.
Single quote question mark single quote. Now that I have taken a closer look, I see that you utilize your mana quite brilliantly during the battles. That was true. The real reason Sol Jihu could display abilities exceeding a level 1 warrior was all thanks to his freakish high mana reserve. So, after some deliberation, I've come to the conclusion that changing your class to level 2, Mana Spearman, might be in order. I judged that it would be a waste of your mana for you to walk the same path as others have taken.
A mana
Spearman? But I heard that it's already hard digging one well. Indeed, there was a talk of you potentially becoming a magic spearman.
Although rare, there have been precedents before.
However, what I am talking about is Mana Spearman. Gyula cleared up the confusion.
Normally, one would go through level 2 spearman before becoming level 3 lancer. In fact, many spear-wielding warriors choose this path.
If Sol Jihu chose this path, he would immediately jump up to level 3. Becoming a magic spearman isn't a bad idea, either. If you take into account your starting mana, then you can easily handle digging 2 wells. However, as you have to walk 2 separate roads, the current experience points you earned are only enough to reach level 2. It was also fine for him to combine magic into his actions. Honestly, didn't he almost end up as a magician back in the neutral zone?
And similarly, you will only reach level 2 as a mana spearman with your current achievements. However, this is a path none have walked before, a true one-of-a-kind class.
The Mana Spearman class was created in consideration of Sol Jihu's unique characteristics. However, that also meant he would become a trailblazer of the unknown.
Originally, it is our duty to choose the right class for you.
However, we also have agreed to respect your opinion, ever since you requested the path of a warrior back in the Awakening Chamber. Gyula's voice became lower.
And now, you must choose.
And so, which path will you walk on? He was now greeted with 3 differing choices. Chapter 66. All Sol Jihu could think about during his trip to the temple was his level. There were 3 benefits he'd get to enjoy after going through a level up. First, he could earn points to increase the status of his physical body. He received 1 point when he rose from level 0 to level 1, and he would receive 2 points when he becomes level 2. Similarly, he would receive 3 points when leveling up to level 3. In other words, by choosing to become a level 3 lancer, Sol Jihu would immediately find himself with 6 points to use. The second benefit had to do with learning abilities reserved for each level, and the third one would be that his future activities in Paradise would become that much easier to carry out. A warrior had to be at least level 3 if he wanted to enter an expedition. Of course, the equipment was equally important, but that was another story. Those were the benefits in a nutshell. Having heard the new choices laid out before him, Sol Jihu inexplicably recalled the days back in the neutral zone. He remembered seeing the item list of the VIP store and then, in order to gather a lot of survival points as soon as possible, he disregarded everything and tried his hand at a hard difficulty mission. As a result, he nearly died. And now, he was utterly blinded by the notion of leveling up quickly. He couldn't help but question himself as he felt a strong sense of déjà vu when comparing the past and the current him.
I can't rush this. Indeed, he needed to be thoughtful about it.
The future direction of his growth depended on the choice he makes right here, right now.
Sol Jihu tightly grasped the spear Teresa Hussey gifted him.
The cold energy seeping into his flesh quickly cooled off his body that had been heated up from nervous tension and agitation. Eventually, he was able to calmly fire up the calculator in his head.
The points.
If he was so eager to raise the current status of his physical body, then he would have consumed the divine elixirs already. However, he hadn't done so yet, all because Agnes dissuaded him. She told him that there was room to improve himself through training, so there was no reason to waste his potential by raising his powers through the usage of potions, or for that matter, points given through leveling up.
Also, one needed progressively more points to increase the front grade of one's stats.
For instance, trying to raise a stat from extreme to low required a single point, low to intermediate required 2 points, intermediate to high required 3 points, and high to highest required 4 points. However, the divine elixirs possessed a special property of ignoring what that front grade was and raised the stat a realm higher with no limitations. Thus, it made more of a logical sense to use them once his physical stats gone up much higher. The reason Agnes said the differences would become even starker as time wears on was precisely this.
New abilities.
This was also the same story. Agnes recommended that he learn them through practice, rather than spending his hard-earned achievement points to acquire them. Then, what about working in paradise? Since he was now a part of Carpe Diem, he was no longer as worried as before regarding that topic.
Foo-foo. Foo-foo-foo-foo. Gyula began to laugh.
Sol Jihu felt embarrassed because it was as if his private thoughts were laid bare. But he didn't feel too bad either. After all, he had been feeling a soft hand gently stroking his head from a while ago.
It was like he was getting praised for being so meticulous and thoughtful. Gyula Nim. I'd like to know the difference between a magic spearman and a mana spearman.
It will be better to see it once than hearing it hundreds of times.
Now, open your eyes.
He did, and right at that moment, the surroundings suddenly blackened out, before something weird happened in front of his eyes. A giant screen suddenly appeared there.
Although he couldn't hear any sound, it was kinda similar to being in a cinema.
The person standing tall in the middle of the screen was none other than Sol Jihu himself. He was standing on top of a tall hill with a haughty expression on his face as he glared at the hundreds of enemies rushing up from below. He opened his mouth and lazily raised his left hand up.
4 magic circles suddenly formed in the surrounding air and began rotating as they grew larger and larger.
Shortly thereafter, the Sol Jihu of the screen lowered his left arm with some vigor. Dozens upon dozens of electrified spears rained out of the magic circles to cause a colorful cacophony of explosions down below. About half of the original number managed to break past the explosions. However, even before they could reach the summit, the magic circles came down from the sky to surround Sol Jihu. Their colors changed from yellow to blue, and as if to protect him, they began spinning around his vicinity. These magic circles defended him from the attacks of the approaching enemies, all the while continuously spitting out ice-cold frost. Frost gradually covered up the bodies of the enemies, and it was at this point that Sol Jihu stopped concentrating on his defense with the spinning magic circles, immediately switching over to the attack mode. Using a physical spear, he then began stabbing the enemies that had their movements dulled significantly.
He killed all of his opponents in no time.
You can say that the Magic Spearman is a hybrid class that aims to synergistically combine 2 disparate abilities. Gyula's voice resounded out. Meaning, by adding the advantages of wielding magic to your foundation as a warrior, you'd be able to enjoy a good balance of long-distance and close-quarter combat capabilities. So, What I saw just now was the magic spearman. Sol Jihu swallowed his saliva and quickly nodded his head.
And then,
the scene on the screen changed. Now, a horde of creatures was running on a grassy plain. There was one thing noticeably different from this footage compared to the previous one, and that would be Sol Jihu. He wasn't standing still anymore. He was still alone, but at the moment, he was dashing rapidly on the same grassy plain as the horde, but from the opposite side, instead. He resembled a furious lion with that angry scowl and the fearsome glare on his face. His aura was so strong that Sol Jihu, the viewer, almost mistakenly thought that a powerful storm was being kicked up around the Sol Jihu in the screen.
the two sides violently crashed into each other.
Sol Jihu had been paying the utmost attention until then, and his shoulders instinctively shrunk back from that scarcely believable impact force. But then, his jaw nearly dropped to the floor from the ensuing spectacle. Centered around the point of contact, dozens of enemies were thrown up high in the air. Digging into the enemy ranks like a hungry tiger, Sol Jihu of the screen danced and darted about among the confused and hapless opponents. An overwhelming, many meters-long aura exploded out from the sharp blades of his weapon as he swung his spear around valiantly. And when that brilliant light of destruction flashed past twice, every single enemy standing straight was split cleanly in half. That wasn't all, though. One enemy got lucky and somehow managed to survive that. It tried to attack from the blind spot, but Sol Jihu of the screen disappeared. No, actually, he was already airborne. Sol Jihu the viewer never even blinked once, yet he failed to capture that movement. The Sol Jihu of the screen pierced forward with his spear midair and killed the last one, and he gently landed back on the corpse-filled grassy plain. In the literal blink of an eye, the battleground had been swept clean. Now that was a battle prowess reaching the level of godhood. Back in the Chamber of Awakening, you wished to tread on the warrior's path. The screen disappeared then, and his vision was restored, greatly enhancing the combat capabilities of a warrior, which are based off on one's own physical attributes, with the fundamental amplifying effect of the mana. That is the mana spearman. Sol Jihu sucked in cold breaths.
I shall mention this once more.
Your current mana is a realm higher than many high-ranker warriors. When you reach their league with this class, you will be able to produce superhuman feats that normal warriors can't even dream about achieving. So, then, the main topic was here. Aim towards the perfect synergy of two disparate sources of power and try to catch two birds at once, or simply choose to dig one well, but dig it deep enough to break past what is considered the accepted norm.
I've made up my mind, Gyula Nim.
After a long deliberation, Sol Jihu finally made his decision.
Indeed, I suspected as much. She must have read his mind because Gyula responded to him immediately.
I must ask you this.
Will you not regret your decision later on?
No. I won't. His own reply was just as immediate, too. In that case, it shall be so. The gentle hand brushing his head withdrew. A short moment of stillness later, Gyula's voice continued on. In the name of Gyula, I shall henceforth bestow the title of Level 2 Mana Spearman to Sol Jihu. I expect great feats befitting the one-of-a-kind class from you.
Asterisk.
Dylan was leaning against one of the support pillars of the temple, a cigarette burning on the end of his lips. He spotted Sol Jihu staggering out of the entrance and quickly pushed off from the pillar. Are you done? Yes. Sorry, I kinda got delayed. Well, the longer you take, the better you're. What's the matter? Dylan gazed on with a questioning look. Sol Jihu rubbed the top of his head for a bit, before opening his mouth to grumble a bit. I got smacked on the head. By who?
Gyula Nim.
What? Sol Jihu could only lick his lower lip at Dylan's confused reply. After his new class had been decided, he didn't immediately leave the side of Gyula's statue.
Nope.
He decided to throw two more questions, just in case.
The first one was regarding his 9 eyes.
He politely inquired if he could unlock the remaining direction of his innate ability with the achievement points he had earned from participating in the Battle of the Arden Valley. The answer he got in return was resoundingly simple: not even nearly enough. He then unwisely went on a complaining spree, asking what she could possibly mean by not even enough, when he was able to unlock other directions just fine back in the tutorial or back in the neutral zone. However, those were from the special benefit of the gold mark as well as the effect of the ambrosia. What he got in return for his complaints was Gyula chiding him in no uncertain terms, telling him that it was no easy feat to evolve one's abilities that didn't fall under the category of those learned through leveling up. Then, she even added that the right direction of his 9 eyes contained the powers of all 3 directions overlapping with one another, so he better stop dreaming about unlocking it with 1 or 2 simple achievements.
He'd have been fine if he stopped there.
But no. He cautiously asked her again if it was possible to rename his class because the current name seemed a bit too uncool.
He ended up getting smacked on the top of his head for being ungrateful. I'm not sure what exactly happened in there, but in any case, don't worry about it.
It's not that easy to level up. Dylan came up with an explanation on his own and lightly patted the youth on his back.
Sol Jihu stopped being dejected and opened his eyes wider.
Ah, but I did level up, though. Dylan's patting hand came to an abrupt stop.
Asterisk.
As soon as returning from the temple, they packed up their luggage and climbed aboard the carriage. The team of Carpe Diem was now heading to Scheherazade. It would have been fine to dispose of their loot in Harem if they were dealing with simple treasures, but well, jewelry this intricate and finely crafted would only fetch their correct prices back in the capital city. Level 2? After the carriage left the gates of Harem, Chohong finally asked him about the results and naturally began freaking out.
Your current status window. 1. General information. Class, LV2. Mana Spearman. Affiliation, Carpe Diem.
3. Physical level.
Strength, high-low. Endurance, high-low.
Agility, low-intermediate.
Stamina, high-low. Magic, high-intermediate. Luck, low-intermediate. Remaining ability points, 3.
Sol Jihu grinned after taking a good look at his status window.
Wow!
I can't believe it. Hugo formed a shocked face. Dylan heard it beforehand, so he at least could manage a nonplussed expression.
Although rare, there have been other cases before. Even then, I heard a couple of pretty interesting things from Cecilia.
Dylan continued on.
First of all, I hear that there's a brand new star rising up in Scheherazade.
Signed up with Sinyoung and also a March graduate, just like Sol.
Sol Jihu's brows shot up. Chohong snorted unhappily as if all of her enthusiasm had dissipated in an instant.
If it's Sinyoung, then it's no surprise. They probably dumped a crap tune of support on that rookie, right? Totally different from our Sol here, who's basically headbutting the ground naked. I agree 100%. Hugo nodded his head in an exaggerated manner. Not minding them, Sol Jihu hurriedly asked Dylan.
Do you know who this super rookie is?
You.
No, not really. I didn't get to hear the name. Dylan scratched the side of his head.
But apparently, the public perception of this person isn't so good. In fact, I heard that this rookie can sometimes be a bit psychotic at times. Her nickname is supposedly the Crimson-Eyed Amazoness or something close to that. Chohong snorted derisively. What the hell?
What's up with that cringy name?
Is she supposed to be a berserker or something? That's the funny thing. I hear that she's walking around with these bloodshot eyes all the time because she has trouble going to sleep. Maybe she's got insomnia or something. You sure you got correct info? Chinzia was the one who told me. Dylan shrugged his shoulders. Sol Jihu wasn't feeling sure now. Initially, he thought that the super rookie had to be Yun Seora, but now that he heard the description, it couldn't have been her.
She wasn't someone with a tendency to have psychotic breakdowns, after all. At least, not according to his memories, anyway. Well, this person might have been newly scouted by Sinyoung.
Sol Ji-hoo thought like so, but out of the blue, he felt something weighty on his thighs.
He looked down to find Cho-hong resting her head there.
"You're heavy."
Hey, come on now, be still. Phew, this is really comfortable, you know. Anyways. I'm guessing that it's a bit noisy in Scheherazade right now. She stretched her legs while speaking up.
"Yeah, it's pretty noisy over there."
But with something else, actually.
"About what? Did you hear something else from Newnham?" Dylan hesitated somewhat when Cho-hong asked him in a hurry.
Honestly, I can't believe it's really happening, either.
"What's going on? Shinzia Newnham isn't the type to bullshit around, right?" Dylan nodded in agreement and opened his mouth.
She said the Temple of Luxuria's movements have been suspicious.
"Really? What did she say?" Dylan mulled over his words before quietly opening his mouth. "Shinzia thinks that, just maybe, the daughter of Luxuria is coming back."
Cho-hong shot right up from the lap pillow.
"What did you say?" "It's not confirmed, but Shinzia seemed almost convinced." By then, even Hugo looked utterly stunned by this revelation. Which left Sol Ji-hoo with a feeling that he was observing this discussion from very far away. So, he sneaked closer to Hugo and his still open jaw. "Hugo, what's going on here?" "Hap."
Hugo quickly shut his mouth up and blinked his eyes. "Oh. That.
It's about the Apostle of God."
"We're talking about the executor."
"The executor?"
"Yup.
You see, Luxuria is the god in charge of looking after the priests. She's the best when it comes to the power of healing."
"Okay. You can think of this executor as the end boss among the healing-type priests. She's a unique ranker, and that's enough to show how amazing she is."
Sol Ji-hoo tilted his head.
This explanation was somewhat lacking.
"Do you know who she is?"
"I obviously don't know her personally, but I've seen her a few times from afar. She showed up in Harem a bunch of times to do some volunteer work and stuff."
Hugo then suddenly poked Cho-hong on the side. "Hey! Now that I think about it, isn't she also from Area 1?
"Yeah, you're right."
Hearing Cho-hong's reply, Sol Ji-hoo began forming a look of curiosity. Stuff about her that's been mentioned so far painted this unknown person to be an absolutely amazing earthling.
Naturally, his curiosity had been stoked now.
"Can you tell me more, please?"
"Arg, he's starting again."
Cho-hong formed a fed-up face and quickly distanced herself, but as he had done always, Hugo replied earnestly.
Okay. First of all."
"First of all?"
Sol Ji-hoo's eyes sparkled in anticipation.
Hugo enjoyed that reaction for a second or two, before speaking in a rare, weighty, and grave tone of voice.
"She's got a huge rack." "Hugo."
Sol Ji-hoo had been seriously paying attention, so understandably, his expression gradually hardened. Hugo was smiling relaxedly, and he quickly waved his hand about.
"And no, hang on.
I'm telling you the truth. I told you that I saw her, right?
She's definitely a 65G cup."
"Oh, and, oh, she's a real knockout too. So much so that some people even call her the physical manifestation of Luxuria." Hugo took a bit of pause in between his words, and Cho-hong burst out in laughter when he was done. "Hey, you know that ain't true. Everyone knows that Luxuria is a goddess of lust.
And that woman is as far removed from being a bitch in heat as you can get."
That's only because you don't know the truth. Doesn't matter whether you're a guy or a chick. Those who look prim and proper are the nastiest in bed, you know."
"Don't you remember what the nickname of that woman is?"
"It's the Steel Wall. The Steel Wall. I mean, even the famous Sung Shi-hyun tried to woo her for a long time only to get rejected by her outright. Yup, that woman's as far removed from being a lusty slut as you can possibly get."
"I'm telling you, You gotta take a deeper look inside the person first.
They were casually exchanging their opinions in the beginning, but eventually, the whole thing morphed into a full-on debate in no time. Sol Ji-hoo could only shake his head while looking at the two arguing over something completely inconsequential. Dylan chuckled from the side. "Here's the reason I scouted you, Sol."
Asterisk.
Their carriage arrived in Scheherazade exactly 4 days later. As soon as they set foot on the soils of the capital city, they decided to go their separate ways. There was no real reason to act together, and besides that, disposing of their individual share of loot depended on each person's tastes, anyway.
For instance, both Cho-hong and Hugo were thinking of utilizing the services of the auction house, but on the other hand, Dylan was going to see his connections in the city for a private sale.
Dylan suggested that, since he knew a guy who'd name a fair price, he and Sol Ji-hoo should travel together, but the youth declined the invite, at least for the time being. He knew way too little of the way of this world, so he wanted to use this opportunity to wander around here and there to personally experience things.
Also, he already had someone who'd buy his things anyway.
And his desire to relaxedly sightsee what the capital city had to offer played a pretty big part in that decision-making, as well. The four of them settled on which inn to stay and dispersed after promising to meet up later that evening. Harem was a pretty large city in its own right, but compared to Scheherazade, it was definitely lacking in many areas. No matter where he went, he found a large crowd of people walking on the avenues, and when he looked at all the tall buildings and the straight roads, he could definitely feel that, yes, he was now inside the capital city. A short while later,
"Wow."
Sol Ji-hoo asked around and found his way to Sin-young's HQ. Once he felt the impressive splendor coming from the entrance of the building, he couldn't help but let out a stunned gasp. He was expecting to be awed somewhat already since Sin-young was supposed to be the biggest organization in Paradise, but well, this was the case of seeing is believing. "It's like I've come to the Taj Mahal or something." He was momentarily overwhelmed by the sight, but he quickly reined in his emotions. Originally, he wasn't supposed to come here, but his situation had changed rather greatly compared to before. Kim Hana told him not to show up here until he had built up a sufficient reputation for himself to prevent Sin-young from trying to entrap him. And if she needed him for something, she'd personally come seeking him out. That's what she said. Well, Sol Ji-hoo believed that he already met all the prerequisites. Carpe Diem was one of the top-ranked teams in Harem, and its leader Dylan was an earthling with deep ties to both the Triads and Cecilia. Not only that, he was on speaking terms with Princess Teresa Hussey and was also a friend to Ian Denzel, the famed alchemist, so Sin-young wouldn't try something rash now, he thought. It's not like I've done something wrong, either. He just came here to meet Kim Hana, that was all. Because of the massive size of the organization, there were plenty of people going in and out of the front entrance, so Sol Ji-hoo was successful in his attempt to slip in among the crowd unnoticed. He began glancing around, wondering if he could spot any familiar faces. Soon, his steps took him past the front entrance. Chapter 67. The interior of Sin-young's headquarters was even more luxurious than the building's exterior. Adding to the fact that there was quite a throng of people coming in and out, Sol Ji-hoo couldn't immediately tell whether he had set foot inside a top-class department store or a top corporation's lobby. He stood there looking around and a while later, discovered the reception desk. When he walked closer, a young woman wearing a tidy uniform greeted him with a smile. "How may I be of assistance?"
"I'd like to speak to someone working here. Please provide me the name of the person you've made an appointment with."
"Oh, no.
I don't have an appointment."
"Can you call Miss Kim Hana down here for me, please?" After hearing his rather forthright demand, the reception lady's eyes went round. "You mean, Director Kim?"
"Yes, her."
"Tell her that it's Sol.
She'll know right away."
The reception lady didn't say anything, but simply blinked her eyes a couple of times.
She looked at the youth's attire and tilted her head for a moment or two before her gaze shifted over to the ice-colored spear emitting chilling air behind him and nodded her head slightly. "Please wait for a moment."
He was worried about not being able to meet Kim Hannah without an appointment, but let off a huge sigh of relief inwardly when the reception lady took out a communication crystal. "It's Park Ara from the reception desk. By any chance, is Director Kim in her office today?" "Oh, actually, there is." The reception girl sneaked a glance at Sol Ji-hoo, and then, "He said he's Mr. Sol." "Pardon?" She was clearly startled by something as she quickly shifted her gaze over to the stairs in the distance. Sol Ji-hoo followed after her gaze and looked over yonder, and not too long after that, spotted a woman kitted out in a smart business suit quickly walking down the stairs with a small bag in her hand. It was, of course, Kim Hannah. That was quick. Regardless, Sol Ji-hoo waved his hand, feeling happy to see her. "Hey, Kim Hannah. Hey, you. Been a while." She smiled refreshingly and replied, "What brings you here? Coming to see me all of a sudden like this?" "Well, I wanted to see you." "You craze." "Well, should we get out of here to have a chat then? As you can see, it's a bit of a madhouse here." Kim Hannah spoke really quickly. She even grabbed Sol Ji-hoo's arm and pulled at him before he had a chance to reply. As soon as her back was turned towards the reception desk, the smile on her face evaporated in an instant. "Come with me," she whispered to him and yanked him by his arm. Sol Ji-hoo could only open and shut his mouth like a goldfish and got helplessly dragged outside by her. By the time Kim Hannah stopped walking like a possessed person, they were in a comparatively deserted side street. She uncrossed her arms and planted her hands on her waist. She glared at the heavens above in total silence, before letting a long, long sigh escape from her mouth. Meanwhile, Sol Ji-hoo just stood there, staring. He wasn't sure, but it felt like he had done something naughty here for some reason. "Okay, so." Kim Hannah spun around to glare at him with narrowed eyes. "Since you showed up in the capital and even dared to shove your head inside the jaw of a tiger, I guess you got yourself some sort of a safety net behind you." What with her facial muscles twitching like that, if he jokingly said, "Nope, here," she might really cause him some bodily harm. "Yeah, I think I'm pretty well covered." "Really?" Kim Hannah's barely contained self, looking as if she'd blow her top at any moment, seemed to ease up a little. Sol Ji-hoo seized upon this opening and quickly followed up. "I entered a team." "A team? Which one?" "Carpe Diem." Kim Hannah's eyes became small dots like a rabbit's. She wordlessly stared at him, before her lips parted slightly. "Hey that's a surprise. I thought the requirements to join Carpe Diem were supposed to be pretty strict." "So, how did you find yourself in a team famed for their close-mindedness?" "You know about them?" "Do I know about them?" "Come on, it's a team containing Edward Dillon, a high ranker. He's a level 5 arch shooter, for crying out loud. Both Chung Cho-hong and Richard Hugo are known as skillful fighters, too." This time, it was Sol Ji-hoo's turn to be surprised. Cho-hong's surname was Chun. "Yeah. She's from Area 7, the so-called Independent League. She's from Hong Kong and is famous for walking on the path of a warrior, even though she's supposed to be a priest. People see her as a success story for someone with a dual class." Kim Hannah recited the info in her head before asking him again. "Never mind that. So, you fearlessly showed up in Sinyang all because of Carpe Diem, is it?" "Well, there are others." Quote. "I built up some connections with the Harem royal family. I also got to know the royal family's magician, Master Ian." One of Kim Hannah's brows shot up. "Are you talking about Ian Denzel, by any chance?" "Wow, you really do know everything." Sol Ji-hoo was genuinely impressed. You are only saying that because..." Kim Hannah was about to finish the rest of that sentence with, "Because you don't want to get scolded by me, right? But she promptly shut her mouth up after the youth smiled brightly and swung the spear around while saying, "Look, look. Princess gave this to me." Even with a casual look, she could tell that the spear wasn't a simple weapon. At the very least, it wasn't something a newbie warrior should be walking around with. "So, how about it?" Sol Jihu straightened his back proudly. Kim Hana stared at him with narrowed, probing eyes before slowly crossing her arms with a smirk on her lips. HMPH.
Trying to show off. Oh. Well. I'll say that you managed to get yourself a helmet, at least.
Only that? It's not only that, okay? Kim Hana's voice suddenly became rather small. Even though there was no one around, she was being even more cautious.
I mean, seriously, you just had to show up on the same day that the First Lady decided to come back.
First Lady? Sol Jihu asked.
Are you talking about Miss Yun Seora? No.
Kim Hana quickly shook her head. We can count Lady Yun Seora as your ally in this case. If the First Lady takes a full-on interest in you and reaches out, then youngest Lady Yun Seora is the only person currently in Xinjiang who can shield you from her. She has the necessary drive to do so, and that's after not taking into account her abilities, too. Sol Jihu had no idea what was going on here. But even then, he could sense something like a political machination was taking place behind the scenes. It was at this point that Kim Hana flinched somewhat and pulled out a communication crystal from her small bag.
She then formed a deep frown. Look. They are calling me already.
Did I do something wrong? Well, not exactly, but… Kim Hana massaged her forehead as if she was suffering from a migraine. She then told him to stay here and wait for her and hurriedly walked away.
She didn't look like she'd be back in a jiffy, though. Sol Jihu fished out a packet of smokes and scanned his surroundings for a bit.
He had no problem smoking anywhere back in Harem, but well, having seen how neat and clean the streets of Scheherazade were, he thought that smoking publicly might not be an accepted practice in this city. Sol Jihu continued to look for a suitable place and eventually settled on a small alleyway next to a building with a signboard that proclaimed it to be the tea house of the winds and fairies. When he got there, he found a flowerbed in the alleyway filled with small but beautiful flowers.
Well, this sucks.
He felt this quite often, but well, his current situation came across as a big unfair slap on his face. Seriously now, he helped Xinjiang out, not wronged them in any shape or form, so why were they so dead set on swallowing him up like a greedy predator? Really now, I gotta get stronger soon and make them stop this bullshit. He figured that things would change the moment he reached the realms of high rankers. For one, he'd consume his divine elixirs, use up all the accumulated points, and, most importantly, use the divine stigmata. Of course, all those things were far, far away. Sol Jihu sucked on the cigarette before unhappily spitting the smoke out. Excuse me. It was then, he was greeted by a warm, soothing voice. My apologies, but it is forbidden to smoke here. Sol Jihu's brows shot up, and he quickly looked to his sides. Where did that voice come from? This is private property, but at the same time, the flowers in the garden are especially sensitive towards cigarette smoke, you see. A friendly voice that spoke as if to pacify a crying child continued to enter his ears. Sol Jihu hurriedly killed the cigarette. I'm sorry. I didn't know. He then spun around and saw the face of the woman who had emerged from the side exit of the building. At the same time, oh, no, it's fine. There's no need for you to kill the cigarette, though. If you walk a little away from here, you can find a PLA. The woman suddenly stopped in the middle of her sentence roughly at the same time as well. Oh, my goodness. The woman covered her mouth up with her slender hand. Out of the blue, he picked up on a familiar scent. When he looked into her gradually widening, elegantly shaped and pure eyes. Sol Jihu was overcome with a feeling that he was facing a calm yet infinitely wide ocean. Yu Sonhwa?
No, it wasn't her.
The quiet and soothing aura was eerily similar, but when he took a closer look, it was also somewhat different.
Should he say that this woman's aura felt a bit more mature?
From her long, smoothly arching eyelashes. From her hair that cascaded down to her waist like a waterfall. From her scarlet lips that sported the inviting color of a well-ripened fruit. From her slender shoulders and straight collar bones. And even from her skin glowing in the pale hues of a ripe apricot, as well as her white dress that perfectly suited her. Most importantly, a wonderful fragrance wafted off from her direction. It was reminiscent of the warm rays of spring that made one close their eyes and deeply savor the moment. Just as his thought arrived at this point.
Let us meet again, little prince. He forgot to breathe then. Ah! Unconsciously, he dropped the cigarette in his hand.
The childhood memories that he had completely forgotten about rushed back in. But why? Why did he suddenly remember the events of that day? As the unknown stimulated his brain, Sol Jihu followed his instincts and activated his 9 eyes. Then, he freaked out again. Why? When he saw no visible spectrum of color coming off from her, he simply chalked that up to yet another case of her being colorless. However, even the special ability of the green color, the general observation, failed to activate.
No matter how hard he tried, this woman's status window didn't want to show up.
This was the first time something like this happened. It was then. If it's okay with you.
The woman slowly lowered her hand from her face and pointed to the side entrance of the building. We do have a separate smoking area inside.
Would you like to use that instead? A suggestion made with her elegant yet gentle-sounding voice made Sol Jihu nod his head almost out of pure instinct.
But then, "Hey, you!
What do you think you're doing?" Kim Hannah ended her call and entered the alleyway to look for Sol Jihu, only for her eyes to grow as wide as bulbs on a lamppost.
You are.
The woman softly turned her head towards Kim Hannah, prompting the latter to hurriedly open her mouth. My apologies.
For the first time ever, Sol Jihu witnessed Kim Hannah hurriedly lower her head like that.
This kid only entered paradise in March this year, so he still doesn't know anything. A certain light flickered in the woman's eyes. Is that so? She then formed a gentle, inviting smile. If you need a quiet place to talk, then you can come inside. Excuse me? Kim Hannah quickly asked back with a dazed face. But what about the restraining order?
I'll always welcome you if you wish to visit me as a customer.
The woman answered with a gentle smile, politely gathered her hands in front, and turned around. She then stepped into the side entrance without saying anything else. Her white dress was cut low and exposed almost all of her back, but rather than looking cheap or too risque, she came across as refined and dignified from the way she walked and carried herself.
Pooh!
Sol Jihu stared at that back like a man bewitched, before regaining his senses the moment Kim Hannah spat out her breath.
You!
Just what happened here? Now that was the question he wanted to ask her, instead. No, he had a crap ton of other things to ask her, too. Who is she? When he replied to her with a question of his own, Kim Hannah spat out a long, heavy sigh as if to say, I thought as much. Yup. There was no way you'd know each other. Also, what was that about the restraining order, too? You don't need to know. Kim Hannah cut the conversation short right there while licking her lower lip.
Her face looked as if she couldn't figure out whether she was dreaming or not.
Okay, for the time being, let's go inside. You want to go in?
I mean, she invited us in, so we must go inside.
You think such an opportunity comes around every day?
Slap.
She slapped her own cheeks and recovered her usual demeanor right away.
And besides, we'll be able to talk without worry if it's in there.
Is that somehow related to the restraining order you've been talking about?
Yup. What a surprising turn of events this is. I even get to enter this place all thanks to you. She said that while cautiously entering the side entrance.
Sol Ji-hoo also entered after her.
The interior turned out to be unexpectedly empty. There should have been a number of tables and chairs here, but there were none. I see that you're almost finished with the preparation to leave, ma'am. Kim Hana mouthed, "Excuse us," with her trademark business smile and entered.
Yes. The only thing remaining is choosing where to go. The woman grinned and lightly patted a long table attached to the counter. There were 2 chairs nearby. She must have brought them out just now. Kim Hana cautiously settled down on one of the chairs and opened her mouth. Although it is regrettable, it's also an honor for me. I'd never have guessed that I am going to drink the very last tea made by you, Lady Seo Yuhui. Seo Yuhui? While taking a seat next to Kim Hana, Sol Ji-hoo swallowed his saliva.
Seo Yuhui.
Fearing that he might forget this name, he continued to repeat it in his head. Seo Yuhui gently chuckled before speaking up. Which tea would you like to have?
Oh, I'm fine with anything, actually.
How about you?
Well,
Sol Ji-hoo was thinking of initiating a conversation with this mystery woman through this opening, but Kim Hana was one step faster. She reached out with her hand and covered his mouth. This kid doesn't mind whatever it is. Sol Ji-hoo tried to pry her hand away but to no avail. Meanwhile, Seo Yuhui simply formed an enigmatic smile. He must be your lover.
No, of course not. Kim Hana jumped up from her seat. Who would want to go out with this guy?
No, our relationship is simply one of a contractor and a contractee. Nothing more. She laughed out loud and quite strongly denied it. Oh, I see. It's just that, you two seemed very familiar with each other. Seo Yuhui tilted her head slightly as if she was somewhat confused. When her gaze met Sol Ji-hoo's, she smiled brightly. No matter how many times he saw it, her smile suited her fantastically. Not only that, but her voice reading out each of the syllables, her smooth and silky hand gestures, and the graceful air about her, easily caused his heart to flutter almost uncontrollably. She wasn't exactly his ideal type, but if he were to describe the feeling he got when meeting Teresa Hussey for the first time as a type of strong attraction, then from Seo Yuhui, he felt a deep sense of familiarity. An atmosphere that was kinda like, she'd gracefully accept whatever prank he'd pull, and shelter him from the storm, that sort of things.
Wait. Aren't I putting all the carts in front of a horse here? Nothing had been confirmed so far.
Sol Ji-hoo could only form a wry smile after finally waking up from his deep dive into the sea of imagination.
Please wait for a moment. I'll bring them out very soon.
Seo Yuhui turned around and began wringing out tea water. You can take your time. There's no rush. Kim Hana politely explained and then poked Sol Ji-hoo on the side as the youth sat there rigidly and stared his front in a daze.
Speak up. Not, I want you to start telling me what happened.
Seo Yuhui softly giggled as if she found Kim Hana's impersonation rather funny. If I'm honest, I still can't figure it out. It hasn't been that long since you left the neutral zone, yet you're already a member of Carpe Diem. You got a damn spear as a gift from Princess Teresa Hussey, and became friends with Ian Denzel? What the hell?
Well, it's a long story. Start from the beginning.
Don't you dare leave anything out, too. Don't worry, you can speak freely in this place. Sol Ji-hoo nodded his head and slowly recounted his experiences so far. He started from when he arrived at Harem in full detail. He gradually grew excited after seeing Kim Hana respond at the right time, meaning that she was concentrating fully on his story. So, I went over to the inn with them, thinking that being a porter would be better than nothing. But, like a lie, I found Carpe Diem waiting for us there. We discussed the scouting mission of the Forest of Denial, and… What did you just say? Right at that point, Kim Hana abruptly cut him off even before he could finish his sentence. She had been listening quietly until then, So Sol Jihu had been left flustered by her sudden burst of fury. Forest of Denial?
Ah. Yeah. Why you?
The Forest of Denial? Forest of Denial?
When Sol Jihu nodded his head,
Kim Hana's eyes opened super wide, before she.
You idiot!
She loudly yelled at him.
Are you out of your mind?
You actually entered the Forest of Denial? Kim Hana's expression crumpled unsightly. Her lips bobbed up and down non-stop, and even her neck trembled visibly. Her reaction easily exceeded his expectations.
You
promised me not to go any further south then. She couldn't even finish what she wanted to say as if she was far too shocked for that.
Do you have any idea what kind of a place that forest is?
Yup, here it was. Her explosive nagging landed hot and heavy on Sol Jihu, causing him to squeeze his eyes shut for a moment there. That's the border region.
The damn border region.
Not only that, it's where the Federation and the parasites meet. I know, but they don't invade through there because of the forest's effects. Oh, really now? So, you're saying you did a smart thing, is that it?
No, not necessarily.
Gimme a break.
Christ on a pogo stick, somebody just shoot me, please.
Don't you know how terrifying that place is?
Also, a group of lioners including a leader and a female was found there, too.
Kim Hana fired out many words like a machine gun, before abruptly stopping there, her brows visibly tightening. Wait a minute.
I remember now, the guy who compiled the report on the Forest of Denial was Ian Denzel. No way.
Kim Hana muttered to herself before glaring at him with eyes that could almost definitely kill somebody.
Listen. We encountered a lioner horde, but you see, Keep quiet. Her loud roar reverberated within the interior. Sol Jihu went, oops, and quickly shifted his gaze over to Seo Yuhui. She was standing without moving in the slightest.
Just a moment ago, she had been wringing out tea water with great care, but now, she wasn't moving an inch.
You crazy fool.
You deranged idiot. You really want to kill yourself that badly?
Hey, you dumbass.
Those are creatures that not even high rankers can talk. Just before Kim Hana completely blew her top, 2 teacups were placed on the table. It was Seo Yuhui.
Please, calm yourself. Here, drink this.
Kim Hana grabbed the teacup and took an unhesitating gulp out of her sheer enraged state.
She probably didn't find the tea hot because she was drinking it with seemingly no problem. Foo woo. Foo woo.
I'm sorry for the disturbance. Kim Hana panted heavily like an angry bull. Meanwhile, Seo Yuhui was carrying an unreadable expression. There was even a hint of anger somewhere in there, too. The issue with that being, she wasn't looking at Kim Hana, but she was glancing at him from the corner of her eyes. But, why? Seo Yuhui lightly bit her lip.
Would you like a cup of iced water? Please. I'm feeling really, this. Of course. Please wait for a moment. Seo Yuhui spoke as if she completely agreed with Kim Hana and turned around.
Meanwhile, the latter somehow managed to get a grip on her rage and spoke in a relatively calmer voice.
Okay, so.
You were able to get this and that all thanks to the meritorious deeds of surviving the Forest of Denial. Is that it?
Well.
Not exactly. There's more?
Sol Jihu avoided her glare. Why you?
You better look at me and tell me everything, you hear? Don't think you can hide anything from me because with Sinyoung's information network, I can find out pretty much everything you want to hide, okay? You still not saying anything?
Only when you promise not to get angry. When he unwillingly replied, Kim Hana formed eyes of an axe murderer ready to strike. She slapped the table, hard.
You better speak up now, while I'm still being nice.
Besides, I don't think I can get any angrier than I am now.
Well, when we were coming out of the Forest of Denial, there was a sudden communication from the royal family. I don't care about that. Get to the point. Kim Hana coughed once and gulped down the remaining half of the tea still left in the cup. Well, the parasites attacked the Arden fortress, so our team met up with the army led by the Princess Midway and joined them so we could head to the Arden Valley.
Phew woo.
Kim Hana grandly spewed out the tea water out of her mouth. Thanks to that, he was now showered with a mixture of liquids containing her spit, but that wasn't really important at the moment. Kim Hana was now staring at him with a dazed expression. You also participated in that?
Nod.
A level 1 warrior did what?
No. Wait a minute.
If there was one thing Sol Jihu hadn't been aware of, that would be the small fact that Kim Hana had already heard of everything regarding the defense of the Arden fortress. To be more specific, all the related stories regarding the unexpected victory were some of the most hotly discussed topics among Earthlings for the past few days. Everyone expected the Harem royal family to abandon the fortress, yet them achieving a resounding victory took almost all who heard the news by surprise. And they were facing off against parasites too.
A low-level warrior volunteered as bait and successfully lured in the parasite army, and at a certain ravine.
Hoping that it wasn't so, Kim Hana carefully remembered the contents of the report she read, but then…
Ha.
Those chasing cockroaches were pretty scary. Sol Jihu awkwardly laughed out. You crazy bastard.
She swung her hand rather powerfully. Slap. Sol Jihu spat out a pained moan when her palm landed his back.
You're insane. Have you lost your mind? Have you?
Slap. Slap. Slap.
She slapped him on the back multiple times, but maybe that wasn't enough, because she then began panting out breathlessly as if no air was entering her lungs. She pounded on her chest and grabbed the back of her neck, which in turn made Sol Jihu enter a flustered state.
He was about to ask for that promised cup of iced water, but then… Quote ellipsis question mark.
He spotted Seo Yuhui's unmoving back once more. As if she was also dazed out of her mind, her arms lay limp on her side and her head was leaning back, her eyes obviously staring at the ceiling above. She then grasped the cup of water with enough force to almost shatter it and gulped the cold liquid down in one go. When she slammed the empty cup down, Sol Jihu felt a certain sense of power from her, which he hadn't sensed before.
Fu woo. She then even spat out a long sigh, too.
Guessing that she was angry at all the noise, Sol Jihu tried his best to calm Kim Hana down before things could get worse. A short while later,
You moron.
Kim Hana hid her face with her hands and began to tearfully mutter to herself. Sol Jihu sheepishly scratched his cheek and flinched somewhat when he realized that Seo Yuhui was staring straight at him. And why is she looking at me like that now? Chapter 68. This can't go on. These were the first words to leave Kim Hana's lips in a while.
She reached into her bag. I really, honestly didn't want to interfere with your life here in the paradise.
So, I was in a bit of dilemma, wondering whether I should give you this or not. But now, I can't let you carry on like this.
She spoke firmly as if to make the final announcement and placed something on the table. It was a palm-sized round, clear crystal.
It's a communication crystal. It's made out of top-quality base crystal, so it'll work even when you're in Harem. In the future, when you need to go somewhere, anywhere, you give me a call first. Did you hear me? Sol Jihu almost spat out, Are you my mother? But seeing the murderous glare on her face, he couldn't make his complaints known. Unfortunately for him, Kim Hana wasn't someone who would take silence as an acceptable reply. Why aren't you taking the crystal already?
Shake.
Ah. How dare you shake your head at me? You think you're in any position to do that? Well, this is a bit too much, don't you think? You're not my mom, so to get your permission every time I want to do something, that's a bit. Sol Jihu cautiously voiced his dissatisfaction, but then…
No, hang on. I'm not saying I won't take it, you know.
He hurriedly pocketed the communication crystal as soon as Kim Hana's fury-filled face slowly tilted to her side. "Don't think I'm being unfair here. It's you who broke the promise first." Sol Ji-hoo didn't know what to say, then. "You almost shocked me to death, you know?"
I wouldn't have been this mad if you were going to ramen, but the forest of denial?
Arden Valley? Kim Hana's complexion alternated between red and blue as if she still couldn't believe what happened the longer she dwelt on it. "Not only the farthest point south, you actually went to the border region. It's a miracle that you actually came back alive, you dumb idiot." Seo Yu-hui nodded her head constantly in agreement as she brought the cup of iced water. "What, you too?"
Wasn't she angry because they were making a commotion here?
Kinda feeling like the old idiom of hating the sister-in-law more as she dissuaded the mother-in-law beating you up, Sol Ji-hoo began pouting a bit. "You better suck your lips in, McKay?" Kim Hana growled menacingly. She then began gulping down the cold water to cool the rage in her heart burning as hotly as molten metal. What the youth couldn't understand at the moment was, ignoring Kim Hana's temper for now, why on earth Seo Yu-hui was also gulping down her own cup of iced water.
She gulped, and then, she softly sighed out, and gulp, gulp, fu woo.
She sighed out again. Both women seemed to be trying their utmost to swallow something back down and suppress whatever it was. So, all he could do now was to keep his mouth shut and quietly wait. That meant that the interior was now filled with the grunts and groans of two women trying to calm themselves down. She must have been trying to fill herself up with iced water because Kim Hana proceeded to empty out 6 glasses.
Only then did she open her mouth to speak. "Okay, so.
Why did you come here to see me?"
Finally, they got to the main topic at hand.
Fearing that he'd get nagged to death if he took his time, Sol Ji-hoo hurriedly pulled out the tree-shaped jewelry. "Take a look at this. What do you think?" Kim Hana's eyes opened up real wide.
"It's pretty big and pretty." She studied it from this angle and that before nodding her head, evidently finding it to her liking.
"It's pretty big, but more than that, I can't spot any impurities in it, either. From the purity perspective, this is a top-notch item. Also, what with this amazing craftsmanship, any enthusiast will lose their shit as soon as clapping their eyes on it. How much do you think it'll go for? If you're talking about its value in paradise currency, then at the bare minimum, 300 silver coins, easy. If you're lucky, you can even aim for 500 silver coins, too."
"Okay, what about in Earth money?"
"It'd be absolutely enormous, that's for sure. However, you need to spend a huge amount of your achievement points if you want to take this over there, so I won't recommend it." Kim Hana shifted her gaze back to him. "Is this why you came to see me?"
"Yeah. Very good."
"Give it to me. I'll take care of it."
Kim Hana quickly pocketed the jewelry.
"Something like this, you'd actually be making a loss if you decide to sell it at its face value." "You mean, you'll be able to use it in some other way?" "That's right. Don't you worry though. I'll make sure that you don't lose out on anything."
He wasn't worried about that.
She was someone who readily handed out hundreds of millions of won as pocket money, so she wouldn't take the jewelry and run away, leaving him in the lurch.
Also, the Kim Hana he knew was one hell of a smart cookie. "Looks like I might be able to change the dangerous situation into an opportunity." "Okay, fine.
That's that. What about stopping by at a temple?
I'm a level 2 now."
As if he was waiting for this moment, he proudly formed a V sign with his fingers.
"Yeah, sure.
You're so cool, ain't you?" Kim Hana's less than impressed tone of voice promptly shot him down, though. "You did all of that, so of course you should get a level up."
"Did you spend your points?" "No, I haven't. I want to use them all up later." "Good."
What's your new class title, then?"
"Mana Spearman." "I knew it, a spearman."
"What was that?" Kim Hana frowned slightly. "It's supposed to be a one-of-a-kind class." "A one-of-a-kind class?" What skills did you learn then?
I didn't learn anything. I thought that it'd be better to figure it out myself rather than spending some of my points to artificially learn them.
Kim Hannah slowly chewed on her lower lip. Her expression implied how dubious she felt right now.
A one-of-a-kind class, is it?
She lightly tapped the table with her index finger, before opening her mouth.
I can't figure out what your class is supposed to be.
Hey, it'll be fine if it happens later, so you should stop by the temple again and check out what skills you can actually learn.
But I know what you're going to say.
Here's what I'm saying, though. You should at least take a look at those skills so you can use them as a guideline. These skills are designed to match your level, so surely, you should be able to get yourself an inspiration or two in that way. What she said certainly made sense.
I get the reason you want to hoard your points, but skills are a different kettle of fish altogether. I mean, if you don't spend your points and don't even learn a single skill, then is there a meaning in leveling up in the first place?
Kim Hannah easily pointed out something Sol Ji-hoo had completely failed to consider.
She then quickly reached into her bag again. Her communication crystal was emitting light once more.
They are going absolutely mad over there.
Seriously now.
She clicked her tongue in annoyance, before continuing on. Is there anything else you want to talk to me about?
No, I don't.
If you're that busy, you can go ahead, You don't need more money?
Nah, I'm fine.
How much do you still have left? 100 silver coins you gave me, plus 270 silver coins I got as the mission rewards, so it's 370 silver coins in total. Hey Kim Hannah showed how surprised she was. For a reward from a single scouting mission, as well as participating in a minor skirmish, they really gave you a lot, didn't they? You think so?
I can't wrap my head around it, actually. Now let's see.
The current exchange rate should be around 505 won for a single copper coin. So, let's round it off to 500 won, and then. Kim Hannah calculated for a second or two and then opened her mouth again. 135 million won. Sol Ji-hoo's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. It was that much? Well, you were putting your life on the line, so of course you should get at least that much. I mean, a team like Carpe Diem that has a high ranker in their midst should easily earn around 100 to 200 million per mission. Only then did he truly understand why Cho-hong was in such a celebratory mood. Even then, you shouldn't just wastefully spend your money, okay? As your level climbs up, so does the price of the equipment designed for your level. Not to forget, Paradise has been embroiled in war for a long time now, so the ridiculous spike in prices of some stuff is really something else, too. After Sol Ji-hoo nodded to show that he accepted her explanations, Kim Hannah, too, slowly got up from her seat. Thank you for the delicious tea, Lady Seo Yuhui. I'd also like to apologize for making that racket earlier on when you were gracious enough to invite us in. Oh, no, it's fine. You did well. You seem to have suffered enough. Oh, no, not at all. Sol Ji-hoo narrowed his eyes and stared at Kim Hannah and her soft, prim giggles. He kind of understood why some people took to calling her Miss Foxy now. A short while later, Kim Hannah nagged for the last time, her words being something along the lines of, I'm going. It'll be better to leave separately. If you don't call me regularly, remember that I'll hunt you down and hurt you myself, etc., etc., and then left the building in gallant strides. Once she was gone, only two of them remained inside this empty tea house. Sol Ji-hoo slowly rose up from his seat to leave as well, only to sense a pair of eyes locked onto him. They were so strong that he simply had to stop moving completely. Sol Ji-hoo's neck issued a rusty creaking noise as he turned his head to his side. Seo Yuhui was quietly gazing at him with a pair of somewhat saddened, moist eyes. As if an icy cold breeze rushed in and swept past him, he felt a chill run down the length of his body. That feeling of gentle, understanding older sister was completely gone now, so much so that he grew fearful of this woman all of a sudden. Is she angry at me? But it was Kim Hannah who was responsible for all that racket, though. Besides, didn't she say that she was fine only a few seconds ago? Although he kind of felt a bit wronged here, Sol Ji-hoo still decided to apologize. I'm sorry for all the commotion earlier. Seo Yu-hui squeezed her eyes shut. Her pale hand slowly hid her face. A short moment of silence later, she picked up a clean tea towel and walked around from the counter. Her steps led her right in front of the youth. As it turned out, she was on the taller side. Sol Ji-hoo was already a tall guy to begin with, yet the top of her head reached all the way up to the base of his neck. When he saw the tea towel in her hand, he finally remembered that his face was still a mess of Kim Hannah's spit-laden tea water.
And no, hang on. I can.
Be still.
She quietly ordered him and slowly raised her hand up to carefully wipe his face. His skin brushed against her hand every now and then.
She felt rather cool to the touch. Funnily enough, although it was cold, the feeling still came across as warm, causing him to gradually enter the state of utter relaxation. Sol Ji-hoo closed his eyes slightly.
I'm a little annoyed, for sure.
Out of the blue, he heard her soft voice, sounding as if she was talking to herself.
He momentarily doubted his hearing.
Was she that annoyed by their antics? Were they that noisy? He wanted to apologize again, but she started wiping every part of his lips right then, so he couldn't open his mouth to speak. Did you do something to Sin-young?
She suddenly asked him a question. No, not at all. Actually, I helped them out. I haven't done anything bad to them at all.
If so, then why? It's because Sin-young sees me as the replacement for an earthling named Sung Shi-hyun. I guess I don't know the concrete details myself. Her hands hesitated for a brief moment there, but it began moving again right afterwards. Sounds like you're working in Harem?
Oh. Yes, I am.
The capital is basically Sin-young's living room, so I was told that I shouldn't remain in this city anymore.
I see. I'm sure that life in Harem isn't easy, though. I'm curious, is there a reason for you to keep returning to paradise?
Sol Ji-hoo was also curious now as to why she was interrogating him with all these questions when this was their first time meeting each other.
Even then, he decided to be honest with her on this one.
It's because I find this place enjoyable. Enjoyable? Is it fun here? Well, rather than fun.
There's a place for me in paradise.
A place for you? Seo Yu-hui tilted her head.
She didn't seem to have understood him. Yes.
There are people here who accept me for who I am and require my help. Sol Ji-hoo smiled brightly. Seo Yu-hui's spotless forehead gradually creased up into a frown. She slowly withdrew her hands and quietly studied the youth. There was even a hint of her getting a little angry, too. By saying that, are you implying that there is no place left for you back on Earth?
Yes, well.
Sol Ji-hoo sheepishly smiled and scratched the back of his head.
Seo Yu-hui shook her head, her expression heavy.
That isn't true.
She spoke as if to chide him.
Your family and your friends aren't here in paradise. Please, think about how worried your family and your acquaintances will be when you suddenly disappear. Seo Yu-hui's tone of voice stopped being persuasive, and now it sounded more like a plea, instead. However, Sol Ji-hoo's response was less than enthusiastic. After his family was brought up, he felt his chest tighten up as if he had swallowed up a boulder. It felt so heavy that he simply wanted to turn around and run away from here. And I just barely managed to forget about them, too. He honestly believed that they would probably prefer to never see him again. Well, I wonder about that. I don't think they'd be too worried about me. But, why would you? Well, we sure are having a weird conversation for a pair of strangers, don't you think so? Ha ha. He let off a bitter chuckle and took a couple of steps back. Thank you for your hospitality.
Looks like me staying here any longer will unnecessarily impose on you, so I should get going now.
Sol Ji-hoo bowed slightly as his goodbye, and as if he was running away, spun on his heels.
Seo Yu-hui reflexively reached out, but… Ah! She stopped herself just before her hand touched his back.
In the end, she could only stand there and watch the youth leave through the open doorway. A short while later, still staring in the direction the young man had walked off to, a certain mysterious light of determination flashed in Seo Yu-hui's eyes.
Harem.
A month flew by since he came back to Harem. During that time, one could describe Sol Ji-hoo's life as monotonous, but at the same time, complicated as well. The first thing of note, his training.
He didn't run into any serious problem during the morning's physical training regime.
Since there was a good selection of gym equipment in the Carpe Diem's building, all he had to do was stick to the training regime he was already familiar with. But the real issue came from the afternoon training session, which was when he'd spent all his time practicing the utilization of mana. Sol Ji-hoo agreed 100% with Kim Hana's opinion that there was no point in leveling up if he didn't get to raise his stat values or not learn a single skill. So, he went back to Gyula's temple and got to see the two skills he could have learned by spending his achievement points. One was the mana spear, where he would create spears out of his mana to throw. The second was the mana circulation, a skill that offered a generalized help when he wanted to apply his mana in his movements. Sol Ji-hoo initially was grumbling unhappily at this revelation, thinking that how could there be only two lousy skills available for his current level. But once he started his training, he quickly had to change his mind. He just couldn't get a bead on this mana spear thing at all. Simply circulating his mana throughout his body and trying to materialize it outside of his body were two fundamentally different things.
It was the same story for mana circulation.
He continued to desperately utilize and apply his mana, but there was not one sign of him awaking or figuring this skill out. He wanted to get someone's advice, but no one could help him out.
Only then did he finally realize why most Earthlings resorted to spending their achievement points to easily and painlessly learn their skills. Truth be told, he could have learned both skills with ease with his current tally of achievement points.
However, Sol Ji-hoo was deliberately enduring to the best of his abilities as he continued to brave the stormy sea of the unknown all by himself. And secondly, if there was one thing Sol Ji-hoo felt soon after fully joining Carpe Diem, then that would be the fact that it was very rare to find a job or a commission where, just like how it had been with the Forest of Denial, he could satisfy both the mission parameters while also enjoying the benefits of going on an expedition. Unless it was an outbreak of war, the royal family's missions would be given first to the guilds or those organizations that were as large as big corporations. As long as the mission itself wasn't some madcap bullshit assignment that no one could complete, that was. They would then pass the mission to those teams that featured high-ranker Earthlings in their midst that also happened to hold friendly relations with them, so it proved to be rather hard to find a juicy opportunity like the last time. More importantly, though, the leader of Carpe Diem, Dylan, was the type of guy who'd never participate in expeditions that didn't sound like a sure thing. As a result, Sol Ji-hoo had to resort to earning experience through minor jobs such as working as a courier or as a guard. Even yesterday evening, he had to accompany Cho-hong to the village of Ramen. He got paid a little bit extra to go along with her on this sudden courier job, and having safely completed the job, they were making their way back. Of course, the reward he got was pitifully small compared to the expedition of the Forest of Denial. And so, by the time they returned to Harem without encountering any hiccups, it was already late morning. Wow! It's so damn hot today.
Too damn hot, I tell ya, Tilda. Cho-hong walked while fanning herself with her hands.
As soon as she spotted their destination, her steps gradually slowed. Isn't it weird? There aren't that many people on the street today. Why? Cho-hong took a look around them and spoke up. Indeed, the streets were oddly devoid of foot traffic as if something major went down while they weren't here.
Look, that place is still under construction. Hey, you.
Are you even listening to me?
Sol Ji-hoo was worrying about his mana training regime at that moment.
But as soon as his colleague tried to talk to him, he quickly broke out of his thoughts. Cho-hong's personality meant she couldn't endure being bored for long, so if he failed to humor her in time, she would often start sulking like a baby.
Where? Oh.
The direction Cho-hong was pointing to was a building opposite to Carpe Diem's own premises. He originally had no idea what that building even did, but one day, he woke up in the morning to find it being demolished, to be replaced by a brand new structure.
Harem was a fairly large city.
So, if someone was able to buy a plot of land outright and start constructing a new building like that, then that person must have possessed considerable financial muscle. Sol Ji-hoo recalled Dylan wondering out loud just who would become their new neighbor. Sol Ji-hoo voiced out his desire.
I hope it's a restaurant.
Why? Because it'll be easier to eat our meals that way.
Pooh-ha! Hey, wait.
Since we're already on the subject, why don't we stop by at the eat, drink, and enjoy?
I mean, this crappy weather is so hot anyways. Let's call Dylan and Hugo out and knock back some cold ones.
What do you say? He knew that Cho-hong would do pretty anything for a chance to drown in alcohol, so he nodded his head quickly and spoke up.
Okay, let us do that, Miss Chung Cho-hong.
Immediately, Cho-hong frowned in detestation.
Hey, goddammit.
Just who told you my surname?
I told you, it was some passerby. Stop messing around, will ya?
Start talking already.
Cho-hong angrily spat out, "Kyak," leapt at him and began hanging off his neck. Sol Ji-hoo giggled and walked closer to their building stairs. But then,
both of them raised their heads at the same time to look at the third floor, their steps coming to an abrupt halt.
Nearly 10 Earthlings were standing outside the third-floor entrance as if they were waiting for something.
What the hell?
Cho-hong became flustered instantly. What are the guys from Sicilia doing here?
Chapter 69.
What do you lot want from here?
What happened? Cho-hong sounded combative as she climbed up the stairs. The members of Sicilia simply glanced at her and stepped aside without saying a word. Once she and Sol Ji-hoo entered the third-floor office, they found quite a lot of people waiting for them, so much so that the already small space looked even more cramped than before.
3 people were sitting on the couches. 2 sitting on one couch were Dylan and Hugo, while a lone woman sat on the opposite side. And there were 5, 6 people standing stiffly behind her.
You finally came, Chung Cho-hong?
The woman wearing a thick coat turned her head to greet the newly entering duo. Her lengthy hair sported the color of a bloody waterfall.
Her matching crimson eyes seemed to gleam dangerously like a ferocious wild beast. Sol Ji-hoo saw the clear scar extending from her brow down to her cheek and finally recognized who she was. Oh. Is it you, Rookie? The general manager of this year Match's neutral zone, and the boss of Sicilia, the most powerful organization in Harem. It was none other than Chinzia.
What brings you here, Noonam?
Cho-hong strode forward fearlessly and inquired as she plopped down next to Chinzia. Thanks to that, Sol Ji-hoo had nowhere to sit now, so he went behind Dylan and Hugo to stand there, instead.
Obviously, there can only be one reason why I came to speak to you guys.
It's work.
Work?
What kinda? We've already discussed it.
Sorry, you aren't invited this time.
What were you guys even talking about? While Cho-hong and Chinzia continued to converse in a rather friendly manner, Sol Ji-hoo began scanning the crowd behind them. He didn't know the reason for the Sicilian's sudden visit, but never mind that, he was hoping to find someone he knew in the group.
Such as Leorda Salvatore, or
On? It was then, a certain woman standing tall and silent right behind Chinzia caught his attention. Her lemon-colored hair neatly pulled up into a ponytail, as well as a pair of glasses worn over her sharp, probing eyes were both especially eye-catching. Sol Ji-hoo belatedly confirmed her unmistakable maid outfit next. His eyes opened wider, and he began displaying a bit of over-the-top happiness at seeing her like this again.
Miss Ag. He was about to finish saying, "Nes," but hurriedly shut his mouth up in time. He wasn't stupid enough to not notice the current atmosphere of the office.
Maybe she sensed his gaze? Agnes had been maintaining her cold and strict facial expression of the head maid being employed by the famous aristocrat household until then. But she began sneaking a glance at the youth on her opposite side. When their gazes met, he began smiling innocently and waved his hand. Since there were way too many eyes watching here, Agnes pretended to have not noticed him. Her silent indifference seemingly resulted in Sol Ji-hoo receiving a powerful punch to his guts. He dazedly stared at her with blurry eyes for a while, before his hand powerlessly faltered to his side.
Way past looking sad now, he even looked as if he was wallowing in the pits of despair and dejection.
In the end, Agnes let a soundless sigh escape from her lips.
She then nodded lightly once and sneakily waved her hand.
It all happened in a short period of time, but that was more than enough to bring vigor back to Sol Ji-hoo's demeanor, his eyes regaining their glint again.
Kook.
Chinzia observed the exchange between the two with an expression of a crafty cat before her head dropped lower in her trademark cross-legged sitting position.
Her shoulders trembled noticeably, too.
She cackled while chewing on the cigarette still stuck to her lips as if she found something so intolerably funny.
It took a while before she recovered enough to open her mouth. Well, now. Even the infamous Sicilian lioness would grow softer in front of her own cub, is that it? Kook.
The color of Agnes' neck suddenly changed from pale to beet red.
Her widened eyes glared daggers at Sol Ji-hoo.
Why did you have to go and do something unnecessary? Those reproachful eyes were clearly blaming him for everything that happened just now. In any case, I've said what I came here to say, so why don't we get going now? Chinzia leisurely stood up from the couch, prompting Dylan and Hugo to rise up as well. Chohong pouted after realizing that she was being left out and testily raised her voice. Dylan? What's going on here?
Well.
I'll tell you the gist of it after we come back. We won't be gone for long. Dylan spoke in a solemn voice and turned his attention over to Sol Ji-hoo. And Sol?
Yes? I'd like to have a word with you after I return.
Will that be okay with you?
Of course. He didn't know what that talk would be about, but Sol Ji-hoo readily agreed to do it nonetheless.
Chinzia was still smirking as she issued out a new order. Agnes, you don't have to come. Pardon me? You already know everything, so is there a reason for you to participate in the meeting? It's been a while since you two met, so why don't you unburden your hearts for a bit?
I'm sure you can share a glass or two and catch up on old times, no?
But, boss. That's an order. Agnes was forced to shut her mouth.
Meanwhile, Chinzia cackled and turned around to leave.
Let's go.
Dylan, Hugo. I'm sure everyone is waiting for us already. Asterisk.
And so, Sol Ji-hoo got to enjoy a little tea time with Agnes, all thanks to Chinzia's consideration. He guided Agnes and her stiff face to eat, drink, and enjoy. However, while on their way, they encountered several rather bizarre occurrences. UGHK? Men who were walking towards them from the opposite direction suddenly fell on their butts, clearly looking fearful of something. Or, "Ooh-ah!" Some others even turned tail and hastily ran away, their complexions paler than a sheet of white paper. It was the same story even after entering the pub in question. As soon as Agnes entered the establishment, the boisterous interior suddenly fell into utter silence. A short while later, someone gasped out, "Hick?" That signaled the beginning of the mass stampede of patrons flooding out of the pub, all of them seemingly running for their dear lives. It didn't take long at all for the pub, once packed to the brim with customers, to become totally deserted. Agnes didn't seem to care one way or the other. She gallantly strode along the lengthy bar and lightly flicked something at the frozen bartender leaning against the shelves of alcohol.
Ting!
The copper-colored coin accurately struck the forehead of the shivering bartender busy reciting the Lord's Prayer. "Barkeeper? Bring me a bottle of rum, and—" Agnes looked behind her. Sol Ji-hoo was standing there dumbfounded by everything that happened so far, and he needed a bit of time to collect himself to say that he wanted honey mead.
The bartender brought out 2 bottles at the speed of lightning.
Other people reacting to you like that. I wonder why myself.
Ah ha ha.
Well, in any case. It's nice to see you again, Miss Agnes.
I'm sure it is.
Agnes replied disinterestedly and took a sip straight from the bottle.
She nonchalantly wiped the corners of her mouth, but her eyes studying Sol Ji-hoo remained complicated.
How should she put this? Obviously, she didn't hate the guy in front of her. Unfortunately for her, meeting someone for a non-official business like this was an incredibly awkward endeavor. She was told to unburden herself, but she had no idea where to even begin, nor did she know how to get a conversation going. Which naturally meant her words came across stiff and unfriendly.
I'm sorry for holding you up like this, even though you must be really busy.
But, actually, I've been in a bind with something lately, and I may need your help. A bind, you say?
Yes. I'm having trouble with my training at the moment.
Training? If they were to discuss that, then things changed somewhat. Agnes consciously sensed her stiff as rock facial muscles slowly relax. Which part is giving you problems? Sol Ji-hoo confessed to her his troubles with the mana training regime. Agnes was briefly taken aback by the revelation that he had reached level 2 already but quickly collected herself to speak up her opinion.
I see. Still, it's nothing to be that deeply worried about.
Sol Ji-hoo quickly swallowed his saliva.
He felt reassured from the way Agnes sounded.
First of all, you must remember that this isn't the neutral zone anymore. Agnes adjusted her glasses and continued on. Paradise wasn't created to accommodate your training regime the way the neutral zone was. If you want to learn something, then oftentimes you are required to pull through with your own abilities. Do you understand?
Yes. And secondly,
you said, mana spear, yes?
Yes.
How much do you know about the art of javelin throwing? Sol Ji-hoo had been obediently repeating, yes, yes, but her abrupt and unexpected question rendered him utterly speechless.
Do you know the origins of javelin throwing?
How about the techniques involved with it?
For example, the correct postures to assume from beginning till the end when throwing a javelin while standing still or when throwing it after a run-up.
Only then did Sol Ji-hoo realize what Agnes was trying to say.
I see.
I was too hasty in my approach.
Indeed.
You know nothing about throwing javelins, yet you wish to manipulate your mana to imitate the actions of one. It's only obvious that you failed in your attempts so far. It's the same thing as you to run, even though you don't even know how to walk yet.
Although she was solemnly chiding him, he felt like his eyes were finally opening up now.
I know where you get your confidence from.
You did become proficient with applying mana very quickly.
However, teaching yourself new skills is never an easy endeavor.
No, it's only normal to be this difficult and obtuse.
It's the same story for the mana circulation. It may take some time, but I still recommend that you should familiarize yourself first with the basic knowledge first. Sol Ji-hoo felt ashamed of himself and accepted her recommendation. He couldn't deny that, for sure, he took this whole thing way too lightly. He fidgeted around the mead bottle with a bitter look on his face, which forced Agnes to cough once to break the somber atmosphere. Even still, I'm impressed. Pardon?
I've heard of your exploits so far.
You would have easily learned whatever skills you wanted with your current achievement points, but it is commendable that you have resisted the temptation and still tried to do your best every day. She actually went ahead and praised him. Even back in the neutral zone, she hardly ever praised him, so this had to be something. Sol Ji-hoo embarrassedly grinned.
Well, by listening to your advice, I know I'll wake up with gold under my pillow.
I don't know what that means, but regardless, continue to do your best. You'll definitely reap the rewards in the future when your level has risen up sufficiently as well as when your skills undergo a fundamental evolution. Agnes formed an imperceptible smile. She then made a couple more suggestions before emptying the outstanding bottle of rum for good and stood up from her seat. Sol Jihu was saddened to see her go so soon, but she was undeniably an earthling like him. He couldn't hold her here when she clearly had a ton of stuff to do. Agnes promised to show up every now and then to check up on his progress before turning around to leave.
They said their goodbyes outside the pub's entrance.
But, while watching her back getting further and further away, Sol Jihu went, "Oops," after realizing that he forgot to say something important to her.
"Miss Agnes."
Agnes stopped her steps in the distance and turned to look at him.
He quickly waved his hand and shouted at her,
"Thank you for everything." Agnes nodded her head once and turned around again. It was then that Sol Jihu shouted out loudly enough to wake the dead. "And also, say hello to Mr. Teddy B. I'll kill you."
Swish!
Agnes closed the distance in the blink of an eye and madly pounced on him. Sol Jihu was taken by surprise from that explosive turn of speed, but he still managed to break out into a satisfied grin. He got beaten up by her so many times now, which meant that he was expecting such a response from her, anyway.
Not this time.
He quickly pulled his spear out and assumed a defensive posture. Unfortunately, in the following moment, her hand easily slapped the spear off from his grip as if he wasn't even holding it in the first place, and took a swing at his face like a mad snake. "I told you to stop, didn't I?"
Slap. Kook.
It was only after he was beaten up black and blue that Sol Jihu finally got to learn that Agnes was a frightening level 6 assassin-type archer who was only a half step away from becoming a unique ranker.
Asterisk.
Having parted ways with Agnes, Sol Jihu dragged his beaten body to a blacksmith. The owner of the blacksmith nearly freaked out from the status of the youth's face, but still, the business he had there was promptly taken care of. When he returned to Carpe Diem's office, both Dylan and Hugo were waiting for him. "Where have you been? And what is that?"
Throwing spears.
"Oh. You're trying to practice spear throws."
Wait a minute.
"What's the matter with your face? Did someone hit you?" Dylan hastily asked. Sol Jihu tried to gloss it over with a sheepish laughter, but Hugo got quite worked up.
Sol. Which son of a bitch was it?
How dare someone touch a member of Carpe Diem?
Nah, it's fine, so don't worry about it. I get it, so tell me who he was.
Don't worry, I'll break both of his legs.
It was Miss Agnes.
Hugo was raring to go, his large hands gripping the halberd tightly, but then, he suddenly froze up on the spot. Who? Miss Agnes.
You mean, Agnes Clare? Yes, her.
Don't do anything, though.
I was in the wrong to begin with, anyway.
Really? If you say so, then there's no helping it, I guess.
Hugo coughed out loudly and quietly put the halberd down before rapidly disappearing from the sight. Dylan smiled quietly while enjoying the scent of his tea. I'm greatly surprised.
Not only do you know Agnes, you can even survive her attacks.
Ha.
Never mind that. Didn't you have something you wanted to talk to me about? Sol Jihu wanted to change the topic anyway, so he put the throwing spears on the floor and asked. Want a cup?
I'm okay.
Sol Jihu tactfully declined the offer and settled down on the couch.
Dylan took another sip of his tea and opened his mouth. We received a commission.
From Cecilia?
That's something for me and Hugo.
You see, not too long ago, the Royals issued a top-secret mission. They contacted Cecilia, but they were lacking in personnel, so they requested us to help them out. If it's a mission that even Cecilia don't have enough people for, then just know that it's a mission only high rankers and above can participate. Actually, it was hard trying to convince them to let Hugo in. They only allowed it after I told them that, since I'm nominally an archer, I'd need a familiar warrior to watch my back. That meant Sol Ji-hoo and Cho-hong couldn't participate even if they wanted to.
I guess Cho-hong and I get to enjoy a sudden vacation, then. Well, the thing is, we have another job to take care of.
It's a mission issued by the village of Ramen. Sol Ji-hoo's eyes shot up from the mere mention of mission. If the job at hand had to do with delivering something, then there would be no need for a sit-down like this one.
How much do you know about Ramen village? Located southeast from Harem, the distance of half a day's travel.
A village populated by a few hundred paradisians. That's all I know. Dylan nodded his head.
Looks like you know the basic information.
Let me not beat around the bush.
It's a monster extermination request.
Extermination, is it?
You see, Ramen suffers from a periodic outbreak of monster excursions. And they issue missions like this pretty often as a result.
Sol Ji-hoo tilted his head.
When you say it's a periodic thing, doesn't that imply there's a colony or a nest of the monsters nearby?
That's the thing. Dylan lightly slapped his knee to signal that the youth had accurately pointed out the crux of the problem.
The monsters have been beaten back dozens of times already.
The kingdom even formed subjugation forces several times. We were able to defeat the hordes without much problem, but that's just about it.
We searched everywhere but never found where they were coming from. Even if we consider the stability of the entire Harem region not being all that great, this simply makes no sense at all.
Doesn't that mean the monsters will come back in the future even though we exterminate them this time?
We still have to get rid of the monsters that do appear, regardless.
Actually, Ramen Village wants us to rescue the missing villagers and find the cause for the monster outbreak while we're at it. But it's not strictly necessary to go that far. So, how about it?
What did Cho-hong say?
Sol, I'm asking you. Dylan lowered his voice slightly.
If you're up for it, I'm thinking of leaving you in charge of this mission.
But I'm not even an archer.
An archer acts as the header. Of course, many do take on the jobs of being both a header and a leader.
But it's also normal for different people to assume those two roles. A header's role was to lead his or her team in the right direction during expeditions. As for the leader, that title was given to someone tasked with overseeing every facet of an expedition, such as planning the expedition itself to making adequate preparations, etc., etc.
I thought you could only form an expedition team once you reach level 4?
And don't you also need permission from the royal family?
This isn't an expedition, but an exploration.
You are more than qualified enough to handle this. When Sol Ji-hoo displayed a surprising lack of confidence, Dylan formed a wide smile and continued on. I thought that you wanted to form your own team in the future? Was I wrong? Ah. Did I get found out?
Hee. In that case, I think this mission will be a perfect chance for you to pop your cherry.
It may sound like a simple job, but once you take it on, you're going to learn about lots of things.
It was the same story for me, too. Dylan placed the teacup on the table.
So, how about it? You up for it? Sol Ji-hoo replied immediately.
Of course. Asterisk. He got to lead his first mission.
The mission itself wasn't as difficult as the scouting of the Forest of Denial nor the defense of the Arden Fortress, but even then, Sol Ji-hoo was plenty motivated by the fact that he'd be the leader for the first time ever.
As it was not an expedition, but an exploration, there shouldn't have been anything too complicated about it. For one, he didn't have to worry about procuring supplies as they could set up a base of operations at the Ramen village itself. Porters and carriages could simply be hired on the spot, as well. The real problem actually lied with recruiting other team members.
There were already 2 warriors, so they only needed 1 more, and finding a willing archer wasn't that difficult, either. Finding a magician was an impossible feat to begin with, so that portion of the recruitment process wasn't even considered. No, the actual problem was to do with hiring a priest. It didn't matter whether you were forming an expedition or an improvised team of misfits. A priest was a must-have existence. Dang it. What does he expect from us anyways?
Cho-hong grumbled unhappily, a cigarette loosely hanging off on her lips.
She ended up being paired with Sol Ji-hoo, but that meant she also had to feel helpless about their current situation. Hey, do we really need a priest?
I mean, can't we just make sure that we look the part and show up there? I can take care of those monsters just by myself. Cho-hong's irritated grumblings brought about a wry smile on Sol Ji-hoo's face. If they were pressed for time, sure, they could do that.
But that would result in the quality of the team getting worse. Unless they were talking about desperate earthlings who lived paycheck to paycheck, what skillful warrior or archer would want to join a team without a priest in their midst? In a world where a moment's carelessness could result in you being killed off in the blink of an eye?
Most importantly, this was Sol Ji-hoo's first leadership role. He wanted to make sure it all ended in a resounding success. He didn't want to take any liberties or be too adventurous if he could help it. Only a team with a priest will attract quality team members. Sol Ji-hoo's thoughts eventually arrived there, and he stood up from the couch. Where are you going? To recruit a priest.
You will? How?
I'll give it a shot.
We still have time, right? If all else fails, we'll just do it as you say.
Sol Ji-hoo left behind Cho-hong and her wide-open eyes to enter the bedroom.
He took out the communication crystal thinking that he might as well keep his promise and get advice from her while he was at it. A short while later.
Ramen Village, is it? Yeah.
A mission came in.
Oh.
So you want to head south that badly? Don't worry so much. It's not by the border region. And besides, people can't just keep doing what they want all the time. Sol Ji-hoo gathered his hands and pleaded with Kim Hannah. She snorted unhappily but didn't say that he was forbidden from doing it.
So, you're looking for a priest. It'll be pretty hard to find one, that's for sure.
If it were the entire Carpe Diem participating, then it would be a different story. But if it's just you and Chung Cho-hong, it will be hard to rely on your team's fame. That's why I'm asking you for advice. Isn't there a good way out of this?
Well, it's not like there is none.
Really? There is a way? Sol Ji-hoo's expression brightened up after hearing Kim Hannah's words. But, when she slowly explained what was what, he ended up forming a bit of a frown instead. She was in the city? Didn't I tell you before?
Her base is in Harem.
You did? In any case, I'm not sure if she'd be willing to help out.
There's still the old debt to settle, too. I'm sure you know this already since you have prior dealings with her.
But well, she is one hell of a calculative and materialistic woman. Sol Ji-hoo immediately agreed with that assessment. That's true, but having to spend silver coins for an exploration of this scale, that's a bit. You shouldn't think of it as you wasting your money. The sole minus point of Carpe Diem is that you guys don't have a priest among you. Do you have any idea how much pain and suffering other teams have to go through to find a suitable priest when they plan for expeditions? She quickly carried on. And let's not forget, it'll be hard to find a priest as skilled as her. So take this opportunity to build a personal connection with her. I'm pretty sure that, as soon as she realizes working with you will be beneficial for her, she'll sign up with you on the spot. Sol Ji-hoo understood what she was saying here. A priest was almost as hard to come by as a sorcerer, and she was telling him to invest in one right now for the sake of his own future. He slowly nodded his head.
Okay, got it. I should go and speak to her, then.
Nothing to lose by doing it, anyway. Exactly.
I'm pretty sure she'll say yes unless something else is up.
After all, she's one of the few who knows your true worth. At the very least, she won't slam the door in your face. It's a way forward, which helps.
Thanks, Mom.
Don't worry about it. If something else comes up. Hey, what did you just call me? Sol Ji-hoo quickly ended the communication. The crystal's radiance dimmed, but then, only a second later, it began glowing again. He simply giggled to himself and stepped outside Carpe Diem's office.
Asterisk.
Luxuria's temple was Sol Jihu's next stop. He spoke to someone at the reception and waited for a while.
A lady soon approached him and asked him to follow her. She guided him through the residential area within the temple building, and eventually, they arrived in front of a door among many others lining up this silent corridor. Funnily enough, as soon as she knocked on the door, the guide lady ran away. The door was flung open abruptly a short while later, revealing a small-statured young woman staggering unsteadily on her feet. Her brilliant blonde hair was unkempt and very messy. She only wore an oversized white shirt. Her sunken eyes were more noticeable because of her pale skin. It was Maria. She stared at him without saying a word before pointing back at her room. "Come in." It was a pigsty inside her room.
The lighting was excellent and the interior was brightly lit as a result. But well, that only served to highlight the dire conditions of the trash pit that was her room. The whole place seemed a bit too sad to be called messy, now that he took another look at it. Sol Jihu was suddenly overcome with a sense of kinship when he spotted an ashtray stuffed full of burnt cigarette butts. It even resembled a hedgehog, somehow. But then, he spotted cigarette burns adorning the various walls and the bedsheets, and naturally, nearly freaked out right there and then. Hell, the bottles of liquor rolling around on the floor seemed cute by comparison. "And what brings your lordship to my humble abode? I hear you're a real hot stuff nowadays." Maria scratched her unkempt hair like a man, and then, smacked her lips and scanned her surroundings.
"Well, take a seat anywhere."
"Want something to drink? How about alcohol?"
"I don't have anything else to offer." "No, I'm fine."
"Were you sleeping?"
"Yeah, I was.
I drank a bit too much yesterday." You, fucking hell, this hangover is killing me." Maria picked up one of the many bottles on the floor and shook it around.
Slosh, slosh. She didn't even hesitate for a second before dumping the contents down her throat.
Her white neck skin bobbed up and down a couple of times, and when she was finally done, she shuddered slightly as a grimace formed on her face.
Ugh. Now I feel like a living person again.
Hey, are you alright? What, you mean my body?
It's a lot better than when I performed the ceremony.
She settled down on the corner of the bed and proceeded to stare at the youth with a pair of unfocused eyes. "So, what brings you here? If you came to pay back the debt, I welcome you with two open arms."
"I came to ask you for a…" "Aw, fuck."
He didn't even finish his sentence, yet she was already dropping her head lower, a long groan escaping from her mouth.
She then spoke to him in that posture.
"You ain't gonna ask me for another ceremony, are you?"
"No ways. I'd say it's more like an offer this time."
She grabbed the bottle upside down by its neck, prompting Sol Jihu to quickly state his business. "An offer?"
Maria slowly raised her head.
There was a hint of interest in her expression, so he didn't waste any more time and carried on with his real intention for being here, to ask her to accompany him to the village of Ramen. As expected, Maria's reaction was less than enthusiastic.
Her head tilted to the side just a tad. Then, as if she was already done thinking about it, she shook it from side to side.
"I get what you want from me, but I don't wanna. I can't see any merit in me following you."
"I see."
Sol Jihu readily agreed with her, and that made her stare back at him with suspicious eyes.
She smirked a little.
"Oh, my?
Was the rumor I heard about you all lies? Or, did paradise finally get to you, too? I'm still thankful for your help the last time. You don't have to mention it.
I'll be getting my due reward sooner or later anyway."
"Of course. I'll be waiting."
Perhaps his clear-cut attitude left a favorable impression on her because she crossed her arms and opened her mouth as if she was doing it all for his benefit. "You came all the way here to see me, so I guess it's a bit rude to turn you away empty-handed like this. So, how about this? I know a few apprentice priests, and I can ask one of them to follow you around if you want. Sure, they might not be all that much, but you know very well that having a priest in your party makes a world of difference, don't you?" That suggestion didn't sound so bad, either.
She probably wouldn't recommend someone utterly hopeless since she sounded sincere.
However, Kim Hannah strongly advised him to get closer to Maria, even if that meant spending a fair amount of coin in the process. He figured that attempting to do that now wouldn't end in a loss for him. "Thank you for your kind offer, but I'd still prefer if it was you, Miss Maria."
Maria snorted, her expression one of dumbfounded amazement.
"Hey, looky here. You said you know."
"I do."
"You say you do, so how come?"
"Okay. Let me make this crystal clear.
Why would someone of my caliber follow you on such a pathetic little mission?"
Well,
"You'll earn experience points and also rewards."
hell no.
"You think that pitiful amount of points will make a dent in my current level?" "And what was that? Rewards? The rewards you talk about won't even buy me a day's worth of liquor, you know. You honestly think I'll go with you just to earn a pittance like that?"
Maria's acerbic way of talking hadn't changed one bit.
Sol Ji-hoo smiled refreshingly and reached into his inner pocket. He expected her to react like this already, so now was the time to bring out his trump cards. "You understand me now? There is no reason for me to."
Clunk.
She stopped talking immediately as soon as a small coin pouch was placed atop the white table. "What's this?" "5 silver coins. How about it?"
"You." Maria frowned deeply.
"How did you even figure out that I like this kind of stuff?" "I'm asking you this purely out of concern for your welfare, okay? Do you have any idea how much a single silver coin is worth?"
"1 copper coin is around 500 won.
"A silver coin is 1,000 copper coins, so 500,000 won. 5 silver coins equal 2.5 million won. Oh ho!
I guess you're rolling in dough now, huh?"
The ends of Maria's sentence arched up rather mysteriously. Her tongue snaked out and slowly licked her lips. "Well, I see how sincere you are, but I'm still not sure." Before Maria was given a chance to continue, Sol Ji-hoo pulled out 5 more silver coins.
In her full view, he began slotting them inside the coin pouch on the table, one at the time. Maria blinked her eyes nonstop.
"Can I ask you one question?"
"Please go ahead."
"I can't understand why you, in your current level, have that many silver coins."
"No, never mind that."
"Okay, why are you trying so hard to hire me?" "Because I think you're trustworthy." "You aren't planning on making this the payment for the debt you owe me, are you?"
"No way."
"That's that, and this is this." Maria leaked out a snort as the ends of her lips curled up. Her attitude had definitely changed compared to a minute ago. If she was a high-ranker priest, then Sol Ji-hoo would have to fork out 10 times the current amount, but she was only a level 4. His current wealth was more than enough to endure this sort of financial impact. "So you're going to pay me up front. Is that right?"
"Only you, Miss Maria. No one else." "Okay, what about splitting the loot?"
"The rewards? Is there a need to even ask that? We split evenly, of course."
Maria began pondering seriously now.
"Upfront payment of 10 silver coins and no special conditions attached when splitting the loot." Considering the type of the mission and the distance needed to travel, this was a more than generous amount. She began sneaking a couple of glances at him before suddenly prattling on while twirling her hair with her fingers. "Wheel. I guess it's not so bad. Yeah, here's the thing. Doesn't matter what the work is, someone on my level usually needs somewhere around 6.5 million won before we are tempted into action. Her previously stiff, manly manner of speech was now full of ego. Without saying another word, Sol Ji-hoo slotted 5 more coins into the pouch. By this time, Maria was practically drooling out of her mouth. "Ooh, wow. This Oppa is a lot more cooler than he looks, isn't he?"
"Will this be enough for me to become your friend, Miss Maria?"
What was that?" Maria stuttered in surprise at those rather unexpected words. A slight smile formed on his lips after seeing her reaction. "Friends?" After exploding into a fit of laughter, Maria opened her eyes wide to stare directly at him. A bright smile remained on her face.
I was wondering what's gotten into you. But, now I see.
You were scheming to reel me in, weren't you?
Yes. Oh, my goodness.
But, what do I do now? I'm not that easy to catch, you know, Tilda? Haven't you heard the rumors? You won't be able to count the number of the teams that gave up on trying to win me over. 'Cause there are too many to begin with. This was Sol Ji-hoo's first time hearing it, but he simply shrugged his shoulders in a nonchalant manner.
Are you in or out?
How interesting.
Maria stood right up from the bed. She took several airy steps to get closer, before snatching the coin pouch up. She then loudly shouted out, I'm in. Chapter 70.
Bringing Maria into the group was an excellent development in various ways. There were two gods that priests served. The first was the Order of Luxuria, the goddess of lust, who was in charge of healing, dispelling, and support spells. The second was the Order of Invidia, the god of envy, who preferred to repulse the enemy with holy powers and governing over the operations of divination magic.
Cho-hong was an earthling who had straddled two separate paths of Invidia and Ira.
Maria, on the other hand, walked the lone path that Luxuria had carved out ever since she was level 1. A priest was already treated like an aristocrat in paradise, but a priest who specialized in healing was valued almost equal to a magician. As earthlings had a tendency of prioritizing their lives the most, a level 4 high priest, who was capable of healing regular injuries with a proverbial flick of her hand, made every earthling react positively to a team with such a priest as a core member. They would even try their best to act as friendly as possible. Sol Ji-hoo was successful in recruiting a priest, but he didn't rest after that. His next stop took him to the city's library, rather than back to Carpe Diem's office. It didn't matter which city it was. The city library could be called the repository of all the amassed information. The Ramen village extermination request happened frequently, so he figured that there must be past records of the mission itself. Just like how Alex's report on the mole's appearance showed up on the city's noticeboard soon afterwards. Cho-hong, as usual, was full of swagger, loudly declaring that they only needed to look the part as she alone would be enough to sweep all of their enemies away.
However, Sol Ji-hoo couldn't readily accept that.
He developed a certain habit ever since he nearly got killed from the siege of the skeletons back in the neutral zone.
And that would be to prepare as much as humanly possible in the matters where his life might be on the line.
And so, as he immersed himself in searching for the relevant information, he ran into someone quite unexpected in the library.
Ho!
I didn't expect to see you here, my man. An older man with a graying beard wearing a conical hat typical of wizards reached out for a handshake.
Ah, hello there.
Sol Ji-hoo politely shook the offered hand.
I'm also surprised to see you here.
What brings you to the city library, Master Ian?
Ehehe. I think you might be the only earthling in history to ask a magician what his business is in a library. Ian giggled and asked back.
So, how have you been?
Well, it was okay, nothing too special.
I tried my hands at being a courier, and I am still training every day, too. It's good to hear that you're enjoying a peaceful life so far. Oh, right. Did you get the spear?
Ah, that. I've completely forgotten to thank you and Princess Teresa for it.
How is she doing nowadays? Don't worry about her. Princess Teresa is always pink, if you know what I mean. Ian threw him a knowing wink. He then grinned at the youth, panicking somewhat at the seemingly innuendo-ridden word of pink, before leaning in closer to whisper something else.
Foo.
This is a secret only I know, but allow me to share it with you. Before he had time to realize it, Sol Ji-hoo was paying attention to the older man's words. The truth is, there are many variations of the pink color.
For instance, Tilda.
Princess Teresa's color is much closer to baby pink.
Yes, indeed.
Master Ian.
Oopsie.
I was just messing with you. Just a joke of poor taste from an old man.
I definitely didn't use an X-ray spell to confirm, so you shouldn't look at this old man that way.
If you form a grimace like that, you come across as a total stranger, and that kind of scares me a little."
Ian waved his hands about and guffawed out loudly. Sol Ji-hoo could only leak out a sigh. He let his guard down and got fooled again. I'm sure she won't mind normal types of pranks, but isn't it a bit much making sexual innuendos to a princess?
You say that because you don't know what she's really like. Earlier today, I cracked a simple joke to her and she responded back with, "Yours can't even stand up again. So why are you asking me that?" To be honest, my feelings been kind of hurt. By now, Sol Ji-hoo had forgotten what he wanted to say.
Okay, that's enough of small talk.
What brings you here? Well, I was given a mission, so I was hoping to find relevant information here.
Sol Ji-hoo took a bit of guard against the older man and made his reply.
A mission?
Yes, it's a request issued by Ramen Village.
A certain glint flashed by Ian's eyes. Dylan and Hugo shouldn't be able to participate in that. Does that mean it's you and Chohong forming the team? Basically, yes.
Master Ian, you heard about that as well?
I'm also participating in that mission, so indeed, I know of it. Dylan has given you the leadership role, then? Ian carried a somewhat contemplate expression, but then, he suddenly formed a mysterious smile.
Foo. Oh, Dylan, you one sly. He muttered to himself and shifted his gaze back to the youth. My man. Can you spare me a bit of time?
I only need around 5 minutes.
Of course. All right. I'll be right back, so please wait for me.
With a serious expression now etched on his face, Ian hurriedly went over here and there in the library. And precisely 5 minutes later, he showed up back again, now carrying an armful of scrolls and various documents. Take these. These are all the historical records pertaining to the extermination mission you're about to take on. And this is. The older man pulled out a ridiculously thick book just as Sol Ji-hoo barely managed to receive them all. This here is the recorded history of the region. You don't have to read everything, of course.
I've made a bookmark somewhere in the middle, so you only have to browse that.
You have?
It has been a long time ago, but you see, I also participated in the extermination mission before.
The thing is, the Ramen Village's matter is one of the most endearing mysteries of Harem arc, so once upon a time, I was rather interested in solving it, you see. Ian sounded philosophical.
Well, it all ended in failure, though.
Back then, I thought I had caught onto a pretty solid lead, and I felt confident of my suspicions.
But in the end, I still couldn't uncover the origin.
People are telling me the same thing so far.
I'd probably end up the same as you. I wonder about that.
We'll have to wait and see first, no?
Sol Ji-hoo smiled embarrassedly, while Ian was stroking his beard in contemplation.
Us walking out of the forest of denial alive, the famous Forbidden Zone, and then, us miraculously recovering the fortress that everyone thought was a lost cause. Both of them were events easily exceeding one's wildest imaginations. Thank you for your kind words, but I think I just got lucky.
No, not true at all. Your actions were responsible for both of those events, not Lady Luck.
Ian formed a warm expression. Apologies for burdening you even further like this. But, if you manage to solve this mystery, it'd be the same thing as you aiding with the overall stability of the entire Haramark region, so you should be able to earn a substantial amount of achievement points.
And the royal family might reward you something extra on the side, too. I'd feel so much more confident if you were to accompany us, Master Ian. I'd love to do that. Unfortunately, I have a prior engagement to fulfill. Even Cecilia is involved now, so it'll be difficult to extricate myself out of this one.
There's no helping it, then. Thank you for these records.
I'll study them right away.
Sol Ji-hoo smiled refreshingly. I'll pray for your success.
Ian raised his tightly clenched fist up high and cheered on. Cho Hong returned to the office late at night, her current mood absolute worst.
For the whole day, she went around looking for a priest, only to meet with rejection at every turn. So, when she spotted Dylan drinking tea in the office, she loudly complained and said, "Are you going to do nothing and spectate from the sidelines?" But then, she was rendered completely speechless after Dylan informed her of Seoul finding a priest already.
For real? He himself went to talk to the priest, apparently.
Who is it? It's Maria Yerio. What? That bitch?
Cho Hong's voice became even louder.
Dylan calmly covered his ears and nodded once.
I agree that it's somewhat unbelievable, but how about lowering your volume a bit?
Seoul is in the middle of work, you see.
Work? Right. I wondered if there was anything I could help him with, but there was no need, judging from how he was handling it. He doesn't even look like a newbie anymore from the way he's taking care of things. There was a content smile on Dylan's face now. Look. Do you know for how long I wanted a team member like Seoul to join us?
That's why, if we can't help him, we should at least not bother him, right? Too bad, Cho Hong wasn't someone who'd heed such advice.
Her thudding steps led her directly into the shared bedroom. She found Seoul Ji-hoo sitting by the desk, quietly jotting and studying all by himself.
Hey! Oh, you're back? Seoul Ji-hoo replied without looking back. I heard you found us a priest?
Yeah.
Seoul Ji-hoo nodded. By the way, why is Miss Maria a bitch? Because she is a bitch. That's why. How did you even manage to sweet-talk that girl?
I mean, that crazy bitch is infamous for having a re-ally high standard and all. Please stop swearing for a second.
I know her from the neutral zone, actually.
Hey, you. You are supposed to look at the person you're talking to. Only then Seoul Ji-hoo turned around halfway. He leaned against the chair's back at an angle and continued. Ah, right.
What about archers and warriors? Did you ask around?
Cho Hong faltered a bit where she stood.
And no, not really.
I was busy searching for a priest, so, like.
But, I told you I'd find a priest?
I didn't know you'd find one this fast. I felt bad just dumping you with the responsibility, so I wanted to help out, too.
So what? Cho Hong yelled at him.
Seoul Ji-hoo formed a wry smile. Fine, fine. He turned back towards the scrolls laid out on the desk.
Don't worry about it. Miss Maria's supposed to meet me tomorrow at the eat, drink, and enjoy. So let's search together. Cho Hong didn't say anything else to that. Nevertheless, she wanted to show off for a bit since she was supposed to be more experienced in these sorts of things. But just as Dylan had alluded to earlier, Seoul Ji-hoo was doing admirably well all by himself.
She did feel a tiny bit apologetic in her mind, too.
What are you doing?
When she got closer to the desk, she spotted lots of unfurled scrolls and documents. There was even a thick book there, too.
Oh, these? Historical records of Ramen Village's extermination missions.
And this? Recorded history of the Empire.
Master Ian gave it to me, saying that I should check it out. Wait, you ran into that geezer?
Yeah.
Happened by chance. Cho Hong took a sneak at the book and immediately grimaced in shock. I'ma get sick just from looking at this thing. You actually feel fine reading this? Really?
I thought it was pretty interesting though.
Is there a need to go this far?
I mean, all we have to do is go there and kick some ass, right? Well, those monsters will most likely show up again in the future.
If it's possible, I want to prevent that by finding out the root cause and eliminate it.
Which means, we need solid leads.
But how will reading those things get us anywhere? Cho Hong sourly remarked.
Seoul Ji-hoo yawned and stretched his arms high up above his head.
You might be right, but there are a couple of suspicious.
No, hang on.
Let's just say that there are a few things here that don't feel right. Don't feel right? How? I can't be sure of it, yet.
It's just a working theory of mine.
Sol Jihu covered his mouth to yawn again. Cho Hong's sigh was so long that the ground might have caved in from that.
Arg, I don't know. Do whatever you want.
I'm going to bed.
I've been walking around the whole day, and I'm pooped out, you know. You worked hard.
Get some rest. Cho Hong lay sprawled on the bed.
For a while, she stared at the ceiling with a bit of a pout, before sneaking a glance at him. Aren't you going to sleep?
In a little while.
I have an illuminating stone with me, so you can turn off the lights if you want. No, I'm cool.
Cho Hong didn't fall asleep right away, though. Her coy eyes were fixed on the youth sitting by the desk studying the contents of the thick book. His sleeves were rolled up, his expression one of deep concentration and seriousness, silent and determined glint flickering within his eyes.
She thought he looked refreshingly different.
This is so weird, isn't it? Cho Hong whispered to herself, been only a short while since you joined up, yet, and lightly hugged her pillow. She then stared into his wide-open back that seemed more dependable today for some reason.
Only until she fell asleep, of course. Asterisk. Next morning.
As promised, Sol Jihu met up with Maria. If there was one thing he didn't entirely count on, that would be her attire. She seemingly only wore an oversized white shirt that was probably very, very easy to move around in.
And secondly, that she also happened to be an old acquaintance with Cho Hong.
Not in a good way, either. Hiya tilde, so it was true. Just what's gotten into Miss I Love Money that she decided to join in our little mission? Those words were the opening volley Cho Hong fired as soon as she saw Maria. The latter slightly cocked an eyebrow as those sarcasm-laden words pricked her ears, before forming a refreshing smile. Oh.
I was expecting someone decent since I heard a member of Carpe Diem was joining.
Turns out the member was the dumbass brain-dead bitch famed for her thick-headedness. Your runny mouth is the same as always.
I'm curious, will you still be able to yap like a little birdie if I rip that mouth wide open?
Well, I'm sure it's not as runny as your famous brainless fart of a head. Don't you want to crack open that empty head of yours and prove it to the world? Thick veins popped up on Cho Hong's forehead. A threatening grin of a beast, fangs bared and all, formed on her lips.
See, I told you.
She's a bitch.
Her mouth is a trash dump. Well, sure, my lips are a bit dirty.
But it's not as loose as your other lips. Stop, please stop.
Cho Hong, you too. Sol Jihu hurriedly jumped in between the two, smiling, females and their verbal assault rifles.
Cho Hong had already pulled her mace out while Maria was, lovingly, caressing a crucifix in her hands. If he left them alone like this, no doubt a scuffle would have broken out.
Hang.
HMPH. As they spun their heads away in opposite directions, his shoulders drooped lower and lower. It felt like things were heading the wrong way from the get-go. His sorrowful state only lasted for a short while, though. When he entered the pub along with two ladies by his sides, Sol Jihu realized that the attention of all the patrons was focused on him in an instant. It was similar to back when he went on dates with Yu Sonhwa. Actually, he had to position himself in between two ladies in order to prevent a fight from breaking out. But that also meant that, outwardly at least, he had two beauties in each of his hands. These ladies were blessed with great looks, after all. Sol Jihu couldn't help but stand up a little taller, his shoulders opening up a bit more. Even his expression relaxed greatly. He tried his hardest not to look smug. Of course, he had no idea what the others were really thinking about. Look at that guy. Now that is one hell of a weird combination. You're right. He's mixed up with two of the six crazies. Yo, hold up. That dude, didn't he show up here with Agnes not too long ago? Yeah, that's right. 3 out of 6 crazies? Whoa, man. That friend's sure got a particular taste. He wouldn't even have dared to dream that others were sharing such conversations about him right at that moment. Maria and Cho-hong settled down around an empty table, and as if they had made a prior arrangement or something, began shouting at the same time.
Liquor. Liquor. Alcohol. Alcohol. Alcohol.
They were like a pair of newborn chicks yapping noisily for food. Sol Ji-hoo slowly facepalmed.
Order whatever you want. Kya ha.
Hey, over here. Bring me all the rum and vodka you got. Cho-hong possessed unparalleled skill when it came to mixing various alcohols. She expertly blended rum and vodka like a pro, before pouring several cups to distribute it all around the table. Obviously, Sol Ji-hoo didn't even touch his, but well, Maria one-shot hers and shivered grandly from pleasure.
Ko Hugh. Now that will wake you up real good.
It's fine if you want to enjoy your drinks, but please don't forget, we're here to scout the rest of our team.
No sweat.
Mr. Leader, step aside and enjoy the show. I'll take care of everything.
Cho-hong confidently declared and poured another cup.
Sol Ji-hoo could only rest his chin on his hands and watch the two females acting like long-lost bosom buddies. Quite some time had passed by like that. More and more empty bottles filled up the table, and as Cho-hong took another manly gulp of her cup, she suddenly stopped moving.
Hey! She sent a signal, and Maria glanced at the entrance. 2 men and 1 woman were entering the pub.
Maria leaked out an interested HNNG and nodded her head before shrugging her shoulders. They aren't complete trash. Do what you want.
Okay, cool. Hey, Mikhail.
Cho-hong waved her hand, and the man in front of the group waved back, his eyes resembling round dots. He was a lanky fellow with short, neatly trimmed hair. You are still alive? You trying to jinx me or something? Mikhail smirked and asked the duo behind him to wait for a little while.
He walked closer, and Cho-hong started talking to him.
How have you been? I heard that you're about to reach level 4. And that's been killing me lately. I only need a bit of experience, but the problem is money.
I mean, the cost of equipment is just too damn ridiculous. Well, yeah, the price jumps up 10 times higher and all.
Cho-hong grinned and agreed with him. That's why I wanted to ask you about something here. Want to go for a mission with us? A mission? Mikhail asked back as his gaze scanned the table, only to form a surprised expression. Maria? What are you doing here?
Obviously, it's for work.
It's nothing big, just enough for some pocket money.
Mikhail whistled, evidently impressed now. Sounds good.
Okay, let me hear it out first.
He looked behind him and gestured at his comrades to join them as well.
And so, 3 more people settled around the bottle-filled table.
Okay, so.
What work are we talking about? Don't be hasty. Enjoy a drink on us. I respectfully decline.
Hell, I ain't touching anything you mixed even if it's free. Che. It's nothing major, just the monster extermination request from Ramen Village.
Ramen Village? Mikhail immediately looked disappointed. Hey, it really was nothing. He then looked at the 2 women as if he failed to understand something. Why are you 2 stepping up for something this small? Isn't this way too over the top?
Arg. Why are you talking so much like this?
It's simple. You in or out?
Maria voiced out her annoyance.
Mikhail seemed to be pondering something before casting his gaze to his side. The woman he came in with had her arms crossed and her brows furrowed in a tight knot, making her look a bit temperamental. When she shook her head, her black waterfall-like hair danced about a little. Mikhail spoke up next.
Sorry, but it looks like we'll have to pass. Give it a second thought, okay.
The distance is short, right?
Think of it as you earning a bit more experience in return for killing a couple of days.
I already participated in it once before, you know? Besides, killing a few mutants won't do much at our levels, no? Cho-hong licked her lower lip. She sneaked a glance at Sol Ji-hoo, and he opened his mouth after getting her signal. That may not strictly be the case this time.
Mikhail turned towards him.
Cho-hong made the introduction.
Sorry about the late intro.
This is Sol, the newest Carpe Diem recruit.
He's also the leader of this mission.
Sol?
Mikhail stared absent-mindedly for a bit before clapping his hands. Ah! You, from the Arden Valley.
Yeah, you, from the Arden Valley, right? Oh, you heard about that? What do you mean, I heard about it? We were actually there.
Hiya. I really didn't expect to run into a celebrity today.
Mikhail reached out for a handshake, his face brimming with a smile.
Hiya.
It's really nice to meet you.
Really? I'm Mikhailov, a level 3 sword runner.
And this here is?
Veronica. Level 3 sharp ranger. Veronica finally spoke up. She also seemed a bit more interested now.
And this guy over here is Gierzel. He's a level 3 guard. The last guy raised his hand briefly, still refraining from saying anything. I still can't forget the sight of you luring away all those bugs, you know? I thought you were a madman at first, but phew, you really surprised me back then.
Mikhail lightly chuckled and pulled the chair closer. Okay, so, what did you mean just now?
Something about not being the case. Sol Jihu thought about what to say next. Since both Maria and Cho-hong agreed, then that could only mean this trio had to be rather decently skilled in their professions.
In a way, this talk was only possible with those two ladies and their intervention.
Now that they got the party started, it was his turn to perform the leader's role. By any chance, do you know of the special characteristics of Ramen Village's request? Special characteristics?
What are those? First of all, mutants appear.
Yeah, we know that.
Second,
different species appear with each new mission issued. Really? But, they didn't seem all that strong?
Mikhail tilted his head.
And third, the scale of the extermination team gets larger and larger with the passing of time. What do you mean by that? Sensing that something strange was afoot, Mikhail's voice became hushed. Mr. Mikhail, you said you participated in this mission before, yes?
Yeah. It was maybe a year or so ago. I can't be 100% sure, but it was around then.
Did you realize that the scale and the quality of the team taking on the mission keeps getting higher every year?
Mikhail kept blinking his eyes.
Take a look at this.
Sol Jihu produced a sheet of paper.
Ignore the kingdom's own subjugation forces and take a closer look at the very first mission issued, all the way to the last mission. As you can see, this mission used to be taken up by level 1s in the beginning, but then level 2s started taking it, and before long, it was level 3s.
And this time, the request came to Carpe Diem of all teams.
Mikhail's eyes narrowed to a slit.
Wait a second.
That means? The mutants that will appear this time will be quite a different breed from what you fought the last time.
So, that's how it was.
That's why Maria and Cho-hong is.
Mikhail rubbed his chin.
You used the records from the city library, so this can't be all fake.
Yeah, I guess I get your point.
Oh, I see. That's why the reward on offer kept creeping up by a little every year. The other party agreed to his assessment. It was here that Sol Jihu sensed the right time to pull out the final bait had arrived. That's not all. If it's possible, I'm planning to expose this mystery once and for all. At that precise moment, the light in Mikhail's eyes intensified.
He too was an earthling who had spent a fair amount of time in Harem.
So, he knew what Sol Jihu meant by that. Solving this mystery was on another scale altogether from simply carrying out the extermination mission. Many countless folks failed to solve this mystery, so his fame would get a healthy boost simply from being a part of the team that exposed the truth. In other words, this could easily turn out to be a huge career move. If he said he wasn't tempted, you'd be looking at a liar.
Oi. I don't think you're cracking a joke with these two ladies by your side, but I still gotta ask you.
Are you sure about this?
Actually, no.
If I'm honest with you, I can't be 100% certain. However, someone very reputable gave me an important piece of the puzzle, you see." "Someone reputable? Who?"
Ian Denzel.
That landed the final nail. Master Ian did? Really? You'd find out the truth if you ask him directly, so why would I lie to you? Mikhail let out a heavy gasp and began chewing on his lips.
One could see how much of a dilemma he was in. Veronica lightly ribbed on the side, and Gierzel coughed while fidgeting with the cup.
"There's no need to worry about this. The village is only a half a day's travel away, anyway. At a minimum, you get a little bit of experience points, but if we get really lucky." Sol Jihu deliberately let his words drift away. He was implying that, if they wanted to hear the rest, they should be more straightforward with their opinions next. "So, how about it?"
He locked his fingers and smiled refreshingly. "Well, I'll be."
"You sure know how to tantalize your audience, don't you?"
Mikhail grumbled.
"If we were only talking about your way with words, then I'd definitely believe that you're a high ranker, dude." In the end, he raised his hands up in surrender.
"Okay. Let's go somewhere more private and discuss the more delicate details, shall we?" Early next morning.
The extermination team, met at Haremark's southern exit. Sol Jihu and Chohong holding hands arrived first and found the 2 carriage drivers and 2 porters on standby there. They waited for a little while longer, and soon enough, Maria showed up wearing the same white priest garb as she wore back in the neutral zone. Veronica and Gierzel, led by Mikhail, arrived soon after.
4 warriors, 1 archer, and finally, 1 priest.
Their average level was 3.2. Considering that the mission itself was nominally not a tough one, this was a rather good team composition. A short while later,
2 carriages with 3 members each energetically left the city's southern exit. Chapter 71. The village of Ramen was a fragrant little settlement kissed by warm rays of the sun. Although it was smaller in size compared to the village of Zara, in return, the place was surrounded by a picturesque landscape straight out of an oil painting with fences running through the carpets of endless yellowish-green fields. And in the distance, precipitous mountains that looked as if they had wrapped themselves up in Mother Nature like a veil serving as the unforgettable backdrop. Sol Jihu paid the balance to the 2 carriage drivers, and slowly closed his eyes as the gentle breeze tickled him by. The gentle winds stroking his cheeks brightened his mood up greatly. We got lucky.
They didn't encounter any ambushes during their travel and arrived at their destination before nightfall. Although it might have been nothing to fret over, for some reason, he couldn't help but feel good about this. It was as if the heavens were blessing his first outing as the Bleerg. His peace was shattered by the sudden noise of someone vomiting on the side. And then, that was followed by the disgusting noise of something falling on the ground. He broke out of his reverie and opened his eyes, a deep frown forming on his face. Not too far from him, a girl with a slightly wavy blonde hair was bent over, busy emptying out the contents of her stomach. The superbly green fields were instantly soiled by the thick mess of reddish-brown liquid.
Kaya ahk, gyak. Was she trying to scream or vomit?
Which one was it? After successfully vomiting out a rather terrifyingly large chunk of something, Maria maintained that deep grimace while she shoved her index finger back inside her throat.
And then, began vomiting one more time.
That's why I told you to drink in moderation. Sol Jihu walked over to her and patted her back.
It was understandable, though.
She drank that much yesterday and then had to ride a carriage non-stop for the past 12 hours. So it'd have been a miracle if her innards were still intact and functioning properly. Maria barely managed to lift her head back up and began breathlessly grumbling out in her usual manner.
Pant. Arg, this god-fucking motion sickness.
Sol Jihu took out a clean rag and began wiping Maria's cherry-red lips all dirtied from the puke. She looked unimpressed but had no energy left to resist him, so she remained docile for the time being. Our little Maria is going through a lot, isn't she, Tilda? Cho-hong giggled and approached the duo before handing over a bottle of vodka. Sol Ji-hoo gasped in disbelief, but Maria seized upon this chance to snatch the bottle away and took a mouthful of the hard liquor. She used that as a mouthwash. Her cheeks ballooned up as she sloshed the alcohol around in her mouth before spitting them back all out.
And then, she tilted the bottle a little to take a small sip. Q-hue. Ach! Now I feel alive.
Sol Ji-hoo suddenly thought that alcohol must be circulating in her veins, rather than be lewd.
It became somewhat torturous to watch anymore, so he turned around to leave. Even Veronica looked away as if she was fed up. She saw the depressed look on the youth's face. She sighed and lightly patted him on his shoulders.
Somehow, that helped in consoling him a little.
Looks like we'll have to rest for the day.
Mikhail shook his head in helplessness. Sol Ji-hoo agreed with that assessment. It wasn't just for Maria's sake though. Riding carriages for half a day straight was never easy. Besides, they weren't pressed for time, like how it was with the Arden fortress back then. The six of them agreed to search for a suitable place to get some rest and entered the village's entrance.
And that's when this happened. I saw it. I swear, I did.
Out of the blue, a hoarse voice greeted them from the side. An old woman standing in front of the thatched roof mud hut was staring at the group with unblinking eyes. She seemed to be a Parisian.
It was a white ship.
A white ship lowered its anchor. A white ship? Anchor? Sol Ji-hoo tilted his head.
The old woman grabbed the handrail, hard. She looked as if she'd rush out at any second now. It was at this moment that a man hurriedly ran in from a distance. Mother!
Why are you doing this again?
I saw it. I'm telling you, I saw it. I understand. I understand, Mother, so please go back inside. These people are Earthlings. I'm telling you, a white ship lowered dozens of anchors.
The old woman continued to shout out even as she was pushed back inside the hut. The man sighed helplessly and urgently lowered his head to the group.
I am truly sorry.
My mother has a small problem with her mind and…
No, it's fine.
Don't worry about it. Sol Ji-hoo's calm voice caused the man to blink his eyes in a bit of daze.
His previous nervous demeanor had softened just a tad. Are you here because of the subjugation request?
Yes. Are you the one who issued it?
Ah, no.
I'm actually in charge of the security of this village.
My name is Bryce.
The issuing of the request is always taken up by the village head, actually.
The village head is in charge of it all the time, is it? Sol Ji-hoo began chewing on those words, causing Bryce to cautiously ask him again.
Is there anything that I can help you with?
Ah, yes. We need a place to rest for a while. We'll definitely provide you with a place like that.
Let me guide you to the inn. Sol Ji-hoo felt someone touching him on the arm. He turned to look, and found Maria shaking her head. I don't want to breathe indoor air right now. It's a bit of a bother, too.
I'll be fine if I just get some air for an hour or so. Well, that's what she said.
Looks like we'll be fine with an outdoor area.
Please, follow me.
I know of a place that fits your criteria. Bryce guided the team to an open area with a log table seemingly carved out from the trunk of a huge tree, surrounded by several aged wooden chairs.
He continued to sneak glances behind him, perhaps worried about the team making other demands from him.
Just as Maria planted her forehead on the smooth surface of the log table, Mikhail opened his mouth.
Hey, leader.
If it's okay with you, can I ask him a couple of questions?
I came here before, so I just wanted to confirm a few things, you see.
Really? It's fine.
Sol Ji-hoo replied with an expression that asked back, why are you asking my permission for that?
Mikhail grinned refreshingly at the youth's attitude. Since he wasn't a header, he should refrain from stepping up too much, but most leaders wouldn't mind this little bit of insubordination unless they were of persnickety nature. Hey, you said your name was Bryce, right?
Ah, yes.
It's nothing much, actually.
I was just curious if anything has changed since the last time.
The contents of the request, that is.
No, not at all.
There aren't any changes, as far as I can tell. In that case, it means we can scoot over to the night fog zone to kill them before they come out, right? Like the last time? Yes, that's correct.
Mikhail nodded his head.
Bryce asked if he was curious about anything else, and after hearing the reply of, "No, not anymore," hurriedly departed from there.
Looks like it won't be that difficult again.
We can conclude our first goal by going to the night fog zone.
Veronica spoke up, yawned,
and stretched her limbs grandly. Rather than asking his teammates what this night fog zone was, Sol Ji-hoo recalled it from the records he read before coming here. The night fog zone is where the variants respawn every 4 months, yes?
Yeah.
It's a bit of distance away, but if we walk fast, we can get there under 2 hours, max. The monsters that appear beside the variants aren't all that much to worry about, either.
With our team's ability, we'll probably massacre them when they show themselves. We can't let our guards down, though. Our leader did say that the variants could have gotten stronger, after all.
Don't forget that moles appeared near Harem recently, and lioners showed up in the Forest of Denial, too. Gearsel finally broke his weighty silence and voiced his opinion.
Veronica shrugged her shoulders. Hey, let's eat something. I haven't had anything since this morning, and this hunger's driving me insane.
Cho-hong sounded really grouchy as she spat those words out. She took her bag from one of the porters and pulled out the dried meat, fruits, and pieces of bread. The rest of the team were also feeling hungry at this point, so they reached to grab their share.
Sol Ji-hoo fell deeper into his thoughts as he chewed on the dried meat.
If he wanted to, they could finish this mission today and go home. Of course, he didn't want to return after doing only that. Why couldn't anyone find the colony? There was no result without a cause. There had to be a reason why variants kept appearing in this place.
Should I just start digging the ground or something?
He set out to solve this mystery, but he simply didn't have enough information to do that.
Even Ian ended up throwing his hands up in defeat, so this task was never going to be easy.
But he did have his suspicions.
He got up from his wooden chair while taking a couple of things to eat along with him.
Seeing him get up, the bread sticking out of Cho-hong's mouth bobbed up and down. Bear Bob Byu Gung?
I'm going to take a look around the village for a bit.
Sol Ji-hoo turned around to leave after activating 9 Eyes. He originally planned to use it when he got to the night fog zone, but he figured that activating it within the village wouldn't be such a bad idea as well. Well, having more information was better than not having any, after all. And if he got lucky and stumbled onto a jackpot, then even better. And so, after he'd been walking a while.
Green. Another green.
He walked around, looking to his left and right. He then suddenly sensed someone tugging at his hand. He looked down to find an unfamiliar little girl tugging at the bread held in his left hand with her small, cute fingers. Bread.
Bread.
Sol Ji-hoo had to stop walking as the girl was barely keeping up with her hurried trot.
Hee!
The little girl suddenly went hic. From the sudden yell coming from somewhere and began hiccuping in fright. What do you think you're doing? Come over here, quickly. A young boy rushed in a hurry and snatched the little girl's hand away.
He must have been around 10 years old or somewhere there.
He was about a head taller than the girl and looked to be her biological older brother.
He's an earthling, an earthling.
I told you not to go near one, didn't I? You want to be spanked?
But,
Haing, the bread. Did she want to eat it so badly?
The eyes of the complaining, kicking little girl became moist in no time at all.
The boy managed to drag his little sister away, but his actions came to a sudden halt when Sol Ji-hoo knelt down on one knee to match his eyes. Here. Sol Ji-hoo smiled and pushed forward the lengthy bread.
The little girl's eyes sparkled from seeing the food being offered.
She then shook off the flustered boy and came running back to the youth. She grabbed the bread, and after opening her mouth wide, she took a healthy bite.
Sol Ji-hoo lightly patted the little girl's head as her small lips busy chewed on her meal.
Is it good?
Yeah. She grinned brightly and continued to bite into the bread.
He found her so adorable and couldn't help but smile.
She quickly polished the bread off, then her eyes sparkled even more at the sight of the dried meat.
He handed it over to her, and the widest smile imaginable formed on her face as if she just got a present from Santa Claus.
Thank you.
There.
Ah, right. Do you want to eat this, too?
Sol Ji-hoo pushed the fruit to the boy, but the kid hesitated briefly before shaking his head.
No, I'm fine.
You can take it. You bravely stepped forward to rescue your little sister, so you should be rewarded, right? Sol Ji-hoo encouraged the boy to take it. The child hesitated for some more, but eventually, he took the fruit. He hurriedly bit into it, but then realized Sol Ji-hoo was still there and quickly bowed his head.
Thank you very much. You're quite mature for your age.
You too live in this village?
Why, yes.
The boy nodded before cautiously asking a question of his own. What about you, Mr. Earthling, sir? You don't have to call me sir or a Mr. Earthling, you know.
Just call me Hung.
I'll get embarrassed if you keep calling me that.
Hung.
Did you come here because of the request?
That's right.
Don't worry about it, though.
We'll definitely beat them back.
Sol Ji-hoo's gentle demeanor worked wonders, and the boy's wariness had lessened somewhat. His stiff expression had softened just a tad as well.
I'm not worried.
My sis and I aren't allowed to go near the night fog zone, anyway. But that's obvious.
It's dangerous over there.
Well, I don't know. Sol Ji-hoo stopped smiling and tilted his head at this unexpected answer from the boy. You don't know?
Yes.
Grandma Hans did go there once before, but she came back all fine and alike, you see?
Well, she speaks funny things now, though.
The boy must have been unhappy for a while because he was quick to unload what was on his mind.
Sol Ji-hoo remembered back to the old lady shouting something by the village's entrance. I mean, honestly, I'm not a 6 or 7-year-old kid anymore, so I can't understand why I'm not allowed to go there. Sol Ji-hoo formed a wry smile. It's probably because mutants keep appearing there periodically. The grown-ups are just worried about you, that's all. I know.
But still, things become safe again once you beat them back, right? But they don't want to let us out, busy coming up with strange excuses and calling them 3 taboos and all.
The boy grumbled softly to himself.
HNG. A monster will kidnap you to another world if you break one of the 3 taboos? Does anyone think I'll fall for that childish story?
Sol Ji-hoo's eyes opened very wide.
3 taboos? Another world?
That's right.
Hung. You also think it's just nonsense, right? Sol Ji-hoo's eyes were withdrawn deeply now. Can you tell me more about those 3 taboos?
That is. The boy massaged his temples before carrying on. Okay. First, never go towards the voice coming out from the fog.
Second, never go where the hand is beckoning you. Third, if you see people wearing gray clothes, don't go near and run away. Those are the 3 taboos. Who told you about those? Was it your parents? My parents told me, but I think the village head asked them to tell us. I know everything, you see. Can you tell me where the village head lives? That question immediately caused the boy to stop answering diligently and signs of hesitation reappeared on his face again. Why? I wish to stop by and talk to him about something. I can't? Well, it's not like you can't, but… The boy's voice became progressively smaller. If you want to ask for more reward money, then… Reward? Sol Ji-hoo finally figured out why the other villagers were behaving so oddly towards him and his teammates. No, that's definitely not it. The amount of reward money is set in stone the moment I accepted the request, you know. So, you don't have to worry about that, okay? Really?
The boy asked with a pair of bright, innocent eyes.
Sol Jihu could only sigh inwardly.
Of course. I promise it's the truth. Soon the boy told him the directions,
and Sol Jihu moved towards his next destination. The abode of the village head was a proper house with scale-like tiles added to the walls, quite different from the mud huts of other villagers. More importantly, though, it didn't have any color in 9 eyes.
Sol Jihu's eyes narrowed to a slit.
Man, this is so frustrating. If only he knew what this no color thing could mean. That would make his life so much easier. But what could he do? Gyula told him to stop dreaming of unlocking that part so easily, after all.
Regardless, this was the first place that didn't shine in green within this village.
He wasn't sure whether this would lead him to anywhere or not, but he'd lose nothing by finding out.
He climbed up the short stairs and knocked on the front door.
He heard a soft cough and the door was slowly opened, revealing an old man with a thick head of white hair, his wrinkle-covered eyes growing wider.
"Who might you be, young man?" "Ah, hello there. I'm the guy who accepted your subjugation request this time."
The village head let out a soft groan when he heard Sol Jihu's introduction.
"Ah, I see.
I beg your pardon.
I've been having health issues lately, and I couldn't come personally to receive you." "Oh, no.
It's fine. Besides that, I'd like to have a word with you about something. I only need a moment. If it's about the rewards, we don't have much to discuss here, I believe."
The village head continued on.
"Truthfully, the majority of the money for the request rewards come from the support funds provided by the kingdom. If you wish for additional rewards, I fear it'd be more productive to speak to the kingdom's officials, instead. Haremarch's royals are known to favor the earthlings, so it could be the best solution for both sides." Maybe this wasn't his first time, because the village head recited his words as if he had them memorized to the very last letter. "Actually, I'm not here for the talk of additional rewards.
I'm here to ask you about a couple of things regarding this request, instead."
If you mean the contents of the request, in the night fog zone, you will.
I'm sorry for stopping you there, but I know all about those. What I'd like to ask you about is something else.
Why, you want to ask me something? An earthling wants to ask me?
Yes.
The village head looked very, very surprised then.
Huh.
What an odd development this is. The village head tilted his head as if he couldn't understand anything and muttered softly to himself after lightly coughing to clear his throat. "You're the second one, since that man, like 'em titties." You like what now? Sol Jihu couldn't help but doubt his own hearing.
"Ah, that.
There was another earthling who came to see me, wanting to talk to me about the request as well.
I thought he and I were about the same age, and because his name was so unique that I ended up remembering him."
What did you say his name was?"
Like titties. He said that his surname was Titties and his given name was like
Well, I let it be since he told me that it was a common name in the world he came from. He sure was a funny man, that guy. Sol Jihu thought that the village head might start ripping Ian's beard off after learning the truth. He only regained his wits after seeing the village head turn around. "In any case, please come in. We're a poor village, so we can't treat you well, but as a client, I can certainly talk to you about the request." Finally being led inside, Sol Jihu settled down on a chair the village head pulled out for him. The decor itself was pretty bare bones, but there were books aplenty in the bookshelf. He did his best not to look around too much, though. Because he was acutely aware of how uncomfortable the villagers felt about the earthlings overall. That was why.
"I should leave right after asking the questions."
"So, what would you like to ask me?"
Sol Jihu quickly organized his thoughts when the village head settled down in front of him.
He had spotted more than a few suspicious points when he went through all the records. If some of his questions could be answered, then he just knew that he'd find that elusive clue, a thread to unravel this mystery once and for all. From what I know, there had been around 20 subjugation requests issued so far.
And the whole thing started from quite a while ago, as well. That sounds about right.
And the request has always been issued by you, the village head. That's correct. At that moment. If that's the case.
Seeing the village head keep agreeing without holding anything back, Sol Jihu's eyes began gleaming elegantly.
Please take a look at this. He pulled out a piece of a document from his inner pocket and presented it before the old man.
Towards the elderly man with no color coming off of him. Chapter 72.
The expression of the village head didn't change much as he read the document. Sol Jihu got the next phase of the conversation started.
Up until now, the subjugation efforts never failed. Always, without a doubt. He kept his voice level and continued on.
There were 2 occurrences where the kingdom voluntarily sent subjugation forces to Ramen village. However, their action is understandable if you consider the fact that they wanted to improve the stability of Harem region by beating back the frequent appearances of the mutants. The village head listened quietly until then but began displaying hints of not following the youth now.
I don't understand what you're trying to tell me here, young man. I heard that you always issue the request. Yes, that is indeed the case.
The team that received the mission 3 months ago consisted of 4 level 2s, 1 level 3, and 1 level 4. And the average level found in Carpe Diem is 3.75.
Although he didn't come today, it indeed is a big difference that we feature a high ranker in our team lineup.
The reason I sent the request to Carpe Diem is not just because you're famous, but because I heard that you also take on smaller work as well. The village head lightly shook his head and handed the document back to Sol Jihu.
The old man wasn't wrong about that.
After all, he did go along with Chohong as a courier or worked as a guard several times already.
I may be being presumptuous here, but…
Sol Jihu slid the document back into his inner pocket and cautiously opened his mouth.
I'd like to know how you could issue requests this accurately all the time, village head.
The village head's brow arched up ever so slightly. There wasn't any detailed information on the mutants, but you always issued these missions to the teams that can easily handle them.
Fine.
You could have been interested in how the Earthlings operate. And as the head of a village with a population of several hundred people, you'd be burdened with the responsibility of their safety.
I'm not trying to criticize you.
No, I believe that you've been making the right choices. However, I heard that, because the remains of the mutants quickly withering away into nothingness after their deaths, it's practically impossible to perform any form of research on them.
And it isn't as if there is someone giving you information either.
Sol Jihu took his time and quietly continued on. But you have always sent out requests to teams capable of solving the problem, almost as if you could see what would happen next.
And it wasn't just once or twice, but over 20 times in a row.
The village head quietly closed his eyes. He then let a long sigh escape from his lips and spoke up. In the end, you're suspecting me of something, aren't you?
Not at all. Regardless of what you were doing, I believe that you were trying to protect this village in the end.
I respect your effort in doing so. Respect, is it?
The village head grinned brightly.
What a strange thing this is. You could have simply glossed over it.
For an Earthling to hold this much interest. What was the term again?
The quest NPC?
There was this one Earthling that called me that in the past.
Well, I certainly feel better than that time, that's for sure.
A quest NPC. Treating a real person as an NPC.
Sol Jihu could only form a wry smile at realizing there really were people like that out here.
I see what you're curious about now.
Since you say you don't suspect me of wrongdoings, I will say that you're quite correct on that one. I shall take it as you being purely curious and nothing else. Does that mean? However, it's not as grand as you make it out to be. The village head closed his eyes. 7 years passed by since the mutants made their first appearance. He slowly built up some suspense as he continued on.
At first, we didn't even need to issue requests.
The security force of the village was enough to deal with them, after all.
I see.
However, I realized that, as time passed and new mutants kept appearing, their strengths began increasing bit by bit. In the end, we even suffered a casualty. It was my oversight that we underestimated the threat, and I fully accepted the responsibility.
After that, I began issuing requests.
I get what you're saying.
But let me finish.
The village head opened his eyes.
I'm well aware of what kind of beings you are.
I hear that you become stronger through the grace of the gods. What an enviable thing that is. However, that doesn't mean we're powerless civilians waiting around like fools for aid to come. His aged eyes gleamed as if white flames were burning inside. Right now, I am the head of a small, insignificant village.
But once upon a time, I was a loyal soldier of the Empire.
I even fought against the abominable parasite horde. The experiences and insights I gained wouldn't suddenly fly away because I've grown old.
I didn't mean it that way.
You believe that is all? This is a very poor village that can't pay the kind of rewards that Earthlings would be interested in. But what do you think would happen if I issue a request to the first team I find and they get annihilated instead? Have you thought about the ramifications such a story would have on this village in the mid to long term? Sol Jihu closed his mouth shut. If I was mistaken about something, then I have no excuses to offer you. However, I believed that teams not caring much about the reward money would take on this village's requests.
And that is why I continued to issue requests.
Those are my reasons. Sol Jihu didn't accept those words, but now that the village head was coming out like this, he didn't know what else to say.
Also, the old man had shut his mouth now, as if to indicate that he said all he wanted to say on this matter.
4 to 5 seconds of silence later, the village head opened his mouth again. Is there anything else you're curious about? His tone of voice was now far closer to "get out" than before, but Sol Jihu endured on patiently and asked another question.
You said that you were a part of the Empire's army.
You're still asking me about that? Didn't I say it earlier? I was. By any chance, have you heard of the secret research the Empire conducted after the parasite's invasion and during the subsequent war? The eyes of the village head went extra round from surprise.
His reaction was above Sol Jihu's expectations.
And where have you heard about that?
I found it in the historical records.
It said, a report on the experiments the Empire conducted during the war had been recovered. The research was about mass-producing special types of soldiers to combat against the parasites. Although there were a couple of minor successes, in the end, it was deemed a failure, and the total shutdown of all research centers had been swiftly ordered. There had been strong resistance to this decision, but the research was eventually shut down.
I see that the history book's version is rather short and concise. The village head smiled ruefully.
Was that wrong? Well, only by a little bit. It was sort of an open secret, after all. Can you tell me more?
I wonder.
Even I don't know all that much. The village head haltingly stroked his beard. The top brass of the Empire felt threatened by the parasitic ability of the parasite horde and began the research. That part is correct. But, from what I can remember, they just announced the failure of the project one day and started shutting down the research facilities around the countryside. Seeing that there was fierce resistance to that decision, there must have been some potential in the project.
I wouldn't know about that.
I was only a foot soldier, so what were you expecting from me?
Oh.
I'm sorry.
No need to apologize for that.
However, unless we're talking about the request itself. Talking for a while like this is tiring me out, you see. The village head roughly breathed out. Sol Jihu quietly stared at the old man's fatigue-laden visage and slowly got up.
He still had his 9 eyes active all this time. Very well.
Thank you for taking the time out of your day to talk to me.
I don't know why you brought up that story, but well.
When the youth turned around to leave, a hushed, aged voice came from behind him and stopped his movements. That part of history has nothing to do with Ramen village. If you want to learn more about that topic, perhaps it'll be better to seek out any survivors from the Duchy of Delphinion. Duchy of Delphinion? Sol Jihu turned his head halfway. It was a dukedom cooperating with the empire on that research. I believe that the main research center was in their territory as well. Well, they were destroyed eventually and their land belongs to the parasites now. The village head let a long sigh escape from his lips.
But I heard rumors that a certain mage from Delphinion couldn't accept the decision to abandon the research, and he couldn't give up on the research, stole the data and important equipment, and hid somewhere. If he wasn't killed in the ensuing years, then I'm sure he's still alive somewhere. Is that so? That's as far as I know. I pray that my ramblings have been of some help to you. Sol Jihu performed a bow as he left the house. When he finally made his way back to where the rest of the team was, Cho Hong immediately became angry at him.
Where have you been all this time? You know how late you are?
I was really worried that you bailed out on us or something.
What's the matter? Did something happen?
No, not really. She averted her gaze with an unhappy face. Meanwhile, Maria must have recovered in full as her complexion was noticeably better.
So, what do you want to do? The sun's still up.
Let's get going. I mean, wouldn't dealing with the mutants first make it easier to solve the mystery?
Veronica, assigned the role of the header, voiced her opinion. The rest of the team displayed hints of agreeing with her, so Sol Jihu also nodded his head.
Asterisk.
Having decided to get rid of the mutants before the end of the day, the team quickly departed from the village of Ramen. They walked on without the aid of carriages. Maria and the porters were obviously positioned within the center of the formation, while Girzel and Chohong stood on either side of them. At the front, it was Veronica as the header and Mikhail acting as her escort. Sol Jihu took on the rearguard position. He couldn't help but feel odd at finding himself in the position once occupied by Dylan. Thanks to their rapid advancement, the team was able to arrive at their destination about 1.5 hours later. This place was referred to as the night fog zone, because an unknown fog would cover the area as evening approached. When they got there, they were greeted by a completely contrasting scenery from Ramen. Never mind the picturesque Mother Nature. They could only see a dry, stripped bare rough patch of ground covering up a hilly region.
Sol Jihu cautiously studied the layout of the land.
He could spot 3-4 interesting things about this place. First of all, the inclines were rather steep, and there were hundreds of tall points within the scope of his vision. The heights of the hills also were all over the place, so there were many areas that he couldn't immediately see.
The soil itself seemed strange, as well.
The greenery had dried up into yellow husks, and there were many strange-looking mysterious holes on the ground too.
And finally,
it's yellow.
Sol Jihu sucked in his breath after scanning the landscape with his 9 eyes.
The entirety of the night fog zone was glowing in the color of attention required.
Veronica,
can you see anything?
It doesn't matter what it is.
There isn't any. If there's one thing that's really troublesome about these mutants, then that would be them not leaving behind any traces of themselves. Yup. There's a famous story of a grand pathfinder, a high-ranker archer, giving up trying to track these mutants.
And this whole thing became a mystery afterwards. Mikhail grinned and added something as well.
Sol Jihu fell into deep contemplation. His calculations were off. He thought that, once he got to the location, he'd activate 9 eyes, and search for anything suspicious. However, if the entire area was in this color, for now, I should stay alert and keep an eye out for anything weird. Sol Jihu grasped his spear tightly and scanned his vicinity. He feared missing out on a single thing, so he paid extra careful attention. Suddenly, Veronica's steps came to an abrupt halt. What's? Mikhail was about to finish saying, the matter, but immediately unsheathed his sword the moment Veronica got down low and sent out a quick hand signal. Gierzel also raised his spear and shield, and Cho-hong also got ready, glaring all around her. Only Maria yawned grandly until her jaw almost fell off and then nonchalantly clicked her tongue. 5 minutes passed by after they came to a halt.
Veronica slowly raised her body up again.
"That's strange. I swear I heard." Just as she tilted her head and looked to her side, something fell and pounced on top of her crown. Sol Jihu reflexively crouched into position, but then heard the lengthy "you-walk." He immediately regained his wits and lowered his gaze to find an ash-colored object coiling around Veronica's head and torso.
"Ak! Ahahak!" She flailed about and struggled.
Mikhail next to her hurriedly sliced at the object with his sword. The cut itself was deep, but he couldn't manage to break it off from her.
"Damn it!" Mikhail spat out a curse and raised his blade up high.
However, before he could do anything, Cho-hong flew in like a bullet and with unnerving accuracy, kicked the object like a soccer ball.
"Reap!"
The sound of flesh being torn resounded out, and the clay-like clump of gray matter sprayed out blood as it flew far away.
"Yuke!"
Veronica grimaced as her neck and chest were now coated in blood. What was that? What happened?
F from the top of the hill. B but.
It's like assimilation. That thing was waiting to ambush us, assimilating into the hill itself. Veronica stuttered out in great difficulty. Sol Jihu stared forward and ended up doing a double take, instead. The large object split in half began wriggling around before connecting back into one, and it slowly rose back up. It eventually reached just below 2 meters tall, and then… a man?
And then, it began assuming the shape of a man made out of clay.
If there was something different about it, then rather than arms, the tips of the limbs were pointy like the ends of a lance, instead. However, that wasn't the end.
Woo-oh! Woo-oh! Eerie cries began rumbling out from all over the hill. "Damn it! It's the mutants!"
Cho-hong shouted out. "That's impossible. These things didn't have a power like assimilation before. Stop your yammering."
12 o'clock.
Cho-hong roared out in anger. Mikhail followed his instinct and shifted his gaze back to his front, and he began freaking out.
The mutants that began to pop up weren't just 1 or 2 anymore.
30? 40? Every single one of them carried all sorts of weapons, where their arms should have been. In the blink of an eye, the path up ahead had become enveloped in the color of gray.
Swish! Swish!
Veronica managed to force herself up and fired a volley of arrows. Both of them accurately struck the variant that tried to ambush her, but the damn thing didn't even care in the least and began running back towards the team.
She became pale from the surprise.
If those things were allowed to come any closer, the whole team would be surrounded in no time. God damn it.
Mikhail. After me.
Wait.
Cho-hong rushed forward with her hand tightly gripping onto the mace.
Mikhail could no longer hesitate and hurriedly chased after her, his teeth busy biting down on his lower lip.
Her lengthy black hair danced as she slammed the mace down. Pow!
The head of the variant exploded like mud and it teetered about unsteadily.
She brushed past this one and began rampaging around like a berserk rhinoceros.
She brought down 5, 6 creatures in no time at all, but she suddenly sensed that it felt rather empty behind her.
Shit!
She spun around immediately and raised her left arm up.
Boom!
A circular barrier shot out from her raised forearm and blocked the sneaky attack of the variant taking aim at her back.
She quickly blew away the head of the offending monster and began gnashing her teeth.
Hey, you dipshit! You're supposed to watch Maba. A shock of disbelief quickly filled Cho-hong's face. Those mutants she thought she had put down for good were back up again in full health and were surrounding Mikhail. He was freaking out and swinging his longsword every way he could, but all the sliced parts of the mutants simply reverted back to how they were in the blink of an eye.
Even worse, The one with its head blown off by her mace began regenerating rapidly as bubbles formed around its wounds.
Regeneration ability?
Cho Hong groaned out and ran like a lightning bolt to resume smashing apart the mutants surrounding her colleague.
She somehow made it in time to rescue Mikhail, but he had already suffered a deep wound and was faltering about by the time she did.
Cho Hong gritted her teeth.
Veronica was still shooting her arrows, but none of that proved to be helpful in the least.
She remembered hearing that the new mutants would be tougher to deal with,
but she definitely didn't expect the gap would be this great.
Still fucking around like idiots, I see. Maria quietly watched on and sneered. She extended the hand holding the crucifix forward and spoke up. Lu Shu, Lu, Luxuria. Boom! Along with her disinterested voice, a semi-transparent barrier enveloped the two at the front line with a loud, energetic thud.
It was sturdy enough to withstand these mutants busy pounding on the surface.
Well, I've bought them enough time, but…
Maria sneaked a glance to her side. If the rumors weren't exaggerated, then I hope you can at least create an escape route for those two morons. Sol Jihu wordlessly grasped his spear tightly.
Veronica could only provide support with her arrows, while Girzel's job was a keeper, a guardian.
Meaning he was the only true warrior remaining. In that case, without a single shred of hesitation, Sol Jihu dashed forward with his blue spear aiming forward. He had already roused his mana to its maximum by then.
Hey!
Just as his brain registered Cho Hong's worried shout, he slashed his spear at the head of the variant, turning around to meet him.
Reap!
Only after Sol Jihu sliced up the enemy all the way down to its groin did he belatedly get shocked by the spear's incredible cutting power. The satisfying sensation of slicing into hardened clay was transmitted into his hands.
Hey, this feels pretty good in my hands, doesn't it?
It wasn't the only good thing to happen, too. What's that?
Cho Hong leaked out a surprised gasp while watching the developing situation from inside the barrier.
It was the same story for Sol Jihu, too. He knew that these things possessed the capability to regenerate, so he was prepared to attack for the second time. But then…
Crack, crackle! Pale blue ice suddenly formed and spread out from the wound of the variant.
The creature tried to reattach itself several times, but in the end, it couldn't achieve its goal and melted down to nothing as if it got sucked back into the ground.
Freezing!
Sol Jihu's eyes gleamed in understanding as he took a deeper look at the blade of the spear, still emitting that bone-chilling air. Cho Hong was watching on in a bit of a daze before she too realized what was going on here and began murmuring a chant under her breath. He didn't have enough time to see her mace getting progressively wrapped up in light, as he was too busy colliding against the gray-colored flood heading his way.
Slice!
After he sliced off the left leg of another variant, Sol Jihu was completely assured of his findings now. He stabbed down at the forehead of the collapsed variant and controlled his mana again.
Pow!
He shot forward with the aid of the Festina earring, and the horde of the mutants began to separate as if he was Moses performing a miracle.
More than that, he felt the spear getting lighter in his hands the more he poured in his mana.
For the first time in a long, long while, he got to continuously execute, thrust, strike, and cut, to his heart's content. And so, he instantly pulverized 10, 11 mutants into the ground, but then… Quote ellipsis dot exclamation mark. Quote. The mutants suddenly threw away all regards to their own lives and jumped on him, their arms spread out wide. He managed to strike down those coming in from the front, but the creature still surrounded him and clung onto him from left, right, and even at his back and on his legs.
Damn it!
He quickly defeated those clinging onto his sides, but by then, his back and ankles were already in the grips of the mutants.
Kook!
Out of the blue, he felt white-hot searing pain shoot up from his back. Sol Jihu gritted his teeth, his brows arching up high. Unable to move now, he could only helplessly watch as a variant and its lance-shaped arm aimed at his chest dashed towards him.
Lu Shu, Lu, Luxera!
Suddenly, his body became free once more. Sol Jihu quickly confirmed that the mutants holding onto him, as well as the one dashing towards him, stop what they were doing and slowly topple over. And Maria was pointing her crucifix in his general direction with a proud expression on her face.
"Thank you." Sol Jihu lightly shouted out and proceeded to slice off the necks of the collapsed mutants. Once finished, he quickly spun around. He alone managed to massacre over 10 of the enemy's forces, but there were still over 30 remaining. And well, every single one of them had turned to face him, obviously losing their interest in the barrier now. He didn't have to be a genius to figure out that their new target was him. This sucks.
If it were around 10 or so, he wouldn't have minded taking them all on, but this. Just as Sol Jihu bit down on his lower lip.
"Let's go." Chohong jumped out from the barrier.
She then proceeded to bulldoze through the mutants, hastily turning around and pressed her back tightly against Sol Jihu's. "Is it fine for you to come out so soon?" "Well, I know what's what now. Thanks to you." Chohong grinned and pointed at the variant that lost its head just now with her mace, now glowing white-hot. The ash-gray color immediately burned up into charcoal. "How long are you going to hide in there?" Maria unhappily shouted out.
Mikhail was sweating profusely as he concentrated hard.
His injuries had been healed by healing magic even before Sol Jihu had the time to notice it.
Only after bluish aura covered his blade did Mikhail shout back to her. "I'm done. You can take the barrier away."
Opening parenthesis.
And with that, the barrier was indeed taken away. "You stinking sons of B*TCHES.
You dare to injure me?" Mikhail growled menacingly and swung his blue aura-covered sword in anger to re-enter the fray.
"Hey!"
Chohong, her back still pressed to Sol Jihu, quietly spoke. "How about we shoot some cool movie together here?" Sol Jihu smirked after hearing her suggestion. A short while later, two of them pounced forward in opposite directions. He manipulated his spear to slice off the variant's arm, angrily swung at his way, and he immediately shifted into thrust to stab into its neck. As the creature fell while grabbing its neck with ice rapidly spreading all around it, he used it as his stepping stone to jump slightly forward and swung his spear in a large arc. Now that he had comrades watching his blind spots and Maria providing timely support, Sol Jihu became completely enthralled by the performance of his new spear and focused all his being on the battle, eventually performing a dizzying dance where he became one with his weapon.
He even forgot to breathe.
By the time he regained his bearings from the bout of wanton slaughter, the surroundings were now filled with the fallen mutants, busy melting into a puddle of nothingness. "You know, I think you gotta stop by at a temple when this mission is over."
Chohong turned the light of her mace off, and giggled. "Your strength is somewhere between level 3 and level 4. I'm sure you'll level up again in no time." Sol Jihu regulated his rough breathing and lowered his spear. Mikhail had been staring at him as if he was a freak or something, but when their gazes met, he quickly gathered his hands together and lowered his head. "Sorry, I'm really sorry. I didn't know these things could assimilate and regenerate like this." "Nah, it's okay. By the way, what was that ability just now?" "What ability?" "Aw, you mean that blue light thing?" "Yes. Is that sword chi?" "Sword chi? Oh, I wish it was. Only a level 7 swordmaster can use that. No, just think of it as an aura of some sort." Mikhail waved his hands about in a jovial dismissal, before his expression became more serious. "Anyways, are you really level 2? Sol Jihu was already familiar with facing such a misunderstanding, so he was able to smoothly gloss over that question. The slightly injured combatants recovered from their wounds by drinking healing potions, while Maria stuck close to Veronica, who had suffered far heavier wounds than others. With this, their first battle was over. They were initially thrown into confusion from the stronger-than-expected abilities of the mutants, but now that they knew how to deal with these things, it should become easier than expected moving forward.
More importantly, the battle was indeed a lot easier because their priest provided timely support whenever they found themselves in tight spots. Witnessing Maria heal Veronica to full health with just one spell, Sol Jihu began nodding his head like a sage. Yup, it was the right call, bringing her along.
Chapter 73.
Experience is important. This wisdom applied to just about every imaginable area of expertise. The extermination team's attitude went through an immediate change after they found out that the mutants now possessed the ability to camouflage as well as the ability to regenerate in almost a blink of an eye. Mikhail and his team, an old hand in stuff like this in their own way, totally threw away any notion of underestimating their enemies.
Veronica carried a far more somber expression than before as she guided the team forward. She kept grinding her teeth, her eyes scanning the surroundings and missing not even a tiny speck of dust.
Thanks to her diligence, the team's speed of advancement had plummeted down to a turtle's walking pace.
Of course, no one was dissatisfied with it.
When the ambushing tactic no longer worked, mutants changed their strategy and reverted back to simply clashing with the team head-on.
Fortunately, the team preferred to break through from the front.
This was because Cho Hong had her mace draped in divine power, Mikhail sheathed his sword in a bluish aura, while Sol Jihu had gotten himself fully ready with his magic spear. With Maria's timely assistance added to the mix, they didn't have to fear the mutants anymore, though they still proved to be slightly cumbersome opponents to handle at the end of the day. About 4 hours later, the team was able to completely wipe out every single variant seemingly existing within the night fog zone. They roamed around for a little while longer to make sure, but couldn't find a single one, which could only mean that they had succeeded in eradicating the enemy.
The end.
Mikhail sheathed his longsword and formed an expression of pure contentment. Even Gierzel and Veronica displayed obvious hints of being pleased as well. The opponents may not have been the easiest ones out there, but at the same time, they weren't too tough either. That was why the trio felt so chuffed right now. They didn't have a lot to go before getting their much-anticipated level-ups. It was a rare thing to run into enemies that perfectly suited their current in-between status like these mutants.
Unlike them, though, Sol Jihu was dwelling on a different kind of sentiment.
The eradication of the mutants was, in the end, only one of the goals he had set out to achieve. He planned to dig into the mystery and lay it bare once and for all, and at the moment, he couldn't hide the signs of confusion on his face. There's no color. The moment the last variant was taken care of, the night fog zone's color changed from yellow to colorless.
What did this event signify? I can't figure it out.
Sol Jihu rubbed his face. No matter how long he walked around, he couldn't see anything suspicious at all. One of the fundamentals in any investigation was searching for potential clues. However, he felt like he was being stonewalled by an invisible force, unable to even begin searching for clues. His chest felt heavy and tight as if a boulder got stuck there.
Was this how someone would feel after being asked to solve a mystery without any clues whatsoever? This sucks.
When we go back to Harem, the first thing we will do is to make a pit stop by the temples. Mikhail suddenly engaged Sol Jihu in conversation as the youth stood there burning his brain cells.
You know, I think this is more than enough.
Me, Gierzel, Veronica, all three of us might be able to get to the next stage after today. Is that so?
That's right.
When I become a level 4, I'll be able to walk around with a bit more strength in my shoulders. The sword actor.
Kia. Tell me that doesn't sound cool.
Mikhail laughed good-naturedly and blabbed on.
Sol Jihu could only form a weak smile, instead. Congratulations.
Huh. Did I read the mood wrong? Mikhail grinned embarrassedly at the youth's response.
Well, what I actually wanted to tell you was that you shouldn't be too discouraged by this.
What do you mean? The three of us are more than happy to return to Harem with what we've achieved. From the get-go, you told us that the info you had wasn't a 100% sure thing.
It was us three who made the choice to come with you anyway.
Besides, It's not like this is our first time going home empty-handed. Expeditions or explorations, it's all a big gamble, really."
Sol Jihu must have looked far too worried from others' perspectives. For sure, he felt the unseen weight pressing down on his shoulders from the burden of being the leader.
Mikhail's words certainly did help the youth in that regard.
"Thank you." Sure.
"So, what will you do now?" "Going back to Ramen isn't a bad idea, but if it's too much bother going back and forth, it won't be that bad to set up a camp nearby." Now that Sol Jihu thought about it, the sun had set a while ago and dim twilight was slowly creeping into the land. This meant the fog should be rising up soon. It was unwise to doggedly cling to a problem with no solution in sight.
Sol Jihu quickly organized his thoughts and made an announcement. "Let's make camp here. We'll survey the zone during the night, and if we don't find anything particular, then we go home in the morning." "Nice. Let's do that."
Mikhail coolly replied to that.
Asterisk.
Evening came and went, and the time now was well into the middle of the night. The team set up camp a bit further away from the night fog zone. If it was at all possible, Sol Jihu would have preferred setting it up within the night fog zone itself, but the fog thickly covered the area as the night deepened, greatly limiting one's visibility in the process. They may have swept all the mutants away, but one would never know. There was no real reason to deliberately take on any unnecessary risk when they could avoid it altogether. Dawn was approaching silently.
Sol Jihu rubbed his eyes and got up from his sleeping bag. It was his turn to stand as the lookout. 2 people would rotate in turn to serve as the lookout.
That was the basics of camping outside in paradise. When he made his way out of the tent, he found Maria sitting before the campfire, but she was already nodding off to the La La Land by then. He settled down cautiously next to her, and as if she was waiting for that, she used his lap as her pillow and laid down completely. A thin smile formed on his lips, but it dissipated soon enough. Now that he got some much-deserved shut-eye, he no longer felt as anxious as before. Of course, that didn't mean the elusive answer had suddenly materialized in front of his face. He simply stared at the campfire burning away without saying a word, his gaze tracing the reddish arcs drawn in the air by the dancing flames. What did I miss? In all honesty, Sol Jihu had already half given up on his quest to unravel this mystery. Well, many outstanding Earthlings had tried and eventually surrendered with their hands, and even feet, raised in the air. He wasn't the smartest person out there, nor was he overflowing with wisdom built up from extensive experience. Indeed, it was wrong for him to jump headlong into this problem, loudly claiming that he would solve it when others couldn't. The only thing separating him from the rest was his 9 eyes. That was probably why he couldn't just let this one go. Because there definitely was something here.
There was no doubt about that.
His suspicions had morphed into certainty after that meeting with the village head. Should I go back and threaten him or something? Sol Jihu could only wryly chuckle at his own stupid idea.
Obviously, he wasn't thinking of doing that, ever.
He hadn't seen any colors of danger from the village, and the village head himself showed no ill will towards him. The youth wasn't so thick-faced to force a man living in solitude into saying something that might or might not help him. Just in case, he took a glance at the dense fog covering the zone, but he confirmed that there was no change. He slowly licked his lower lip. I've succeeded in carrying out the request, yet I don't feel good at all. He looked at Maria on his lap, her sleeping face not carrying one hint of worry, and suddenly felt a bit grumpy. He then lightly pinched her cheek that still had some baby fat left.
She spat out "Hing Tilda"
and turned her head around. A soft chuckle escaped from his mouth. He gently patted her head, and she grinned and murmured, "Hey." Her soft, steady breathing reminded him of a house cat.
Ha! Arg, I don't know anymore.
Sol Jihu laid down on his back as well and turned his attention to the sky above. A bright white moon was casting pale blue light from the clear night sky. Huh. It's a half-moon tonight." When he silently gazed at it, the half-moon resembled a white ship gently floating on the endless stretch of a jet-black ocean. Absorbed by this rather beautiful sight, he stared at the sky, unmoving and wordless. Just how much time passed by like that? Quite suddenly, he thought that his vision had become blurred. Sol Ji-hoo quickly blinked several times. What was that?
At first, he thought his eyes were playing a trick on him.
But no, from a certain point onwards, his eyes could clearly see dozens upon dozens of black lines rising up to the sky. This event wasn't happening near him. He couldn't even see properly what those lines were made out of since they were so far away. However, those black lines still pierced out of the night's fog and wiggled towards the half-moon as if they were trying desperately to reach out to the night sky.
Woo! Almost right away, an eerie call resounded out from somewhere within the fog, and, at the same time, a portion of the night fog zone suddenly changed color to yellow. Goosebumps broke out all over his body in mere seconds. Ouch!
Sol Ji-hoo hurriedly shot up to his feet, and Maria cried out in distress as her sweet slumber was interrupted by her head hitting the ground. What was that?
Her pain wasn't that important, though. It was a white ship.
A white ship lowered its anchor. The moment his memories reached there.
I'm telling you, a white ship lowered dozens of anchors. Sol Ji-hoo was already running like wild wind.
Maria! Wake everyone up and follow me.
After leaving behind those words, of course. Woo!
When he breached into the night fog zone, that eerie wail began softening for some reason. The black lines trying to cover the half-moon slunk back into the fog too, just like a white ship lowering its anchors. Sol Ji-hoo arrived in his destination in the blink of an eye and crazily swept his gaze around his surroundings. However, he couldn't see anything. But it was definitely here. Not only that, even the yellow color was beginning to disappear, reverting back to the previous colorless state. What the hell is going on here? He genuinely felt that, if he missed this chance, then he would not be able to find another one anytime soon. Sol Ji-hoo was momentarily caught in indecision, but being pressed for time, he quickly ran up a small mound right next to him. He thought that, by being somewhere higher, he might be able to see something, anything. The mound wasn't even 6 meters high, and he climbed to the top in no time at all. He looked down with his 9 eyes still active and finally discovered the strange phenomenon happening right below. The yellow color was disappearing? Sol Ji-hoo narrowed his eyes. Indeed, the color was disappearing, but it was completely different to how the color faded away usually. It would normally fade away like paint spreading over another color and changing it, but here, he saw a big, yellow circle rapidly shrink into a far smaller dot. It was the size of a house, then to a large boulder, then rapidly shrunk down to a size of a clenched fist, then eventually a small dot, and then, gone for good, leaving behind no color at all. What the hell? He muttered to himself in puzzlement, before he sucked in several cold breaths.
Others would say that he suddenly had an epiphany.
His comrades had arrived around at this time. What happened? Maria's loud yell brought Sol Ji-hoo back to his senses. Before he could forget that spot, he took another hard look down below.
Although the color was gone now, he still remembered the location where that yellow was.
What's going on? It didn't disappear. What?
It realized that I was looking, and it went below.
And that's why it shrunk like that. What are you even talking about? Did you eat something you shouldn't have?
Maria creased up her brows.
Again, Sol Ji-hoo wasn't completely sure. But if his theory was right, a few questions would be answered straight away. Why only this place was so barren, why there were all those holes in the ground, and then… Sol Ji-hoo pulled out his spear almost out of reflex and smacked the hill with it. Pock! The hardened chunk of sand crumbled and scattered dust in the air. This was quite literally a lightning bolt out of the blue. All the team members stared at the youth busy pounding the hill with dazed faces.
Only Chohong hesitantly pulled her mace out after spending a few more seconds observing the youth. I really want to ask you what's up with your exercise routine in the middle of the night, but I should just hit this hill like you, right?
I could be wrong, but it has to be somewhere around here.
Slam.
With Chohong added to the mix, the hill began to crumble at a far quicker pace now. And because the soil itself lacked any life whatsoever, it broke away easily, too. She continued to pound the ground but still didn't forget to throw him a sideways glance as well as a question. And why are we suddenly doing this now? Back in the village, I heard about 3 taboos. 3 taboos? The sound, the waving hands, and people wearing gray clothes. Ignore these 3 taboos, and you will end up in another world. The sound? You mean, that Wu Tilda from just now? That's right. Sol Jihu agreed with her while still digging out the hill. The wavering hands was just a figurative description. I just happened to see it. Something below here, beneath the night fog zone, would sometimes reveal itself when it thinks there's nobody nearby. And when it detects danger, it quickly hides itself again. When you think about the special characteristics of the mutants, the one about them not leaving any traces behind, then it's not all that strange for the others to miss the signs. Sol Jihu explained himself at a rapid knock. Then, what about gray-clothed people or whatever? No need to think too hard about that. Remember what the color of the mutants was? Hey, I really can't tell head from tail what you're on about, you know. Chohong frowned grandly and swung down her mace with a lot of power. And this happened. Crack. Without any warning whatsoever, the sensation of something hard splitting up got transmitted to her hands. She yanked her deeply buried mace out and blinked her eyes in sheer dumbfounded amazement. This. The thing was. Sol Jihu's eyes were gleaming brightly now. It was not another world or something like that. Someone cooked up that rumor in order to hide something. Chohong looked at him with the face of a person still failing to understand. And that was the difference between someone who simply decided to participate in the request and someone who investigated everything before coming here. Don't try to dig deeper there. Instead, let's try to carve down the sides now. 4 warriors roused up their mana and began digging into the hill, and before long, the whole mound began resembling an apple with its side bitten out. A short while later, the team was staring a certain large boulder firmly blocking something, with amazed eyes. Holy cow. So, well, why the heck is this thing here? Remember that the night fog zone is a hilly region. No one would find it odd to see another hill here. When Veronica asked in stupefaction, Sol Jihu replied in a soft voice. Someone built a small hill here disguising the entrance, all in order to hide something. I didn't know. For real. I didn't see any trace of artificial tampering around here. Veronica stuttered defensively. That's to be expected. This place was closed up many years ago, after all. Since it's only this big, you wouldn't have needed a lot of time for something man-made to be swallowed up by nature. Many years ago? Closed up? Sol Jihu was about to say, the person hiding all this was very meticulous, but decided to save his breath. They wouldn't understand it even if he explained it now. In any case, let's get this rock out of there first. Chohong and her short temper stepped up forward before anybody else, her sleeves all rolled up. Girzel, Mikhail and Sol Jihu also joined in. HNNNNG. The boulder eventually issued a heavy creak and was pushed to the side, revealing a rocky cavern it had been blocking up all this time. So. Mikhail nervously swallowed his saliva. The secret to the mystery is sleeping within this hole, is that it? Sol Jihu wordlessly nodded his head. He was sure of it now. The moment this entrance was revealed, the hill changed its color back to yellow. He also got to learn that being colorless was the most variable out of the 4 directions. This is great. Leveling up by solving a mystery once and for all. Can there be any outcome better than that? Mikhail shouted out in excitement, his head already full with images of a rosy future.
Good. Very good. Leader, let's go inside. The team quickly assumed their previous formation.
Veronica hit the entrance a couple of times and even tossed a rock inside, before nodding her head in satisfaction and took the spot in front of the group again.
For a while, the six of them walked in the humid, damp corridor that took them lower and lower underground.
By the end of this stony passageway, they spotted hints of light. The team cautiously walked further forward and found themselves inside a massive underground chamber. The interior wasn't that dark, which was somewhat unexpected. Illuminating stones were buried in the walls here and there to provide necessary illumination. That was one of the clearest proofs that this place felt the hands of humans before. If one had to name a problem with this place, it would be that there was absolutely nothing there, which was strange for such a large area. All they could see was the ceiling, about 4 meters high, as well as another passageway at the far end of the chamber.
This underground tunnel felt lonesome and deserted, even.
There might something here, so let me take a look around first.
Veronica tilted her head slightly and carefully moved forward.
This is not what I was expecting. Sol Ji-hoo muttered to himself. Hey, just how did you locate this place? I wasn't expecting something like this to exist here, you know? Gyerzal asked with a face full of curiosity.
Oh, that. I figured that there was a research center somewhere near Ramen, you see.
A research center?
I read about it in the Empire's history book.
After the parasites invaded, Sol Ji-hoo proceeded to briefly explain what he found out to the rest of the team and sighed out. The village of Ramen wasn't mentioned at all, but Master Ian suspected that the mutants were the results of that research.
Hold on. Didn't you just say that the research center was in the Delphinian Duchy?
That's where the main research center was located, yes. But the satellite research centers were dotted around the countryside, so I thought that it was possible for one of them to be somewhere around here. Sol Ji-hoo didn't finish his sentence, but Gyerzal still nodded his head. So, that's what happened. It's a bit shoddy in here to be a research center, though. Doesn't look like there's anything of value at all. He was right. It was nominally a place to conduct research, yet not one commonly seen research apparatus could be seen here.
Logically speaking, shouldn't there be at least a single flask or something similar to that?
Even a deserted mine wouldn't be this empty. Considering the technological prowess of the Empire, reputedly at the peak of magic engineering, something like this place made no sense at all.
Could it be that the village head wasn't lying?
It was then, Veronica finished scouting up ahead and returned to the team.
Damn it, I found nothing.
Did you see anything like the footsteps of a person or something similar to that? Well, I'd say this place is definitely man-made, but…
Veronica shook her head.
I can't see any sort of trace in this place.
All I can say is that no one has stepped foot in this space in the last 3 months, at the least.
That's as far as I can read, though.
Sorry.
Which meant that the only thing remaining would be the cavern on the other side.
It would be nice if there's something in there. Veronica licked her lips and took the lead of the team again.
But, just as she was about to lead them forward, Sol Ji-hoo opened his eyes extra wide and gasped out belatedly.
Wait! Chapter 74.
Everyone's steps came to a halt.
Veronica looked behind her, puzzled. Ah!
Sol Ji-hoo's mouth bobbed up and down helplessly. The color changed again. To be more specific, the cavern's color shifted to orange the moment the team decided to go further in. Do not approach. Suddenly, his throat dried up. The thought that he made a mistake raced through his brain.
He should have been far more cautious from the get-go back when it was still yellow.
But he got blinded by the allure of solving the mystery and ended up acting in haste. What's the matter, leader?
Let's go back.
What?
Veronica cried out in genuine surprise.
Are you serious? We came this far, but you want to go back empty-handed? Mikhail also displayed a similar reaction.
Sol Jihu was about to say,
"This doesn't feel right," but quickly shut his mouth. He knew his gut feeling wouldn't convince them, especially since he was talking to a capable archer. No, he needed a far better justification.
something that the other team members could agree on or,
At least, understand the meaning behind.
the problem was, he couldn't think of one on the fly.
If my theory is correct, then this place is definitely one of the research centers I told you about.
In that case, it will not be an easy place to explore.
But it doesn't look that way to me. It doesn't even look like a laboratory, you know. He was hopeful, but sure enough, opposition was immediately raised. Besides, even if there are enemies in there, it'll just be more mutants. It's not like we can't fight them, right? We don't know if there's a higher-ranking creature controlling the mutants.
I wonder.
Even then, shouldn't we be able to win by combining our strengths together? I don't think that will be the case.
Look, it's great that you're being cautious, but don't look down on us that much, alright?
All three of us are on the cusp of reaching level 4.
Maria and Chohong here are also just a step away from entering ranks of high rankers.
Besides all that, you also possess one heck of combat ability, don't you? Those words weren't wrong. In truth, this group was more than qualified to go on military expeditions. Sol Jihu formed the best team he could just in case, but never did he suspect that his diligence would come back to bite him like this. Hold on. Sol? So what do you want us to do? Chohong quickly stepped forward as a mediator when the differences in opinion were threatening to boil over into something less civilized.
I believe there's no need to rush it. I simply wish to return to Harem and bolster our overall combat potential before coming back.
Bolster our combat potential?
Right. I think we'll need at least one high ranker with us.
If we say we've uncovered the mystery, some will definitely show interest in joining us.
That's bull. Mikhail immediately opposed that idea. What will you do if someone else discovers this place in the meantime?
We already dug out the whole place and anyone passing by can see it now. We worked this hard, yet you want to hand over the glory to someone else?
It's only half a day's travel away.
And it's not like there are other Earthlings in Ramen either. You can't be sure of what'll happen in the future. Even if we follow your suggestion, that also poses another problem. It's the mystery. If we get ourselves a high ranker, who do you think will hog all the limelight?
Mr. Mikhail.
We got here after working our asses off, yet you're telling us to watch someone else dine at our expense?
Leader, please.
Mikhail was desperately resistant to the idea and pleaded with Sol Jihu to change his mind. The youth needed a superhuman level of endurance to suppress the words, "That's not something you should be saying," that nearly jumped out of his throat. If there was one thing he learned from watching how Samuel operated back then, that would be to never lose one's cool regardless of the situation and to do your best to compromise and mediate the differing opinions. In all honesty, he already knew what kind of reactions he'd get the moment he spoke what was on his mind. It wasn't as if these guys hadn't done their part, either. To think he told me it'd be fine to go back not too long ago. Of course, there was a valid reason for the change in Mikhail's stance. If they hadn't discovered this place, fine. But now, the end goal was just within reach, so which sane Earthling would let go of this golden opportunity? Sol Jihu's lips were itching badly. He thought hard and long, but not one useful idea popped up in his head. Should we just go in?
It wasn't escape immediately, or even immediate retreat recommended.
Perhaps it wouldn't be such a bad idea. Such a thought entered his mind, but he quickly shook his head. A single mistake in attention required was enough to get him killed, so there was no need to even think about taking on the higher level of danger the orange color posed.
Which meant, there was only one option left to take.
It's still better than dying. No matter how much I think about it, this is wrong. We are going back. And that would be to order them with the authority of the team's leader.
No, I disagree.
Unfortunately for him, Veronica immediately raised her objection as if she was waiting for exactly this moment. Sol Jihu squeezed his eyes shut. During expeditions or explorations, headers possessed just as much of a right as the leaders to voice their opinion.
I can't pick up on any presence within that cave. None. Either mutants are waiting for us up ahead or there's nothing there like this place. It will be one of these two. Regardless of which, I believe it's the right decision to go further in.
In fact, I don't see a reason why we shouldn't.
Veronica's recommendation carried a lot of weight since they had been ably dealing with mutants earlier in the day. And, when opinions arrived at an impasse like this? Well, since the leader is so opposed to the idea. Veronica studied everyone's reactions and cautiously continued on.
Why don't we decide it with a vote?
Indeed, it was the voting time again.
Sol Jihu glanced at Maria and Chohong. As long as these two supported him, the result of tie was a certainty.
Leader wants to go back, so let's call that 4. Mikhail and I want to go further in, so we're against. Veronica turned her head away and looked at others. I'm against.
The first one to open his mouth was Gierzel, his arms crossed defensively. At the very least, I think we need to confirm what's inside.
Let's say we did as the leader said and went back to get ourselves a high ranker. I'd imagine we'd land in real hot waters if we do that and find absolutely nothing inside.
He's right. That can happen. Maria had been listening until then without saying a word, but now, she took their sides with a disinterested expression on her face.
Sol Jihu felt his heart tumble down to the pit of his stomach.
We've got to think about the possibility of things not working out too. That's why I'm also against. Don't think too badly of me, okay? So, 1 vote for, and 4 votes against. The democratic process was over in an instant.
Sol Jihu spat out a grand sigh as he heard Chohong clicking her tongue. All manners of thoughts raced past his brain.
Should he reveal the existence of his 9 eyes?
He was getting really tempted by that idea.
However, he knew he should never do it. He was already under intense scrutiny by certain others, so if the word got out that he even possessed an innate ability, he couldn't even imagine what kind of crazy events might happen. Should I then just say that I won't go in there with them? However, when that thought formed in his head, that won't be allowed. Sol Jihu sank deeper into despair, and he recalled the words of a certain man, now gone from this world. As long as you remain a part of this expedition, we must act as one, whether you like it or not. There are times when you'll have to do things that you don't want to, and you'll also have to back down regardless of your principles. If you continue to insist on doing whatever you want, then I can no longer recognize you as a member of the expedition. Those were Samuel's words.
Veronica cleared her throat and looked at the youth.
It's been decided, yes? Leader? Sol Jihu remained quiet. Chohong scratched her temple in irritation, but eventually, she strode forward and put her hand on his shoulder.
Hey! Chohong.
Nothing you can do about it.
But. I know that it's the smart thing to listen to you.
But these idiots don't know you all that well. She had a point there. If these people had accompanied Sol Jihu to the Forest of Denial, then they would probably have given his suggestion far more consideration than this. Just like what Chohong said, he truly couldn't do anything about it. He was being too greedy for wanting every single thing to act according to his whims when the world clearly didn't operate that way. Don't worry too much about it. This Nuna will protect you if shit hits the fan, okay? Chohong heartily pounded him on his shoulders and made that manly declaration. He eventually nodded his head, but his expression was still frozen stiff. He didn't feel like smiling right now. After getting back into the formation and having checked their equipment, the team cautiously went further into the underground cavern.
Unlike his fears, though, they couldn't find anything.
When they walked through that passage, they were treated to yet another large, empty dome-shaped area. Even the size of this chamber was similar to the previous one to such a degree that one could say they were copy and paste of each other. The sole difference being that the ceiling here was several times taller than the previous chamber. But that was about it. Wow, this sucks out your enthusiasm all by itself, doesn't it?
Mikhail formed a bitter smile. I really can't tell what this place was used for.
Doesn't resemble anything I can think of. Girzel looked deeply regretful too. However, it wasn't only them. Sol Jihu was also feeling rather flustered. Everywhere he looked, he saw an intense sea of orange, yet nothing was happening?
Hold on. Veronica suddenly stopped looking around and knelt down on one knee to study the ground. This is... Her eyes narrowed to a slit. I found some kind of a trace here.
What?
Almost right away, all the team members gathered around her. I found the footsteps of a person. Drop. It's around 3-4 days old. Ah, that's cold.
Veronica's eyes followed after the newly discovered trace, only for her head to suddenly shoot upwards.
Mikhail quickly asked her.
What's wrong?
Ah. She couldn't see anything on the ceiling.
Veronica tilted her chin as much as she could to study the tall darkness up above, but eventually, she lowered her gaze. While tilting her head this way and that, she touched her cheek. What was that?
A water droplet. She was about to return to tracing the footsteps on the ground, but her complexion changed in an instant.
The assimilation ability. Veronica hoped for the best and hurriedly looked up again. Inevitably, it happened then. From the ceiling's end, a massive, circular gray thing slowly revealed itself. Wish, wish, wish. Immediately, dozens of tentacles shot out from its body and spread out all around them like an umbrella opening up suddenly. They descended on the group at a terrifying speed and shortened the distance between them in a blink. In that split moment, Maria took out her crucifix. Kaboom! Boom, 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 boom. And dozens upon dozens of tentacles pounced on the team. All of these happened in the blink of an eye. You, a walk. Mikhail belatedly got frightened out of his wits and fell down hard on his butt, when tens of tentacles twice as thick as a person's arm began writhing viciously against the white barrier right in front of his nose. Cho Hong looked up at the enemy that finally revealed itself and dazedly muttered out.
What the hell is a nest doing in here?
She looked completely shocked.
Fuck. Fuck. In the meantime, Maria was spitting out cusses one after the other. I don't give a fuck if it's a nest or whatever, just do something. Her entire body shuddered pitifully and sweat poured out in buckets. Mikhail finally recovered his wits and hurriedly pushed himself off the floor. He tried to cut a tentacle in front with his sword, but he could barely nick it with his attacks. It recovered almost instantly the moment he swung his sword to damage it. The rate of recovery was incomparably quicker than any mutants they fought so far. You fucking retards. Stop wasting time cutting at tentacles, hit the main body. Veronica quickly knocked arrows and let them loose. Her shots accurately landed on the main body of the creature but didn't even hurt it in the slightest. Useless bitch. Maria gnashed her teeth and gripped the crucifix hard as if to crush it. She felt her heart might explode from frustration at this rate. Crack, crack. Ah! In the end, cracks began forming on the protected barrier. Her expression turned uglier and uglier. She closed her eyes shut and tried to squeeze out every drop of her energy, but then… Woo-wee! She heard a horrible cry coming from up above and the pressure on her lessened considerably. She opened her eyes just a sliver and spotted Sol Jihu and his raised right arm. He quickly rummaged through his bag and short-throwing spears tumbled out in droves. The youth instantly picked one up and, after taking quick strides forward, threw his raised arm. Pow! The spear flew and struck the body of the creature accurately. Only then did Maria notice that there were two spears stuck there. In other words, he had thrown one before.
She finally spat out a breath of relief. The nest let out a horrifying screech that was loud enough to shake the entire cavern after it was struck several times by the throwing spears. Disregarding that, Sol Jihu picked up yet another spear.
Tentacles receded away as if they were colts scalded by a hot branding iron.
He threw his spear as fast as he could, but it was deflected away by the retreating tentacles. He clicked his tongue and quickly shouted out,
"Everyone!
Get out of the CA!" He couldn't finish his shout.
4 of the nest's tentacles were already blocking up the soul exit. Huang!
Immediately afterwards, the shadow cast by the nest loomed larger and larger. All hair on his body stood up.
Boom! Yuk! Kaak! The ground undulated violently from the immense vibrations. The team members barely managed to regain their balance, but their expressions were not good at all. The only exit was now completely blocked up by the nest.
It was their mistake to venture deeper into the cavern, lured by the trace of someone's footsteps.
They didn't even have the leeway to blame Veronica.
The gray-colored nest filled up their view with its unimaginably huge size. Its height alone exceeded 2 meters, while its width was easily twice, thrice that. As if to show that it was a living, breathing entity, red and blue veins pulsed and wiggled all over its formless figure, with countless tentacles dancing all around it.
Grotesque didn't even begin to describe it. That's a mid-level nest.
Why the hell is a parasite doing in here? A mid-level nest? A parasite? Chohong muttered to herself in disbelief. Sol Jihu quickly picked up his spear up while asking her for clarification.
A nest is a type of cerebrate.
That thing creates the medusa, the highest evolved form of mid-ranked parasites.
A medusa then gives birth to low-ranked parasites.
Chohong leaked out a helpless groan. But this makes no sense.
I've never, ever heard about a nest with assimilation or regeneration ability before.
Chohong's expression morphed from one of disbelief into one of pure anger.
You idiots!
If only you listened to him. Sol Jihu quickly covered her mouth.
Hey!
Let me go.
You!
It'll barely be enough for us to work together to defeat that thing. Are you trying to get us killed? Sol Jihu rebuked her with a sharp voice.
She gritted her teeth. Damn it!
In the end, she picked up her mace and recited a chant. The youth understood where her anger was coming from, but there was nothing to gain from losing one's cool right now. With their escape route blocked off like this, they had to focus on fighting their way out of this place. Sol Jihu quickly issued his commands.
Veronica!
Hum? Keep shooting your arrows at the main body and distract it. Gearsel, you protect Maria no matter what happens. Gearsel's face was stiff, but he still stood before Maria, his shield at ready. Chohong? Mikhail and I will harass that thing from left and right, so you want me to take that opening and destroy the main body, is that it? She only needed one glance.
Chohong lifted up the mace now glowing white-hot and nodded her head.
It ain't gonna be easy, but I'll give it a shot. A short while later,
3 warriors dashed forward in 3 different directions.
Tentacles pounced on them as if they were waiting for the humans to come out of the protective barrier.
Whoosh!
The power behind each extended tentacle whipping down was sharp and terrifying. None of them made contact with him, yet Sol Jihu felt like blades of wind were slashing his skin. He realized that the moment he tried to block one, either his whole body would be split in half or he'd get flung to a faraway wall and end up as ground to a meat paste. Quang!
Sol Jihu lightly leapt away to evade the tentacle.
It left a big crater on the floor and got stuck for a second there. Using this opportunity, he struck down with his spear.
Slice!
The sensation of cutting through a hefty slab of meat was transmitted to his hands. Perhaps due to the excellent spec of his spear, the thick tentacle got separated into 2 in no time. The separated piece of the tentacle wriggled around violently like the torn-off tail of a gecko.
He confirmed the ice forming on the cut surface and gripped his spear tighter.
The nest itself doesn't have any special abilities. If they could eliminate these tentacles, then they certainly had a chance. By concentrating on evading and cutting down the tentacles patiently one at a time, then, as if to mock his train of thoughts, dozen more tentacles pounced on his direction, and he could only suck in cold breath. The nest must have split its tentacles to 3 different directions, yet there were well more than a dozen of them still heading his way. Sol Jihu hurriedly retreated from his current position. Quang, quang.
Noises of explosions nearly deafened his hearing.
The ground beneath his feet trembled non-stop.
Sol Jihu endured the vibration emanating from pretty much everywhere and searched for the nearest tentacle.
He tried to take a swing at it, but as if they didn't want to let him get away with it, other tentacles shot out of the rising dust cloud and rained down on him. Sol Jihu was taken by surprise and tried to quickly withdraw, but the tentacles suddenly came to an abrupt stop in the middle of the air. Squirm, squirm. They didn't budge as if something was holding them still. Sol Jihu didn't need long to realize that Maria was looking after him. He quickly danced with his spear to slice off 3 more tentacles. He hoped Maria would feel less pressure the more tentacles he cut down. He judged that he couldn't let this opportunity slip by, so he quickly dashed closer to the rest of the tentacles. Unfortunately, his greed had gotten the better of him. Maria's limit to holding back dozens of tentacles came a lot sooner than he expected. The moment those things got freed again, Sol Jihu felt something sweeping him off his ankles. His view suddenly rotated 90 degrees and he caught the sight of a single tentacle sweeping on the ground as it went past him. Ah! Tumble! Sol Jihu crash landed on the ground and rolled around for a brief while before a tentacle wrapped around his arm. He swung the spear reflexively while completely relying on nothing but pure intuition, and thankfully enough, he was able to free his captured left arm right away. Unfortunately, what waited for him the moment he regained his bearing was Yu-wah! The intolerable pain of his shattered ankle. Not only that, a tentacle swelling up greatly and positioned itself in front of him to take aim at his face. Greenish liquid spewed out in a straight line towards the youth crying out in pain. Lu Shu, Lu, Luxuria. His entire body sparkled in bright light. The green liquid arrived a moment later but couldn't touch his flesh and simply slid off to the ground. Tzzzzt. The ground coming in contact with the liquid melted down as white fumes rose up. Sol Jihu's jaws nearly dropped to the floor as he sensed a sudden warmth flooding into his body. The pain from his ankle disappeared, and vitality began filling him up again. However, he had no time to say thanks. An almost dead prey regaining its vitality seemed to have angered the nest as more tentacles came flying towards him. Sol Jihu immediately retreated and confirmed the condition of the battlefield through the corners of his eyes. He couldn't see where Mikhail was as that direction was blocked off by the nest's body. Chohong had retreated some distance away just like he did and was panting non-stop at the moment. There were a dozen destroyed tentacles laying on the ground near her as if to prove her credentials as a grizzled combatant. However, her expression showed how desperate she was feeling inside. Ha-ah! Ha-ah! It was roughly the same story with Maria. She was panting madly. She had sweated so much that actual droppings of liquid were falling from the ends of her damp blonde hair. But that was to be expected. She ended up expending 3 spells in a row trying to save Sol Jihu just now. More importantly, she was watching 3 different directions at the same time, so she had to use nearly 10 spells in that very short span of time. Why are you acting like an idiot too? As soon as she locked eyes with Sol Jihu, she cried out in pure anger. In all honesty, he could be considered more than decent enough for a level 2. Of course, she was aware of that, too. No, the reason Maria got so incensed wasn't because of him, but something else. What are you trying to do, making me use up almost all of my spells already? Do something. Hurry.
She was running out of the spells she had prepared in advance, yet the nest was still in one piece. Even though Chohong's skills and Sol Jihu's battle prowess had resulted in the group reducing the number of tentacles by over a dozen, there were still over 30 of them remaining.
Wu Yuwa. Perhaps furious from all the hindrances during critical moments, the nest let out an eerie, unhappy growl.
Maria flinched. She felt like the nest was glaring straight at her.
"Stop that thing." Chohong was the first to sense the change and cried out loudly to let the others know. 3 warriors freaked out and pounced on the monster, but one of the tentacles still managed to slip through and flew forward at a frightening pace.
Lu.
Maria was about to chant another spell but realized that it was too late and quickly hid behind Girzel. At that moment, the tentacle suddenly changed its trajectory.
Thwack! Awk! In the blink of an eye, the tentacle slammed the side of Veronica standing not too far from them.
The archer, previously in the middle of supporting Mikhail, screamed out loudly and got flung away to the nearest wall. She crashed unceremoniously against it and stopped moving.
Shit! Veronica! She fell to the ground, blood pouring out of her.
Mikhail cried out and reached out to her. Because of that, he lost his concentration for a second, and a tentacle seized this opening to smack him in the back.
Huke! Mikhail fell hard to the floor, completely knocked out cold.
"You fucking idiot!"
Maria jumped up and down on her spot and pushed at Girzel's back.
"What are you doing?"
"Go and bring them over here."
They had lost 2 combatants in an instant. However, the real despairing thing they needed to worry about was
Kiu Dak. Kiu Dududuk.
The tentacles they thought were taken care of now showed signs of movement again. Bubbles slowly rose up from the tentacles Chohong's mace crushed, and ice particles steadily fell off from the parts Jihu had sliced off. Its speed of regeneration was agonizingly slow, but the meaning behind that development was far, far too obvious to everyone present here.
"We're screwed."
Sol Jihu continued to wield his spear but felt his innards twist in knots. The flow of the battle had turned to the absolute worst. They lacked 2 people, which meant he and Chohong had to take up the slack. They still had Girzel, but if he stepped up, then Maria would be in danger.
"I'll be fine, so go and bring them over here."
"Do you want to die?"
Maria angrily kicked Girzel in the shin when he remained standing there like a stone statue. Only then did he step forward hesitantly, but his complexion hardened rapidly out of the blue.
He raised his shield up high to his right and began running forward while hugging the nearest wall as much as possible. Maria was about to frantically chant a new spell, but then, an expression of stupefaction formed on her face.
Girzel actually jumped over the slouched Veronica.
He even ran past the fallen Mikhail.
He maintained that speed and soon disappeared behind the nest. "Staying here means death. I'm taking my chances."
He had carefully watched the developing situation and made a shrewd but drastic choice in the end. When he saw no hope, he chose to run away while using his teammates as baits. As far as he was concerned, remaining here would only lead to his death. That son of a bitch. Maria plopped down on her butt as if she no longer had any energy left to cuss.
Chohong let out a wry chuckle. While he desperately evaded the tentacles, Sol Jihu also saw Girzel escaping through the now open exit.
Whether he knew that several tentacles were following him from behind or not, it was unknown. Perhaps the nest didn't want to let anyone escape, but whatever the case may have been, Girzel running away was a depressing sight. As the old saying went, you might know what's under the river, but you could never tell what was in a person's mind. He didn't look like that kind of person. In the end, the number of people still standing up was reduced to a mere 3. The nest must have thought that it won because after using a powerful slap with a tentacle to push away Sol Jihu and his persistently annoying attacks, the nest remained in its spot and let its appendages wiggle around in a disgusting dance routine. Trapped within this despairing situation, Chohong analyzed their chances quickly and quite accurately. The battle had gone beyond the point of saving, never mind overturning it to their favor.
Furthermore, the time was on the nest's side.
They couldn't see any escape route, so what would happen once all the incapacitated tentacles regained their mobility?
Soul, take a step back.
Keep your eyes open and get ready to hit it with everything you got.
Cho-hong loudly yelled out and stood upright. Her mace was lowered towards the ground.
What are you? Maria's forehead creased up.
She saw Cho-hong's lips rapidly bobbing up and down.
As if she was reciting a chant, she didn't waste a single second and breathlessly muttered out non-stop.
Guyu.
Soon, the strands of her long black hair began floating up one at a time, and
flash! Blinding rays of light suddenly exploded from beneath her feet.
An unthinkable amount of the latent power roused up from its slumber, and the entirety of the dome-shaped interior began reverberating in resonance. The energy pulsing out of her was so great that even the nest flinched noticeably and stopped extending its tentacles towards the fallen Mikhail and Veronica. Whoa! By the time it shifted its attention towards her, vivid curtains of light had completely enveloped Cho-hong in their embrace. Sol Ji-hoo did as she said and had retreated to some distance away by then. His eyes nearly popped out of their sockets after seeing the change taking place on her. Cho-hong? The bright, shifting light rapidly changed to rather cool-looking armor made out of pure light wrapping around her upper and lower torso. A wing-shaped tiara settled down on her forehead next. Finally, a brilliant light shone down from the top of her head, dyeing her hair in beautiful shades of sparkling silver. Maria's jaw almost fell to the floor. What Cho-hong had just activated was the most powerful level 4 manifestation spell, one that could only be performed by a paladin personally acknowledged by the gods themselves. The Valkyrie skirt. Are you trying to kill yourself along with the enemy? Maria yelled out at the top of her voice, but Cho-hong didn't even respond. She only icily glared at the nest with deep silvery eyes reminiscent of the field covered in wintry snow. She raised her shining mace and silver shield. Maria bit down on her lower lip. She wasn't a fool and knew better than anyone else why Cho-hong chose to activate this right now. If that was the case. God damn it. Fuck. Maria angrily yanked her bag closer and pulled out an altar. The signs of internal struggle were clearly visible on her face, but in the end, her trembling hands placed the crucifix on top of this altar. After that initial preparation, she chanted a spell for a protective barrier. With a gravely determined face, she reverently knelt down before the altar. She slowly prostrated and opened her mouth to speak. Oh Luxuria! That was the beginning of another ceremony. Chapter 75. Cho-hong lightly kicked the ground. With that simple motion, she flew up and softly landed near the nest's position. The creature visibly panicked and withdrew its tentacles, currently creeping towards the unconscious Mikhail and Veronica. It then flung 3-4 of them towards Cho-hong, who flew towards it, but tongue. All of its attacks were blocked off by her inverted triangular shield shining brightly in silvery light. The battle maiden didn't even budge from her spot. She only had to raise her arm slightly to throw the attacks off. As she did so, silver flames seemed to burn brightly within Cho-hong's eyes. The moment she swung her mace, all those tentacles exploded into pieces. The bodily fluids being scattered didn't even have time to wet the ground. They evaporated in the air from the divine conflagration burning all around her. The nest issued an ear-piercing scream as its lengthy appendages were gradually burned alive from the silvery flames. Realizing that its opponent had gone through some sort of a transformation, the creature withdrew all of its tentacles in a hurry, bar one still extended out beyond the exit. However, all those hurriedly gathered tentacles began hesitating as if they had all fallen into confusion. Cho-hong had disappeared. Sol Ji-hoo was busy dragging the unconscious Mikhail and Veronica to where Maria was, but now, even his own jaw fell to the floor. He only blinked once, but Cho-hong was already floating in the air. Her dignified, unwavering eyes were glaring down at the nest.
She elegantly descended in an arc and thunderously slammed the nest's main body with her mace. Pow!
The tumor-like surface crumpled until it couldn't endure the force and burst open. Reddish fluids shooting out like a fountain were also swallowed up by Cho-hong's divine conflagration that suddenly expanded its size.
Woo-wee!
For the first time in this battle, the nest's main body was attacked.
The nest let out another loud scream and hurriedly backed away.
However, Cho-hong's speed had exceeded it.
She stuck close to the creature and swung her mace one more time.
Another horrifying hole exploded open on the nest's body and was set alight in silvery flames. It wildly thrashed about in pain.
Cho-hong disappeared from its sight again.
That was as good an evidence as any that her movement speed had greatly exceeded that of the nest's ability to perceive movements. The creature must have been greatly incensed. 30-odd tentacles shot up as if to puncture the ceiling, and began to slap, thrust, and viciously pound away in every direction. Quang! 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 The ground shook around violently and spat up dust into the air. The tentacles were now accompanied by the sounds of air being torn apart as they proceeded to indiscriminately attack all of its surrounding vicinity. The frenzied attacks from the nest after it sensed danger to its life was so shockingly powerful that Sol Jihu, sneaking closer to lend assistance, had no choice but to reflexively retreat. I can't interfere with this. What was even more unbelievable was the fact that Cho-hong was in the middle of that violent thrashing.
Swing! Swing!
Just from hearing the sound coming from the battle made him nearly wet his pants. Yet all those flexible whip-like tentacles storming around and sweeping everything within their vicinity still missed her by paper-thin margins.
Cho-hong slithered around like a flowing river.
Her eyes were half closed. The sight of her brushing aside the tentacles with her extended arms was reminiscent of a graceful figure skater. It was so much so that the description of the tentacles being sucked into her before slipping past perfectly described the current situation. Cho-hong elegantly spun her body around, and her silver hair spun alongside like multiple hula hoops. Silvery streaks of light were left behind her wake as she seemingly floated in close to her target, and eventually, she broke past the wall of tentacles and accurately landed one more mace hit on the nest's main body. With that, a third scream broke out. Sol Jihu gasped in excitement. The dying embers of hope were being rekindled again. We can win! He tried to look for a gap he could exploit. It was then that he realized Cho-hong's condition had become strange once more. Her once serene expression crumpled ever so slightly. Her pale cheeks were flushed red, and her breathing had become rougher as well.
He thought he saw a flash of anxiety in her face too.
He wasn't sure what was going on, but regardless, he knew that the situation was beginning to change again. The powerful nest that seemed to be undefeatable was now shaking around rather greatly. Over half of its tentacles were no longer usable, and quite a lot of its body had been scorched black. Most importantly, the biggest gain this time was its giant body shrinking to a noticeable degree. However, the nest didn't just sit by and do nothing.
The remaining tentacles suddenly expanded greatly.
Then, along with the sounds of air leaking out of balloons, green-colored thick liquids vomited out of them in all directions. It wasn't just one or two tentacles spitting out the liquid, so he mistakenly thought that water was flooding out from a giant broken fountain. Even then, Cho-hong was nowhere to be found. To be exact, she had already pulled herself far back by the time liquid landed on the ground. When its final trump card only managed to melt the ground around it, the nest exploded in pure rage. Cho-hong was also gritting her teeth.
She raised her shield in front of her and dashed forward desperately.
This must have been that opening she spoke about earlier. Sol Jihu matched his timing with her movement and, while gripping his spear tightly, he too sprinted forward. There was only one opportunity. He was preparing to split his internal energy surging like a rising dragon into two and pour them into his spear and his earring, but then Cho-hong slapped away the tentacle, angrily thrust forward by the nest, but began to unsteadily falter on her feet. Cho-hong? Sol Ji-hoo was greatly taken aback and belatedly realized that the silver light surrounding her had grown a lot fainter than before.
No, he was wrong. The light dispersed altogether.
Her armor, her shield, everything.
Ah!
At the same time, Cho-hong's expression resembled someone just waking up from a deep sleep.
She could only take a couple more steps before falling down on one knee. She panted and her slack jaw dropped open, leading to the pooled sweat to dribble down her chin.
As if she was overcome with bitterness, her face crumpled unsightly. The reason for that was simple. The Valkyrie skirt raised the combat prowess of the caster by summoning the spirit of the battle maiden. It allowed the caster's battle power to rise to that of a high ranker, but it could only be maintained for 30 to 40 seconds at most. Afterwards, an extreme case of enervation would follow. Cho-hong felt all of her strength seep out with every passing second as she desperately tried to control her breathing.
The nest also looked like it was in a groggy state.
Just one more hit, one single hit, and it might be the end.
I haven't
even made a proper opening yet. Her calculation was off, all thanks to the nest's resistance that exceeded her imaginations. Now that Cho-hong had to retire from this battle, Sol Ji-hoo had no choice but to hesitate. The nest and its urgently quivering, expanding body also realized her strange state as well.
Woo?
The nest finally decided to raise one of its tentacles, but it flinched greatly again. Cho-hong still showed no sign of moving, but yet another, different but still powerful energy was rising up from someplace way behind her.
He up? Maria took a deep breath and slowly stood back up.
Sol Ji-hoo saw the crucifix on top of the altar scattering away into dust before her, and his eyes shone brightly in understanding. She looked as if she'd collapse at any given moment, yet Maria somehow managed to regain her balance and raised both of her hands high up.
Mal te ocularum meorum.
Immediately afterwards, white beams of light crackled into the sky like a current of electricity, forming a huge hammer. The cluster of light continued to expand in size, displaying power that could not be taken lightly. The nest was visibly startled.
No one in here could wait around watching anymore. Sol Ji-hoo immediately activated the Festina earring. Meanwhile, the nest freaked out and shot a tentacle out towards Maria with everything it had. Her brows rose up high as she cried out, "Mjolnir!" The blinding light exploded. Sol Ji-hoo's eyes, as he was about to dash forward, opened wide. At the same time, Cho-hong quickly looked behind her in sheer shock. Below the hammer of light falling like a divine retribution, a lone tentacle flew out like an arrow toward the priest. Maria was dazedly looking at the tentacle with a sweat-soaked, stupefied expression on her face. In that split-second moment, what were the thoughts entering Sol Ji-hoo's head when facing the single opportunity created through everyone working so incredibly hard? He knew for sure that Maria would get killed. Even warriors found it difficult to endure against the tentacles and tried to dodge them, so there was no chance that a priest could survive a direct hit. His steps previously directed towards the nest made a 90-degree turn. Boom! He activated the stacking ability of the earring and summoned up every ounce of energy he could to run. He thought he heard someone call out his name but ignored it and simply dashed forward. Maria squeezed her eyes shut as the tentacle approached her position in an instant. Shit! In the next moment, the underground cavern was filled up with a massive, blinding flash of light as well as the accompanying thunderous sound. It was so loud that the sensation of someone embracing her and even the screams of the nest itself were all buried. A short while later, Maria's eyes cracked open just a little, and she hurriedly sucked in her breath. Sol Ji-hoo was tightly hugging her. She thought that he sacrificed himself for her, but against her expectations, he was completely fine. He was also flustered by this development. He didn't even have enough time to raise his guards up. He simply pulled her in thinking that he'd be able to guard against that one hit somehow.
But then, both he and Maria were completely unscathed.
He blinked his eyes several times but discovered the reason soon after.
Cho-hong was standing in front of them, with her left arm raised up.
See Cho-hong.
Sol Ji-hoo was momentarily taken over by relief, but the reality dawned on him and he cried out loudly. Cho-hong's back was shuddering heavily.
Creak, creak.
She turned her head around like a puppet with its strings cut, and with an energyless face, her lips trembled slightly.
Hey! You! Dumb! Idiot!
She roughly breathed in and out and lowered her left arm agonizingly slowly.
I told you, to take the chance. Cho-hong?
But, you chose to save her.
Why you?
Sol Ji-hoo sensed something was very wrong. Cho-hong's left arm couldn't be seen. To be exact, there was nothing below her elbow. And when he took a closer look, her back was gradually being dyed crimson. Sol Ji-hoo's face became dazed. But, then again, seeing the reaction on his face, Cho-hong's lips arched up. It was a lonely smile of sadness. That's just like you.
With that, her long black hair wavered in the air.
Slowly. Cho-hong slowly fell. Only after she fell did he notice a large hole in her left chest. Her broken armor, her lost arm, even her sharp nose that rose and fell with so much difficulty, they all stopped moving. At first, there was no change in Sol Ji-hoo's expression. However, his eyes began quaking powerfully and his face seemed to have aged by over 10 years in an instant. He couldn't do anything. He shouldn't have been waiting for a chance. No, he should have been the one making it for others.
Even if that cost him his life.
But he couldn't even do that. Regret rushed in belatedly. And also, a sense of powerlessness and a realization of his feebleness.
Thump.
His heart pounded. His pulses sped up. Maria, who had been staring at Cho-hong in her condition, raised her head just a tad. To her shock, the nest was still alive. It got pummeled by Cho-hong's mace, and it even got hit straight up by Mjolnir, yet it was still alive. Sure, its condition was rather wretched at the moment, but regardless, it was still drawing breath. Its tenacious vitality made her grit her teeth. That wasn't all either. Suddenly, it issued gulping noises and began to regenerate some part of itself.
Mjolnir definitely inflicted a fatal wound on it.
However, bubbles boiled over and the ash-colored flesh continued to rise up. Soon, it spat out a spear and a shield. Seeing this, Maria let out a bitter laugh.
Ha!
If her eyes weren't wrong, then those armaments belonged to Gearsel. In other words, he was trying to escape all by himself and got killed in the process. The nest with serious injuries was absorbing the dead body to recover itself.
She inwardly wondered why it so desperately tried to reel in the fallen humans, but now she understood why. Fucking idiot.
Even in death, you're utterly useless. On one hand, she felt remorseful. Perhaps she should have prayed for a stronger spell. Rather than wanting to reduce the backlash, she was trying to get her timing right and chose a spell that would let her end the ceremony on time. And that decision would be her final regret. I shouldn't have come. Maria mumbled in dejection. The nest have now recovered a few parts of itself and raised several of its tentacles to wiggle them around.
Wukakiki.
It even issued a strange sound, which kind of sounded like a laugh of ridicule. Why didn't you just let me die? Maria pouted and weakly leaned her head against Sol Ji-hoo's chest. If you aimed for that opening, at least you and Cho-hong would have. But then, her eyes grew wide. Thump. 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 The rate of his heart beating was far too fast to be normal. Brr. She even felt his entire body shudder uncontrollably. It happened then. Crack. Crack. She heard the sounds of gritting teeth so soft yet bone-chillingly eerie that she couldn't believe it was made by another human being. Maria flinched and cautiously raised her head up. You. In that moment. Innate ability, future vision, has been activated. Maria definitely saw it.
She saw the youth and a thin line of blood trickling down his lips.
No. She saw the youth and his face crumpled to resemble a demon king of slaughter and madness. As if in a trance, he separated from Maria. He grasped the spear so tight that its shaft might shatter. Suddenly, death, a clear and distinctly murderous intent, enveloped Maria's body. The intent was so ominous that simply by being near it sent shivers down her spine. "Don't!" Like a beast howling, a tightly suppressed growl leaked out of his mouth. "Don't fuck!" His bloodshot eyes began to emit a crimson glow. An unbelievable amount of energy rippled out, and the ground below fractured and rumbled. The final battle. This was the second coming of the demon of the battlefield, who used to rampage unchecked and unrivaled on countless battlefields.
"Don't fuck with me, you piece of shit."
The moment his enraged roar shook the entire underground cavern.
Boom! The nest's bodily fluids sprayed out. Maria formed a disbelieving expression and quickly looked to her side.
There it was, one spear that blew up a part of the nest. Even the creature itself reacted one step later. Its tentacles wiggling around in a dance of ridicule, all recoiled in fright.
Be careful. Maria was about to cry out, "Be careful," but she couldn't as her jaws dropped to the floor.
A tentacle flew towards Sol Jihu's direction, but he simply extended his hand out to it. He then roused an enormous amount of mana, grabbed the tentacle, then utterly crushed it with his bare hand.
Rip!
The tentacle flapped around as if the nest was going on a frenzy from the intolerable pain of its flesh being ripped apart in pieces. Sol Jihu discarded the tentacle as his spear began resonating loudly. It sounded as if it was crying. Almost right afterwards, an ice-colored blade aura about a meter long shot out from the tip of the spear.
No way!
Just how many more times would she get hit on the head by surprises today? Maria saw that clear as day aura blazing out icily from the spear, and she screamed inside her mind in pure astonishment. Isn't that the skill accessible only to unique rank warriors? To be more specific, it was a skill only a small handful of unique rankers could use. And if her memory was correct, then she had seen it only once during her entire career as a priest inside Paradise. The Level 7 Highlander's secret art, Sword Chi Wave. Sol Jihu swung his arm roughly. The icy blue blade of energy flashed to left and right as if it was putting on a light show. In the blink of an eye, all the tentacles attached to the nest's main body were chopped off, and they fell down with loud thuds. The damn things that remained so tenacious and stubborn until then were rendered completely useless. That wasn't the end. As if to announce that he was only getting started, Sol Jihu grasped the spear tight with both of his hands and crazily slashed and pounded with his weapon. Every time Sol Jihu's sword chi touched the nest, chunks of its flesh flew out along with its bodily fluids.
Yu-wah! From a certain point in time, the nest stopped moving altogether.
However, Sol Jihu's spear didn't stop. His enraged state was so scary that Maria was busy backing off while looking frightened as well. Just like that, he pounded and sliced away until the nest turned into a meat paste. Just how long went by like that? Puck! His spear struck the ground. He had been pounding into the thing for so long that its main body had pretty much disappeared. The only thing barely remaining on the ground was finely beaten piece of darkened red flesh.
Ha-ah! Ha-ah!
Sol Jihu collected his breath within this sea of mangled body parts and bodily fluids before finally regaining his senses.
He only looked around him in a daze for a second or two.
He snapped his head behind him and shouted out, "Maria!" He quickly ran over to where she was.
Maria flinched and instinctively retreated away but stopped moving when she saw the look on his face and the way he was behaving.
His complexion had reverted back to normal. The change was so extreme that she couldn't help but think that the expression on his face only a little while ago had to be a hallucination on her part. Maria cautiously opened her mouth, her eyes still disbelieving and distrusting. "You? Just what are you?" Huh?
Are you bloody kidding me?
If you possessed a power like that, then why didn't you, from the get-go? Maria yelled out loudly, further adding, we wouldn't have gone through this much hardship then. Do you have any idea how much I've lost today? I also don't know what happened.
I saw Chohong falling, and my head just blanked out.
Sol Jihu shook his head hard. Maria formed an expression of even greater disbelief.
She kept spitting out bitter groans non-stop.
Stop fucking around, will you?
Isn't this the same bullshit as the dying main character suddenly jumping up full of renewed energy when a heroine sheds a couple of tears?
Besides that, please help Chohong. Sol Jihu quickly realized his mistake. Didn't Maria already perform a ceremony? Was she able to perform another one?
Maria hurriedly felt for Chohong's pulse for a second, and her brows shot up high.
Go bring her arm.
Now.
Huh. But what about the backlash? You think Mjolnir is a high-class spell like Cure Colossal Wounds?
I can take care of it somehow, so just go and fetch the damn thing already.
That was a relief. Sol Jihu quickly located Chohong's separated arm and brought it back. She's not dead yet. It's faint, but I can still feel her heartbeat. Besides, it hasn't been that long, so I can still treat her.
She emphasized the word treat and rolled her sleeves up like an expert. She quickly chanted the spell into life.
Cure massive wounds.
A warm ray of light gently wrapped around Chohong's entire body.
Maria must have thought one spell wasn't enough because she recited additional spells. The hole in Chohong's chest closed up gradually, and the separated arm was reattaching itself.
Will she be okay?
She will survive this, right? I've already done what I can. The rest is up to the patient herself. Well, she's been toiling in paradise for a long time now, so surely she wouldn't die from some simple shock like this.
Maria curtly replied and got up to leave, perhaps to examine the status of Mikhail and Veronica as well.
Did she mean to say that the odds of survival were very good? Indeed, Chohong wasn't some weakling.
She was a strong woman.
As long as she still drew breath, she would be treatable. That's what Maria must have meant. Feeling relieved now, Sol Jihu let a sigh escape from his mouth.
Ah!
Only then did a terrible sense of enervation and fatigue come knocking on his consciousness. This was the price of rousing his mana beyond his limits just so he could utilize a high-class skill several realms higher than his current level. He plopped down on his butt but couldn't stay upright anymore and simply laid down on his back. He glanced at Chohong's sleeping face, now looking rather serene and calm.
He couldn't quite recall what had happened.
His memory cut off the moment he saw the message about future vision. But, regardless of what happened, they had made out of it alive. He thought he was going to die, but he was alive now.
More importantly, Chohong wasn't dead. More than anything, he wanted to be happy about that and celebrate it to his heart's content.
Would you look at this guy?
Maria returned to his side and bitterly chuckled after seeing him and Chohong lying side by side.
Hey, you're not expecting me to carry 4 people out of here, right? See, can't we take a short break?
I'm really exhausted at the moment. Maria leered at him for a while. It was clear that she was not fully convinced.
Out of the blue, though, she began rubbing her eyes rather vigorously. Drop, drop. Her tears fell on Sol Jihu's face, and he formed a bit of a frown. Okay, you can move now, right?
Sol Jihu momentarily became speechless. I don't want to stay here any longer. I want to get out of here right now.
Sol Jihu agreed with her 100%, but unfortunately, he was this close to falling into a deep slumber from the sense of fatigue flooding into him. What's the matter?
Aren't you getting the second wind or something again? Aren't my tears enough for you? Maria sarcastically muttered out, her eyes still wet from tears. No, well, that's not it.
Sol Jihu fell into a bit of contemplation before frankly speaking up what his tired mind could come up with.
I think it's because you aren't the heroine of this story, Miss Maria.
Quote. Maria glared silently at him before powerfully kicking him in the side.